You can't even read a single big character, yet you're eating and drinking freely in a Fortune 500 company. When the leader works overtime, you leave early. When the boss holds a meeting, you're absent. Yet, despite your incompetence, the company dares not fire you. They even try every means to promote you and increase your salary, all just to keep you around. But unexpectedly, a tough situation arose today. They want to fire you without saying a word. At first, you were a bit surprised, but then, you burst into laughter. You've long wanted to start your own business, but your leaders have been holding you back. Unexpectedly, a powerful woman has arrived today. Lu Wei, seeing your joy, her eyes are full of disgust. What a joke, sleeping on the job. She is the daughter of the group's chairman, just returned from studying abroad, ready to manage the company, looking for an opportunity to establish authority. So she brought a group of people to inspect the company. Moreover, the production team has launched a live show called Compete.Despite for her. The barrage in the live stream room is very lively at this moment. She's assertive right from the start. Is this the aura of a domineering female CEO? The newly appointed female CEO has yet to establish her authority. Whoever crosses paths with her is unlucky. At this moment, you're sitting at your desk, thinking about explaining. To everyone's surprise, Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively and coldly said, "No need to explain. I can't be bothered to listen. Pack up and leave immediately." Do you think anyone can just waltz into DK Group? Hearing this from the other party, you also couldn't be bothered to explain, so you casually packed up and walked away. At this moment, colleagues around you watched as you walked away. Some opened their mouths as if wanting to say something. You could see Lu Wei's icy gaze. In the end, they all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Just then, the general manager walked in from the door and said, "Lu, listen to me. General Pan, are you here to plead for him?" Facing the camera crew, Lu Wei naturally wouldn't allow any favoritism. "I'm telling you, today is my first day on the job. There's no room for negotiation on this matter." General Manager Pan shook his head repeatedly and said, "Lu, we can't fire him. He was appointed by the chairman himself." Before General Pan could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Lu Wei stood with his hands on his hips, looking assertive, and said, "Is my message not clear enough?" Hearing her domineering tone, everyone present was stunned, including General Manager Pan and the responsibilities of the Research and Development Department beside him. Wow, the new female CEO is indeed impressive, making such decisive decisions. Do you know who you're firing? Even the camera crew was stunned at this point, the cameraman carefully capturing the scene in front of them. While Lu Wei is getting angry about the current situation, he has no idea what the audience is saying in the live comments. "Director Lu, I know you are upset," Manager Pan cautiously said, "but there's something I must remind you, this person cannot be fired." Why does Lu Wei look so displeased? As a young employee, sleeping at his desk right after starting work, is this fair to other colleagues? He's tarnishing the image of our entire company, especially since he's currently participating in a program, with the whole nation watching him. How can he endure such a situation? Alright, let's put this matter to rest. Lu Wei gestured towards Manager Pan, then turned around and led the production team towards the research center. Sorry for the interruption earlier, it was just a minor incident. Next, I'll take everyone to visit our research and development center. Lu Wei put away his previous stern demeanor, revealing a charming smile, and led the production team forward, watching their retreating figures in the distance. Manager Pan sighed heavily from behind. "Damn it, I'm the dignified manager, and you don't even give me a chance to speak. Let's see how you'll bring back this little troublemaker you fired." Director Tang from the R&D department was fired. A nearby R&D staff member looked at Manager Pan with a shocked expression and asked, "What do you think?" Manager Pan said impatiently, "What about our project for today?" The employees asked, looking puzzled. Director Tang led the entire R&D department in working day and night to overcome this project. "Who should I ask?" Mr. Pan sighed and said, "Go find the newly appointed female CEO. Don't ask me questions." After speaking, he took out his phone and quickly walked towards the door. At this moment, Lu Wei, the female CEO of DK New Energy R&D Center, led the TV crew to visit the workshop's flagship product, giving a detailed explanation. DK New Energy specializes in developing new energy vehicles. Their self-developed flagship product streamlines many complex processes, making the car body more robust. DK Group has always been a pioneer in domestic new energy. In the past 2 years, every new car they released has been a hit online, with countless orders. It's a brand that many young people admire. Of course, this is closely related to DK New Energy's cutting-edge technology. Since the establishment of DK New Energy Research Institute, they have overcome many challenges. For example, a high-density dragon pattern steel jointly developed by DK Research Institute and Long Steel can effectively strengthen the car body. In multiple crash tests, a high-density dragon pattern steel has extremely strong impact resistance, increasing the original safety factor by 80%. Just this technology alone has caused DK New Energy's orders to skyrocket several times, with DK Group stock soaring all the way, becoming a unique presence in the new energy industry. Of course, the key to DK Group's success lies in the Research Institute. Under the leadership of the Research Institute's director, the R&D department continuously overcomes every challenge. This is our car production assembly line. With pride on her face, Lu Wei introduced the DK New Energy workshop to the TD crew. Every DK New Energy car is born on this assembly line. As he was speaking, it seemed like he remembered something. He almost forgot to tell everyone some good news. Our DK New Energy has opened overseas orders this year, and in just 2 short months, the overseas orders have reached the total of last year's overseas sales of all new energy vehicles. Wow, this is too impressive. The members of the production team were shocked by the words, and they all clapped their hands. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room had already exploded. So this is DK's production line. It is simply magnificent to the point of being unbelievable. The integrated design is stunning. DK New Energy truly lives up to being the safest electric car in the world. The high-density dragon scale steel they use is their unique patent, possessed only by DK New Energy. However, it seems like the director of DK Research Institute is the one who was just fired. If even the director is gone, does DK New Energy still exist? My goodness, they are laying off people to the core. This is going to be interesting. This new female CEO, does she not think highly of herself? She just arrived at the company and fired a new employee, only to realize that this young man was actually the director of DK Research Institute. She fired the director. Isn't this like the situation where a mediocre ruler ascends the throne and drives away Zhuge Liang first thing? The barrage was filled with back-and-forth exchanges, all shocked by Lu Wei's bold move. Many people have already looked up information. The young man Lu Wei fired is none other than Tang Fong, the director of DK Research Institute. Back in the day, the old chairman went through great lengths to recruit this young genius, even more so than Lu Wei's 3 visits to Zhuge Liang. However, he didn't expect that on his daughter's first day in office, she would drive away this great contributor. This has caused an uproar across the internet. Thinking about the overseas orders, Lu Wei couldn't hide his happiness. He pushed aside the recent unpleasantness and walked into the company today, needing to establish his authority. As the saying goes, a new leader must make an impact. These 3 fires must be lit. Now that Lu Jianfeng is getting older, he's already thinking about retiring and plans to nurture his talented daughter. Lu Wei graduated from Tiffany Business School, one of the most famous in the world. Many CEOs of Fortune 500 companies are alumni of this school, so Lu Jianfeng is not worried about his daughter's abilities. His concern is about his daughter's personnel appointment. Despite his young age, even if he is forceful in his actions, he doesn't understand social relationships. At this moment, Lu Wei from DK Research Institute strides sensually with the production team towards the research center. The host holding the microphone asked Mr. Lu, in the low-end group, which department do you like the most? Lu Wei thought for a moment, then looked up and said, if I had to choose, I would prefer the Research and Development Center, which is our company's BK Research Institute. Pausing, he continued, the Research and Development Center is the most innovative department. They work on new technologies every day, giving a vibrant impression. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze, because he suddenly realized that the once bustling Research and Development Center had become very quiet. People sat on office chairs, looking bewildered, as if they had lost their backbone. When the manager of the R&D Center saw Lu Wei, he quickly stood up and called out. They didn't know Lu Wei, but had heard about him from other colleagues, so they symbolically greeted him. Hello everyone, I'm the new CEO Lu Wei. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Lu Wei stood beside the conference table in the R&D Center, smiling at everyone. People turned to look at him, slightly nervous, considering it as a greeting. Throughout the whole process, there was no applause, no enthusiasm, and definitely no fawning. What's going on? Seeing this scene before him, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. He had done his homework before coming, knowing that the R&D Center was working on a new technology. He had deliberately kept an eye out, wanting to leverage the program's popularity to announce the technology in advance, to build momentum for the low-end new energy. Little did he know that he would hit a wall right after arriving at the R&D Center. The employees showed no enthusiasm for work, all looking at him as if he were a fool. On the other side, the host and photographer were also at a loss. They had originally thought they could capture a harmonious interaction between the CEO and the employees, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. Most importantly, this is a live broadcast. Lu Wei swallowed nervously, no longer displaying the previous commanding presence, but managing a faint smile. He turned and asked, "Teacher Lu, isn't the R&D center working on a new technology? Any progress now?" Facing the most crucial department of DK Group, Lu Wei became very cautious, no longer displaying the previous arrogance. Manager Lu looked up at him and nodded. There was progress initially. "Lu Wei, is it because of a new issue now?" Teacher Lu nodded and said that the project has made progress, but President Tang is missing. Lu Wei was stunned, wondering where President Tang went. Teacher Lu shrugged and said he was expelled. Expelled by whom? Lu Wei looked puzzled. The president is an honorary professor at Ronka University, who has the authority to dismiss him. Lu Wei only heard of the director of DK Research Institute. The bank knows you are an honorary professor at Ronka University, with a great background, but they don't know your age and details. They thought you were an old professor with a white beard. Mr. Lu, do you really not know? Or are you pretending to be confused? Teacher Lu stared at him curiously. "I really don't know." Lu Wei was shocked. From entering to now, he has no idea what happened. He only knew that the people in the R&D center looked at him strangely. Could it be that Lu Wei suddenly remembered the young man he dismissed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Wei quickly dismissed his own thoughts. The person he just dismissed was just a young employee, not possible to be the director of the research institute. The director of DK Research Institute is well known. How could he be so young? As Lu Wei hesitated, he suddenly heard the host next to him ask, "Could Mr. Lu be the one who was just dismissed?" Lu Wei furrowed his brow and remained silent for a long time. His initially denied heart began to waver again. Could it really be him? But then he thought, even if it is him, so what? Sleeping on the desk during work hours, how disgraceful. Most importantly, today is his first day in office. This person is really not giving him face. The camera is right in front of me. All the viewers online are watching me. What should I do? If I don't fire him, won't I become the laughingstock of the whole internet? The most crucial thing is, he graduated from Tiffany Business School, takes the company culture very seriously, doesn't mince his words, and especially can't stand this kind of thing. Thinking about this, Lu Wei furrowed his brow and said, "Even if it's him, so what? It's work hours now, and he's leading the way by sleeping in the office. How disgraceful." Saying this, he squinted his eyes and said, "If I encounter this again, I will not hesitate to fire him. This is the bottom line of our DK." Hearing Lu Wei's decisive words, the barrage instantly exploded. Wow, the true young mistress of DK speaks with firmness. Alright, so it's the bottom line, huh? Big sis, you're really tough. You must continue to be tough, don't soften. So fierce, a newcomer not afraid, a tiger. I wonder what Director Lu will think when he knows about this. This is the true young mistress of DK, forcefully firing the sole figure of DK on the first day of work. This is going to be interesting. Brothers, I bet tomorrow's headlines will be very exciting. The entire internet will be discussing DK Group's affairs. This female CEO is on fire, completely on fire. The fervent discussions in the barrage, but the faces of the people in the R&D center look grim. The newly arrived female CEO doesn't know Director Tang. Causing a misunderstanding is one thing, but to say such things in front of the camera, is she trying to ruin her own path? Thinking about this, Teacher Lu raised her head and asked Manager Lu, "Do you know what we do every day?" Researching new technologies. When Lu heard him mention business matters, he quickly interjected, "I heard that you are researching a new titanium alloy technology. To be precise, it should be aviation-grade special titanium alloy technology." Teacher Lu frowned and said, "This latest titanium alloy technology can withstand high temperatures and severe cold. Even in environments tens of degrees below zero, it won't freeze." He said with deep meaning, "If this new technology is successfully developed, it will take our new energy vehicles to the next level." Upon hearing Teacher Lu's words, everyone present gasped in shock. Developing new technologies, overcoming difficulties, Lu Wei had no idea how shocking this news would be to many car companies. Other car companies are currently working hard to develop integrated large die-casting technology. DK New Energy has already started to challenge aviation-grade titanium alloys. How will they survive? However, under Lu Wei's management, other car companies have mixed feelings. They worry that DK Group has developed another new technology, emphasizing their remaining market share. On the bright side, the research institute director who controlled this technology has been dismissed, and no one is researching it anymore. This is indeed a great thing for other car companies. Upon hearing Teacher Lu's words, Lu Wei sighed and his tone softened, "But you can't sleep during work hours. That's not good at all." Teacher Lu shook her head and said, "Manager Lu, you don't know. Director Tang and us worked day and night, finally overcoming the last major hurdle. We were just about to discuss this in the morning meeting, but you fired him. He continued, for this research, we almost worked around the clock. This morning, we suggested President Tang take a break at his desk. After all, the machines in the research institute are too loud for proper rest. As Mr. Liu finished speaking, everyone exchanged disbelieving looks. It was hard to believe that such a professional and influential figure had been fired just like that. Cutting staff to the core, President Liu, don't cry later. He worked hard researching new technologies, tired, resting on the desk, and you fired him in a daze. Do you have any humanity left? Lu Wei stood still, pondering. He looked up and asked, Mr. Liu, do you have President Tang's contact information? Mr. Liu smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, to be honest, I just called President Tang. His phone is off, probably home sleeping now. Lu Wei casually agreed. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about how to bring President Tang back, but rather if it would delay their efforts. Thinking this, he looked at Mr. Liu and said, let him rest well. We'll handle the remaining work ourselves. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Mr. Liu was completely stunned. He took off his work badge and handed it to Lu Wei, saying, President Liu, I can't do this job anymore. Please find someone else. With that, he walked away without looking back. High-end technology isn't easy to conquer. The reason DK New Energy has so many cutting-edge technologies is all thanks to you leading the research and development team. At least half of the patents in the entire DK Research Institute are in your hands. As for those technical consultants in the Research Institute, they are just assisting you, without grasping the core of the technology. It can also be said that without you, no one can master the new technology. Hey, Teacher Liu, please don't leave. Lu Wei watched Teacher Liu's back, wanting to go after her, but hesitated. After all, she was the new female CEO. With cameras behind her, he couldn't casually lose face. What should we do, President Liu? The host on the side asked with a bitter smile, can we still visit the DK Research Institute? AI Lu Wei sighed heavily, a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He secretly thought, isn't he just a young dean? Why was he dismissed? Everyone at the DK Research Institute is hostile towards him. This won't do. The thing companies fear the most is employees forming factions. Without you, Director Tang, the world wouldn't stop turning. I refuse to believe it. Even without you, Director Tang, there would still be Director Zhang and Director Li. Thinking this, Lu Wei sighed, squeezed out a smile, and said, alright, let's go to other departments first. Once things are sorted here, we can come back. The next morning, Weibo and headlines were filled with news about the DK group. While Lu Wei was still in a daze, he was awakened by a phone call. Hey Dad, Lu Wei groggily opened his eyes and asked into the phone, have you and Mom gone to Australia? Have fun there, leave the company to me. Just as you finished speaking, the voice of Lu Dianfeng came through the phone. You fired Tang Fong, he said. Lu Wei was puzzled and scolded, instantly sobering up. He was sleeping at his desk and eating there yesterday. These are all strictly prohibited by the company. Why didn't you fire me then? Lu Dianfeng roared angrily. I've also slept at my desk and eaten at the company before, he said meaningfully. Do you know why I had you come to the company, Wei Wei? It's for experience. What's the use of just having an MBA from a business school? Managing a company requires practical experience. Come on, Dad, Lu Wei said with a look of grievance. It's just firing an employee. From yesterday till now, all of you are targeting me. Just hire another one, no big deal. Nonsense. Lu Dianfeng roared. Do you know how hard I worked to bring Tang Fong to our company? Do you realize how many eyes are watching him now? Whether it's competitors in the new energy car industry or traditional oil car companies, they all want to poach him. But Wei Wei, you made a big mistake. Bring him back to me immediately. Otherwise, your tenure as CEO will come to an end, Lu Dianfeng said unequivocally. DK Group is a conglomerate with other board members. Although you, Lu Weiwei, are the daughter of Chairman Lu Dianfeng, if you do something detrimental to the company, you can imagine the attitude of those board members. They wouldn't agree to such a reckless woman becoming the female CEO of the company. Okay, I understand, Dad. Lu Wei said with a look of grievance, isn't she just an employee? How did this matter become known even to you across the ocean? Nonsense, check your phone yourself. Am I the only one who knows? Lu Dianfeng said angrily, the whole world knows. Lu Wei was dumbfounded. How many times have I told you not to participate in any variety shows? You just don't listen. Lu Dianfeng reprimanded. Now, a trivial matter is known worldwide. Isn't it because I want to boost the sales of new energy vehicles? Lu Wei said with a look of grievance, you also know that the popularity of that variety show is very high, which can bring a lot of attention to our cars. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Dianfeng's tone softened slightly. Alright, deal with this matter quickly. Don't disappoint me. He understood in his heart that everything his daughter did was also for the sake of the company. Except for firing you, this matter has now spread throughout the entire internet. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wei quickly checked his phone. He was shocked the moment he looked. Weibo and headlines were filled with criticisms related to DK Group and U. DK's female CEO fires the director of the research institute. What will be the future of DK New Energy? 3 new energy car companies simultaneously thank DK Group. The dismissal of the director of DK Research Institute has attracted all car companies to vie for him. Mass layoffs shake the animation industry. DK New Energy loses its soul. Can the Lu family group save the situation? The controversy over the president of Jingjiba's layoffs has sparked widespread discussion across the internet, making it the hottest topic online. The latest news: the top 10 well-known car companies have simultaneously sent invitations, inviting the former director of the DK Research Institute to join in for a minute, to talk about the love and hatred between the DK female CEO and the Research Institute director Tang Fong. The previous few points were fine, but this last one completely caught Lu Wei off guard. Love and hatred. Internet users nowadays are too gossipy. The two of them met for the first time yesterday. How could there be any love and hatred? I reckon they're giving the scriptwriters a storyline. They could turn this into a love story. I have to say, participating in this hottest variety show has its pros and cons. Although it can give DK New Energy tremendous exposure, it can also magnify their countless flaws. Take yesterday's incident for example. He just impulsively fired an employee, but never expected it to cause such a huge sensation. Even if he is the director of the DK Research Institute, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Thinking about this, Lu Wei quickly picked up the phone and dialed his assistant's number. He asked his assistant to check your phone number for him. The production team is not around now, so he has plenty of time to communicate with you. Not long after, the assistant sent Lu Wei a series of numbers. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Lu Wei was considering how to communicate with the employee he had fired, but heard the switched-off tone from the other end of the line, still switched off. Tang Fong, what are you up to? This guy wouldn't actually be thinking of changing jobs, right? The company has a non-compete agreement with him, so he can't go to another company within a few years. However, speaking of the non-compete agreement, Lu Wei suddenly thought of a problem. The person was actually fired by him, not someone changing jobs on their own. Not abiding by the non-compete agreement is like handing over the key figure of DK New Energy to the competitors. If other car companies reach an agreement with you before them, then DK New Energy's overseas plans will be ruined. Realizing this, Lu Wei didn't waste any time, quickly finished getting ready, grabbed his coat, and hurried out. Since the phone call didn't go through, he had no choice but to visit in person, determined to bring that person back. Following that, Lu Wei drove the Rolls-Royce swiftly south according to the address provided by his assistant, finally arriving next to an elegant residence. This is a very elegant residence, devoid of luxury or ostentation, just exuding a subtle sense of life. The bustling streets here are filled with the sounds of cars and electric vehicles, far from what one would expect a dean to reside in. Lu Wei even began to doubt whether his assistant had given him the wrong address. You are the director of the DK Research Institute, and over the years, you have earned a substantial income through patents and various research. Logically, life should be extremely luxurious. You shouldn't be found in such down-to-earth places. After all, you are a pivotal figure in new energy vehicle technology. Just as Lu Wei was puzzled, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from ahead. Hey Tang Fong, Lu Wei spotted you and hurriedly walked over. You, General Lu, were standing in front of the pancake stall. Upon seeing Lu Wei, you hesitated for a moment, then it dawned on you. The chairman sent you, right? No. Lu Wei awkwardly shook his head. I wanted to talk to you on my own. He seemed a bit nervous, clutching his bag with both hands, lips pursed. I've completed the resignation procedures from yesterday, he said. You chuckled. You praised the efficiency of the HR department. General Lu just gave the order, and they promptly processed it for me, he said. Lu Wei was stunned, looking innocent. Tang Fong, this wasn't my intention. I didn't know you were the head of the research institute. Have you had breakfast? Would you like a set? You didn't respond to his words, instead pointing to the pancake in front of you. I'm not hungry. Lu Wei ran his hand through his hair, about to say he never eats from street stalls, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. A set for the boss. You shrugged, addressing the pancake stall owner. Lu Wei, facing the stall, unsure of what to say, stood stiffly in place. With the bustling crowd and a pancake stall owner nearby, it wasn't the right time to discuss company matters. Lu Wei, tall and wearing high heels, had elegantly long legs that stood out in this neighborhood. He held a Hermes bag worth hundreds of thousands, a global limited edition. Adorned with a diamond-encrusted bracelet, he stood out starkly in this neighborhood. You carried the freshly made jianbing and bought 2 cups of soy milk from the nearby stall, then waved at Lu Wei, saying, "Let's go, don't be unreasonable." After saying that, you took the lead and walked forward, leaving Lu Wei confused, not knowing what you were up to. What's this guy up to? He fired you in front of so many people yesterday, and now you're buying breakfast for yourself. Is he trying to poison me? Thinking about this, Lu Wei kept a distance from you and cautiously moved forward. After a short walk, you both arrived at your residence. You live in an ordinary house. The decoration is not luxurious, but it exudes a cozy atmosphere. Various trophies and medals are displayed inside, some overflowing onto the floor due to lack of space. You're the director of the low-profile research institute. Lu Wei observed everything in front of him, unable to believe it, and asked, "Why doesn't it seem like it?" You took a bite of the jianbing and asked with a smile, "In your mind, what should a director look like? At least an old scholar, right?" Lu Wei frowned and said, "Not to mention the scholarly appearance, at least in their 50s or 60s, wearing thick glasses. Are you talking about a mental hospital?" You chuckled at his comment. This is a new energy technology research institute, not a geography institute that requires age and qualifications. Lu Wei looked curious. How did you become an honorary professor at Lonka University at such a young age? You replied, "As you said, it's just a title, nothing more." You chuckled and shrugged, saying that after winning a few awards and patents, Lonka University thought it would enhance their reputation, so they invited you to be an honorary professor, that's all. Awards, patents. Listening to your casual description, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel emotional. Do you really not care? Or are you just showing off in front of me? Facing this pile of awards and patents, Lu Wei had nothing much to say. He just knew he had found the right person, someone who was indeed the director of the DK Research Institute. Regarding yesterday's events, Lu Wei opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, he saw you handing him a pancake, saying it would get cold if he didn't eat it soon. I'm worried the pancake will get cold. Lu Wei forced a smile, secretly thinking that if you didn't come back soon, he might lose his position as CEO. Lu Wei was starving, so he took the pancake and without hesitation, took a bite. Yesterday, I fired you in front of so many people. Aren't you angry? Why did you still invite me to breakfast? Angry? You chuckled lightly, shaking your head and saying, I'm not angry. I should thank you. Why did Lu Wei look puzzled? Look, you took out your phone and showed him the emails in your inbox. Just because you fired me yesterday, today over a dozen car companies have sent me invitations, offering all sorts of conditions, asking me to join their companies. Pausing for a moment, he asked, shouldn't I properly thank you? Lu Wei's face turned green with each job invitation letter he saw. It was he who handed over the position of the Research Institute director of his own company to someone else. That Lu Wei hesitated for a moment and said that yesterday's incident was actually a misunderstanding. It's because I didn't have a thorough understanding of the company that I have been dismissed. He said calmly, the dismissal report was signed by you personally. Lu Wei then remembered that in a fit of anger yesterday, he accidentally signed the dismissal report. Now recalling it, he deeply regretted his actions. If you didn't sign it yourself, then you wouldn't have been dismissed. Lu Wei suddenly remembered something. You are the director of the DK Research Institute. You must have shares in the company, right? As long as you have shares, as the newly appointed CEO, I don't have the authority to dismiss you. It requires a board vote. Just when Lu Wei was holding on to a glimmer of hope, he suddenly heard you say, I'm sorry. I actually don't have any shares. The company just allocates patent and R&D fees to me annually. Lu Wei was completely speechless at your response. He never expected that you, who dominates the new energy vehicle industry, would not have shares in DK Company. What exactly is going on? As Lu Wei took a sip of soy milk and was about to ask questions, he suddenly heard a burst of game sounds coming from your phone. This guy, sitting there, actually started playing games. Hey, standing in front of you is a top student from Tiffany Business School. Are you still the director of the Research Institute, not discussing academics but playing games instead? President Tang Fong, Lu Wei set aside his Hermes bag and asked in a stern manner, I came here today to apologize in person, not to watch you play games. Just say it straightforwardly. Are you coming back to the company or not? Does anyone apologize like you do? You seem to be amused by him. General Lu, it looks more like I owe you an apology. Your chest heaving heavily, Lu Wei asked, how should I apologize? Do you play King of Glory? Shake your phone for a game, we'll talk after. How could I play games with you? Lu Wei sneered, this is a waste of time. I really don't get you. How did you manage to get those trophies and patents? One moment Lu Wei was resisting fiercely, but the next moment, hey, what equipment did Sun Shangxiang use? Lu Wei rubbed his phone, furrowing his brow. Why did a monkey pop out from the bushes next door? Scared me to death. After one round, Lu Wei ended the battle with a score of 0 out of 10. Lu Wei, sweating profusely, put down his phone and stared at you, asking, "Can we talk now?" You nodded in response. "Do you know why I asked you to play games with me?" Lu Wei shook his head. "You need to change that arrogant attitude of yours." You chuckled. Setting aside the phone, he said, "When Chairman Lu invited me to DK, the grandeur was no less than that of Liu Bei's. After multiple requests, he finally moved me with sincerity." Pausing, you continued, "But you fired me yesterday, and you did it live in front of the entire crew. Do you think I, Tang Fong, have no dignity?" Lu Wei was dumbfounded. Indeed, he underestimated your reputation in the industry. If he knew you were the director of the research institute, he wouldn't dare to dismiss you so easily. What do you think, Lu Wei Zhou? I'd shown enough sincerity by coming to you in person before Tang Fong, and I even ate your fried pancakes. Oh, eating my fried pancakes is giving me face, right? But you haven't paid me yet. Not really, Lu Wei shook his head, saying, I don't usually eat this. You stood up and said, any misunderstandings between us are our business, but the outside world doesn't know that. You easily tarnish my reputation like this. If you want me to come back, the program team must sincerely apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll have to look at the invitations from other new energy car companies. Lu Wei said, biting his lip, you're not trying to embarrass me, are you? I participated in that program to increase our brand exposure, not for you to use against me. So please leave. You chuckled lightly, speaking to Lu Wei. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, your Sun Shangxiang gameplay is really bad. I can't even achieve a 0 out of 10 with my feet. Humph, even hitting with shoes would be better than you. Lu Wei took off one high-heeled shoe and angrily threw it into your arms. He picked up a bag on the side, stepped on the other high heel, and limped away. As he walked away, he shouted, Tang Fong, I don't believe it. The earth won't stop spinning without you. DK Research Institute can still function without you. Let's see if I'm right. Alright, I'll wait and see. You chuckled lightly, picked up the high heels from your arms and placed them aside, gazing at Lu Wei's departing figure, a slight smile playing on your lips. Lu Wei has no idea what he's really going to face now. When the day comes for him to truly understand, perhaps he will know what regret feels like. After leading Lu Wei away, you took out your computer to start researching the new technology you conquered yesterday. Since you obtained the blueprint for the aerospace-grade special titanium alloy, the entire project team took a full half-month to overcome this technical challenge. After 3 days of non-stop experiments, they have already discovered the method to produce this special alloy. Originally, after yesterday's morning meeting at the company, you planned to hold a technical conference to announce this latest research result. But now it seems this matter needs to be postponed a bit. You have to first deal with this newly arrived female CEO. Now the internet is full of discussions about the two of you. Someone has to concede first, DK Group CEO's office. Lu Wei sat angrily on the chair, contemplating how to handle this matter, while assistant Lin Shaoli stood by, wearing a curious expression, asking Lu, General Manager Lu? Did you not find Director Tang? Lu Wei picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and said expressionlessly. Lin Shaoli was taken aback upon hearing this and asked, then why didn't he come back to the company with you? Can't come back? Lu Wei put down the glass in frustration and said indignantly, this guy actually wants me to apologize to him in front of the whole internet. Why should I? Lin Shaoli smiled wryly and persuaded Mr. Lu, you should agree. Director Tang is the mainstay of our DK New Energy. If he's not here, I'm afraid the factory won't be able to operate normally. Lu Wei furrowed his brows and looked back at him. The company can't function without him. It really can't. Lin Shaoli nodded and said, he was personally invited by Director Lu. He's quite important to our company. Without him, the entire R&D center can't function. Nonsense if you don't believe it. He's just an employee. Our DK group can run smoothly without anyone. Lu Wei was furious, trembling all over, standing firm in place. The chairman can be absent, and the company can still operate normally. If you're not in the company, it won't function. What international joke is this? After calming down, Lu Wei suddenly remembered something. Looking up, he complained to Shaoli, why didn't you tell us earlier that the director of the R&D Institute is actually a young man? Lin Shaoli was stunned, then nervously replied after a while, Mr. Lu, you didn't ask me either. Didn't I tell you before to inform me about all important matters of the group? Lu Wei reminded. I've explained everything. Lin Shaoli explained, I thought you would pay attention to high-tech talents like Director Tang. Alright, you go out first. Lu Wei, feeling a bit annoyed, waved his hand and said, bring the crew members to me. Yes, Mr. Lin Shioli nodded, then ran out feeling relieved. He was caught off guard by the new female CEO. After all, this is their family business. You, a top graduate from Tiffany Business School, don't even know the director of your own research institute. Who can you blame for this? Of course, it's not entirely Lu Wei's fault. After graduating from business school, Lu Wei has been working on Wall Street. He simply had no time to care about domestic matters. If it weren't for Lu Chuanfeng intentionally letting him take over the family business, he would probably still be on Wall Street. Hanchen Lu Wei gripped his pen, looking unwilling as he said, I refuse to believe it. With so many talents in the country, no one can replace you. I refuse to believe it. With so many talents in the country, no one can replace you. For a group or company, the worst fear is someone having absolute power within the organization. If one person reaches a level of overwhelming power, it poses a significant threat to the board of directors. Of course, one point overlooked by Lu Wei is that exceptions are made for those with capabilities. When one person holds technology capable of overturning the entire industry, they become the industry's guiding star. Faced with such talent, what you should consider is not whether they have overwhelming power, but rather if you can retain them. If you have such talent, can you keep them? As Lu Wei was deep in thought with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. Can Mr. Lu come in? Came the voice of the production team from outside. Lu Wei raised his hand to adjust his appearance, then nodded and said, please come in. As the door was pushed open, the host and photographer walked in together. Mr. Lu's camera is not on yet. The host walked up and said, it's not time for the live broadcast yet. If you have any requests, you can tell us in advance. Alvey glanced at him, sighed deeply, and Dongqing said honestly, I'm starting to regret it now. Looking at the enchanting figure of the host in front of him, Lu Wei shook his head and said, Mr. Lu, we are also very sorry about yesterday's incident. Dongcheng blushed and said, we really didn't know that person's identity. Otherwise, the cameraman would have moved the camera away. Forget it, this matter can't be blamed on you. Lu Wei stood up and said, blame myself. If I had understood the company first and then made a decision, it wouldn't be too late. Dongcheng nodded and comforted from the side, but there is always a silver lining. Look, he took out his phone and pointed to the live broadcast backstage data, saying to Mr. Lu, look at yesterday's ratings. It reached the highest in our broadcast history, and the total online viewership has exceeded 1 billion. Hearing this number of 1 billion, Lu Wei felt even more headache. This means that 1 billion people know about the grievances between him and you, making this mess even harder to clean up. With so many people watching him, can he handle this signing? Isn't this equivalent to publicly humiliating himself in front of 1 billion viewers? He can't do it. I don't want to hear all this. Lu Wei sighed, raised his head and asked, what I want to know is, can the impact of this matter be minimized? Dongcheng was stunned. Mr. Lu, what should we do? The program is now live on the entire network. Everyone already knows. There is no room for salvage. Lu Wei pondered for a while. Let's do this. Next we shift the audience's focus to the company's production line, mainly promoting our company's new energy vehicles. Even though the aerospace-grade Titan alloy cannot be released as planned, Lu Wei wants to explore other options. After yesterday's live broadcast, he and DK Group have become the focus of the entire internet. At this time, if we can divert the audience's attention to DK's new energy vehicles, we may achieve twice the result with half the effort. As long as the car sales increase and the company's performance does not decline, the board of directors won't find any faults. As for the position of the director of the Technical Research Institute, we can always recruit a qualified talent from elsewhere. Dongqing pondered for a moment, nodded and said, wherever Mr. Lu wants us to shoot, we will shoot. Since yesterday's program became popular, the program director has already given them instructions. No matter what requests the female CEO of DK Group makes, try to fulfill them as much as possible. Lu Wei is currently the guarantee for the ratings. If the filming goes smoothly, then everything will be fine. Alright, you all get ready first. Lu Wei waved his hand and said, later we will go to DK's production line, so make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, Mr. Lu, please rest assured. Dongcheng and the other members of the program team nodded, then quickly turned and walked away. Although they said so on the surface, they didn't actually think that way. Make sure nothing goes wrong. You are the one who causes trouble for Mr. Lu, right? You were the one who fired employees yesterday and reformed the company's atmosphere. It has nothing to do with our program team. We are only responsible for the live broadcast. After seeing the program team members leave, Lu Wei began to arrange the next tasks. He graduated from the business school with a double degree in management, so he is not useless. He has a lot of experience in managing companies. He first pondered over yesterday's events, the potential impact on the group, and then began devising rescue plans based on various factors. You are the director of the research institute. Being dismissed is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the company. First, there was the fermentation of online public opinion, followed by fluctuations in the company's stock price, and finally the board of directors collectively turning against him. We are just at the beginning, with online public opinion starting to ferment. As for the company's stock price, he hasn't had time to pay attention to it. He has been dealing with you all morning, his mind is already in chaos. While Mr. Lu Wei was sitting on a chair lost in thought, he suddenly saw Lin Shelley rushing in. After yesterday's turmoil, the company's stock price plummeted, and the board of directors has already called to hold him accountable. Lin Shelley tightly held the phone in her hand and asked, "Do you want to take this call?" Ignoring it, Lu Wei's face turned pale, and he replied, "You handle it for me first. I will try my best to recover the losses." In his view, there is still a chance to salvage the situation and minimize the losses as much as possible. If we start now and utilize DK's new energy vehicles, maybe we can make DK New Energy stand out successfully. Once the product gains attention, the interest will skyrocket. By then, as long as we increase sales and orders, we can naturally recover the losses. This way, he can also explain himself in front of the board of directors. Although there may be some slight fluctuations in the stock market during this period, as long as he finds someone to replace you, this storm will definitely subside. Perhaps by then, the board of directors will smoothly accept him and make him the unquestionable new female CEO. With this in mind, Lu Wei opened his phone and began searching for high-tech talents to stand by your side. After searching around, he suddenly realized that he hadn't received your personal resume. Shelley handed me Tang Feng's resume. Lu Wei didn't even look up and said. Lin Shelley first paused in surprise, then shook her head and said, "Director Lu, the HR department doesn't have Director Tang's resume. He was personally invited by Director Lu. If you want to check, you can search online." Lu Wei frowned slightly and said, "As the president, I have to search online for an employee's resume." Although he was unhappy, he had no other choice but to silently start searching on his phone. He was clueless before checking, but as soon as he did, he was dumbfounded. Lu Wei suddenly realized that the young man he had fired was actually the most famous teenage genius at Lunka University. At the age of 15, he obtained 10 national patents, and in the same year, he received the highest scholarships from Lunka University and Funia University, as well as swept all the awards in the school. No wonder this guy's house is full of trophies and medals. Lu Wei couldn't help but sigh in amazement, and suddenly noticed a short video. How was the teenage genius cultivated? At 15, he was winning awards left and right. At 18, he was being pursued by major companies. At 20, he became an honorary professor at Lunka University and the director of the DK Research Institute. How did he achieve all this at such a young age? In the short video, there was your slightly naive face. Looking at that innocent face in the video, Lu Wei suddenly remembered his high heels. When he left your house earlier, he threw his shoes in a fit of anger. Those shoes were a limited edition worldwide. Apart from Princess Diana having the same pair, there are only a few in the world. My shoes. Lu Wei couldn't help but worry secretly, wondering if this guy would casually throw them away. If they really end up in the trash, my limited edition pair will be ruined. Thinking about this, Lu Wei secretly made up his mind to visit your place again, no matter what, to retrieve his shoes. However, thinking about where you live, Lu Wei became more puzzled. As a young genius, your residence and lifestyle are just too ordinary. Over these years, you've been able to have a life beyond the imagination of ordinary people just by earning patent fees. But why are you so frugal? A person of considerable wealth, yet you don't have a luxury car when going out, don't live in a lavish estate, and don't have gardeners and maids surrounding you. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, with your status and position, you shouldn't be living this way. Thinking about this, Lu Wei couldn't help but become even more curious about you. Tang Fong, what kind of person are you? President Tang of Lu Corporation is live streaming. Just when Lu Wei was full of curiosity, Lin Shelley suddenly shouted from the side. What? Lu Wei was startled. After walking over, his shock eased a bit. It turns out you didn't initiate the live stream, but media reporters went to interview you. President Tang, it's been said that you're sponsoring 6 technology research centers simultaneously. Is this true? In the live stream, the host is interviewing you carefully face to face. Yes, it's true. You nod. Learning knows no bounds. Strong youth make a strong nation. The high-end technology we possess shouldn't be inferior to other countries. May I ask boldly, the host politely inquired. As we all know, the research budget of the Technology Research Institute is substantial, and you probably need to support these 6 research centers each year.
How much? Around 60 million.
You said calmly, for the 6 research centers, each center has an annual expense of approximately 10 million.
Hearing this, the host couldn't help but take a sharp breath.
60 million, these research centers are all incubators for newcomers. In other words, all these research centers are supported by you. The R&D personnel inside include students from the field of technology, and so on. Although these students may seem unimpressive, with your support and assistance, they manage to develop numerous achievements every year and overcome many technical challenges. The host's emotions surged, looking up with admiration, saying, on behalf of the students at the research center, thank you for your support and assistance over the years. Pausing, he continued, we all know that over the years, many students you've helped have become elites in various fields. If they all wanted to follow you one day, would you agree? Follow me? You hesitated, smiling as you replied, why follow me? They are shining in various industries, isn't that great? Besides, I can't handle so many followers under me. The reason for supporting the 6 research centers is because you have your own needs, not because you are exceptionally selfless or great. Since activating the technology tree in your brain, you need a significant amount of R&D contribution points to continuously nourish this tree. This technology tree, when nurtured, will bloom and bear various cutting-edge high-tech technologies. For example, there are achievements in technology like the aerospace-grade heat-resistant and cold-resistant Titan core, as well as nanometal devices undetectable even by radar, all of which are technological advancements. And you only need to earn research and development contribution points at the research center to exchange for these cutting-edge blueprints. Initially, you thought you had to earn the contribution points by yourself. But since you discovered that any project you participate in generates contribution points, you couldn't stop. First, you supported many university laboratories, and then you established 6 research centers yourself. The main focus is on cultivating potential talents and exporting cutting-edge talents for the country. Over the years, although supporting newcomers has cost you a lot of money, the rewards have been substantial. All kinds of cutting-edge technologies on the technology tree have matured, and you can freely harvest from them as needed. Take, for example, the aerospace-grade titanium Titan alloy that was just conquered a few days ago. This is a significant breakthrough, with high compatibility with aviation technology. Once applied in the aviation field, it will greatly enhance its reputation. If it is applied to the automotive field in the future, the level of acclaim can be imagined, definitely leading by a large margin.
President Tang, what I mean by following is different from what you understand. The host smiled and handed you an invitation letter.
This is an entrepreneurial invitation from Lin Jun, the founder of Red Bean Technology, to you. He slowed down and said, Mr.
Lin mentioned that as long as you are willing, they are willing to provide 10 billion as startup capital to jointly establish a new energy vehicle enterprise with you.
The high-caliber talents you support have also expressed their willingness to follow you and help you create a new business.
What 10 billion?
When Lu Wei heard the host mention this figure, he was instantly dumbfounded.
This is not a small amount.
There are not many companies willing to invest 10 billion to establish a new car company.
However, the mention of Lin Jun made Lu Wei feel unquestionable.
Red Bean Technology, founded by Lin Jun, is a Fortune 500 company.
Even if they were asked to provide 20 billion, they could easily afford it.
What Lu Wei couldn't believe was why it had to be you. You were just an employee mistakenly fired by yourself.
How could you receive the olive branch thrown by Lin Jun? Do you really have such great influence? Should I really bow down to you?
Thinking of this, Lu Wei took a deep breath and comforted herself silently in her heart. Don't believe it, this must be a play directed by Tang Fong himself. He is deliberately provoking me, wanting me to apologize to him in front of the whole internet.
Will I fall for it? Absolutely not. Wow, President Lu.
Just as Lu Wei was consoling herself quietly, she suddenly heard Lin Shelley beside her saying, no wonder President Tang never drives luxury cars, holds such a high position in the company, and never indulges in a lavish lifestyle.
It turns out, he actually sponsors 6 research centers. He's so great, isn't he?
No wonder many girls in our company secretly admire him.
What?
Lu Wei saw her standing there like a love-struck girl, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes.
Why is everyone praising Tang Fong? Why are you all against me?
However, Lin Shelley's words made her understand one thing. No wonder Tang Fong lives so modestly. He needs to allocate 60 million each year to support 6 research centers.
But why would he do that?
Normally, a young man of his age should be thinking about enjoying life. Driving luxury cars, living in mansions, embracing beautiful women as a groom.
That's what a restless young man should do. Shouldn't you indulge extravagantly after overnight wealth?
Why support 6 research centers?
Tang Fong, oh Tang Fong, the higher you are praised, the more wrong I, Lu Wei, have been.
Forget it, I won't watch, it's all just his own show. The more Lu Wei thought about it, the angrier she became, turning her head away from the live stream on her phone.
Is the production team ready?
If he goes live, we go live too. Let's go to the production line for a live broadcast.
Lu Wei said defiantly. His own show?
Lin Shelley was already bewildered.
President Lu, aren't you just deceiving yourself?
Although she thought so, Lin Shelley obediently closed the live stream, turned around, and went to find the production team's staff. President Lu is on fire with his new position. It's only the second day, he's definitely going to make a big impact on the production line. She must single-handedly save the DK Tower from collapsing.
DK New Energy Production Line. Second workshop. Led by assistant Lin Shelley, the crew of Go, President, and Lu Wei walked grandly towards the second workshop. Learning from yesterday's lesson, this time Lu Wei directly greeted the workshop.
The live stream must proceed smoothly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome President Lu and the crew for the visit.
Liang Hong, the person in charge of the second workshop, saw Lu Wei and hurriedly came out to greet her. After all, Lu Wei is also the daughter of Chairman Lu, they have to give her this face.
Although everyone had strong opinions about the new female CEO after yesterday's misunderstanding, they couldn't show it on the surface. Seeing Liang Hong, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction and shouted to the camera, "Aren't you all curious about DK's production workshop? Today, I'll take you on a tour of our workshop." After saying that, she walked forward with a sexy stride. On both sides of the road in the second workshop, employees stood in 2 rows, waving to Lu Wei. They were giving her face, quite different from yesterday's research center incident. Seeing this scene before her, Lu Wei finally felt a bit relieved. It seems that even in a live stream, you can't be too real, you still need to greet properly. If she had greeted them in advance yesterday, there wouldn't have been such a shocking incident that went viral. President Lu, hello. The engineers greeted Lu Wei with smiles.
The second workshop is fully automated, occupying a large area, but with few employees, all of them highly skilled talents.
Modern new energy vehicles are almost entirely intelligently crafted. Even the production platform has been almost fully automated, operated, and assembled by robotic arms.
However, to Lu Wei's surprise, the engineers seemed idle today, and the workshop was quite calm. The workshop, which used to operate day and night without stopping, was now silent, with even the robotic arms at a standstill.
Lu Wei glanced inside and her expression changed suddenly.
She turned to Liang Hong beside her.
"General Liang, why is the workshop stopped? Do you know how many new cars we need to deliver this month?"
"Ha? Well." Liang Hong scratched his head awkwardly.
"Ms.
Lu, it's not that we want to stop, but the machines can't operate."
"What?"
Lu Wei looked at him in confusion.
"Why? Isn't the second workshop under your responsibility? Why can't it operate?"
Liang Hong sighed and explained, "Ms.
Lu, this production line was personally built by Director Tang.
The electronic interactions and the robotic arms are all patented by Director Tang. Without his authorization, we dare not start the workshop."
"Patented?" Lu Wei was stunned. "Didn't we buy his patents? That's called leasing." Liang Hong sighed. "The machinery in the workshop uses Director Tang's computer authorization.
Moreover, the Xuanwu structure of the vehicle frame and the car paint, everything is Director Tang's patent. Now that he's been dismissed, without his authorization certificate, our entire production line can't operate." Lu Wei narrowed her eyes, shook her head, and said, "Nonsense. The contract clearly states that even if Director Tang resigns, we can still use his patents, albeit with increased fees." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Liang Hong nodded repeatedly.
"Yes, Ms. Lu is right, but
you have to personally negotiate with Director Tang to get back his authorization password early. Without the password, our production line can't run smoothly."
"All right, leave this matter to me. I'll handle it." Lu Wei took out her phone somewhat reluctantly, preparing to call Tang Fong.
But then she remembered that he was probably being interviewed, so his phone was likely still switched off. No wonder this guy looked so confident, knowing that I would come back to him. Thinking this, Lu Wei turned to look at the engineers behind her and noticed a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Clearly, in the matter of dismissing Tang Fong, they were also on his side. Now, not to mention the entire DK group, even on the assembly line of DK New Energy, all the employees probably wouldn't stand with her. Normally, Director Tang was in charge of the workshop's production. Whether it was developing the vehicle's architecture or researching the vehicle's anti-radar detection and paint, it was all done by Tang Fong with the project team. It can be said that without director Tang, there would be no DK New Energy today. Such a great contributor, and you dare to dismiss him just like that. What about us? If one day you're not happy with us ordinary engineers, will you also dismiss us together? Therefore, the impact of this wave of operations can be imagined. MS. Lu, we have already started recording. Dong Qing, the host on the side, quickly reminded in a low voice. If the second workshop is not ready, shall we switch to another workshop? Due to yesterday's misunderstanding, the program Go, President, had already become popular all over the internet. Many netizens who liked to join in the fun were now following the development of this incident. At this moment, seeing that the program had already started, a large number of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. DK's production line is not moving? Has the backlash of cutting off the main artery begun? Seeing MS. Lu like this, it seems like she doesn't intend to bring director Tang back. Does she still want to deliver the vehicles on time? Mad, I placed an order, and I'm supposed to pick up the car by the end of the month. I hope this doesn't affect my pickup time. Brother Meng, let me tell you something. After Tang Fong was dismissed, DK Group can no longer use any of his patents unless they get Tang Feng's authorization again. Look at Miss Lu's puzzled expression. Honestly, I still prefer your unruly demeanor. Indeed, Miss Lu, please don't change. Other new energy companies are now customizing banners to thank you for dismissing that young genius. Bullet comments were flooding in rapidly. Some netizens who enjoyed gossip began to banter in the comments. Lu Wei frowned, stood still for a moment, and nodded. How about we go to the sales department first? I'll show everyone the latest new car we've produced. Sounds good. Dong Chang nodded and said to the camera, friends, have you seen this magnificent production workshop? Your beloved cars are all made here, but... She smiled slightly, since President Lu is being gracious and allowing us to visit their latest showroom, let's go to DK New Energy's showroom first. Maybe we'll see the newest models. With that, the production team followed Lu Wei as they all headed towards the showroom. DK's industrial park was vast, and to reach any section, they needed an electric sightseeing car. After Lu Wei got into her CEO-exclusive vehicle, she took out her phone and dialed her father, Lu Qifeng. Since she and Tang Fong had reached an impasse, but her father still had a relationship with him, she could ask him to help mediate. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. A prompt tone came from the phone. Lu Wei was completely dumbfounded. How come she couldn't even reach her dad by phone? Was he avoiding her too? Obviously, Lu Qifeng was currently traveling and deliberately avoiding getting involved in this matter, wanting to toughen her up. As the new CEO of the company, if she couldn't handle even this small matter, how could she inherit DK Group in the future? Ugh, do I really have to face Tang Fong again? I don't want to play games with him anymore. What if he threatens me again? Trying to regain patent authorization won't be easy. They've already clashed, and if they meet again, it will surely be tense. Initially, it was just a trivial matter that could be resolved with an additional agreement. However, can they really sit down and talk together now? She even threw her own shoes out in the morning. They were already at odds. Despite her doubts, Lu Wei took out her phone and tentatively dialed Tang Feng's number. Beep. This time, the call finally went through. Not long after, Tang Feng's voice came from the other end. Hello, this is Lu Wei. Lu Wei pressed down on her thumping heart and forced herself to sound calm. Can we talk? President Lu? Tang Feng's tone was calm, seemingly not angry. Talk about what? Do you want to take back your high heels? I'm not talking about that. Lu Wei cut to the chase. I went to the workshop today, and Liang Hong said all the patents on the production line are yours. I want to get your patent authorization. This was Lu Qifeng's biggest concern about her. Lu Wei had the ability to manage the company, but she was too straightforward and liked to handle things strictly business. Just like the conversation just now, her unquestionable tone made Tang Fong very unhappy. Tang Fong smiled slightly and said over the phone, President Lu, I'm glad you called me, but I don't like the way you're talking. As he spoke, he paused and said, don't forget, you're the one looking to do business with me now, not the other way around. You. Lu Wei was furious but dared not explode. Fine, I'll change. Slowing her tone, she apologized. I'm sorry, President Tang. I was too impulsive just now. As you know, we have many orders at the company, and the workshop can't stop working. Otherwise, we won't be able to deliver to the customers by the end of the month. Okay, Tang Fong agreed indifferently. I understand what you're saying, but don't forget, I've already been laid off. So, I am sincerely discussing with you about the patent licensing fee. We can increase it. General Manager Lu, I won't hide it from you, at least 10 car companies have called me today, all wanting my patent authorization.
Tang Fong asked her with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Why should I grant authorization to you alone?" "Because you are the director of DK Research Institute."
Lu Wei hurriedly negotiated, "Tang Fong, our production line is built using your patents.
You can't be so irresponsible, you can't ignore professional ethics." "Oh, you're talking to me about professional ethics?" Tang Fong responded with a smile. "You've already laid me off, and you're talking to me about professional ethics?"
Lu Wei felt guilty. It was a misunderstanding.
Was it a misunderstanding? Tang Fong shook his head. "I don't think so. You personally signed the dismissal order, I believe.
You must have known my identity at that time."
"Tang Fong, it was live broadcast at that time." Lu Wei was getting anxious. "Are you asking me to embarrass myself in front of the whole internet? You know, that wasn't my intention."
"I didn't know you were the director of DK Research Institute at that time." Lu Wei tried to refute vehemently, but she couldn't change the fact that she had already signed the document. She did indeed know Tang Feng's identity at that time, but out of pride, she didn't want to face her mistake.
How could a newly appointed female CEO admit to making a mistake?
If it was a mistake, she would rather stick to it. However, she underestimated the impact of this mistake.
Tang Fong asked thoughtfully, "You really didn't know I was the director of DK Research Institute?"
Lu Wei fell silent.
"I knew," Lu Wei explained, "but do you know?"
"I had to pretend not to know because I am the CEO of DK Group. I can't disgrace DK Group."
"So you can disgrace me?" Tang Fong said, "Do you know that I am the director of DK Research Institute and an honorary professor at Lanka University?"
"By laying me off, you are also disgracing DK Group." With a pause, he continued, "Rest assured, these patents were developed at DK Research Institute.
I will grant you the relevant patent authorization, but you will have to pay double the patent fee."
After saying this, Tang Fong didn't give her time to react and hung up the phone directly. Hearing Tang Feng's words, Lu Wei felt a mix of emotions and didn't know what to say. Most importantly, for the first time in many years, someone dared to hang up on her.
"What's so special about that?"
Lu Wei put away her phone, feeling as if something had blocked her heart.
"Isn't he just a mere director of DK Research Institute? What's there to be arrogant about? Even if you're powerful, can you be more powerful than the top talents in the industry? Believe it or not, I can recruit a more talented high-tech expert than you."
Lu Wei thought to herself silently.
After spending so many years abroad, why not bring in a high-tech expert from outside to replace Tang Fong? What's so special about a young genius? What about being an honorary professor? Can you match a truly seasoned professor's expertise?
"One day, I will invite a professor from Fornia University to replace you."
Lulu.
As Lu Wei was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Lin Xiaoli calling her from the side.
"What's up?" Lu Wei looked up at her.
Lin Xiaoli pointed to the news on her phone and said, "President Tang
seems to be in talks with Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology."
Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly turned her head to take a look. Indeed, in the picture, Tang Fong was shaking hands with Lin Jun, both of them wearing happy smiles.
"This traitor,"
Lu Wei muttered under her breath, "just left our company and immediately embraced someone else, shameless."
"Traitor?" Lin Xiaoli was taken aback. "Lulu, you were the one who dismissed him first, right?"
"Ha?" Lu Wei furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure on her face.
"Oh, that's not what I meant."
Lin Xiaoli lowered her head. "I meant, President Tang is not a traitor, he left the company through proper channels, it's normal to engage with other investors."
"Xiaoli, what do you mean? Are you interested in him?"
Lu Wei frowned, staring at Lin Xiaoli beside her.
"Oh, Lulu, I'm not." Lin Xiaoli's pretty face instantly blushed, lowering her head. "How could I be worthy of President Tang? Humph, what kind of taste?"
Lu Wei sneered, slightly disdainful.
"Just 100 billion? I don't believe it. Can Lin Jun really invest this 100 billion in him?"
Seeing her expression, Lin Xiaoli secretly stuck out her tongue and murmured in a barely audible voice, "Even if I like him, he wouldn't like me back.
I'm not like you, with a chairman father and a female CEO myself."
Before getting off the car, Lu Wei, feeling uneasy, took out her phone to check again.
Sure enough, the top headline was about Tang Fong. Former DK Research Institute President Tang Fong in talks with Red Bean Technologies Lin Jun. Can the two giants facilitate cooperation?
Red Bean Technology founder Lin Jun joins hands with Longjing Motors, investing 100 billion in former DK Research Institute president, changing the landscape of domestic new energy.
DK's Miss Lu Wei's move, will it change the direction of new energy vehicles?
The first two headlines didn't surprise Lu Wei, as she had just seen the photo of Tang Fong shaking hands with Lin Jun. But the third hot search made her laugh and cry.
"Why am I everywhere? You can discuss Tang Fong or Lin Jun, Talk about the direction of new energy, why drag me into it? Lulu Wei felt a headache coming on.
She was now the focus of the entire internet, and if her father or the board members of DK Group saw these hot searches, it would surely cause trouble. 100 billion investment, another 100 billion investment. Seeing these words, Lulu Wei felt her temples throbbing. Could it be that he's really worth 100 billion investment? He is indeed a young genius, with numerous awards and patents. But he made me apologize to him in front of the whole internet. Can I agree to that? I, Lulu Wei, also have my pride. My father is the chairman of DK Group, and I am the newly appointed CEO. If I apologize to you like this, where does my dignity go? The more she thought about it, the more conflicted Lulu Wei became. Just as she was torn inside, she suddenly heard Lin Shirley beside her saying, "Lulu, we're here." Lulu Wei looked up and saw the DK New Energy exhibition hall right in front of her. The exhibition hall was very large, designed in a minimalist style, filled with various vehicles that looked very impressive. Wow, such a huge exhibition hall? Host Dong Qing and the production team were also amazed by the scale of the exhibition hall. No wonder investors from all over the world are willing to invest in DK. After all, DK was hiding such a massive showcase center. Investors were mesmerized by the mature workshop and the dazzling exhibition hall. Friends, this is truly amazing. Dong Qing held the microphone, shouting into the live camera, "I have visited numerous companies and attended many events, but it's the first time I've seen such a grand internal exhibition hall." This exhibition hall was designed for internal use by the DK Group and rarely shown to the outside world. It only briefly reveals its true face during new car launch events. At this moment, the barrage in the live chat room exploded. Wow, this is DK's exhibition hall? No wonder Mr. Lu is so strong-willed. The strength of the DK Group is so impressive. Impressive strength? Do you know that at least half of the cars here are designed by director Tang? DK New Energy might become a thing of the past. I heard that Tang Fong is already in talks with General Lin. If they can cooperate, the impact would be unimaginable. A Fortune 500 company, coupled with Longjing Motors support, Tang Feng's starting point is too high. It's hard not to be successful. Do you think Mr. Lu will regret it? Regret? Once Director Tang really starts his own business, Mr. Lu won't even have a chance to cry. The audience was eager to watch the excitement and discuss the hot topics. At this moment, Lu Wei was not concerned about these matters but focused all her attention on promoting new energy vehicles. With so many new models, as long as one can break through, it could save DK. However, she never imagined that every car here was designed by Tang Fong. Could she really save DK from its current predicament with Tang Feng's help? Inside the DK exhibition hall, the spacious and bright space, the spotless floor, seemed to pave a starry path for each displayed car. A faint fragrance lingered in the exhibition hall. Occasionally, soft background music could be heard, adding a sense of tranquility and harmony to the entire hall. Various brand new DK New Energy vehicles were artfully arranged around the exhibition hall. Some were even unreleased models. Some were the latest models from DK, only seen in official photos. Today, under Lu Wei's leadership, everyone unexpectedly saw the most anticipated DK New Energy model on the internet, the Crouching Dragon. Friends, this is our latest DK New Energy model, the DK Crouching Dragon. Lu Wei pointed to the stunning vehicle in front of her and introduced, it was inspired by the Crouching Dragon from the Three Kingdoms, designed by the world's most famous designer, Chade. It's noble and luxurious. The appearance of the DK Crouching Dragon was stunning. Its body lines were sleek, colors vibrant, and every detail meticulously polished. The interior space was like a hidden paradise. The luxurious interior, advanced technological features, all highlighted the quality and nobility of this car. Lu Wei looked at the DK Crouching Dragon in front of her with pride and said, "This car uses the Xuanwu architecture, and the body is cast from high-density dragon pattern steel, with a safety factor that has already reached #1 globally." Many people knew that the two letters of DK Group stood for Dream King, meaning the king's dream. Coupled with the name of DK Crouching Dragon, this car had garnered immense attention since its inception. Turtle, is this the true face of the DK Crouching Dragon? It's truly breathtaking. The most prestigious car. I heard that this car was personally crafted by Director Tang, using 12 of his patents, each one leading the way. Indeed, the most prestigious car, but it's likely to be DK's swan song. Director Tang has been dismissed. Will this car still be able to launch successfully? I envy those who got their orders in early. I heard that the first 10,000 car owners will receive a commemorative gold key with President Tang's signature. Upon hearing Lu Wei's introduction, the audience in the live broadcast room started discussing with each other. As time passed by, more and more viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. The trending searches in these past few days were incredibly hot, attracting even those who were not originally interested in the show to join in the excitement. Oh my, Dongcheng, our live broadcast room has broken another record. A staff member on the side saw the data and quickly whispered to Dongcheng, "Another record broken?" Dongcheng's face lit up with a hint of joy, and she hurriedly said, "That's great, everyone, keep up the good work." They never expected that what was originally just an ordinary variety show would continuously trend due to this hot topic. "Lu, the popularity of our live broadcast room has doubled compared to last time." Dongqing couldn't contain her inner joy and quickly informed Lu Wei of this news. Doubled? Lu Wei was taken aback. The total online popularity reached 1 billion yesterday, wouldn't it explode even more today? With this in mind, Lu Wei suddenly had an idea. Since the show was so popular, why not feature DK Wulong's orders? Although the production capacity couldn't keep up for now, they could temporarily gather funds to fill the losses caused by the stock market. Since the layoff incident had an impact, she had to leverage its popularity to make up for the losses. With determination, Lu Wei said, "Dongcheng, can we feature DK Wulong's orders in the live broadcast room? With the current high popularity, there will surely be many takers." "Well," Dongcheng thought for a moment and said to Lu Wei, "Of course we can. DK Group is a sponsor of our show, and all of this is within the contract." After the incident yesterday, the show's team was most afraid of Lu Wei quitting the show. The executive director had already instructed that as long as she didn't quit, even if she made unreasonable demands, they had to agree. Moreover, when negotiating with the show's team, Lu Wei had mentioned live streaming for sales. If the show's team hadn't agreed to let her promote new cars in the live broadcast room, she wouldn't have easily agreed to participate in the show. After all, she had come from Wall Street and would never engage in a losing deal. "Alright, let's feature the orders then," Lu Wei said thoughtfully. "Let's start with 100,000 orders and see if everyone really likes this car." "Yes, Lu." The team members quickly responded. "Lu, can I have a word with you?" While Lu Wei was deeply engrossed in discussions with the show's team, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed into the exhibition hall. He was in charge of DK Group's sales department, named Che Zhan. Around 50 years old, he was the sales director of DK Group. "Director Che?" Lu Wei turned to look at Che Zhan, asking, "What's the matter?" Che Zhan pulled Lu Wei aside a few steps and whispered, "Lu, DK Wulong can't be sold temporarily." "Can't be sold?" Lu Wei furrowed her brows, asking, "But didn't you just finish a technical presentation a while ago?" The orders for Wulong had accumulated to 20,000. "That was before." Che Zhan said helplessly, "Things are different now. DK Wulong can't be sold temporarily, our production capacity can't keep up." Before this, as soon as DK Wulong was released, it instantly topped the charts of major media outlets. Less than 5 minutes after the new car technology presentation ended, the backstage orders surged by 50,000. Later, due to issues with the new car's production capacity, DK Group had to proactively cancel 30,000 orders. They also promised that when the new car was officially released, these 30,000 users would be given priority for booking. At that time, Lu Wei had just returned to the country and was delighted to hear the news. Production capacity can't keep up? How is that possible? Lu Wei frowned. Didn't we just build several production lines? We have several production workshops that can produce a considerable number of vehicles each month, which clearly wouldn't affect production capacity. She had just obtained Tang Fong's authorization, and the workshop was now officially up and running. Ah! The head of the car department saw that she didn't understand his meaning and hurriedly explained, "Ms. Lu, let me be clear with you, this car can no longer be sold because of you." "Me?" Lu Wei was stunned, furrowing her brows. "Why?" "Because you drove away Director Tang." The head of the car department no longer beat around the bush. This car was personally designed by Director Tang, incorporating nearly 12 patented designs by him. Now that he has been dismissed, the cost of these 12 patents has doubled. If we continue to sell at the original price, we will suffer a huge loss. The current new energy market is very competitive, with everyone aiming for high sales volume with low profit margins. DK New Energy has been sought after precisely because of its reasonable pricing, coupled with its powerful performance and various cutting-edge technologies that attract customers. Oh, Lu Wei was taken aback, only now realizing, although they had regained authorization for the patents, the price had doubled. She had been so focused on obtaining the patent authorization that she had forgotten about this aspect. If what the head of the car department said was true, DK Wulong indeed could not continue production. Otherwise, even with DK Group's size and strength, they wouldn't be able to sustain such losses. What should we do? Lu Wei panicked instantly. I had just instructed Dongqing to open the live streaming orders, and they are probably selling like hotcakes now.
What? Hurry, immediately have them take down the orders. The head of the car department was breaking out in a cold sweat. If we continue selling like this, we won't be able to explain to the chairman. Lu Wei had no idea that with each DK Woolong sold, Tang Feng's income doubled. DK New Energy was truly working for him. Dongqing, DK Woolong can't be sold anymore, take down the remaining orders. Lu Wei rushed to Dongqing, shouting at the program staff. Take down? Everyone present was stunned upon hearing Lu Wei's words. After a while, Dongqing stepped forward and said, Ms. Lu, the 100,000 orders you specified were all sold out in less than 10 minutes. What? Lu Wei felt as if thunder had struck on a sunny day, her vision darkening, almost falling to the ground. 100,000 cars. Sold out in less than 10 minutes? How could it be so popular? Even with many people joining in, it shouldn't have sold out so quickly, right? How much would DK Group lose with 100,000 Woolongs sold? Dongqing didn't expect Lu Wei to have this expression. Shouldn't she be happy that the cars were sold out? Why couldn't he see any joy on her face? With this in mind, Dongqing tentatively asked, Ms. Lu, is there a problem? No problem. Lu Wei covered her forehead, sighed, I just need to take a breather. As she stood there, she muttered to herself, how is this possible? 100,000 cars, does Tang Fong have such great influence? Ms. Lu. Just then, Dongqing on the side suddenly said, the 100,000 cars were all sold out, and fans are sending barrage messages asking us to add more orders, should we? Add more? No, don't add more. Lu Wei raised her head and shouted, the orders for DK Woolong are already full, let everyone wait for our latest models. Add more orders? Lu Wei was on the verge of collapse. If this continues, our entire DK group will have to work for Tang Fong. With 100,000 cars and just these 12 patents, he will be making a fortune. DK's production line is just busy work, all the money earned goes towards patent fees. Mr. Lu, how is it going? Have the orders been cancelled? Just as Lu Wei was feeling a headache, the director of cars hurried over. Seeing the urgent expression on the director's face, Lu Wei shrugged and said with a bitter smile, Director, 100,000 orders, all snatched up in less than 10 minutes. What? The director didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, breaking the 100,000 mark in orders was a happy occasion, and they were supposed to celebrate with all departments. But now, the entire DK group couldn't find joy in it. Mr. Lu, oh Mr. Lu, you've really caused a big mess this time. Let's see how you'll handle this. If you don't bring back President Tang, you won't last long as the CEO. The DK group is in chaos, but Tang Fong is relaxed. At this moment, he is having tea and discussing with Lin Jun, the founder of Red Bean Technology. President Tang, we heard that you sponsored 6 research centers, and we greatly admire this. That's why I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Lin Jun sat on the sofa, smiling at Tang Fong, as Wei, the general manager of Longjing Motors, said, you are a role model for us young people today. You're too kind. Tang Fong smiled and shook his head, it's just a matter of lending an umbrella to other juniors as I've been through the rain myself. Pausing, he continued, when I first started in research and development, it was tough, and I understand that hardship. I can relate to your feelings, Lin Jun said cheerfully, but things are different now. Red Bean Technology is willing to invest 10 billion to cooperate with you, to jointly create the latest domestic new energy. Yes, President Lin is right. Wei, the general manager of Longjing Motors, nodded, we have 8 production lines, not inferior to DK Group in scale. As long as President Tang is willing, all 8 of our production lines can serve you. This was a very sincere conversation. Longjing Motors had already expressed their stance. As long as Tang Fong was willing to start a business with them, they were even willing to allocate their own production line to promote his new energy. This was a commitment that many companies dared not make. After all, no one dared to bet everything on one person. Bringing out all 8 production lines at once meant delaying their own orders, which was a great deal of trust. You hear that? We come with sincerity. Lin Jun smiled and said, President Tang, I won't hide it from you, Wei has long wanted to cooperate with you, but just didn't have the chance. He joked, yesterday, I was telling Wei that he should give a banner to Mr. Lu, thank him properly. If Lu hadn't issued the order to expel guests, how could you have invited the nationally renowned Mr. Woolong? Ha ha. Wei couldn't help but laugh at Lin Jun's words. Lin, it seems like I'm not the only one who should send a banner, right? Although Lin Jun's words were teasing, it was indeed true that Wei should send a banner to Lu Wei. Thank her for releasing this highly anticipated talent. How about it, President Tang, is our sincerity enough? After teasing, Lin Jun turned to Tang Fong. It's enough. Tang Fong nodded, I feel honored that you both trust me.
Pausing, he continued, however, a project worth billions is no small matter. I hope we can all calm down and consider it carefully. After all, once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Wei and I have already thought it through. Lin Jun chuckled and stood up, saying, I have made up my mind. At the age of 50, I want to join forces with you to fight for domestic new energy. Yes, that's what Mr. Lin said, to fight for domestic new energy. Wei, the general manager of Longjing Motors, stood up and nodded silently. No one dared to question Tang Feng's abilities. After all, DK New Energy's leading position for so long was all thanks to this young genius. He was the benchmark in the new energy industry. Wherever he stood, there was a trend. Alright, thank you for the trust, give me 2 days to consider. Tang Fong nodded, modestly saying, I just left my previous company, I need a few days to rest. President Tang is right. Lin Jun and General Manager Wei agreed on the side. Although they were afraid of losing the imminent cooperation, they also had to understand others' feelings. As the saying goes, what's yours won't run away, and what's not yours, you won't get. Since they had shown enough sincerity, there was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Lin Jun stood up and said, President Tang, take a few days to rest first. As for our cooperation. He understood that Tang Fong had been with DK Group for a long time and must have an emotional attachment to the old chairman. Whether he would truly leave DK Group would depend on how things unfolded. Besides, it was fair to compare the favorable conditions offered by different parties. At least, let the dust settle first. DK Group. President's office. Lu Wei sat in her chair, staring blankly at the order in her hand. 100,000 orders, 100,000 cars, how were they going to produce them? For each DK Wulong car, they had to pay a hefty patent fee to Tang Fong. Why did I have to sell this car when my head was hot? Lu Wei grabbed her hair in frustration, muttering to herself, the live broadcast was so popular, if I sold other models, they would surely sell out instantly too. With this in mind, Lu Wei could only look forward to the next live broadcast of Attack, President. If they could maintain this level of popularity, creating another bestseller next time was not impossible. Thinking of this, she called out to her assistant outside, Xiaoli, come in. MS. Lu, did you call for me? Lin Xiaoli walked into the room quickly, looking curiously at Lu Wei. Later, go to the sales department and bring me all the information on the currently available new car models. Lu Wei glanced at Lin Xiaoli and said to her, all the information? Lin Xiaoli was puzzled and asked, Ms. Lu, are you going to sell cars yourself? Yes, haven't you heard? Lu Wei nodded. Today, in just 10 minutes, we sold 100,000 DK Wulong cars. Although it was just a pre-sale, it was still a terrifying number. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Xiaoli smiled and said, of course I heard. MS. Lu, I secretly ordered one myself. What? Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, frowned, and asked, what are you joining in for? I like this car. Lin Xiaoli didn't expect Lu Wei to be angry and said with her head down, this is the last car President Tang designed at DK. It has a lot of commemorative significance, right? I believe others are going crazy to order for the same reason. You. Hearing her words, Lu Wei suddenly had nothing to say. She couldn't help but feel a bit more sentimental. For DK New Energy, this could indeed be the last car Tang Fong was involved with at DK. Since the news of Lin Jun's 10 billion investment broke today, DK Group had been drifting further away from Tang Fong. 10 billion investment, new forces in car manufacturing. Each word would become the focus of attention across the internet. Red Beam Technologies founder teaming up with the former director of DK Research Institute, would that not attract attention? These two most watched business giants together would spark endless discussions even if they weren't creating new energy vehicles. Thinking about this, Lu Wei let out a soft sigh. She thought to herself, no, she couldn't let him get away like this, she had to go find him again. Whether they could come to an agreement this time or not, she at least needed to go and get her shoes back. Those shoes were the same as the ones worn by the princess. They were her favorite pair of shoes, bought with great effort back then. With this in mind, Lu Wei stood up, picked up her coat from the side, and said, Xiaoli, please help me finish the remaining work. I'm going out for a while. Ha? Lin Xiaoli was puzzled and asked, President Lu, are you going to see Director Tang? Lu Wei furrowed her brows. Xiaoli, can you focus on work instead of being so gossipy? Can you put your mind on work? Lin Xiaoli was appointed as the president's assistant by Lu Dianfeng. So, no matter how unbearable Lu Wei found her, she couldn't easily dismiss her. President Lu, I am your assistant. I will definitely help you comprehensively in all work and life aspects. Lin Xiaoli said with a smile, I just saw the news, Director Tang had a great conversation with President Lin of Red Bean Technology, just left the Red Bean Club, and now, probably hasn't arrived home yet. You and your gossip.
Lu Wei gave her a look, shrugged, and said, "Did you consider the time stuck in traffic? I'll drive to Hufang Road, and he should be home by then." "All right." Lin Xiaoli stuck out her tongue. "President Lu, you're always right." Lu Wei glanced at her, ignored her, picked up her bag, and walked out. Lin Xiaoli watched her retreating figure with a smile on her lips. Only after Lu Wei had gone far did she take out her phone and casually sent a message to Chairman Lu Dianfeng. Hufang Road, Qinghe Street. When Lu Wei drove her Rolls-Royce Cullinan to this street again, it was already the evening rush hour. The road was bustling with people, even more congested than in the morning. Lu Wei parked her car in the parking lot, put on a pair of sunglasses, and quickly walked towards Tang Feng's residence. This time, she was familiar with the route. Passing by the pancake fruit stall where she had breakfast in the morning, she deliberately bought a pancake fruit for Tang Fong. However, this time, she added extra spice, devilishly spicy. "Tang Fong, you didn't like me eating one of your pancake fruits, did you? Today, this lady will return the favor. Miss, is this enough this time?" The pancake stall owner kept brushing chili peppers on the pancake. "My chili is much spicier than others." "Not enough, boss, add more." Lu Wei waved her hand. Just this bit of chili, could it make him feel the heat? If it didn't make his throat smoke, it would be hard to ease Lu Wei's resentment. How dare he mock me for playing Sun Shangxiang? This lady was playing this game for the first time. Reaching this level was already impressive, okay? "Oh, you can handle spice so well?" While Lu Wei was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. She looked up and saw Tang Fong standing in front of her, looking at her as if she were a fool. "Hey, how did you see me?" Lu Wei looked around, puzzled. If he saw her, the chili plan would be useless. "Do I need to look?" Tang Fong crossed his arms and chuckled. "With your ladylike appearance, who wouldn't recognize you? Still wearing sunglasses, feeling not eye-catching enough?" I was afraid of being photographed." Lu Wei lowered her head. "Now the whole internet is discussing our affairs. I don't want to be the topic again." Tang Fong looked her up and down, asking, "By the way, why are you here again?" "I came to find you." Lu Wei said somewhat nervously. "My high heels. Aren't they still with you?" "Miss Lu, with your distinguished status, can you still retrieve a throne shoe?" Tang Fong looked at her with a smile. "So what if I have a distinguished status, does that mean I can't wear shoes?" Lu Wei retorted. "Do you know how much my shoes cost?" "How much?" "Anyway, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it." Lu Wei pouted. "I believe you, why wouldn't I?" Tang Fong chuckled, shrugged, and said, "Clearly marked price, spend half the money on the shoes, can't I?" "Think it's too much money?" "Hey, are you being unreasonable?" Lu Wei looked at Tang Fong with a complaining expression. "You've already earned plenty from your patent fees, and now you're arguing with me over a pair of shoes." "It's not about arguing or not, it's a matter of principle." Tang Fong shrugged, turned, and walked ahead. "Hey, wait for me, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Wei picked up the spicy pancake fruit and hurried to catch up. It wasn't until they reached her doorstep that Tang Fong stopped. "Miss Lu, it's getting dark, is it appropriate for us, a man and a woman, to enter my house?" Tang Fong turned to look at her, staring at her. "Then, shall we find a coffee shop? A couple? Still a coffee shop." Tang Fong furrowed his brow, asking her, "Do you want my patent authorization? Haven't I already given it to you? Why are you coming to see me again?" "I'm here to get my shoes," Lu Wei said, biting her lip. "All right, here are your shoes." Tang Fong opened the door, took out the shoe placed on the shoe cabinet, and handed it to her. "Is there anything else?" Tang Fong stared at her and asked, "Anything else?" Lu Wei said with her head down. "Tang Fong, President Tang, do you know? Today when I was live streaming, I presold a new car, and in less than 10 minutes, I sold a whopping 100,000 units. "Oh," Tang Fong nodded thoughtfully, "and then? Are you here to show off to me?" "I sold the woong." Lu Wei, seeing his misunderstanding, said irritably, "What do I have to show off about? 100,000 units, a full 100,000 units. Do you know how much patent fee we have to pay you?" "Oh, it's the woong?" Tang Fong was amused by her. "Then I really have to thank you, that car has 12 of my patents." "You?" Lu Wei felt aggrieved, tears starting to well up in her eyes. "Tang Fong, do you know how difficult it is for me? I fired you on my first day at work, and now the money I earn from selling cars isn't enough to pay your patent fees. I just wanted to relax and surf the internet, but I found several new energy car companies on the LED screens of the building paying tribute to me, thanking me." "Oh, are you complaining to me?" Tang Fong smiled wryly. "You're a grand CEO, there's no need to come to a lowly employee like me to complain, right? I just wanted to reform the company's atmosphere." Lu Wei said with a look of grievance, "I'm not targeting you, am I wrong?" "Of course you're not wrong." Tang Fong nodded. "Just firing an employee on a live stream, What's wrong with that? Then, why don't you come back to the company? Lu Wei came to her senses and said, I can reinstate you. No. Why? Because I'm the employee who was fired.
Tang Fong shrugged. Miss Lu, if you work overtime for the company for 3 days and nights, just because you're tired and dozed off at your desk, and then suddenly a female CEO appears and without a word, waves her hand and fires you.
Tell me, can you just go back like that? Lu Wei was stunned. Do you mean I have to apologize to you in front of the whole internet? What do you think?
Tang Fong retorted, I am the director of the DK Research Institute after all.
If you don't apologize, how can I go back? Tang Fong, don't push it too far.
Lu Wei bit her lip and said, as you know, I am the CEO of the company, representing the entire DK.
That is my bottom line. I cannot apologize to you in front of the whole internet.
Then please leave.
Tang Fong nodded at her. Fine.
Lu Wei seemed determined. Since you don't want to return to the company, then don't blame me for not keeping your position as the director of the DK Research Institute. I will invite a more skilled director to come over.
By then, you better not regret it. I will never regret it.
Tang Fong teased her. I hope, Miss Lu, that you won't regret it either, and come crying to me later.
I can't handle that. Humph, who knows who will end up crying?
Lu Wei clenched her small pink fist. I refuse to believe that there's no one in the world who can surpass your skills.
In a few days, I will definitely find a director better than you.
Alright, Miss Lu, I'll be waiting for you.
Tang Fong smiled slightly. Don't disappoint me.
Humph.
Lu Wei shouted angrily and walked away.
She was left fuming, not invited back and filled with anger.
The more Lu Wei thought about it, the angrier she became.
Seeing the pancake fruit in her hand, without hesitation, Lu Wei threw it directly into Tang Feng's hand.
Humph, here's your pancake fruit back. We're even now. The next day, 2 hot searches quickly dominated the popularity charts. First, Red Bean Technology founder invests billions to collaborate with former DK Research Institute director. A new trend is about to emerge. Second, Red Bean Technology in talks with former DK Research Institute director. Director Tang's return seems hopeless. CEO Lu Wei is widely recruiting, planning to appoint a new director for the DK Research Institute. Just as these 2 hot searches topped the charts, they sparked intense discussions among netizens. Wow, is CEO Lu Wei of DK really looking for a new director? Is she trying to break the pot? Most of DK's new energy is patented by director Tang. I guess DK can't afford the patent fees anymore, right? It is said that CEO Lu graduated from Tiffany Business School and has connections with Furnia University. She must be looking to bring in talent from abroad. Bring in talent? Is CEO Lu out of her mind? Who can have the influence of director Tang? DK's Crouching Dragon sold out in less than 10 minutes. Does she think it's all because of her? Rumor has it that major new energy manufacturers are lining up to pay tribute to DK Group. Lu Wei saved these car companies, huh?
Guys, DK's Crouching Dragon is already a thing of the past.
Director Tang and Lin Jun are a strong combination.
Can't wait for their new car, Tang Fong plus Red Bean Technology. The car-machine interconnection will surely exceed expectations. Lu Wei sat on the bed with disheveled hair, reading through these absurd comments one by one.
When did I start widely recruiting? Lu Wei grabbed her hair, feeling both amused and exasperated. Am I really so impulsive?
These unscrupulous media outlets are way out of line. Just finished spreading the story of the female CEO's love and hate, and now they're spreading rumors that I'm widely recruiting.
Am I a fool? If there were truly top talents in the country, would other car companies keep looking up to DK?
Indeed, she had parted ways with Tang Fong on bad terms, but that didn't mean she didn't admire his abilities. Just the room full of trophies and medals was enough to impress her. However, she was a woman who cared about her pride and was unwilling to easily bow down to others.
Since the path of reconciliation was not working, then let's try a different approach. You, Tang Fong, are so capable, right? Then can I not invite someone even more capable than you to replace you in everything at DK Group?
Thinking back to the 100,000 Crouching Dragon orders sold yesterday, Lu Wei felt a headache coming on.
100,000 cars, how much in patent fees would that be?
If we really have to deliver all these 100,000 cars, then for the next 2 years, the entire DK Group will be working for Tang Fong for free.
No, I need to come up with a plan. Lu Wei propped her chin with one hand, daydreaming. Doesn't DK Woolong have 12 patents? If I can find someone to break through all these technologies, then we won't have to pay patent fees, right?
Thinking about this, a light bulb went off in Lu Wei's mind, and she suddenly thought of a candidate.
This person is called John Otan, also known as Old John.
He is the most famous old professor at Furnia University, having made many outstanding contributions in the field of technology and was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by Daniel. He is well known both at home and abroad and is a renowned old scholar. With him joining the DK Group, it will undoubtedly bring great attention to the DK Group.
By then, maybe it could even save DK's plummeting stock price. Since Tang Fong left DK, the stock price of the DK Group has been declining, much to the dissatisfaction of the board of directors. However, because she is Lu Dianfeng's daughter, the board of directors couldn't say much and could only temporarily swallow their pride. They wanted to see how Lu Wei would handle the situation. If she couldn't resolve the crisis, the board of directors would definitely not give up easily. Right, how could I forget about old John? Lu Wei thought of the old professor and instantly felt like she had caught a lifeline. Throughout his life, old John has trained many outstanding engineers, and many of his disciples hold positions in major car companies or shipbuilding companies. The most famous star chain in recent years was developed by his students. However, this person is quite difficult to invite. Even Traz, one of the top global new energy companies, couldn't get this heavyweight figure. If even old Ma couldn't invite him, how could I?
Lu Wei pondered for a moment and quickly sent an email to the Research and Development Center of Furnia University. When she was studying at Tiffany Business School, she once heard a piece of news. Old John has a very high opinion of himself and loves to take on challenging tasks. If he knew that the DK Research Institute was looking for a new director, he might just agree to it. After all, just DK Woong alone has 12 patents, which is a very challenging project for old John.
How to develop a new technology to replace these 12 patents? Looking around the world, no one can do it.
But old John refuses to admit defeat. He believes that only he can do it. So, after receiving the email from Lu Wei, old John didn't hesitate and immediately agreed.
High-density dragon pattern steel? Nano anti-tracking metal paint? Aerospace-grade cold and heat-resistant Titan alloy? Each dazzling technology made his eyes light up like thunder.
These are all great cutting-edge technologies.
So challenging.
Old John never expected that so many unprecedented technologies all came from the hands of a young person. Most importantly, he has used all these cutting-edge technologies in car manufacturing.
This is too extravagant.
Where did this young person come from? If Furnia University had such creativity, it would have been requisitioned by military technology long ago.
Ding, ding, ding.
While Lu Wei was busy in front of the makeup mirror, she suddenly heard a notification sound from her phone. She picked up her phone and was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that in less than a day, old John's research team had agreed to her invitation. However, old John only expressed his interest and admiration for Tang Fong, without directly agreeing to take over as the director of the DK Research Institute. He wanted to come and see first if he could break through Tang Feng's research, whether their team could develop products that truly replace these patents.
If you're going to fail, you might as well turn back now.
Old John's team was very cautious. He was afraid that if he couldn't surpass Tang Fong, he would become a global laughingstock in the future.
Without the necessary skills, trying to take over as the director of the DK Research Institute would be a joke. Upon receiving this news, Lu Wei didn't hesitate.
She immediately contacted various media outlets to spread the message. The entire internet is now discussing DK Group's affairs, and she wanted to reassure netizens. She wanted to tell everyone, rest assured, our DK Group is a towering tree. The withering of a sapling will not cause the entire tree to fall. Without Director Tang, we have other directors. The DK Group will not fall into crisis due to one person's departure.
DK Group, President's Office.
Lin Xiaoli sat at her desk, looking at the news on her phone, completely dumbfounded.
President Lu, are you planning to hire foreign experts? Aren't you going to bring Director Tang back?
She rushed to Lu Wei, looking puzzled.
Yes. Lu Wei looked somewhat proud, raising her head to ask, did you see it online?
Yes,
the whole internet is discussing it now. Lin Xiaoli nodded. President Lu, are you being too impulsive? If you don't hire foreign experts, there's still hope for Director Tang to come back. If you bring in another director, all hope will be lost. What hope or no hope?
Lu Wei, seeing her shocked expression, furrowed her brows and asked, will our company cease to exist without him?
President Lu, listen to me.
Lin Xiaoli earnestly said, Director Tang is the soul of our DK New Energy. If he really doesn't come back, our DK Group is finished.
Nonsense, stop fearmongering. Lu Wei put down her pen, frowned, and asked, Xiaoli, did Tang Fong bribe you? Why are you defending him at every turn?
President Lu, I'm thinking for your sake. If Director Tang really doesn't come back, the first to hold you accountable will be the board of directors.
What's there to fear?
Lu Wei was unconcerned, confidently saying, if I can find someone to replace him and recover the company's losses, the board won't dare to trouble me.
You.
Lin Xiaoli was speechless.
How can you be so stubborn? Things have come to this point, don't you understand the seriousness of the situation? The reason DK's production line is still running smoothly is that everyone believes there's a chance director Tang will return. If you really close off that path, do you know what will happen? You will regret today's choices. Xiaoli, don't worry. Lu Wei, seeing her anxious expression, smiled and reassured, I've already leaked the news about old John coming to DK. It won't be long before DK's stocks start to rise again. Lin Xiaoli ignored this, looking curious. President Lu, didn't you go to see Director Tang last night? Did you two have another falling out? Ha! Lu Wei hesitated, her face turning red. After a moment, she sighed, don't ask. Let's just pretend last night never happened. She shook her head helplessly, we're both like firecrackers, no common ground, always at odds. Lin Xiaoli was stunned. Last night. Pretend it never happened? What on earth happened between you two? Lin Xiaoli became even more curious. She stared intently at Lu Wei, trying to read something from her eyes, but found nothing. These two are really a headache. It was supposed to be a simple matter, just apologize to each other, shake hands, and be done with it. How did it escalate to this point of being at odds with each other? Lu Wei saw the strange look in Lin Xiaoli's eyes and furrowed her brows, asking, Xiaoli, what are you thinking? It's not what you're imagining. Ha! Lin Xiaoli was puzzled. What am I thinking? Anyway, we can't come to an agreement on this matter. Lu Wei rubbed her temples and said, think of new strategies. When old John arrives, try to have Dongqing bring the production team over and expose the fact that old John is joining DK. Alright. Lin Xiaoli forced a smile and tentatively asked, President Lu, is there really no hope left? Pausing for a moment, she added, let me remind you, the whole internet is watching Director Tang closely. Red Bean Technology even invested billions in him. If you don't find a way to bring him back, he might really be poached by someone else. Let them poach him. Lu Wei sighed deeply, I think we are just destined to be enemies. Even if he comes back, we will still clash. Why? Lin Xiaoli became anxious, you two are of similar age, can't you get along? Even Chairman Dong. Chairman Dong? Lu Wei paused, then glared at her, Xiaoli, do you have contact with my dad? Why is he always unreachable when I call him? Lin Xiaoli quickly shook her head, no contact, absolutely no contact. What I mean is, even Chairman Dong trusts you with the company, you can't let him down. You don't need to say more about this matter. Lu Wei gave her a stern look, picked up a pen from the side, and said, I know what to do. After speaking, she didn't look up again, picking up a document to review. Since becoming the president, she had handled everything in the company well, except for the Tang Fong situation, which had her at her wits' end. As a top graduate of Tiffany Business School, she could handle everything except interpersonal relationships. This was also the point of greatest concern for Lu Dianfeng. She would have to pass the test when she took over the company in the future. Unfortunately, the female president and the director of DK Research Institute always clashed. Whenever they sat together, there was never a moment of peace. On the other side, Tang Fong was also busy. After meeting with Lin Jun and General Wei yesterday, he went directly to his own research and development center. Since joining the DK group, he rarely visited the research and development center. After all, DK's new energy sales were booming, and there were many things waiting for him to handle. Now that Lu Wei had taken office, she actually gave him some time to rest. The last time Lu Wei came to see him, Tang Fong had told her the truth. He really wanted to thank this new president. If she hadn't made such a high-profile move to dismiss him, he wouldn't have received so much attention. Now, all the new energy companies were sending him invitations. Although he had already negotiated with Lin Jun, the founder of Red Bean Technology, yesterday, other car companies had not given up. Nowadays, it's not easy to find an outstanding high-tech talent. No one was willing to give up this opportunity. Professor Tang, hello. As soon as Tang Fong entered the Research and Development Center, he heard a chorus of orderly greetings. The engineers and students in the Research and Development Center were all looking at him excitedly. For these students who came for scientific research, Tang Fong was their idol. At just 20 years old, he had become an honorary professor at Dragon University. How could they not admire him? Before this, they had hoped to see Tang Fong every day, wanting to take a photo with him. Unfortunately, the DK Research Institute was just too busy. Almost every 1 or 2 months, the DK Research Institute would publicly announce a new technological breakthrough. The research team led by Tang Fong even received official attention. Previously, the all-tech nanometal paint and the high-density dragon pattern steel they developed were all applied to aerospace technology, making outstanding contributions to the advancement of science and technology. Otherwise, Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology would not have invested billions to start a business with him. Hello, everyone. Tang Fong glanced at the crowd and waved to greet them.
Seeing Tang Fong so down to earth, everyone couldn't help but applaud wildly. The teachers from the research center had already reminded them not to rush up later, so as not to cause trouble for Professor Tang. Therefore, despite the students' excitement, they held back. Professor Tang, everyone already knows about your situation, and they are all voicing their support for you online. Director Lee, in charge of the research center, stepped forward and shook hands with Tang Fong.
Voicing their support? Tang Fong smiled and asked, "What support?" "I have to thank Miss Lu well. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have had the chance to leave DK, nor would I have had the chance to build a car of my own." "Oh?" Director Lee's face lit up with excitement at the words. "So, have you decided to start your own business?" "It's just an idea." Tang Fong shrugged, still considering it. "Professor Tang, we are willing to follow you and work together."
At that moment, the students in front shouted in unison. Their eyes were determined, as if they had already made up their minds.
Ah, Director Lee thought of Lu Wei inside. This miss of the DK group is really impulsive. With talents like you and high technology, the whole world is vying for you. If you hadn't said you wouldn't work for foreign companies, those foreigners would have come to poach you long ago. Foreigners?
Tang Fong shook his head with a smile. Foreigners are a thing of the past.
In the field of new energy, they are no match for us at all. We have to show them what real new energy is, what a real technological powerhouse is. As Tang Feng's words fell, the research center erupted in loud applause. The students felt their blood boiling, and their admiration for Tang Fong grew even stronger.
Hearing the applause continue, Director Lee quickly waved to the students, then turned to ask, "Professor Tang, did you come to the research center today for a new project for us to work on?" Tang Fong nodded and took out a stack of documents from his backpack, handing them to Director Lee. Director Lee was speechless when he saw the documents in front of him. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is the information on high-fiber carbon steel? Clearly written on the documents in front of him was a line of large characters. The detailed content next to it was filled with special codes that ordinary people couldn't understand. Seeing Director Lee's expression, Tang Fong said to him, "To be precise, it should be nano-level high-precision fiber carbon steel." He paused and continued, "This is a new technology that we need to tackle together. If this type of carbon steel is used in new energy, it will make the body of the car even stronger."
Fantastic, fantastic,
Director Lee said excitedly. "Our research center is finally being put to good use." They had been silent in the research center for many years, waiting for this moment. If they could work with Professor Tang to tackle high-tech, it would add a colorful stroke to each of their careers. While Tang Fong was talking to Director Lee, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that the message was actually from Lu Wei.
Lu Wei? Tang Fong was stunned and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why would she send me a message?
The message from Lu Wei was a resume of awards. The resume was filled with various awards, and the recipient was John Oden.
Old John?
Tang Fong frowned as he looked at the resume in front of him.
He picked up his phone and replied to Lu Wei, "Why are you texting me? Trying to provoke me?" Not long after, Lu Wei replied, "Tang Fong, do you recognize this person? He is the most famous old professor at Phonia University. Tomorrow, he will arrive at the DK Research Institute to take over your position." "Oh, so you plan to have him replace me?" Tang Fong responded. "Is that not okay? He is the recipient of the Daniel Lifetime Achievement Award and has even been invited to the White House." "Fine, when he arrives, ask him for me when he will repay me for that dinner he owes me." Ha! Lu Wei, sitting on the CEO's office sofa, saw this message and suddenly sat up from the sofa. "Dinner? What dinner? Could it be? Tang Fong and old John are old acquaintances?"
"That's impossible, I've asked around, and there is no connection between them. Most importantly, old John never mentioned this," he readily agreed. If they were really old acquaintances, he would have at least mentioned something.
Thinking this, Lu Wei furrowed her brows and tentatively texted, "So, you know old John?"
After sending this message, Lu Wei felt extremely uneasy. She waited for a long time but did not receive a reply from Tang Fong. Lu Wei started to feel a bit restless.
"Tang Fong, you don't really know old John, do you? Old John is my lifesaver now. If you two really have any connection, how can he continue as the director of the DK Research Institute?"
Thinking this, Lu Wei refreshed the screen. Tang Fong still hadn't replied to her.
The question just now seemed to have sunk without a trace.
Lu Wei sat on the sofa for a while, seeing no reply from Tang Fong. She angrily sent a few bombs over.
"Who are you? Why speak only half? What about the other half?" Lu Wei was annoyed and couldn't help but throw her phone on the office desk. "Ms. Lu, are you okay?"
Hearing the noise, Lin Xiaoli rushed in and asked anxiously.
"I'm fine. Lu Wei glanced at her, staring, and asked, "By the way, have you informed Dong Chang?" "Report to MS. Lu, it has been notified."
Lin Shili nodded seriously. The production team said they will definitely arrive first thing tomorrow to participate in the live broadcast with you. The program Attack the CEO became so popular because of her. Since DK Group has a big move tomorrow, the production team will definitely come. Even if she didn't notify them in advance, this matter would not change. By the way, MS. Lu, if the live broadcast room is very popular tomorrow, will we still sell cars live? Lin Shili suddenly remembered something and asked. Live car sales? Lu Wei already had a psychological shadow about this matter, so she quickly waved her hand and said, "No, we won't sell them. Tomorrow is the best opportunity to restore the company's image and must not be delayed by other things." She paused and continued, "By the way, don't forget to notify the DK Research Institute to prepare for the new director." Ha! Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Shili fell silent. "What's wrong? Any problem?" Lu Wei leaned back on the sofa, looking up and asked. "MS. Lu, as you know, the DK Research Institute was led by Director Tang. They cannot accept a new director." Lin Shili explained. "Not accept a new director?" Lu Wei frowned. "Then have they chosen a new director? They can't just leave it empty, right? Everyone is waiting for Director Tang to come back." Lin Shili earnestly said, "MS. Lu, this is the last chance. If Director Tang really doesn't come back, do you know how serious the consequences will be?" "I don't know, but I really want to find out." Lu Wei picked up the phone beside her and said, "I just can't believe that without Tang Fong, we can't continue making cars." Her thoughts were simple. As long as old John could make a breakthrough in the patent issue, they could immediately change the situation. DK Woolong has sold a whole 100,000 cars. Without the high patent fees, DK Group could actually be making a fortune. Old John was her gamble, whether he could turn the tables in one move. The next morning, the alarm clock in the early morning woke Lu Wei, who was still asleep. Lu Wei, dressed in a pink pajama, groggily turned off the alarm. She sat up in bed, took a deep breath. "Lu Wei, today is your only chance to turn the tide, you must give it your all." After getting up from bed, Lu Wei first freshened up. Then, she opened her wardrobe big enough to hold hundreds of outfits and carefully selected one. Today was a big day for DK Group. Go, President Attack would also be broadcast live, so she had to dress up nicely. DK Group, Technical Research Institute. Because DK Group had already released news, it attracted numerous media. All the media outlets surrounded the entire DK Research Institute, making it extremely crowded. Lu Wei walked with a sexy stride, leading the production team towards the DK Research Institute. At this moment, old John's team had already arrived and was receiving the bouquet prepared by DK Group. "Mr. John, welcome." Lu Wei saw old John standing in the crowd and quickly went up to greet him. Old John was nearly 70 years old, with white hair styled into an American-style pompadour. He was slightly chubby, with a golden beard, looking weathered. If he had a crooked pipe in his mouth, he would look like an old detective from an American movie. "Hello, President Lu, I am honored to receive your invitation." Old John showed a polite smile. "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." At this moment, the whole internet was focused on this so-called professor who could replace Director Tang. When they saw the nearly 70-year-old old John, the internet exploded. "What's this? Bringing in a foreign old man? President Lu, if he can't even stand steadily, why replace our Director Tang with him? What a huge joke, firing a young genius and bringing in an old relic. Is DK Group turning into a nursing home? Let's not talk about whether this old man is qualified to be the director. Is he going to make cars for DK New Energy for old folks or for the cars young people like? Alas, DK Woolong has become a swan song. Luckily, I managed to grab one during the live broadcast, otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to drive a real Woolong. Is Miss Lu already starting to mess things up? I think DK Group might as well change its name to DK Nursing Home." Seeing old John, netizens expressed their thoughts one after another. Obviously, using this old professor to replace Tang Fong, no one was buying it. In the live broadcast of President Attack, the barrage of comments expressed their dissatisfaction. Originally, everyone took Lu Wei's accidental dismissal of Tang Fong as a joke. But now, seeing Lu Wei bring in this new director, everyone couldn't accept it. What we want is Director Tang who can make cars like the DK Woolong, both handsome and safe. Not an old-fashioned guy who can only make cars for old folks. Oh, what should we do? Dong Chang was the first to notice the trend in the live broadcast room and stomped her foot in anxiety. Xiaoli Dong Chang waved to Lin Xiaoli in front. "Sister Dong, are you looking for me?" Lin Xiaoli ran to Dong Chang, looking puzzled. "What's going on?" "Ah, the live broadcast room is in chaos.
Dongqing said anxiously, it seems like everyone is not satisfied with the new director of the DK Research Institute. Oh, is that so?
Lin Xioli was taken aback, thinking to herself, I knew this would happen.
Not only the netizens and viewers are dissatisfied, even I am not pleased.
Although she thought so, she couldn't say it out loud.
What should we do?
Lin Xioli turned to Dongqing and said, Mr.
Lu is currently entertaining Mr. John and can't come over now. Let's just let everyone speak for now.
Dongqing thought for a moment and sighed. Having netizens discussing might not be a bad thing. Maybe it will even bring new attention to DK. However, Dongqing had no idea that before things could escalate, there were already comic images circulating online related to the DK group. The image depicted a nursing home filled with elderly people, with the prominent label DK on the wall.
The DK nursing home had become the hottest meme online.
At that moment, Lu Wei was completely unaware of this, engaging in small talk with Mr.
John. Mr. John, this is our DK Research Institute. Would you like to take a look first?
Lu Wei pointed to the research center in front of them and asked Mr.
John, the Research Institute? Mr.
John pondered for a moment and shook his head. I have heard some news about DK recently.
I think I'd better not get involved with the Research Institute until I solve the technical challenges.
Before coming to the DK group, Mr. John had already looked up information about the DK group on his private plane. They were aware of the news about the drop in DK Group's stock price. Clearly, they were brought in to save the situation, but before doing so, they didn't want to get involved in this dispute temporarily.
What if they couldn't crack someone else's technology? Wouldn't that just become a laughing stock?
With this in mind, Mr.
John asked, Mr. Lu, can you show us the car you mentioned? The sleeping dragon?
Yes.
Mr.
John nodded, I am very interested in that car.
I am curious, how did it manage to sell 100,000 units in less than 10 minutes? It's truly a legend in the automotive industry.
Well, about that.
Mr. John hit a sore spot for Lu Wei.
100,000 sleeping dragons, all of which were patent fees. Lu Wei smiled awkwardly and replied, for our DK, this number is actually not a big deal. After all, this car had over 50,000 orders on the first day of its launch.
Oh, really? Mr. John was astonished, unbelievable. Who could create such a dreamy car?
He only knew that the former director of the DK Research Institute was a young man named Tang Fong, but he didn't know the details about him. It was hard for him to imagine that a young man had integrated 12 patents into this car. Whether it was the astounding high-density dragon pattern steel or the incredible metallic car paint, it all fascinated him.
For Mr.
John, this was a challenge as difficult as reaching the sky, and it was the dream he had always wanted to fulfill. He also wanted to produce a car with his unique style, integrating all his inventions and creations into it. Of course, it would be just a vintage car. Because they didn't have much knowledge in the field of new energy, they could only start from scratch.
Seeing the eagerness in Mr.
John's eyes, Lu Wei chuckled and said, Mr.
John, the car is in the exhibition hall. Let me take you there.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Lu. Mr. John nodded and followed Lu Wei towards the exhibition hall. On the way, Mr. John kept imagining how the car would look. When he finally saw the actual car, he was completely shocked. What? Have the new energy sources developed to this extent now? The dazzling metallic car paint, the charming headlights and brake lights.
Every part on the Dragon King is showcasing its unique style and features. Old John approached the DK Dragon cautiously, as if he had seen a treasure. Amazing, Old John muttered to himself, aerospace-grade aluminum, high-density dragon pattern steel. This car has achieved the world's top safety performance. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask, Mr.
Lu, can I see the collision performance of this car?
Before each car is launched, it undergoes numerous collision tests to verify its safety standards, and the DK Dragon has astonishingly reached a global leading level. With integrated high-density dragon pattern steel casting, its body is as hard as a tank. In a collision test at 120 km per hour, the DK Dragon collided with a truck, and the body's mysterious architecture showed no deformation or damage.
Goodness, this is simply unbelievable.
Old John looked at the collision test video in front of him, his eyes full of admiration and awe.
Mr. Lu, may I ask you a question?
Old John turned to look at Lu Wei, his face curious.
Of course, Mr. John, please go ahead. Lu Wei nodded. For such an outstanding designer, such an incredible genius, why did he leave the company? Old John's face was full of incomprehension. Is it just because of that one misunderstanding?
Lu Wei had nothing to say. It was not just because of that misunderstanding, but also because of the mutual dissatisfaction between them. As a young lady, as a high-achieving graduate of the Tiffany Business School, it was difficult for Lu Wei to bow down to others. Especially, she did not want others to see her mistakes. So, she would rather pay a higher price for this mistake.
Mr. John, please don't ask. Lu Wei sighed, just tell me, can you break through all the patents and technologies of this car? Break through?
Old John looked hesitant. Mr. Lu, leaving aside everything else, just this high-density dragon pattern steel is not something an ordinary person can develop. Although our team has won numerous awards, when faced with such cutting-edge technology, we still dare not make any guarantees. As he spoke, he looked shocked. The density of this dragon pattern steel has reached an unimaginable level. How? How did he do it? Obviously, old John was at a loss, because he knew he had touched upon a field he did not yet understand. Just this one aspect alone was enough to make him scratch his head. But what about the remaining 11 patents? How could he break through them? It was almost an impossible task. Mr. Lu, can you show me the information on the other patents? Old John looked at the DK dragon in front of him, his face full of curiosity. He wanted to study it carefully and see how different this car really was. Sure. Lu Wei nodded and signaled to Lin Xiaoli on the side. Lin Xiaoli understood and quickly went to the office to fetch the documents. From the DK Group's board of directors to all the venture capitalists investing in DK's new energy, everyone was very satisfied with the DK Dragon. In today's new energy field, no new car can compete with it. Old John, in particular, was also drawn to the Dragon. From entering the lobby until now, his eyes had not left this car. Old John circled around the DK Dragon, his eyes filled with love. What kind of person is he really? To be able to create such an amazing car, this is definitely the dream of everyone, including me. Seeing the look in old John's eyes and hearing his constant praise, Lu Wei frowned on the side. What has gotten into this old John? Ever since he saw this car, he seemed like a different person. Where is the slightest bit of the aloofness a renowned professor should have? We, the DK Group, invited you to overcome new technologies, not to praise the former director of the DK Research Institute. Director Lu, the documents are here. Just then, Lin Xiaoli walked over from the side. She was holding a stack of information about DK Woong, ready to hand it over to old John. Mr. John, take a look. This is all the information about this car. This car integrates all the latest technologies from our DK Research Institute. However, your R&D team is internationally renowned. I believe these technologies are not a challenge for you. Lu Wei walked up to old John, speaking thoughtfully. Old John opened the documents in his hand and his expression was quite dramatic. He was first shocked, then doubtful, and finally full of disbelief. These expressions were perfectly captured by the cameras. At this moment, the two cameras of the production team were filming him. Such an exciting moment was not to be missed by the production team. Oh my god, oh my god. Old John flipped through the documents, his hands trembling slightly. How is it possible that a car with such cost-effectiveness also has so many cutting-edge technologies? This. Old John looked up and said, this is simply unbelievable. He had just seen the information about the aerospace-grade Titan alloy in the latest documents. It was a very novel term, something he had never seen or heard of before. However, the former director of the DK Research Institute had already planned to use this material in the second generation of DK Woong vehicles. According to the information, this aerospace-grade Titan alloy could withstand high temperatures and extreme cold. Even in environments as cold as -50 degrees, it would not freeze. In other words, once this material is applied to new energy vehicles, these vehicles would no longer be at risk of self-ignition or malfunctioning in extremely cold northern conditions. Aerospace-grade Titan alloy? How was such a complex process completed? Old John was dumbfounded. He turned to Lu Wei, his face full of curiosity, and asked, Director Lu, has this Titan alloy already been developed? Titan alloy? Lu Wei paused, only then did she remember the new technology that the DK Research Institute was working on. Originally, this new technology was supposed to be announced 2 days ago. Unfortunately, she messed it up. Currently, ever since Tang Fong left the DK Group, the entire DK Research Institute had come to a standstill, and no one could complete this new technology. Even the teacher who handed in her employee badge last time, Lu, had not returned to the DK Research Institute. Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed softly, shaking her head. For now, it seems like it hasn't been developed yet. Phew! Old John took a sharp breath, but according to the information, they have already planned to use this technology in the second generation of Woong. He continued, lifting his head. Obviously, they have overcome this technological challenge, they just haven't announced it yet. The second generation of Woong? Upon hearing old John's words,
The netizens in the live broadcast room went into a frenzy. Damn, there's still a second generation of woong? Tang director has resigned. Do we still have a chance to drive the second generation of woong?
Aerospace-grade Titan alloy, this is the latest breakthrough in new energy, such cutting-edge technology, and it's been stifled by Lu Wei.
This new female CEO is challenging the bottom line of the entire internet. Bring back our director Tang. Lulu, do you know who you just fired? You fired the godfather of new energy. I won't drive a new car without him. Brothers, look at old John, who has never seen the world. In his current state, can he even compare to President Tang? What old professor? Clearly, he's President Tang's little fanboy. The barrage of comments filled with emotions and opinions. At this moment, Lu Wei had no idea what was happening and still placed her hopes on old John. Lu Wei remained calm, looking at old John with curiosity. Mr. John, can't you break through this challenge? After all, it's just a technology that hasn't been mastered yet.
Us? Old John was stunned by her words. After a while, he forced a smile, furrowed his brows, and said, "We can only give it a try because this is a field we have never ventured into before." He had never even heard of this so-called material, let alone conducted research on it. If Tang Fong hadn't casually mentioned the aerospace-grade Titan alloy in the vehicle data, old John probably wouldn't have known about such a material.
Alright, we'll give it a try. Lu Wei's heart sank halfway.
Nevertheless, she still had to encourage old John's team. "I believe you can do it.
No pain, no gain."
Lu Wei never expected that Tang Feng's research team had reached such a high level of expertise. Old John was a renowned expert both domestically and internationally, yet they were at a loss with the new material that Tang Fong had conquered in just half a month. What was going on? Could it be true, as rumored, that she had cut too deep into the company's core? How was this possible? This young man who would eat a fried pancake fruit when hungry and play King's Glory on his phone when idle had actually achieved such a level of success? Thinking about this, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. It seemed that she had underestimated others. She had underestimated Tang Feng's true abilities and never imagined that he was indeed the soul of DK New Energy as others claimed.
Seeing Lu Wei's eager expression, old John comforted her. "Ms.
Lu, looking at this longing vehicle, our team faces too many challenges to overcome." He paused and continued, "If it were just one or two, we would have hope, but this vehicle alone has 12 patents, making it an arduous task." Old John was extremely curious. What kind of high-tech talent was this legendary former director of the DK Research Institute? He couldn't believe that in the Far Eastern country, there could be such outstanding experts in the field of new energy. Each of his breakthroughs was astonishing. Just like the aerospace-grade Titan alloy mentioned earlier, it left old John in awe. They had never achieved such cutting-edge research because he understood that developing a new alloy required continuous experimentation and refinement. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Seeing old John's expression, Lu Wei started to feel anxious. However, she maintained a calm facade and said to old John, "It's okay, Mr.
John, I believe in your team's capabilities.
We have the world's top laboratories at DK Research Institute, and I trust that you can overcome all the challenges." She could only place her hopes on old John's team now. Old John's research team was renowned worldwide, and if even they admitted defeat, who else could she rely on? By then, she might have to beg Tang Fong to return to the company in tears. With that in mind, Lu Wei took 2 steps back and walked over to Lin Xiaoli.
"Xiaoli, is there any hot news about President Tang today?" Lu Wei looked at Lin Xiaoli in front of her, asking with curiosity. "President Tang's hot search?"
Lin Xiaoli was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Mr.
Lu, the entire internet is currently discussing the collaboration between President Tang and Red Bean Technology.
The buzz is still going strong, and there is hardly any other information to be seen."
Red Bean Technology again?
Lu Wei furrowed her brows. At this critical moment, she was not afraid of any car manufacturers, only worried about Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology. Lin Jun was the hottest entrepreneur today, and the company he founded, Red Bean Technology, had long since become one of the world's top 500 companies. For them, creating a billion-dollar car was just a small matter. If he really teamed up with Tang Fong, it would be a devastating blow to DK New Energy. Just imagine, even the key figure of DK New Energy has resigned, who would still foot the bill for their DK New Energy? With that money, they might as well buy the new car manufactured by Tang Fong and Red Bean Technology together. Fans support Tang Fong, the director of the DK Research Institute, not the so-called DK Group.
Besides President Tang, who else in the DK Group can create a phenomenon like the Crouching Dragon vehicle?
Seeing Lu Wei's furrowed brows, Lin Xiaoli softly reminded her on the side, "Mr.
Lu, can this old John be trusted? Why does he look so clueless? Go away, stop talking nonsense."
Lu Wei gave her a stern look and said seriously, "True experts are always different from ordinary people."
Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Do you know why he likes the Crouching Dragon vehicle? Because he knows how much high-tech research and development went into that car. This is the focus of these research experts. Geniuses always appreciate each other." "Yes, I see it now." Lin Xiaoli nodded. "This old John, he's amazed by everything he sees. I think, if he keeps looking, he might end up wanting to apprentice under President Tang." "Xiaoli, stop talking nonsense."
Lu Wei patted her and reminded her, "Go to the DK Research Institute first and inform everyone that Mr.
John will be visiting the institute later. Let everyone be more enthusiastic." "The DK Research Institute?" Lin Xiaoli frowned upon hearing this. Can they really be enthusiastic? The DK Research Institute is full of President Tang's people.
Seeing this old John, they probably even have the heart to kill him.
"Alright, stop gossiping."
Lu Wei sighed lightly and said to Lin Xiaoli, "That's why I wanted you to go ahead. You must keep things under control."
"Yes, Mr. Lu, I'll go now,"
Lin Xiaoli said obediently. However, in her heart, she thought that going ahead was one thing, but whether she could keep the situation under control was another matter entirely.
DK Research Institute.
This was the core research center of the DK Group, responsible for the research, development, and validation of automobiles and key components. The institute was a comprehensive research platform that included design and development, testing and production, quality control, and more, serving as an important base for DK's new energy technology innovation.
Here, Tang Fong led the institute's engineers to countless honors.
Whether it was the top-selling cars of DK New Energy or the current phenomenon, the DK Crouching Dragon, they all originated from here. Led by Lu Wei, old John and his team marched grandly towards the DK Research Institute. They had already made up their minds to start their research with the aerospace-grade Titan alloy. After all, this was a new project that Tang Fong had not yet announced publicly. If they could make a breakthrough at this time, it would set a good precedent.
"Mr. John, this is our DK Research Center."
Lu Wei pointed to the modern building in front of them and introduced it to old John.
The office environment of the DK Research Institute was spacious and bright.
As soon as they entered the lobby, various awards and trophies caught their eyes. Banners covered the entire wall, and trophies were neatly arranged on the table in front of the hall.
"Wow."
Old John led his team into the hall, instantly captivated by the sea of trophies and medals before them. Remembering the honors he had received at the laboratory of California University, old John thought he had already achieved enough recognition, only to realize that in front of Tang Feng's DK Research Institute, it was just a drop in the ocean. Dongqing followed with the production team, all stunned at the sight of the wall covered in honors. The photographer turned the lens, meticulously capturing each award.
The last time they visited the institute, they only went to the research center. Now, stepping into the hall filled with honors, they understood the significance of the former DK Research Institute director. "Oh my goodness."
Dongqing held the microphone, facing the camera and said word by word, "Friends, where we are right now is the hall of the DK Research Institute." Pointing to the trophies behind her, she continued, "How much effort does it take to achieve all these honors? No wonder DK New Energy is so highly regarded, it turns out." She stopped abruptly, realizing she might have been mistaken. As a host, she had witnessed Tang Fong being dismissed.
Would such an outstanding institute director, a young man laden with honors, really face such injustice? No wonder he had become the talk of the internet. Who would want to see a talented individual with so many honors being fired by an ignorant female CEO?
Dongqing suddenly realized something. She felt that Lu Wei should publicly apologize to Director Tang in front of the whole internet. Matters of pride were trivial compared to losing a genius supporting the group's progress. If old John's joining couldn't change DK Group's declining trend, the board would sooner or later hold Lu Wei accountable. At that moment, Dongqing had no idea that because of her words, the entire live broadcast audience was condemning Lu Wei.
Wow, is this the legendary DK Research Institute?
These trophies and medals covering the walls are so luxurious.
Impressive, truly impressive.
This is understated luxury.
What kind of decoration can compare to this wall of honors?
Honestly, I'm starting to sympathize with Lu Wei.
Firing the ultimate boss of the company, she's definitely in for trouble. I'm puzzled, are the board members of DK Group all mute?
They cut off the main artery, and they still let her do as she pleases. It's hard to imagine a highly honored institute director being fired by a CEO who just took office that day.
Doesn't she even read the employees' profiles? Even if it's a family business, at least you should be able to read, right? I can only give President Lu a big respect.
I really want to see what this so-called old expert can come up with. The audience was fervently discussing, expressing their dissatisfaction. They had all been the most loyal fans of DK New Energy, but now, they were wavering.
The key figures had all left, how could they remain fans?
The only thing that could temporarily hold their interest was the DK Dragon. This car would be the final glory of the DK group. From now on, they would never have another new car that could sell 100,000 units in 10 minutes.
President Liu, it's truly astounding.
I never expected DK Research Institute to have received so many honors. Old John gazed at the wall of honors before him, sighing.
Mr.
John, as I've said, we have the most advanced platform here.
As long as you are willing to work hard, we will definitely develop the Titan alloy we desire.
Lu Wei looked at old John, a hint of a smile on her face. At that moment, she had no idea of the storm brewing online. I thought that by joining the DK group, old John would surely bring a new wave of attention to DK, causing the stock price to soar. But what she didn't expect at all was that the company's stock price didn't rise but fell instead. Despite old John bringing his team, people still didn't have much faith in him. After all, in everyone's hearts, no one could replace Director Tang Feng's position.
Director Tang was a young genius, not only having the world's top team but also knowing how to attract everyone.
The new energy vehicles he created always hit the mark, making everyone willingly open their wallets.
But what about this old John? What kind of car could he create? Build an old-fashioned car for everyone?
People haven't aged to the point of reminiscing about the past with an old-fashioned car.
High-density dragon-patterned steel?
Old John stood in front of the trophies, carefully admiring the trophies and medals in front of him.
Nano-level high-precision metal car paint? Integrated Xuanwu framework? High-definition projection intelligent headlights?
Looking at these patents and awards in front of him, old John felt utterly baffled. He couldn't understand how a young director had led the team to achieve so many honors. Those projection headlights and Xuanwu framework were easy to solve, anyone could develop them with time.
But what on earth was this high-density dragon-patterned steel?
Those who hadn't done scientific research had no idea how difficult it was to develop such a new material.
It required continuous experimentation and adjustments to make a real breakthrough. Without highly precise drawings and formulas, even factories couldn't mass-produce it. Such a loss, a huge loss.
The more old John looked, the more shocked he became, his old face turning red. He hated himself inside.
Why, at nearly 70 years old, after a lifetime of research and development, was he still no match for a young newcomer?
Just the awards displayed in front of him were enough to shatter this old man who had received a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Lifetime Achievement Award? It seems
our once proud and complacent country has long been stagnant.
Otherwise, how could someone like me, who is inferior to even a young person, receive such an award?
Thinking this, old John turned to look at Lu Wei beside him.
General Liu, can I meet this young man?
Old John's voice trembled slightly. I can't imagine how a young man in his early 20s has received so many honors.
Well,
Lu Wei was somewhat embarrassed. She remembered the message Tang Fong had sent her. Tell old John he still owes me a dinner.
Could it be that they were really old acquaintances?
Obviously, if Tang Fong was truly an old friend of old John's, then Lu Wei herself would be the ultimate fool. Inviting someone to a challenge, only to end up with a defeated underling, how embarrassing would that be?
Is it inconvenient?
Seeing Lu Wei's expression, old John chuckled apologetically. I'm sorry, I just admire this young man so much. He has given me so many surprises. I am amazed by his boundless imagination, and his contributions to the field of technology. Lu Wei was at a loss for words. She had gone to great lengths to bring in a globally renowned old expert from abroad to win this battle. Yet, this old expert was now full of admiration and wanted to meet her old adversary? Wasn't this a slap in her face? The more old John looked eager, the more Lu Wei felt she had erred. Her face was being slapped left and right. Even the foreign old expert had been won over.
How did I manage to dismiss him in front of thousands of spectators?
Thinking this, Lu Wei sighed inwardly and said to old John, Mr. John, please wait for me, I'll go and arrange this for you right away. After finishing speaking, she quickly walked to the side and waved to Lin Xiaoli nearby.
Mr. Liu, are you looking for me?
Lin Xiaoli hurriedly ran up when she saw the situation.
Any news about Tang Fong?
Lu Wei said somewhat helplessly, help me make an appointment with him, old John wants to meet him.
Ah.
Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Xiaoli was dumbfounded. You see, Mr. Liu, I told you, this old John is bound to be captivated by President Tang sooner or later. Sure enough, before even starting the research and development, he's already preparing to become President Tang's disciple.
Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Wei glared at her, reminding her, just make the appointment, why so much unnecessary talk?
She was already worried, and with Lin Xiaoli's words, she felt even more mentally exhausted.
Is this old John really going to be captivated? If he really is captivated, how am I going to explain to the board of directors?
Thinking about this, Lu Wei looked at Lin Xiaoli and said, Xiaoli, check his schedule first, see where he is now.
Ah, check his schedule?
Lin Xiaoli was puzzled. Mr.
Lu, where do I check his schedule? Lu Wei reminded her, silly, of course, check online. There's news about him all over the internet. As long as he appears, he'll definitely be trending.
Oh, how could I forget about that? Lin Xiaoli was startled, only then did she react and quickly took out her phone. Oh, Lin Xiaoli had just opened her phone when a notification caught her attention. Red Bean Technology founder Lin Jun invites former DK Research Institute president Tang Fong to visit the Red Bean automobile factory. The two had a pleasant conversation. Reading the push notification on her phone, Lin Xiaoli suddenly looked up. Oh, Mr.
Lu, President Tang is about to be poached by Lin Jun. Why panic? Lu Wei frowned, her face turning unpleasant. Just visiting a factory, what's the big deal? Besides, old John is about to crack the new technology. What do we have to fear? But, that's President Tang.
Lin Xiaoli was so anxious she stomped her foot. Mr.
Lu, you need to be flexible. President Tang can't leave DK, otherwise, you're done for.
Ha? Lu Wei gave her a stern look, furrowing her brows. Xiaoli, what are you saying?
If it weren't for my father appointing you as my assistant, I would really consider firing you. This time, Lu Wei used the word also. Seemingly inadvertently, she paid the price for her rashness.
On the first day of work, she fired the soul of the company,
whose resume matches her legendary Lu Wei.
In the future, on the pillar of shame of the DK group there will definitely be her Lu Wei's vivid portrayal. Seeing Lu Wei a bit unhappy, Lin Xiaoli quickly explained, Mr.
Lu, that's not what I meant. I mean, if you don't bring President Tang back, will the board of directors spare you?
The board of directors?
Lu Wei frowned. If I handle this matter, won't the board of directors have nothing to say? Besides, the stock just dropped a bit, right?
When old John and the others make a breakthrough in research and development, the stock will definitely rise.
It's not just about the stock,
Lin Xiaoli said anxiously. Mr. Lu, think carefully. If President Tang collaborates with Lin Jun, starts his own business, who will buy our DK cars?
Xiaoli, what do you mean? Lu Wei's expression turned unpleasant. Are you saying that our DK group's cars have always been ahead because of him, Tang Fong?
With that, she waved her hand. Then let's just rename DK cars to Tang Fong cars in the future. Lin Xiaoli was flustered. Mr.
Lu, why won't you listen? I'm only thinking for your own good. Alright, go attend to your tasks.
Lu Wei rubbed her forehead and waved her hand at Lin Xiaoli. Lin Xiaoli had no choice but to turn around and leave. After Lin Xiaoli walked away, Lu Wei finally came to her senses and reached into her pocket for her phone.
Red Bean Automobile Factory?
Lu Wei muttered to herself, casually opening the hot search on her phone. Sure enough, all the major rankings were filled with information about Red Bean Technology and Tang Fong. Even the news about DK Group inviting the old John team to join was overshadowed by the hot search. Instead, a piece of news about DK Nursing Home caught Lu Wei's attention.
The content of the message was simple. DK Group throwing away gold to pick up stones, hiring a 70-year-old professor. Is DK Group planning to transform into a nursing home?
At the end of the text, there was a cartoon image mocking DK Group as a nursing home.
Childish. Lu Wei, feeling a bit unhappy, pouted. Isn't the director of the research institute supposed to be more qualified? How come hiring old John has become a subject of ridicule for you? According to your logic, should the directors of research institutes all be replaced by young people like Tang Fong? You are just biased.
With that in mind, Lu Wei closed the webpage and continued to check the hot search for Tang Fong. As she opened a popular short video, the voice of a news anchor came through. Friends, behind me now is the Red Bean Automobile Factory, covering an area of 700,000 square meters with 6 large workshops, die-casting, stamping, body, painting, assembly, and battery. This factory has received billions in investment, a layout by Red Bean Technology to impact the new energy field. Although this car factory has not officially started production, we believe it has already welcomed its new owner. Currently, former DK Research Institute Director Tang Fong is in friendly discussions with Red Bean Technology Chairman Lin Jun, touring the Red Bean Automobile Factory together. After this friendly exchange, the two are likely to reach a final cooperation. Red Bean Technology has invested billions in a car manufacturing plant but lacks the talent support. Director Tang, being the most outstanding high-tech talent in the new energy field, has just resigned from his previous position. We believe that if these two giants can cooperate, it will surely bring new surprises to everyone. The host's voice continued in the video, but Lu Wei had already tuned out.
$1 billion car factory? Indeed, Red Bean Technology came prepared. This time, their DK New Energy would have a competitor. And this heavyweight opponent was brought about by her own hands. Lin Jun had money, Tang Fong had patents, and these two were a perfect match. If they reached a cooperation, it would be a devastating blow to the rest of the new energy vehicle companies. One was an internet giant with the most advanced intelligent technology and vehicle-machine interaction. The other was a dominant force in high-tech, holding numerous patents and developing technologies like the Xuanwu architecture and high-density dragon-scale steel. What kind of incredible vehicles would these two giants produce together? Wouldn't that be amazing? As the saying goes, while other car companies were still sitting down for dinner, Lin Jun and Tang Fong had already flipped the table, leaving them with no food to eat. Humph, what's so great about it? Lu Wei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and comforted herself inwardly. It's fine, just a director of a research institute, right? Tang Fong, even without you, we at DK can still make cars. Watch how I challenge you. MS. Lu. While Lu Wei was looking at the hot search, she suddenly heard Lin Xiaoli's voice behind her. MS. Lu, something's wrong. Lin Xiaoli ran up to Lu Wei, panting. The board of directors is calling for a board meeting and they are looking for you everywhere. What? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoli's words, Lu Wei panicked instantly. It seems that the backlash of downsizing has finally arrived at a major artery. A new book is launching, and I really need everyone's support. If you enjoy this book, please click to encourage more updates. As a token of gratitude, here's a free energy boost with love. Thank you all. Moa. Xiaoli, when did this happen? Lu Wei asked with a furrowed brow, seeing Lin Xiaoli's flustered expression. Just a moment ago. Lin Xiaoli explained, President Lu, it's possible that the board members heard about President Tang's plan to start his own business. Is it that serious? Lu Wei's face showed a hint of helplessness. Isn't it just news about a factory visit? Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Besides, their cooperation hasn't even started yet, right? In her heart, she still held a glimmer of hope. She wanted to save DK from the brink of disaster through her independent efforts. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Xiaoli said, President Lu, by the time President Tang announces his cooperation with Lin Jun, it will be too late. The board has a sense of crisis, it's normal. Lu Wei nodded slightly, pondering, can it be avoided? Avoided? How? Lin Xiaoli smiled bitterly and said helplessly, President Lu, you can ignore the board's calls, but you can't skip the meeting. After all, this is your first board meeting. With Chairman Lu Jianfeng absent, it was clear that this board meeting was convened for Lu Wei. The board could understand Lu Wei's mistake on her first day at work, but they couldn't just stand by and watch President Tang being poached. They had given her time. They had thought Lu Wei would bring President Tang back, but instead of inviting him back, she brought in an old expert, John. How could the board not be angry about this? Although this was her family's group, the board also had shares and couldn't let her, a spoiled heiress, act recklessly. Okay, I understand. Lu Wei nodded and said to Lin Xiaoli beside her, you go ahead and make arrangements, I'll be there shortly. Yes, President Lu. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoli quickly turned and ran towards the group meeting room. Lu Wei knew she couldn't avoid it this time, so she could only grit her teeth and attend. However, at the meeting, what should she say? Thinking about this, Lu Wei felt troubled. If the board asked her if she had resolved the issue with President Tang, how should she respond? It was a simple question, but she had complicated it. All she needed to do was apologize sincerely, publicly invite President Tang back, and everything would be fine. But she had to make things difficult. First, she had made bold statements the DK Group could function normally without anyone. Then she had gone to great lengths to hire a famous expert from abroad. Clearly, she had painted herself into a corner, with no one holding a knife to her throat forcing her to do so. Lu Wei, oh Lu Wei, how will you handle this? Lu Wei silently repeated in her mind, searching for a solution. Should she apologize? Or should she admit defeat? But, how to deal with John? They had already visited the DK Research Institute and were preparing to develop a project related to aerospace-grade Titan alloy. At this moment, the image of Tang Fong suddenly appeared before Lu Wei. She remembered the scene of the two of them playing King of Glory on the couch. At that moment, they hadn't harbored such deep resentment towards each other. Although he had teased her a bit, he had also treated her to Jian Bingguozi. If at that time, she had taken the opportunity to apologize and make amends, would the situation have been resolved? Clearly, Tang Fong had given her a chance, but she had failed to seize it. President Lu, any updates? Just as Lu Wei was lost in thought, she suddenly heard John's voice behind her. She turned around and saw old John holding an honor certificate, walking towards her with anticipation written all over his face.
Lu Wei cleared her throat and shook her head, saying, "Sorry, Mr.
John, President Tang is busy at the moment. I think he probably doesn't have time to meet with you right now."
Pausing for a moment, she continued, "But I can try to schedule a meeting for you with him later if President Tang has the time. I will help you arrange it."
Currently, Tang Fong was busy visiting the Red Bean automobile factory. How could he have time for these trivial matters?
Moreover, old John was invited by her to take over the position of the DK Research Institute's president, so he might not even want to meet him.
Isn't it provocative to meet with someone who is your competitor?
Hearing Lu Wei's words, old John nodded, picked up the honor certificate in his hand, and asked, "General Lu, I noticed that all the trophies and honor certificates over there have President Tang's name on them, but this particular honor certificate has a different name." Pointing to the signature T-stars on it, he inquired, "May I ask, who is this T-stars?
Is he also a member of the Research Institute? T-stars? Lu Wei frowned at the name on the honor certificate and said, "Isn't this President Tang's English name? He used this name during his academic exchange at Fornea University."
When Lu Wei had researched information about Tang Fong before, she had noticed this name. When Tang Fong went to Fornea University for academic exchange, he used the name T-stars. He didn't like to be called names like Ford, Daniel, Jeff, and the like. The T in T-stars represents the first letter of Tang, and stars represents the stars.
Translating his name from Chinese to English, rather than adopting a name to cater to foreigners. "We are descendants of the dragon, why should we take a Western name? President Tang has been to Fornea University?" Hearing Lu Wei's words, old John's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, how did I not think of this? The former president of DK Research Institute was him?" Lowering his head to look at the honor certificate, he muttered to himself, "No wonder he has received so many honors. It turns out, he is T-stars." Seeing old John's shocked expression, Lu Wei was stunned. After a while, she tentatively asked, "Mr. John, do you know him? Know him? More than that."
Old John said excitedly, "He is my teacher."
Teacher?
This time, Lu Wei was completely speechless. She never expected that Lin Xiaoli's words were actually correct. Before she could react, old John had already taken him as his teacher. This was truly a captive situation. A nearly 70-year-old expert following a young person and calling him a teacher. It was absurd just to think about it. If this matter were exposed by the media, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. Most importantly, this old expert was someone she had painstakingly invited. It was truly a big joke. Although there were countless grass mud horses running through Lu Wei's mind, she forced herself to remain calm. She turned around, looking puzzled, and asked, "Mr.
John, how did you two meet? Why have you never mentioned this before?"
Old John sighed slightly, smiled bitterly, and said, "To be honest, I only realized it when I saw the name on the certificate." His voice trembling, he explained, "General Lu, if I had known earlier that you wanted me to take his place, I would never have agreed. I am not qualified for that."
Ha!
Hearing old John's words, Lu Wei was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, she finally believed Tang Feng's words. No wonder he said old John owed him a dinner, it seemed to be true. Thinking about this, Lu Wei asked in confusion, "Mr.
John, how did you two meet?" As far as she knew, Tang Fong had not visited Fornea University since joining DK Group. If Mr.
John knew him, it must have been before he joined DK.
Hearing Lu Wei's question, Mr. John said thoughtfully, "This is a long story." He paused and continued, "It all started a few years ago at the Academic Exchange Conference at Fornea University. Back then, Fornea University invited talents from around the world to explore cutting-edge technology and participate in academic exchanges. And the representative from your country was the one who once guided my T-stars. He was a true young genius, rising to the top of the world at a young age. The advanced technology he proposed was completely beyond our knowledge. I remember that year, over 100 countries participated. I was the guiding teacher at that conference, but I was completely puzzled by the advanced technology he presented. Later, to avoid embarrassment in academic exchanges, I consulted him privately and learned from him. So, he is truly my teacher." Recalling the academic exchange from years ago, Mr. John's face showed a hint of regret. "Ms. Lu, I should have realized earlier that there was only him, who became the director of the Research Institute at such a young age." He sighed, "If only I had known, I offended him. No matter what he said, I wouldn't have agreed. He is my teacher in my heart." This. Lu Wei was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. She never imagined there was such a connection between the two of them. She was even more surprised that out of over 100 countries participating in the academic exchange, Tang Fong stood out and led the way. Standing at the top of the world, how famous must he be? Thinking about this, Lu Wei curiously asked, "Mr. John, did Director Tang eventually win the award? Did he receive that final honor? Yes, he received the highest award. Mr.
John nodded. In that year's academic exchange, no one could match him.
Everyone was impressed by his advanced technological research. He paused and continued. At that time, numerous technology companies invited him, but without exception, he turned them all down. Why? Because he is a genius. Mr.
John chuckled and said to her, all those companies he turned down were foreign companies. Because he said that the cutting-edge technology he mastered would only build his own technological powerhouse. That was his bottom line.
Bottom line?
These two words hit Lu Wei like a heavy hammer, making it hard for her to breathe. She had repeated these two words in front of Tang Fong several times, saying that face was her bottom line, and she couldn't cross it. At this moment, Lu Wei understood. Her so-called bottom line was so naive and ridiculous. No wonder the board members collectively criticized her. What she had cut off was indeed the company's lifeline. However, it was too late to say anything now. She had to come up with a strategy to deal with the board first. Thinking about this, Lu Wei sighed and said to Mr. John, Mr. John, thank you. Lu Wei said, after hearing the story between you and Director Tang, I also have great respect for him. However, admiration aside, when can our aviation-grade Titan alloy participate in the research and development? She couldn't wait any longer. The board meeting was about to take place, and she needed at least a justification at the meeting. If she couldn't satisfy the board, it would be difficult for her to proceed with her work. This. Old John sighed and said, Mr. Lu, this is Director Tang's cutting-edge technology. The difficulty level is exceptionally high. This Titan alloy is truly a new field we have never touched before. It might take some time. Mr. John, I believe in you. Lu Wei nodded, her face filled with determination. If you can break through this technology, the cooperation between our DK group and you will usher in a new turning point. She had placed her bet on old John, and now she could only grit her teeth and go for it. Otherwise, she would once again become the laughingstock of the entire internet. All right, Mr. Lu, we will do our best. Old John quickly nodded in response. Ever since learning about Tang Feng's identity, a spark of hope ignited once again in old John's heart. Suddenly, he felt energized, as if his body was filled with strength. He wanted to work hard and see if, at the age of 70, he had the ability to break through this technology. If they could really develop a material that could rival Titan alloy, it would be a tribute at least to himself and teacher Tang. However, he had no idea what he was about to face. This research and development would be the toughest challenge in his scientific career. DK Group. Boardroom. The group of directors sat around a huge oval conference table. The table was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting soft light, appearing both noble and elegant. Around the table were placed a dozen black leather high-backed chairs, with the Golden Group logo shining brightly on the chair backs under the sunlight, showcasing the group's prestige and power. Leading this board meeting were directors Deng Yi, Su Lei, and Lin Bingqi. Apart from Lu Dianfeng, they were the three individuals with the most shares in the DK Group. Since learning that Tang Fong had visited the Red Bean automobile factory, they couldn't sit still and all proposed to hold a board meeting. Currently, the DK Group was facing its biggest crisis since its establishment. The layoffs had cut off the soul of the group. Who could bear that? Squeak! As the directors waited with grim faces at the conference table, they suddenly heard the door of the boardroom being pushed open. Lu Wei rushed in with a stack of documents, looking flustered. Dear directors, I'm sorry for the delay. Lu Wei gave a polite smile and sat down on a chair nearby. Welcome, General Lu, to join us at DK and become the new CEO of DK. Director Deng Yi stood up from his chair, leading the applause. Clap, clap. The other directors followed suit with perfunctory claps. Thank you all. Lu Wei smiled and said, I am delighted to join the DK family. I am still young, so if there are any areas where I fall short, please feel free to criticize, uncles and aunties. Is that so? Hearing Lu Wei's words, Su Lei smiled and turned to her. General Lu, then we won't hold back. He raised his head, looking puzzled, and asked, General Lu, how do you plan to resolve Director Tang's matter? Since the incident occurred, the online public opinion hasn't stopped. When do you intend to bring Director Tang back? Bring Director Tang back? Lu Wei was caught off guard by the director's intense reaction, momentarily stunned in place. What, you don't plan to bring Director Tang back? The directors frowned upon hearing her words. Everyone knew that Tang Fong was the soul of the entire DK group. Without Tang Fong, DK New Energy would lose its backbone. Who would buy DK's cars in the future? Seeing the director's intimidating gazes, Lu Wei suddenly didn't know what to say. Everyone did give her time, and initially, they weren't angry that she had fired Tang Fong.
Unfortunately, Lu Wei messed things up and didn't leave as they had hoped. Wei, you are Director Lu's daughter and a top student from Tiffany Business School. Everyone was thrilled when you became the CEO of DK. At that moment, Lin Bingqi, who was standing on the side, stood up. She was a close friend of Director Lu and had watched Lu Wei grow up. Seeing Lu Wei mess things up, she couldn't stay silent any longer. Regardless of who should be fired or not, I believe you should have a sense of it in your heart. Exactly. Su Lei nodded beside her. Can Director Tang be dismissed? Director Lu went through great lengths to hire him, even more difficult than Lu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage, just to bring this young genius on board. But you, without a second thought, just fired him. With a meaningful tone, he continued, do you know how important he is to our DK group? Uncle Su, it wasn't my intention. Lu Wei explained, who knew he held such a high position in the company? If I had known he was the director of DK Research Institute, even with all the courage in the world, I wouldn't have dared to dismiss him. Su Lei looked at Lu Wei and sighed, forget it, the deed is done. Now is not the time to assign blame, we should think about remedial measures first. Exactly, female director Lin Bingqi nodded. Wei, have you thought of any remedial measures? Lu Wei hadn't expected everyone to be so harsh, her palms were sweating nervously. Aunt Lin, I have already brought in experts from abroad. I believe it won't be long before we overcome Director Tang's patent. What? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the directors stood up from their chairs. Each of them was stirred up emotionally. How dare you secretly bring in experts from abroad, intending to replace Director Tang? Do you know? Director Tang is irreplaceable in our DK. Now, rumors are spreading everywhere online that our DK group is a retirement home. Lu, our DK new energy caters to the younger generation. Are you planning to have an old man build cars for us? No, we must bring Director Tang back. Otherwise, even if you are Director Lu's daughter, we cannot support you. Have you not been online to read the news these days? Director Tang is almost being poached by Lin's army. Today, Director Tang went to visit Red Bean Automobile Factory. It is well known that Red Bean Technology is our biggest competitor now. By letting go of our Research Institute director, you are practically handing him over to them. The directors expressed their pent-up emotions one after another. In reality, they were more anxious than Lu Wei these days, but with Director Lu's reputation at stake, they had to give Lu Wei some time to remedy the situation. Unfortunately, this young lady seemed indifferent to the director's expectations. Not only did she fail to bring back the key figure of the company, but she also brought in an old expert from abroad. Wasn't this blocking the way for DK Group? Which director could stand by and watch? Therefore, even before Lu Wei could finish showing old John around the DK Research Institute, the directors called for an emergency meeting. They knew that once this old John took over as the director of DK Research Institute, Tang Fong would never return to DK. Initially, Tang Fong had not immediately agreed to Lin Jun and Wei's cooperation request, giving DK Group a chance. This was his final favor to DK Group. If this new female CEO couldn't seize the opportunity, then Tang Fong couldn't be blamed. 100 billion investment, the most intelligent car factory. Which dreamer could resist such temptation? For DK, Director Tang had done everything he could. At least, he not only reauthorized all patents but also gave DK Group 2 days of grace period, not immediately accepting Lin Jun's cooperation invitation. Lu Wei didn't expect everyone's reaction to be so strong. She quickly stood up to comfort them, saying, Directors, I know everyone is anxious, but please trust me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. A satisfactory answer? Su Lei frowned and asked, what is a satisfactory answer? Is it to bring President Tang back to DK Research Institute? As directors of the company, they knew better than anyone that DK couldn't do without President Tang. In other words, DK couldn't function without President Tang, just like the West couldn't do without Jerusalem. I will do my best. Lu Wei explained, I will do everything within my power to recover the losses of the group. Please rest assured, soon enough, DK will be back on track. Asking her to bring back Tang Fong was almost an impossible task. Not to mention if Lin Jun's billions of investments were tempting enough. Just the tricky move of bringing in old John was enough to make Tang Fong stand on his own. The director of DK Research Institute had just left the group, the seat was still warm, and you already brought in a new expert. What does this mean? Are you forcing him to start his own business? Back on track? A board member picked up a stack of documents and questioned, Miss Lu, do you know how big the losses of the group are? Pointing to the documents in front of him, he continued, since you dismissed President Tang, the group's stock price has plummeted, patent usage fees have doubled, over 100 resignation reports have been submitted by DK Research Institute, and several workshops are on the verge of shutting down. Most importantly, pausing for a moment, he continued, You sold 100,000 woolongs in the live broadcast room. Do you know what that means? Lu Wei glanced at him but remained silent, because she understood that the directors were stating facts. It means that for the next 2 years, we will all be working for President Tang, the board member said indignantly. Firing President Tang? What were you thinking? You might as well dismiss all of us directors. I'm sorry, I will make amends. Lu Wei stood up and said, however, I have a question. Why is President Tang so important to our DK, yet he doesn't have any shares in the company? Justifying herself, she added, if President Tang had shares in DK, I wouldn't have had the authority to dismiss him in the first place. Well, the group of directors looked at each other, unsure of how to answer this question. Clearly, Lu Wei hit the nail on the head. This question silenced all the directors. In fact, 2 days ago, Lu Wei had been pondering this question. She had even asked Tang Fong himself, but he didn't give her a direct answer at the time. In her opinion, since Tang Fong was so crucial to DK, the company should have used a share contract to retain him from the beginning. He had already taken on the role of director of DK Research Institute, and you still made him sign an employment contract with you? What were you thinking? Am I, Lu Wei, the foolish one, or are you, the members of the board, the fools? Wei, you should ask your father about this question. Female director Lin Bingqi explained, when President Tang joined DK, it was your father who negotiated with him. Pausing, she added, at that time, President Tang had just graduated and was a highly sought-after candidate by all groups, but his mind was not on the business. He wanted to establish several research centers. Oh, I've heard about this. Lu Wei nodded. Aunt Lin, President Tang discussed this issue with me. Lin Bingqi continued, at that time, the group had not yet developed to this scale, and President Tang had not become the sole figure of the company because he had to frequently participate in research projects at other development centers, so the group only signed an employment agreement with him temporarily. What happened next? Lu Wei frowned and asked, after President Tang became the sole figure of DK, why didn't you renegotiate the contract with him? She began to wonder why everyone in the company knew the importance of President Tang. Why hadn't they signed a stock agreement with him yet? If they had signed a stock agreement, President Tang wouldn't easily leave DK Group. In that case, Lu Wei wouldn't have so many headaches. Sigh, what happened later was beyond our control. Lin Bingqi shook her head and said, initially, everyone had hidden intentions and was reluctant to give out shares to President Tang, but later, when we offered shares, President Tang rejected them. He said he had established 6 research centers and couldn't fully focus on DK Research Institute, so he could only sign an employment agreement with us. Lu Wei was speechless. She couldn't imagine that the senior management of DK Group would be so stingy. They invited a genius 3 times, yet didn't immediately offer shares to retain him. Since you were so short-sighted at the beginning, why are you now forcing me to bring back President Tang? President Tang has been supporting the group for so many years, it's time for the group to repay him with the Wulong car. What if it's a little more in patent fees? This is what DK owes him. At that moment, Su Lei suddenly stood up and said, General Manager Lu, President Tang is a generous person. He invested in 6 research centers, creating advanced research environments for numerous promising students. This shows that he is not someone who seeks fame and profit. Speaking earnestly, he said, his departure from the company this time is related to you, so if you want the support of all directors, you must bring back President Tang. Upon hearing the words of the board members, Lu Wei suddenly smiled, Gentlemen, President Tang's departure from DK is not solely my responsibility, right? If you can make President Tang a member of the board of directors, would I have the authority to dismiss him? With a determined look, she said, believe me, some of you must have watched my live broadcast that day. I was trying to reform the company's culture and didn't know he was the lifeblood of our company. Regardless, this is also your negligence. If you can't save the company from crisis, how will you succeed Director Lu in the future? Yes, President Tang was laid off by you, so only you can bring him back. Wei, is it so difficult to apologize? If you really cut off the lifeblood of the company, our company won't be able to operate. This is not an exaggeration. The directors were like a hornet's nest being poked, each standing up to speak. Alright, I'll bring him back, is that not enough? Lu Wei, seeing them all attacking her, sighed, I promise you all, I will go bring back President Tang tonight, even if I have to kneel down or go through fire and water, I will bring him back. Are you satisfied now? Lu Wei's eyes glistened with tears, filled with a sense of grievance. This was her first board meeting at DK, and she never expected to be treated this way. She silently thought, how much better would it be if Dad were here? If he were here, would these directors dare to meddle with her? Would Tang Fong still leave the company? Would she still confront him for her elusive pride? With these thoughts in mind,
she gathered her materials from the table and walked out of the conference room. On the way back, Lu Wei placed the things in Lin Xiaoli's arms and casually took out her phone from her pocket. She opened the contacts list, intending to call Tang Fong, but suddenly saw a hot news flash at the top of the screen. Red Bean Technology founder collaborates with former DK Research Institute director Tang Fong, the two giants joining hands. What surprises will they bring us? Seeing this news in front of her, Lu Wei instantly stopped in her tracks. Collaboration? Weren't they just visiting the car factory? How did they suddenly reach a collaboration now? So fast? With these thoughts, Lu Wei quickly clicked into the news page to read the detailed content. As soon as she opened the page, Lu Wei saw a photo of Tang Fong and Lin Jun shaking hands amicably. In front of them was a golden pen. Could it mean that the two had successfully signed a contract? If this news was true, the impact would be immense. Lu Wei scrolled down and suddenly saw another piece of news. After 2 days of waiting, it was his final tenderness towards the DK group. After the DK Research Institute hired a new director, former institute director Tang Fong collaborated with Red Bean Technology to create their new energy brand Xingchen. Xingchen? Seeing these two words in front of her, Lu Wei was instantly shocked. She suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. 2 days, his final tenderness towards the DK group? What about after those 2 days? 2 days later, you start your own business, establish your own brand Xingchen? Are you really going to challenge our DK group? Lu Zong. While Lu Wei stood there in a daze, Lin Xiaoli beside her suddenly exclaimed, Director Tang has collaborated with Lin Jun, what should we do? I saw it. Lu Wei's tone was also somewhat panicked, but don't worry, maybe it's fake news? Fake news? Lin Xiaoli was dumbfounded. Lu Zong, really, at this point, still deceiving yourself and others? Lu Wei's expression changed quickly. She gripped her phone and muttered to herself, no, I have to go find him. After saying this, she quickly turned and ran outside. Hey, Lu Zong, where are you going? Seeing Lu Wei's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoli had to take out her phone and dial Lu Dianfeng's number. The DK building is on the verge of collapse. Who can turn the tide? Tiger Lane. Qinghe Street. Lu Wei drove all the way, rushing to Tang Feng's residence. At this moment, the streets were bustling with traffic, but Lu Wei's mood was like a lone boat in the vast sea. She was lonely, she was desolate, she was melancholic. Just now on the road, she had already made up her mind to apologize to Tang Fong. It's just that she didn't know if she still had the chance. If Tang Fong really collaborated with Lin Jun, then all her efforts would be meaningless. Of course, Lu Wei understood that all of this was her own doing. The reason Tang Fong didn't agree to Lin Jun last time was to save face for DK. It was what netizens jokingly called, leaving the last tenderness for DK. It wasn't until he heard the news that old John was coming to the DK Research Institute that he agreed to Lin Jun's request for a joint venture. In addition, today's visit to the Red Bean car factory, Tang Fong was quite satisfied with their intelligent facilities. With over 8,000 intelligent robotic arms in the assembly workshop, a new energy vehicle could be assembled every 66 seconds. What efficiency is this? Perhaps this is the most advanced factory in the world. With such a factory, coupled with Tang Feng's various cutting-edge technologies as support, they would easily produce cars that were far ahead of the global competition. Lu Wei walked up to Tang Feng's door with her bag, feeling anxious, and knocked on the door. She didn't know if Tang Fong was at home, she just wanted to give it a try. After all, this was more like an explanation to herself and the board of directors. At this moment, what she hoped for the most was that Tang Fong wasn't at home, because even if she saw Tang Fong, she wouldn't know what to say. Squeak! While Lu Wei was struggling in her heart, she suddenly heard the doorbell ring, and Tang Fong opened the door and walked out. President Lu? Tang Fong saw Lu Wei outside the door, feeling slightly surprised. Why are you here? John came all the way from abroad, didn't you properly treat him to a meal? Ah, how could I have time for that? Lu Wei sighed, holding her bag and asked, President Tang, can I come in? Sure. Tang Fong nodded. But, starting today, don't call me President Tang anymore, I am no longer the president of DK Research Institute. So, you've already started cooperating with Lin Jun? Lu Wei turned back to look at him, her face full of disappointment. Xingchen, you've even thought of the brand name, you don't want your DK Woong anymore? Woong? Tang Fong chuckled, shrugged, and said, it has DK in front of it, can that be my brand? Lu Wei walked into the house, sat down on a chair, and asked, so, Xingchen is your brand now? Lin Jun gave you 100 billion investment, he can't just let you have your way, right? What do you think? Tang Fong picked up a bottle of mineral water and placed it in front of her. Lin didn't mention anything, he just proposed to collaborate with his car factory. Tang Fong, we also have a car factory. Lu Wei became anxious, holding the water in her hand and shouted, "As long as you're willing, I can represent DK and sign a new contract with you to make you a shareholder of DK."
Pausing, she continued, "Do you know?
"I have already negotiated with the board of directors. As long as you come back, you will be a director of the group."
Lu Wei's face was full of urgency. She desperately hoped Tang Fong could give an answer.
There was no way, this was the most critical moment. She wanted to grasp the last glimmer of hope.
Board of directors?
Hearing Lu Wei's words, Tang Fong immediately understood her intention.
So, the board of directors has already met?
Lu Wei pursed her lips, not saying a word.
Obviously, the impact of the board of directors was still echoing in her heart.
Seeing her expression, Tang Fong smiled and said, "Fortunately, it's a day earlier than I expected.
I thought the board members would wait until tomorrow." Lu Wei was somewhat surprised. "How did you know they were going to come after me? Because you invited John."
Tang Fong chuckled lightly and said to Lu Wei, "President Lu, I really have to thank you.
If you hadn't asked John to take over the research institute, I might not have been able to get out so quickly. What does this have to do with John?"
Lu Wei rolled her eyes. "I think you've been wanting to switch jobs for a long time." With a sigh, she leaned back in her chair and said, "Tang Fong, are you really not planning to return to DK? I came here today specifically to apologize to you."
"No need." Tang Fong took out a stack of documents from the side and handed them to Lu Wei. "Xingchen New Energy has been established.
From today, I have no connection with DK anymore."
"Are you really going to start your own business?"
Lu Wei slumped in the chair, reminding him, "Tang Fong, do you know how difficult it is to start a business? You are the president of DK Research Institute, a king in the field of scientific research.
Are you willing to do marketing? Launching a new car requires publicity."
"Publicity? Do I still need publicity?"
Tang Fong chuckled, opened the website on his phone, and said to her, "Look, how many followers does my Xingchen New Energy have now?"
Lu Wei picked up the phone and looked, instantly stunned on the spot.
20 million?
She thought she had read it wrong, carefully counted the zeros, and then confirmed it completely.
20 million followers gained in one afternoon? Lu Wei widened her eyes and asked, "Tang Fong, how did you do it?"
"Thanks to you."
Tang Fong shrugged and said, "If it weren't for Miss Lu boosting me to the hot search, would I have such high attention?"
"You." Lu Wei frowned and said, "You have to give me some shares."
"Sure, how much do you want?"
Tang Fong looked at her with a smile. "How about exchanging my shares for the patent I authorized to you?"
"That won't work, the board will tear me apart."
Lu Wei said with a bitter smile, "The reason the board can still tolerate me is because I got your patent authorization, otherwise."
Seeing her looking frightened, Tang Fong reminded her, "Didn't you hire John's team?"
"John is the most famous expert at California University, he will help you research new patents."
"Ah, don't mention it." Mentioning John, Lu Wei sighed. "Do you know his reaction after seeing your research and development?"
"What reaction?"
Tang Fong looked at her curiously.
Imitating John's manner, Lu Wei helplessly said, "He kept shouting, 'I'm buying, losing thief, making me think I hired the wrong person."
Tang Fong chuckled at her. "So, how many times did he shout 'I'm buying' in the end?"
"Hey, can we be serious?"
Lu Wei sighed. "Tang Fong, are you really not going back to DK?
This time, no matter what conditions you propose, I can negotiate with the board." Tang Fong shook his head and said to her, "I can't go back to DK, you made your choice, idle."
Lu Wei was stunned and remained silent for a while.
When she looked up again, her eyes were already red. Seeing her like that, Tang Fong helplessly handed her a piece of paper.
"Firing employees feels good, right? Now that I've started my own business, why are you crying?"
Lu Wei wiped her eyes with a tissue, biting her lip. "Okay, Tang Fong, since I've taken over DK Group now, I have to act like a president." She made up her mind and said, "In the future, DK will definitely regain its glory. I will lead DK to compete with your starry car."
"Good, I'll be waiting for you."
Tang Fong nodded. "DK Research Institute was founded by me. I hope you won't disappoint me."
When Tang Fong first arrived at DK, the Research Institute was still under construction.
Since Tang Fong took over, DK officially made a name for itself in the field of new energy. In the institute, he had trained many talents.
Although he had left DK now, with these old research personnel, DK was not yet in a state of paralysis.
Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Lu Wei showed a hint of embarrassment and smiled. "Tang Fong, I won't hide it from you, DK Research Institute is almost falling apart.
Today, the board told me that at least 100 engineers have submitted resignation applications to the company."
"Oh?"
Tang Fong was somewhat surprised and asked, 100? Which department are they from?
100 engineers was not a small number.
If those applying for resignation were all senior employees of the department, DK would be on the brink of bankruptcy. They are from various departments.
Seeing his surprised expression, Lu Wei finally felt relieved. I thought you were trying to retaliate against me by deliberately enticing these people to resign.
Do I have that much free time? Tang Fong chuckled and shook his head. Although we have conflicts, it's not that deep. Besides, I don't hold grudges.
He paused and continued, for example, last time when we played King of Glory, you tricked me so badly with Sun Shangxiang. Did I say anything?
I just scolded you a bit, didn't blacklist you.
Lu Wei felt a bit guilty and gave him a glare. You dare to say that? It was my first time playing a game.
Oh, you played so poorly for your first time.
It seems you really don't have a gaming talent.
Tang Fong teased with a laugh.
Every time he saw Lu Wei in such a sorry state, he always wanted to tease her a bit. This Missy really values her pride. Even if she's so terrible at playing games, she still refuses to admit defeat.
Perhaps, that's just the way this Missy does things. What are you talking about?
Lu Wei cleared her throat, looking puzzled as she asked, Tang Fong, I'm asking you, did you really not do this?
But you're about to establish the Star New Energy, don't you need to recruit a lot of talents too? Recruit talents? Tang Fong chuckled at her. Do I still need to recruit talents from DK? Have you forgotten about my 6 research centers?
I didn't spend my money for nothing. Ever since he announced his entrepreneurship, numerous high-tech talents had offered themselves.
The talents trained by those 6 research centers alone were more than enough.
Oh, I see. Lu Wei suddenly realized, it was my fault after all. It seems I messed up this matter. She sighed deeply, this time.
I really can't explain to the board of directors. Without you, DK Woolong has become a swan song. Without you, even DK Research Institute can't operate normally. Don't you still have old John?
Tang Fong looked at her indifferently, reminding her, old John is a talent from Fornia University.
With him around, DK shouldn't come to a standstill, right? Old John?
Lu Wei smiled bitterly, spreading her hands. I've lost faith in him.
Do you know what he calls you? He actually calls you teacher.
Lu Wei said helplessly, I just can't understand how a nearly 70-year-old professor would chase after a young man like you and call you teacher.
I can't understand it either.
Tang Fong chuckled, waving his hand. I never accept foreign students, but he insisted on calling me teacher. He vividly remembered the scenes of old John seeking his advice.
The renowned professor from Fornia University kept consulting him incessantly just because of a simple innovation he presented.
Tang Fong never expected that the prestigious Fornia University had fallen to such a state. He had only presented a basic research and won the first prize in academic exchange.
It was evident how stagnant Fornia University had become. Don't you have your own research projects?
At the largest academic exchange event with over 100 countries participating, not a single competitive project emerged. At that moment, Tang Feng's mind was filled with the movie quote about Zenziden, I want to fight 10.
Tang Fong, he wants to meet you. Are you willing to see him?
As Tang Fong reminisced about the past, Lu Wei suddenly asked beside him.
Who? Old John?
Yes. Lu Wei nodded. I've already given them orders to develop your aerospace-grade Titan alloy as soon as possible.
Titan alloy?
Tang Fong chuckled, non-committally saying, tell him not to bother.
This isn't a project he can handle.
Instead of wasting time on that, he should research my other patents.
Why? Lu Wei asked curiously.
She had already received news that DK Research Institute had made a breakthrough in the Titan alloy project and was preparing for a technology release conference. This indicated that the technology wasn't that difficult. Otherwise, Tang Fong wouldn't have included it as the material for the second generation of Woolong in advance. Unfortunately, Lu Wei had no idea that the difficulty level was just Tang Feng's personal definition. For old John's team, it was as difficult as climbing a steep mountain.
An area they had never touched or explored. How could it be easy?
Just the arrangement of those materials alone would confuse them.
Not to mention conducting experiments one by one. Why? Haven't you asked old John about it?
Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, I've led the DK Research Institute for a full half-month.
Do you think? Does old John have the ability for this?
Of course he does. Lu Wei didn't want to undermine her own confidence and stubbornly replied, if you can conquer this project in 15 days, then why can't we at DK do it in a month?
Anyway, we have plenty of time.
She now represented the entire DK, and in the business world, she didn't want to bow down to Tang Fong. Since they couldn't bring back the sole figure of the DK Research Institute, they had to create a new one. In her view, old John's team had a global reputation and had even won a Lifetime Achievement Award, making him highly marketable. As long as she found the right people to promote him, perhaps they could turn old John into the sole figure of the DK group.
Unfortunately, Lu Wei overlooked one thing.
The so-called sole figure couldn't be created through mere promotion, it had to be achieved through real accomplishments.
Without the necessary skills, could you handle such a delicate task? If old John couldn't master the technology, they would eventually become a laughingstock. Building a new soul for DK? Creating a soul related to the old man's joy? Since Tang Fong left, the DK group had long lost its soul. Lu Wei tried hard to appear calm because she didn't want to show her weakness in front of Tang Fong, her old adversary. In terms of managing a company, Lu Wei was no less competent than anyone else. A double master's degree in MBA management from Tiffany Business School, how many girls could achieve that? That was why she never accepted defeat. Seeing Lu Wei's expression, Tang Fong smiled and said, "General Lu, Miss Lu, a month won't do. Do you know how competitive the new energy field is now? While you're standing still, others are moving forward." With a meaningful look, he added, "You can't afford to wait." "So what?" Lu Wei clenched her lips and said, "You've started your own business, do we have any other choice? We can only move forward with determination." The best team she could currently recruit was old John's team. If even they couldn't support DK, who else could? Tang Fong nodded and said to her, "All right, we can be determined, but don't be stubborn." He then reminded her, "Since the aerospace-grade Titan alloy was developed at the DK Research Institute, I will grant you the patent for it. Consider it a final gesture of goodwill between us." You. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei didn't know whether to be happy or sad. To say she was happy was difficult because although they could use the Titan alloy patent, they had lost the true soul figure of the DK Research Institute. To say she was sad was because this was the last bit of goodwill Tang Fong left for DK. At least they could use this newly developed technology in their new car, fulfilling their promise to consumers and saving face. As Tang Fong said, they hadn't completely severed ties, it was an amicable parting, leaving a bit of dignity for a future meeting. When DK's new energy faced Tang Fong again, it might be a showdown between DK and Starlight. When both sides launched their new cars, it would surely stir up a storm in the new energy vehicle industry. "All right, Tang Fong, President Tang, on behalf of the DK group, thank you." Lu Wei looked up at him, a look of resignation on her face. She couldn't find joy now unless she could truly bring Tang Fong back, only then would she smile happily. The thought of the faces in the boardroom made her even more resistant. What to do now? Even if she could drive old John's team, did DK's new energy really have what it takes to compete with Tang Fong? Since its inception, Starlight has been able to attract the attention of 20 million fans. Supported by the Red Bean Automobile Factory, which Lin Jun spent billions to build. In addition, there are 8 production lines from Longjing Motors to support them. With such an efficient and intelligent factory, will their development lag behind? Just at the starting point, they can outshine all new energy manufacturers. For Lu Wei, it's no longer a matter of whether or not to bring Tang Fong back. It's about, how will DK respond? Faced with such a strong competitor, can DK hold on? For now, with DK's woong and other cars supporting them, DK's sales have not started to decline. But what about next quarter? Next quarter, Starlight Motors will emerge and will undoubtedly outshine all new energy vehicles, including DK. Currently, DK's woong has sold 100,000 units, and within the next year, they have no plans to sell woong anymore because the production line can't exceed its capacity. Therefore, Starlight and woong will not have a scenario of competing against each other. These two cars personally crafted by Tang Fong will not compete on the same stage. It is for this reason that DK Group, after this quarter, needs to come up with a new car of their own. However, without Tang Feng's personal touch and design, can their new car withstand the competition? This is a question worth pondering. This is also a question that Lu Wei needs to explain to the board of directors. Anyway, Tang Fong has already started his own business, and DK has no chance of recovery. They must think of new remedial measures. Buzz. While the two were silently contemplating, Tang Feng's phone suddenly rang. Tang Fong picked up the phone and glanced at it, then said to Lu Wei beside him, "It's Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology, probably inviting me to a celebration banquet." This afternoon, the two giants just announced their collaboration, so there will definitely be a celebration banquet in the evening. This is also an old tradition of big companies. Lin Jun? Lu Wei's face turned a bit unpleasant as she picked up her handbag beside her. "All right, then I won't disturb you." She stood up from her chair. "Will we have a chance to meet again in the future?" "Of course," Tang Fong nodded. "As long as you have time, you can come find me for a game anytime." "I'm not talking about that," Lu Wei explained. "I mean, if you have any patents in the future, can you grant us the first authorization?" She was making a final struggle, hoping to minimize the losses she caused to the group. Tang Fong met her gaze and said thoughtfully, "It depends on the situation. If it's possible to authorize, I will naturally agree to you." "Okay, thank you, Director Tang." "Oh no, thank you, Mr. Tang." Lu Wei lightly bit her lower lip, her face slightly pale.
Compared to the previous 2 departures, she seemed more strained and regretful this time.
She knew there was no remedy for regrets, but what if she had chosen to apologize to him in the beginning? Would DK not have become so difficult? Would she not have to explain to the board of directors? Today's farewell may lead to them becoming opponents the next time they meet, likely competitors in the arena.
2 new energy car companies, competing head-to-head.
DK Group. President's office.
Lu Wei had just returned to the office and saw a pile of documents on her desk. She turned to Lin Xiaoli beside her and asked, "Xiaoli, where did these documents come from?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaoli hurriedly approached and said, "Oh, reporting to President Lu, these are resignation letters from DK Research Institute engineers that need your signature for confirmation."
Resignation letters?
Upon hearing Lin Xiaoli's words, Lu Wei was instantly dumbfounded.
The pile of documents on the table, like a small mountain, were actually resignation letters from employees? Can people still live like this? No wonder the board of directors was so angry at the previous meeting. Things have escalated to this point. Lu Wei picked up the resignation letter on the table and frowned, asking, who gave them the right? How dare they resign together? Ah, Director Lu, don't you understand?
Lin Xiaoli said with a bitter face, "They are trying to force you out, to make you bring back President Tang."
Bring back President Tang? Lu Wei was dumbfounded at the words. Where should I go to bring back President Tang? To the celebration banquet hosted by Lin Jun? They are probably toasting and celebrating at this moment. What am I going to do there? Am I going to be a clown? Director Lu, didn't you just go to see President Tang? How did it go? Any results?
Lin Xiaoli looked at Lu Wei in anticipation.
Lu Wei glanced at her and remained silent.
Lin Xiaoli saw her expression and knew she had hit a wall again. After a moment of silence, Lu Wei raised her head and said, "Xiaoli, starting today, help me reject all calls from the board of directors."
Ha? Lin Xiaoli was puzzled. Director Lu, is President Tang really planning to start his own business?
Seeing the expression on Lu Wei's face, she had guessed what was happening, but still held on to a glimmer of hope.
Lu Wei furrowed her brows. Haven't you seen the news?
He has already registered his own brand, called Xingchen.
Didn't you say that was fake?
Fake? Lu Wei shook her head. In just one afternoon, his followers have exceeded 20 million.
Do you think that's fake? 20 million?
Lin Xiaoli was stunned.
Gaining 2 million followers in one afternoon, what kind of concept is that?
Even the most popular Dao Lang teacher back then didn't gain followers that quickly. However, thinking that Tang Fong was behind Xingchen, Lin Xiaoli felt relieved.
With President Tang's influence and the reputation he has built over the years, achieving such rapid growth in followers was not surprising. Director Lu, what should we do now?
Lin Xiaoli was starting to panic. Not only did you not bring him back, but President Tang has also created his own brand.
In the future, does DK still have a way out?
The consumers and fans supporting DK were mostly following because of President Tang.
Now that President Tang has chosen to start his own car brand, will they still pay attention to DK? Obviously not. Only a new car personally crafted by President Tang could attract attention across the internet. Otherwise, DK's Woong wouldn't be selling so well. Why would there be no way out? Lu Wei glared at her, furrowing her brows. Just because Tang Fong is gone, are we supposed to give up?
Cars still need to be made. The company still needs to operate normally. Pausing, she continued, later, inform John's team to immediately participate in the patent development project starting tomorrow.
Within a month, we must make a breakthrough. John? Lin Xiaoli chuckled, sighed, and said, can he do it? He buys everything he sees, like a country bumpkin coming to the city. With his limited skills, I doubt he can even compare to half a hair of President Tang. Enough, don't deflate his morale, boost your own confidence.
Lu Wei said sternly, the next month will determine the life or death of our DK group.
We must seize every opportunity. Yes, Director Lu, I understand.
Lin Xiaoli nodded obediently upon hearing this. She was just venting. After all, the final decision would still be made by Director Lu. After all, her father was the chairman of the company. No matter how the company developed, it was still a family business.
But, Director Lu, Lin Xiaoli pondered for a moment, suddenly remembering something. What about the board of directors? What should we do about that? She reminded, this time you didn't invite President Tang back. They won't let it go easily.
It wouldn't be surprising if they call for another board meeting in a few days.
Ah, can't worry about that now.
Lu Wei felt a headache coming on his side, and said, Xiaoli, help me block the board meeting calls for the next 2 days.
I will work hard to make up for the company's losses. The board is currently unyielding, not listening to reason. Their only goal is to bring back President Tang. But now Tang Fong has started his own venture, how can they bring him back? Even if she had 100 chances, she couldn't do it.
So, the only solution now is to delay tactics. By holding off the board, temporarily delaying them, time can be freed up for John to break through the new project. Only then will she have a chance to recover all of DK Group's losses. Of course, during this time, she cannot let Tang Feng's stellar new energy grow unchecked. She must visit Tang Feng's residence frequently, engage in friendly communication with him to gather information about Stellar. Thinking of this, she turned to Lin Xiaoli. By the way, Xiaoli, do you play Honor of Kings? Ha! Lin Xiaoli was startled. Lu, I didn't play games while at work. I mean, do you play this game? Lu Wei stared at her and said, teach me. Playing games is now her only way to get closer to Tang Fong. Ha! Lu, am I hearing you correctly? Lin Xiaoli asked wide-eyed, you're a top student from Tiffany Business School, and you want to learn to play games? What do you know? Lu Wei smirked. The former head of DK Research Institute was a King of Glory player. Isn't that more extreme than me? Lin Xiaoli. The next morning, DK Research Institute was crowded with media and reporters early in the morning. John led his team through the crowd and cautiously entered the institute's hall. To keep DK Research Institute in the spotlight, Lu Wei specially invited the media to report on the progress of the research projects. Now, Tang Fong has become the undisputed king of traffic, with the whole internet focusing on his next plan. Smart Lu Wei refused to fall behind and planned to use John's research opportunity to make DK Group stand out. Tang Fong is the key to traffic, and if they can develop a patent to replace him, wouldn't that be a perfect way to ride the wave of traffic? However, while they ride the wave, they are also boosting Tang Feng's traffic. Because all the engineers at DK Research Institute know that no one can crack President Tang's patents, including John's team. If John really had that ability, they wouldn't have wanted to apprentice under Tang Fong at the academic exchange meeting. Lu, something's wrong, DK Research Institute is in chaos. As Lu Wei leisurely walked towards the institute, Lin Xiaoli ran over. DK Research Institute? Lu Wei was puzzled, furrowing her brows. What happened? Lu, the engineers at the institute want to resign, and they won't allow John's team to enter the research room. Lin Xiaoli said anxiously. What? Lu Wei was shocked and quickly walked towards DK Research Institute. The major media outlets were waiting on the sidelines, and if the situation inside was captured, it would be a laughingstock online. She had just confidently challenged others, and now her backyard was on fire. While others were in full swing, her side was in chaos. In this situation, how could she compete with Tang Fong? As Lu Wei approached DK Research Institute, she heard the commotion inside. Hundreds of engineers gathered together, facing off against old John's team. What's going on? Lu Wei walked into the lobby of the DK Research Institute, staring at everyone and asking, why is everyone gathered here? Don't you all have work to do? MS. Lu, we are resigning. Please sign for us. As Lu Wei's voice fell, a slightly chubby man walked over. Lu Wei recognized him as Wang Haoming, a student of Teacher Lu, who usually worked on research and development with Teacher Lu and Tang Fong. He had a close relationship with Teacher Lu and Tang Fong. Resigning? Lu Wei frowned and questioned, who allowed you to resign? If I haven't signed on your resignation report, it means the group does not agree to your resignation. Glancing around at the crowd, she said displeased, are you trying to rebel? Do you know what kind of impact it will have on DK if over 100 people resign at the same time? We don't care, we just want to resign. Engineers nearby shouted, MS. Lu, as long as you don't bring back President Tang, all of us will resign. Are you threatening me? Lu Wei clenched her fists and said, you all know very well that President Tang cannot come back. Lu Wei roared, he has created a new brand called Xingqian, which has become a competitor to our DK group. MS. Lu, it's your fault. At this moment, Wang Haoming stood up beside them. If you don't bring in this foreign expert, President Tang would not have agreed to Lin Jun's cooperation request. It's my fault? Lu Wei asked with a furrowed brow, then tell me, what should I do? With a hint of anger, she asked, if I don't bring back President Tang, do I have to watch DK fall into paralysis? If I don't invite Mr. John, who will clean up the mess for us? She felt more wronged than anyone else at the moment. What should have been a simple matter had been complicated by her. Could she feel at ease in her heart? The pressure Lu Wei was under was no less than that of the people present. Of course, the pressure she faced mainly came from her sense of superiority and her need to save face. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Wang Haoming chuckled, MS. Lu, do you think bringing in an old expert from abroad can save DK? How do you know it won't? Lu Wei retorted, you never know until you try, right? Fine, go ahead and try, give it your best shot. Wang Haoming said with a smile, I want to see who can overcome President Tang's new technology. He was under Tang Fong and Teacher Lu, and he knew Tang Feng's capabilities the best. The ideas Tang Fong proposed were in a new field they had never touched before. Over the years, they had conquered many new technologies with Tang Fong, but they only had a superficial understanding of these new technologies. The only one who could truly put these new technologies into practice was President Tang. It could also be said that without President Tang, the entire DK Research Institute would not function. This was also one of the reasons why Teacher Lu never returned. If you cut off the main artery, how can you keep running? You must be Wan Haoming? Lu Wei walked up to him, scrutinized him, and asked with a frown, "Did you collude with everyone to submit resignation reports?" MS. Lu, you overestimate me. Do I have such great influence? Wang Haoming shrugged. Then, why did over 100 resignation reports get submitted simultaneously? Lu Wei took out a resignation report and questioned. MS. Lu, why ask me? Wang Haoming smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask yourself?" Pointing to the resignation report in Lu Wei's hand, he said, "If it weren't for your series of actions, would everyone voluntarily resign?" Anyway, he had already made up his mind to resign, so he was no longer afraid of Lu Wei's questioning and interrogation. Lu Wei was struck at a sore spot and was momentarily speechless. Obviously, all the engineers at DK Research Institute were loyal to Tang Fong. Tang Fong was their dean, like a brother to them. Would they just stand by and watch Tang Fong get dismissed? If the dean left, what use would these followers have in the company? Therefore, upon learning that Lu Wei had invited experts from abroad, all the engineers became restless. "So, what do you guys want to do?" Lu Wei pointed at her phone and reminded them, "Haven't you seen the news online? Dean Tang has already started his own business and won't return to DK. We don't care about that." Wang Haoming said, "If Dean Tang and Professor Lu have been fired, what's the point of DK Research Institute's existence? Fine, then make room for Mr. John to take over." Lu Wei said angrily, "Do you think DK can't make cars without you? Great, that's just great. Thank you, General Manager Lu, please sign our resignation reports, and we'll leave immediately." "Thank you for your understanding, General Manager Lu. Whoever wants to stay at DK can stay. Who knows, one day, they might be the ones getting fired. You like to hire foreign experts, huh? If you can't develop Dean Tang's patents, don't blame us for mocking you." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the engineers at the institute started shouting back and forth. Obviously, they were deliberately provoking Lu Wei, hoping she would just fire them directly. They were all people brought up by Tang Fong, all thinking about building a strong technological nation. How could they let these foreigners come in and defile this sacred place? In their eyes, only Dean Tang was worthy of being called the dean. No one else deserved that position. As for the current Mr. John, he was even more difficult to accept. Everyone saw the shocked expression on his face when he visited the institute. Does someone with such a narrow-minded view deserve to be compared to Dean Tang? Not only were they looking down on him, he didn't even have the qualifications to shine Dean Tang's shoes. "Alright, you all look down on Mr. John, right?" Lu Wei saw the disdain in their eyes and sneered. "Fine, let's make a bet then." "Okay, what's the bet?" they asked. Lu Wei remained composed, squinted her eyes, and said, "If John's team can surpass Dean Tang's research and development, you all must respect him, and withdraw your resignation applications." With a master's degree in management, she knew how to handle situations like mass resignations. Since she couldn't convince them with words, she had to conquer them with technology. Now, she could only place her bet on Mr. John. Success or failure, it all depended on this move. "Okay, General Manager Lu, we agree. Since this foreigner wants to embarrass himself, don't blame us for not giving face. If the research and development fail, then get out of our DK Research Institute." The engineers sneered at her words. They all understood that Dean Tang held the world's most advanced technology, and no one could match him. The current Mr. John was just a clown. Lu Wei didn't expect everyone to agree so readily, but she nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, you agreed to this yourselves, so don't try to back out later." Lu Wei looked at them and shouted. "General Manager Lu, rest assured, a man's word is his bond." Wang Haoming chuckled and called out to Lu Wei. He knew that the current Mr. John was just a weakling, nothing compared to the real sleeping dragon gentleman. He had already made up his mind that as soon as old John agreed to start the research and development, he would immediately inform Director Tang of this news. By then, he would also let Director Tang join in the excitement. After so many years in the field of new energy, it was the first time someone dared to challenge Director Tang's authority. At this moment, Lu Wei didn't know what everyone was thinking, but instead turned to look at old John beside her. "Mr. John, did you hear that? Everyone is looking forward to your research and development. As long as you can develop a patent like Director Tang's, you will gain the recognition of the entire DK Research Institute." "Oh, my God. Old John sighed. General Lu, seeing all these honors on the wall, I feel my blood boiling. I can't wait to catch up with Director Tang's footsteps. Ever since he heard that Tang Fong was his teacher at Phonia University, Old John had been eager to pay his respects to this teacher. Initially, he was discouraged by the fields Tang Fong was involved in, but now, he wanted to give it a good try. Winners take all, losers are left with nothing. Undoubtedly, this was the most attention he had ever received in his life. Lu Wei didn't expect him to agree so readily and said with a smile, Mr. John, I have brought the media and reporters for you. They are waiting outside. As long as you make a breakthrough, they will report it to the whole world immediately. Oh, Old John was taken aback, seemingly not expecting to conduct research under the camera. This was an unprecedented challenge for them. However, when he thought that once he succeeded in his research, the media would report this achievement to the world, he felt an endless excitement welling up inside him. Alright, General Lu, we won't let you down. Old John said confidently. Last night, he specifically studied the research principles of aerospace-grade Titan alloy. Although he had never dealt with this new field before, he was very interested in this research outcome. Okay, let's start right away then. Lu Wei said meaningfully, Mr. John, I have placed all my bets on you, hoping that you will make a name for yourself in one fell swoop. Thank you for your trust, General Lu. Old John nodded and quickly led his team to the laboratory. This was his first time entering DK's laboratory, and if this battle failed, it might also be his last. This old guy really doesn't know his place, daring to challenge Director Tang. He's just showing off, seeing so many trophies in our research institute, he's probably jealous. Does he know how difficult the research process of aerospace-grade Titan alloy is? Boasting about making a name for himself in one battle, it's really laughable. I can't believe it, who gave him the courage? Do we even need to ask? It's Liang Jingru. Sigh, General Lu still has the nerve to mention Titan alloy, that's the new material Director Tang is about to release, but unfortunately, she ruined it. Seeing Old John enter the laboratory, the engineers on the side began to discuss quietly. Obviously, out of the over 100 people present, no one was willing to believe in them, because they knew very well how difficult this research was. Not long ago, Director Tang accidentally discovered a new type of alloy material that could significantly improve the performance of cars. From the initiation of this project until now, he had no idea how many metal elements' characteristics he had tested. It should be noted that each metal element had its interactions and mechanisms. The research process of this new alloy was extremely difficult, requiring the screening and combination of numerous metal elements. Only through a large number of experiments and simulation analyses could the desired results be obtained. During the research and development process, Tang Fong used advanced computer simulation technology to accurately predict and evaluate the microstructure and performance of the alloy. Later, he found that a simple combination of elements alone seemed unable to fully meet the requirements of a high-performance alloy. So, he began to try adding trace elements to the alloy. In the end, through relentless efforts and experiments, he developed the aerospace-grade Titan alloy that was advanced enough to lead the world. This alloy had extremely strong corrosion resistance, not only remaining unfrozen and frost-free at temperatures below -50 degrees but also withstanding high temperatures. It was a special alloy material that met aerospace standards. Unfortunately, what no one had expected was that just as Director Tang was preparing to hold a technical press conference, he was fired by the new female CEO. From then on, the Titan alloy that had been successfully developed no longer belonged to DK. Because no one in the entire DK Research Institute, from top to bottom, knew the synthesis method of this material. Only Tang Fong knew. Undoubtedly, it became a unique new development in Tang Feng's hands. As soon as the technical press conference was held, this Titan alloy would immediately become famous worldwide. Fortunately, because this development was completed at the DK Research Institute, Tang Fong had promised Lu Wei that he would authorize this development to DK. This was his final tie to DK, and also the last bit of face he left for the DK group. President Lu, do you really intend to trust this old John? Just as Lu Wei was hopeful and full of anticipation as she looked at the laboratory, Lin Xiaoli suddenly ran over. Of course. Lu Wei nodded, saying to her, besides trusting him, is there a better way? Only by doing so can we stop these 100 people from submitting their resignation letters. I don't think the engineers are at fault. Lin Xiaoli sighed, the DK Research Institute cannot be without a leader. Without Director Tang, how can they carry out their work? So, you're saying it's my fault? Lu Wei turned to look at her. Oh, President Lu, that's not what I meant. Lin Xiaoli stuck out her tongue, laughing, I just think they are quite helpless. She explained, for example, if one day you were fired by the board, without a boss, I would also feel very sad. Nonsense,
Why would I be fired by the board? Lu Wei glared at her impatiently. I really want to sew your mouth shut. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoli quickly covered her mouth with her hand. As the two were bantering, they suddenly heard a phone ringing nearby. Lin Xiaoli picked up the phone and saw a news alert. Starchaser Automotive officially established, globally debuting the latest technology, aerospace-grade Titan alloy, causing a sensation online. Lin Xiaoli's mouth dropped open as she read the news. President Liu, Director Tang's Starchaser Automotive has been officially established. And today, they globally debuted the latest technology, Titan alloy technology. Old John and the others are out of luck. What? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoli's words, Lu Wei's expression changed instantly. The global debut of the latest technology, aerospace-grade Titan alloy? Then, what use is our research and development? Even if old John could develop it, it wouldn't be able to turn the tables for us. Moreover, Tang Fong had long promised to authorize this development to them, so continuing to invest manpower and resources in it was already meaningless. Thinking this, Lu Wei quickly halted old John and asked them to stop their work. Mr. John, please stop your work for now. Lu Wei stepped forward and reminded, we might need to switch to a different project. Old John was surprised that the project was suddenly halted, and he was stunned. President Liu, why? Did something go wrong with our experiment? He had been researching various metal elements, struggling in this uncharted territory. He thought someone else in the team had made a mistake. No, it has nothing to do with your experiment. Lu Wei sighed and explained, just now, President Tang held a global technical conference and unveiled the aerospace-grade Titan alloy in front of all media outlets. She shook her head with a bitter smile. There's no point in continuing our research now. It will only waste manpower and resources. What? Old John's face showed a look of shock at her words. He shook his head in disbelief. Oh my, how is this possible? This is almost an impossible task to accomplish. With so many metal elements and combinations, how did he develop the Titan alloy from them? This is simply unbelievable. If old John hadn't been trying to get involved in this project, he wouldn't understand the difficulties involved. It could be said that globally, only Tang Fong could research and develop such cutting-edge technology. He was now truly at the top of the world, leading domestic new energy towards the pinnacle of the world. Even the globally sensational T-stars that had just emerged would have to bow down before him. With the new energy developed by Tang Fong, just one patent could keep them researching for years. Take the old John team in front of him, for example. From the moment they decided to develop the Titan alloy, they had already spent a sleepless night. He mobilized everyone in the team but found no clue. It felt like finding a needle in a haystack. You might be able to combine metal elements to create 10,000 materials, but truly extracting the Titan alloy from these 10,000 materials is as difficult as reaching the sky. Mr. John, can we try other patents? Lu Wei, seeing his shocked expression, said to him, let's put the Titan alloy matter aside for now. You can lead the team to develop other patents. She paused and continued, DK wants to recreate a phenomenon like the dragon, and it will take all our efforts. Other patents? Old John thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, General Liu, DK Dragon has a total of 12 patents. Please choose one for us, and we will focus our efforts on breaking through the difficulties. In Old John's view, since they were already here, they might as well stimulate the potential of their team. When they were abroad, they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware that new energy technology had developed to this extent. Now, with the opportunity to challenge the teacher T-stars, Old John felt it was a chance not to be missed. If you respect and admire someone, you must strive to surpass them. Old John felt a deep respect for Tang Fong and had long considered this young man as his goal. Although he was older, the technological knowledge he possessed was just the tip of the iceberg for Tang Fong. Seeing Old John's determined gaze, Lu Wei nodded and said, alright, in that case, you can start with bulletproof glass. Previously, DK Group had conducted a survey, allowing fans to vote for the 12 patents of the dragon. The most popular one turned out to be the high molecular nano bulletproof glass. This term may sound cumbersome, but what truly stands out are two words, bulletproof. In terms of global cars, the most commonly used bulletproof glass is found in presidential vehicles. These cars are specially customized and extremely expensive. However, as the director of the DK Research Institute, Tang Fong, with his own efforts, enabled all fans to drive the DK Dragon equipped with bulletproof glass. After all, it was the safest vehicle in the world, far from being just a reputation. While this feature might not mean much domestically, it was a significant asset overseas. This is also the reason why the DK Group has just started overseas sales and instantly surpassed the total sales of all new energy vehicles in previous years, given the rampant zero-cost purchase overseas and the reason for the firecrackers everywhere. Once DK Woolong was launched, it immediately became popular across the country. For overseas users, Bulletproof undoubtedly is the most great equipment of this century. Therefore, to cope with the overseas buying frenzy, the DK Group specifically invested in building a new energy vehicle factory overseas. This is the last glory that DK Woolong gives them. Now, Xingshan Motors has officially set sail, and the time left for the DK Group is running out. Bulletproof glass? Old John was shocked. When did bulletproof glass become a standard feature in civilian cars? This kind of technology is extremely complex, expensive to produce, and simply cannot appear in vehicles with high cost performance. Yes, Lu Wei said calmly, didn't you see that list of patents? The option at the top is bulletproof glass. Old John was speechless. Originally, he thought this patent was only for wealthy people's optional models, but he didn't expect it to be standard across the board? How is that possible? If DK Woolong is equipped with bulletproof glass as standard, how much budget will it increase? Thinking of this, Old John asked in shock, Ms. Lu, is this nanoscale bulletproof glass really standard across the board? Then, can your DK Woolong still make money? This is his most concerning question. If, in this situation, DK Woolong can still make money, it means Tang Fong has reached the pinnacle of technology. He found that with a small budget, he could produce nanoscale organic glass comparable to bulletproof glass. Seeing Old John's incredulous expression, Lu Wei nodded and said, of course we can make money. Otherwise, can our DK Group afford to lose money and make a fuss? She was used to Old John's astonishment at these patents. After standing still for a while, Lu Wei raised her head and said, Mr. John, do you know why these 100 engineers admire President Tang so much? It's because of his unparalleled creativity. She paused and continued, he is good at research and has eyes that can discover black technology. Despite the high cost, bulletproof glass that has never been equipped in civilian cars, he can still synthesize nano-level quality at the lowest cost. Although Lu Wei was unwilling to believe that she had dismissed a doubtless genius, but the terrifying sales of DK Woolong constantly reminded her. Lu Wei knew that it was time for the DK Group to work hard. They must come up with the most attractive car to compete with Tang Feng's upcoming Xingshan Motors. Otherwise, they would be defeated. Low-cost, synthesized nano-organic glass? Old John was dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, how high is the technological difficulty? Neither I nor our research team have ever encountered such a challenging project. Developing bulletproof glass is not difficult for them, but developing a highly cost-effective bulletproof glass is a different story. That's why I invited you here. Lu Wei said firmly, we are running out of time. We must break through all projects before Xingshan Motors is launched. Now that President Tang has left DK, they cannot continue to use his patents. Not to mention how long they can rely on the old ways, just the high patent fees alone would make them hesitate. If the patent fees doubled, could they still focus on cost-effectiveness as before? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. This is why the board of directors is attacking, because everyone knows that DK cannot do without Tang Fong. The mistake made by this CEO is intolerable to the entire group. Although Lu Wei is now trying her best to make up for all the losses, she is heading in the wrong direction. Inviting Old John was the most foolish decision she has made since taking office as CEO. It is well known that Tang Fong did not initially agree to give Wei, the general manager of Linjun and Longjing Motors, 2 days of buffer time for DK Group. However, Lu Wei personally blocked this path. She personally pushed Mr. Woolong of DK Group out the door and sent him to the competitor's side. Lin Jun, who had already invested billions in building an automobile factory, was daily troubled by how to find high-tech talents. But now, Lu Wei of DK Group personally pushed a top talent in the industry in front of him. Lin Jun was overjoyed and couldn't wait to kneel in front of Lu Wei. Originally, at the technology conference, the term friendly competitor was frequently mentioned, and those with keen eyes knew that a friendly competitor is not a friend. But this time, Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology truly experienced what a real friendly competitor is. President Lu, you are amazing. You are outstanding, you are aloof. DK Group CEO's office. Lu Wei sat in her chair, flipping through a thick stack of resignation reports. She wanted to see which positions these resigning leaders held. Over 100 people resigning at the same time is different from layoffs. Layoffs usually involve positions that are not crucial, they can be done with or without them, without affecting the company's operations. But some positions are different. If they are cut, the company will directly cease to operate. For example, their company's main artery Tang Fong, the director of DK Research Institute. After the last incident, Lu Wei now has a psychological shadow regarding layoffs. She dared not casually sign on employees' resignation reports. She had to carefully investigate before making a decision. Xiaoli, do you know this Wang Haoming from DK Research Institute? Lu Wei thought of Wang Haoming from the Research Institute and turned to Lin Xiaoli. Yes, Lin Xiaoli nodded. He is Professor Lu's student, used to work with Director Tang on research, and has made significant contributions to our company. Oh, Lu Wei paused. Isn't he a supporter of Tang? I think. These over 100 engineers, he might be instigating them. President Lu, that can't be, right? Lin Xiaoli shook her head. Wanting to bring back Director Tang is everyone's wish, not just Wang Haoming's idea. So, is this also your idea? Lu Wei looked up at her. Of course, Lin Xiaoli nodded. This time, she no longer feared Lu Wei's gaze and said, President Lu, I really didn't expect that you went to see Director Tang twice. Why haven't you brought him back yet? Director Tang is actually very easy to talk to. Is that so? Why didn't I notice? Lu Wei frowned. Could it be that you see things through rose-colored glasses? Oh, President Lu, what are you talking about? Lin Xiaoli forced a smile, helplessly saying, at most, it's just a one-sided love. You are the one who truly matches him in talent and appearance. Matches him in talent and appearance? Lu Wei was taken aback, then realized, why are you bringing me into this again? Thinking of the scenes with Tang Fong, Lu Wei suddenly felt a strange feeling. You know what, when she was with that guy, there really wasn't much distance between them. They would share a pancake fruit when hungry, and play a game of Honor of Kings when free. This feeling was quite different. Perhaps it was because they had always been at odds. It eliminated the barrier between men and women. Perhaps, they never really treated each other as the opposite sex from beginning to end. Lin Xiaoli saw Lu Wei's lack of strong reaction and exaggeratedly said, Manager Lu, I think you and President Tang are quite compatible. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Wei blushed, a rare sight. Don't make up stories. Do you think I'm like you guys? Always thinking about gossip. Manager Lu, I'm not making it up. I'm speaking seriously to you. Lin Xiaoli earnestly said, think about it, if you really end up with President Tang, would you still need to care about the board of directors? Pausing, she continued, by then, you would become Mrs. Tang, whether it's Star Auto or DK New Energy, they would be your own companies, and you wouldn't need to worry about who's stronger or weaker. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Lu Wei waved her hand at her. Xiaoli, do you even know what you're saying? If you keep this up, I might get angry. Her heart was already in turmoil. Lin Xiaoli had stirred up her emotions. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to face Tang Fong in the future. Manager Lu, don't get angry. I'm just speaking hypothetically. Lin Xiaoli explained, if you become family with President Tang, we could use his patents at DK without any issues, and no one would dare to hold you accountable for any losses to the company. Are you suggesting I sell myself to pay debts? Lu Wei sighed heavily, furrowing her brows. When did I, Lu Wei, fall to such a state? Besides, DK Group hasn't lost yet. Seeing her on the verge of exploding, Lin Xiaoli quickly stuck out her tongue and returned to her own desk. She was observant, and from Lu Wei's face earlier, Lin Xiaoli didn't notice much resistance. This indicated that Manager Lu wasn't actually opposed to President Tang. At this rate, Manager Lu would inevitably be captivated. Otherwise, why would Manager Lu be learning to play games? It was obvious she was trying to please President Tang. At least, that's what Lin Xiaoli thought. Xiaoli, contact Tang Fong for me. I need to see him. Just as Lin Xiaoli was gossiping in her mind, she heard Lu Wei calling out. Ha? Contact President Tang? Lin Xiaoli was startled, asking in surprise, Manager Lu, have you had a change of heart? Change your head. Lu Wei grabbed her coat and walked out of the CEO's office. President Tang just finished a tech conference. Shouldn't I go see him for patents? How clueless. Oh. Lin Xiaoli nodded thoughtfully at the words. But in her heart, she secretly thought, Manager Lu truly is Manager Lu, already a cooked duck, yet still stubborn. Qinghe Street. Tang Feng's residence. Lu Wei was now familiar with the way to this place. Her current mood was like riding a roller coaster. From the ambitious excitement when she returned to become CEO, to the current disappointment, her high and mighty demeanor as a young lady was gradually wearing off. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Wei stood in front of Tang Feng's door and tentatively knocked. She wasn't sure if Tang Fong was home, considering he had just finished a tech conference today. Perhaps he had already gone out to dinner with Lin, the former head of Red Bean Technology. However, to Lu Wei's surprise, as soon as she knocked, the door opened. Tang Fong glanced at her through the crack, furrowing his brows. Manager Lu, it's you again? What, not welcoming me? Lu Wei frowned at Tang Feng's tone. I'm the CEO of DK Group. Coming to see you, the former head of DK Research Institute. You should be happy. Yes, I'm happy. I'm very happy. Tang Fong opened the door wider, waving her in. Come in, I happen to be having dinner at home. Did you come at mealtime? Lu Wei waved her hand and quickly said, I didn't plan on eating your food. I'm afraid you might poison me. Poison you?
Tang Fong was amused by her and asked with a smile, Miss
Lu, if you're so afraid of me, why did you come all the way to find me? Lu Wei placed her beloved Hermes handbag on the coffee table and said to Tang Fong, didn't you have a tech conference today? I saw it in the news, so I wanted to come and chat with you. Here to get authorization?
Tang Fong opened the takeout on the table, teasingly saying, you're quite proactive.
If you had come 2 minutes earlier, you might have missed me. I just got home. That's okay, I can wait for you outside your door. Lu Wei leaned back on the sofa, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of silence, she turned her gaze to Tang Feng's takeout. Tang Fong, do you usually eat this kind of food? What else?
Tang Fong shrugged, when I'm at home, I like to focus on research and development alone.
Sometimes I forget to cook and just order takeout. Oh, your life is too dull. Lu Wei shook her head, this won't do. If Lin sees you like this, will he still choose to cooperate with you? You don't need to worry about that.
Tang Fong, I'm curious, you earn a lot from patent fees every year. Why don't you hire a maid to take care of yourself?
Lu Wei stared at him and asked, hire a maid? Tang Fong chuckled, looking her up and down, who do you think you are? Born a lady.
He opened the takeout box and waved his hand, for ordinary people like us, just managing with each meal is enough, not as particular as you.
Is it to support those 6 research centers?
Lu Wei looked up at him, her eyes showing a rare hint of admiration.
How did you know?
Tang Fong met her gaze, saying calmly, in the field of high-tech, research projects require a lot of funding. Many students don't have the money for research, so I want to create a comfortable environment for them within my capabilities. He paused and continued, for example, the DK Research Institute, many engineers came from my 6 research centers. They were just ordinary students, but through their efforts in the research centers, they were recruited by DK, a prestigious conglomerate.
No wonder. Lu Wei suddenly understood. No wonder over 100 people from DK Research Institute had submitted resignation letters to her. It turned out they had such a deep connection with Tang Fong. It was all about loyalty and repaying kindness. They didn't want to see Director Tang being fired by this new female CEO. They wanted to force her to bring back the respected director of DK Research Institute. No wonder what.
Tang Fong turned to look at her.
Lu Wei smiled bitterly. These days, over 100 people from DK Research Institute have resigned and wanted me to bring you back. Oh, Tang Fong looked at her calmly. Did you agree? Of course not. Lu Wei pursed her lips. Do you think I don't know what you're up to?
I just fired them, and the next day you'll have them at Red Bean Car Factory.
She wasn't a fool. How could she be so emotional?
With over 100 engineers resigning at the same time, the entire DK group would be shaken.
Tang Fong looked at her with a smile. I thought you would agree. Although I don't lack high-tech talents, those are my old employees. It wouldn't hurt to take them in. Oomph, I knew it. Lu Wei looked at him indignantly. You've started your own business, but you won't let me off, will you? Don't be so ambiguous.
Tang Fong casually handed the chopsticks next to her. Whether I accept them or not is my own business. What does it have to do with you? Tang Fong ignored her and started eating by himself. While eating, he looked at the computer and quickly typed various program codes on the keyboard.
Lu Wei looked at the dishes in front of her and couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
She usually didn't eat takeout, but smelling the delicious food and seeing Tang Fong enjoying it so much, she felt a bit hungry too.
Hey, aren't you eating? Lu Wei frowned and said, my mom said that eating like this can cause indigestion. Is that so? Tang Fong turned to look at her. Miss Lu, I'm eating takeout. Should I be worried about indigestion? You. Lu Wei looked at him angrily. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm doing this for your own good. Oh, then thank you. Tang Fong shrugged. I should thank you for last time too. If you hadn't fired me in front of so many people, I wouldn't have had the chance to come back and have a good sleep. Hey, isn't that too much? The matter is over. Why bring it up again?
Lu Wei had nothing to say. She had lost her appetite after being reminded. It's like stirring up trouble for no reason.
After saying that, Lu Wei seemed to remember something and asked while staring at the computer in front of her, Tang Fong, what new project are you developing now? Are you applying for a new patent again? What do you think? Tang Fong chuckled, put down his chopsticks, and said to her, I've already created Star Auto, shouldn't I develop some new technology? With that, he suddenly remembered Lu Wei's words from yesterday and turned to ask, by the way, Miss Lu, how is your company doing? Is today's research and development going smoothly? Us? Lu Wei was stunned and suddenly froze. Our research and development? Yeah, what are we researching and developing?
The old John team has been here for 2 or 3 days, and they haven't even created a new folder yet.
With this kind of efficiency, how can we compete with Star Auto? DK new energy, we might as well admit defeat honestly. Ah. Lu Wei sighed deeply. We can only take it step by step. Even if we can't compete with Star Auto in the future, at least our sales figures should look good, right? Otherwise, DK Group will really become the laughingstock of the whole internet. Thinking of this, Lu Wei tentatively asked, Tang Fong, President Tang, can I discuss something with you? If you develop a new patent in the future, can you prioritize granting it to DK? In her opinion, even if Tang Fong can't return to DK, if they can get his latest authorization, she believes the board of directors will understand. Prioritize granting it to DK? Tang Fong frowned, questioning, why? He stared at Lu Wei and asked, granting the patent to you, so you can compete with me using my technology? Oh, we are of the same origin, why rush to harm each other? Lu Wei knew that DK wouldn't be able to confront Tang Fong in the short term, so she started to adopt a policy of appeasement. Look, DK Woolong is a car you personally created, selling 100,000 units in just 10 minutes. When it comes to the second generation of Woolong, shouldn't you give something back to the fans? Woolong's second generation? Tang Fong was amused by her. Miss Lu, do you think we're playing house? I've been laid off. From the moment I left DK, Woolong has nothing to do with me anymore. But, you personally participated in its creation. Yes, but you destroyed it with your own hands. Tang Fong shook his head and said to Lu Wei, from now on, Star Auto is my exclusive brand. As for DK, let old John serve you. You. Alright. Lu Wei said calmly, I have already informed old John to start breaking through your patents from Woolong, one by one. Oh? Tang Fong became interested, is that so? Which one are you planning to start with? He was eager to see how much old John really had up his sleeve. Nano-level bulletproof glass. Lu Wei stood up, looking determined. This time, DK will use live broadcasts to rally support and tackle the patents and technologies you hold on the spot. Oh, then I must pay close attention. Tang Fong chuckled, reminding, don't forget to send me the link to the live stream, I want to watch closely. Sure, I'll send it. Lu Wei nodded, confidently saying, Tang Fong, have you thought about it? Once we break through these 12 patents, your patent fees for the new Woolong will be gone. No problem, I was actually thinking of reclaiming the patents. Tang Fong was not worried at all, smiling as he said, now over a dozen car companies are after me, wanting me to grant them patent licenses. Should I give it to them or not? Currently, Tang Fong only authorizes exclusive patents to DK Group, making the patent fees much higher than regular licenses. But this was also the key to DK's car sales. Without these exclusive patents, why would the first high-tech car for young people have to be a DK? Reclaim the patents? Lu Wei was anxious. President Tang, we have paid the patent fees. I'm not short of those patent fees. Tang Fong shrugged, if it weren't for the expiration of the patent licenses, I would have reclaimed them long ago. You. Lu Wei held her phone, looking aggrieved. Well, President Tang, I was actually planning to play games with you while holding my phone, but now it seems I won't have that chance. Play games? To trick me? Tang Fong laughed. Well, then I really have to thank you. Alright, looks like we can't continue this conversation. Lu Wei picked up her handbag nearby, saying, goodbye. With that, she grabbed her bag and walked out without looking back. Halfway through, she suddenly turned back. Where's my authorization letter? Lu Wei asked. Tang Fong was eating and casually pointed to the table beside him. Lu Wei walked over, picked up the authorization contract, and glanced at it. It was already signed. Obviously, Tang Fong had known she would come. Tang Fong, next quarter, I will personally get involved in car manufacturing. Lu Wei put away the authorization letter, looking confident. By then, I will bring my new car to compete with your Star Auto. You? Tang Fong shook his head with a smile. Can you build a car? Of course, Lu Wei said confidently, as long as we develop the latest technology, making cars is just the icing on the cake, isn't it? Alright, I was just worried about not having a rival. Tang Fong sneered, nodding, MS. Lu, I look forward to your new car, don't disappoint me. He was just worried about not having a car to contrast with Star Auto at the same time. This time, Lu Wei fulfilled his wish. Lin Jun's Red Bean car factory was already in operation, so as soon as Tang Fong created the latest model of Star Auto, it could go into production immediately. Therefore, Tang Fong had already started designing it. He wanted to make up for the regrets caused by DK Woolong and create a powerful new energy car that could lead global technology. Great, I'll also be waiting for your new car. Lu Wei picked up the authorization letter and walked out. She already had a new plan in mind. Since the production capacity of the first-generation DK Woolong was full, she would personally step in to create the second-generation DK Woolong. With the reputation of the first-generation Woolong, the second generation was sure to sell like hotcakes.
Maybe then, there would be a chance to compete with Tang Feng's new car. She wanted to create the most exciting new car game.
The second generation Woong vs. Xingshan Motors, both designs related to Tang Fong. I bet myself, who will come out on top in the end. It will definitely attract attention across the entire network. The next morning, DK Research Institute. At Lu Wei's invitation, the production team of Go, President, arrived at DK Group early. They were well prepared, planning to broadcast live on the development progress of the old John team. Because they wanted to crack President Tang's patent, it attracted many fans to pay attention. Dong Cheng, is the production team ready? Lu Wei led the production team into the DK Research Institute and asked the host Dong Cheng. Back to President Lu, everything is okay. Dong Cheng put on his earphones, making an okay gesture to Lu Wei. Because this was an unprecedented live broadcast, they had to be fully prepared. Okay, start the machine. Lu Wei nodded to her and waved to the cameraman beside her. Beep. With a prompt sound, Dong Cheng showed his signature smile and said to the camera, "Dear audience friends, welcome to the latest episode of Go, President. Today, we are at the DK Research Institute. The John team from Phonia University is conducting the latest research and development experiments, aiming to crack President Tang's patented technology. Can they do it? Let's witness it together with the camera." As Dong Cheng's opening speech ended, millions of netizens flooded into the live broadcast room instantly. Everyone wanted to know if this so-called Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Daniel, could crack President Tang's patent. Would he rise to fame in one battle? Or would he become the laughingstock of the entire network? It is well known that since Tang Fong participated in the creation of the DK Research Institute, no one has dared to openly challenge him. Even the new energy vehicle companies that are constantly making waves dare not openly try. Only Lu Wei dares to make such a decision in front of the entire network. Anyway, things have developed to this point, and she has no way back. At this moment, as netizens poured in, a barrage of comments surged in the live broadcast room. Research on live broadcast? President Lu, are you really bored? If you're bored, don't force it. It's worthy of President Lu of DK Group. This live broadcast is probably going to elevate President Tang to a godlike status. Even Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology has said, "Don't compare patents with President Tang. We can't beat him. Look around the world. How many dare to challenge him easily? President Lu, why bother? Whether you succeed or not, you at DK are losers. President Tang developed the patent 800 years ago, and now you come to crack it. What's the point of idling?" Exactly, with this time, it's better to apologize to President Tang properly. If you continue like this, the DK building will collapse sooner or later. Brothers, I heard President Lu is planning to personally create the second generation of Woong cars. Would you dare to buy them? I certainly wouldn't. President Lu wants to make cars? Making toy cars? How can a master of management make cars? Shoo, stop talking. The young lady has arrived, everyone move aside. Comments on the barrage expressed doubts about Lu Wei and the old John. No one wanted to support them, and no one wanted to believe them. No one believed that without President Tang's DK, who else could develop the latest patents? Lu Wei was busy negotiating with the old John team and didn't see the barrage in the live broadcast room. But Dong Cheng and others were paying attention at all times. They never expected that fans would have such strong opinions about DK Group. Lu Wei originally wanted to boost DK Group's popularity through live broadcasts and research and development. But now, the popularity had indeed risen, but the entire network was filled with criticism. This was different from the previous situation. Back when President Tang was at DK, fans overwhelmingly supported DK's new energy, thanking President Tang for introducing the latest cutting-edge technology. But now, things have taken a turn for the worse. Not only did you dismiss President Tang, but you also let the second generation of Woong become a swan song. This has left many loyal fans feeling very unhappy. Despite President Tang having established his own Star Auto, many fans still fondly remember Woong. In their eyes, if it weren't for President Lu's mysterious actions, Woong's second-generation new car would have already hit the road. Xing, what should we do? The netizens are all criticizing. Should we tell President Lu about this matter? A staff member from the program team whispered to Dong Cheng. Their show is now a huge hit, with 20 million viewers tuning in as soon as it aired. However, public opinion is not favorable towards DK, and currently, President Lu is unaware of this matter. Forget it, let's discuss it later. Dong Cheng glanced to the side, only to see President Lu busy with laboratory matters, completely preoccupied. Notifying her at this moment could potentially disrupt their plans. Dong Cheng remained silent, but the president's assistant Lin Shelley looked genuinely concerned. Holding her phone, she carefully examined each barrage of comments.
Occasionally, she would quietly respond, "You're absolutely right, cutting off President Tang has backfired, and President Liu is now regretting it.
Isn't this a bit too much?
We at DK are just seeking a new path, it's just that this path is not working out.
If President Liu takes charge of the second Wulong, would you still not want to buy it? Let me tell you a secret. I don't want to buy it either."
While Lin Xiaoli was engrossed in her activities, she suddenly heard President Liu's voice nearby.
"Xiaoli, what are you up to?"
"Ha!" Lin Xiaoli was startled, almost dropping her phone.
"President Liu? You scared me, how did you appear out of nowhere? I haven't accused you of being sneaky yet." President Liu glared at her, frowning as she asked, "What's going on?" feeling guilty. With that, she picked up Lin Xiaoli's phone, staring at her and inquiring, "Didn't I ask you to monitor the comments? What are you doing here?" President Liu saw that she was commenting but didn't know the content.
She had no idea that this mischievous assistant of hers was also a supporter of President Tang.
Like the others in the company, she hoped that President Liu would bring back President Tang. However, time and time again, President Liu disappointed them. In her heart, she asked 1,000 times, "President Liu, is it so difficult to bring someone back? Don't you know the 2 words in this world called apology? Why must you be so stubborn? Can you eat pride? Is it worth a few cents per pound?"
Although she thought this way, Lin Xiaoli dared not speak up and could only smile and say, "President Liu, the comments are all criticizing DK, all in support of President Tang."
Supporting President Tang? President Liu frowned instantly. What are they supporting him for? I haven't even started criticizing him.
Since he left, our DK group has been in chaos, almost collapsing.
Looking at her phone, she asked, "Xiaoli, how's the viewership in the live stream?"
"It's already over 20 million, and it's still increasing."
Lin Xiaoli smiled and said, "President Liu, there's bad news and good news. Which one would you like to hear first?" "What's the bad news?" President Liu asked, fixing her gaze on her. "The bad news is that there are many people criticizing us online, almost everyone is condemning DK." "And the good news?" President Liu asked with a hint of anticipation. "The good news is that the online engagement is very high, DK is being talked about everywhere."
Lin Xiaoli replied.
TSK, is that considered good news?"
Lu Wei looked at her helplessly and said, "I think my dad didn't arrange an assistant for me, he arranged a nemesis." She shook her head in resignation and said, "I should really fire you too."
Lin Xiaoli shrugged and whispered on the side, "General Liu, didn't President Tang ask you to share the live broadcast room with him? Have you shared it?"
Lu Wei pondered for a moment on the side and shook her head, "Forget it, there are so many people cursing us in the barrage, we can't let him see the joke."
"What?"
Lin Xiaoli exclaimed, her mouth wide open.
"What's wrong?"
Lu Wei looked at her, her face full of puzzled expression.
"General Liu, I messaged him." "What? Are you out of your mind?"
Lu Wei was furious, wishing she could kick her hard.
"Who allowed you to message him? Isn't this just asking for embarrassment?"
At this moment, Lu Wei was completely at a loss. She seemed to have imagined Tang Fong holding his phone, mocking her. They were live streaming the breakthrough of someone else's patent, and now they were going to be laughed at. At this moment, just as Lu Wei had imagined, Tang Fong was indeed watching the live stream on his phone. He was lounging on the sofa in the office of the Red Bean Automobile Factory, planning to see how deep this old John's water ran. For Tang Fong, nano-level bulletproof glass was just a simple research and development task. In just 3 days, he had successfully developed this new patent. However, although bulletproof glass seemed simple, it was actually quite difficult to develop. Just making the bulletproof glass both exquisite and thin required many complex processes. As for old John and his team, they had never ventured into this field before, so they were likely to encounter significant challenges in research and development.
Beside Tang Fong, there were design standards for Stellar Automobile.
This was the configuration list temporarily drafted by Tang Fong for Stellar. For the vehicle structure, he planned to use the high-density dragon scale steel developed in collaboration with Long Steel. This material was extremely sturdy, meeting the highest collision resistance standards in the EU and leading in safety performance globally. The body of the car would be made of the newly released aerospace-grade Titan alloy, a material resistant to corrosion, high temperatures, and extreme cold, meeting aerospace standards. As for the car's glass and headlights, they were all patented developments by Tang Fong. These patents had been validated in previous new cars and received unanimous praise from consumers. By adding all these configurations, they would immediately attract consumers. As for the remaining car system, Tang Fong didn't need to worry at all. Developing car systems was Red Bean Technology's exclusive domain, and Lin Jun would take care of it.
Friends, have you heard of DK Group's bulletproof glass? This is one of DK Woolong's specialties, and his patent comes from the former director of DK Research Institute, Tang Fong. It is currently the only vehicle glass on the market that meets bulletproof standards. Today, General Liu has invited Old John's team to challenge this patent live on camera. This is the first time in history that someone has dared to challenge President Tang. So, will they succeed? Let's wait and see. Tang Fong was contemplating which solid-state battery to use for the stellar car when he suddenly heard the voice of the host Dong Qing coming from the live broadcast room. Obviously, Old John was ready. He was about to face the biggest challenge of his life. In front of the camera, Old John looked serious, focusing intently on the bulletproof glass in front of him. On the experimental table in front of him were two thin pieces of glass, the front windshield and side window. Just now, Old John had someone test it, and this glass was extremely hard. The toughness of the material had reached an astonishing level. Hitting it with a hammer, the glass remained unscathed, without a single mark of wear. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the tricks. The audience in the live broadcast may not understand the intricacies of this technology, but Old John, who had spent years immersed in the laboratory, understood that this was a development beyond imagination. To make organic glass both hard and tough, it had to undergo numerous special technical treatments. Without softening the glass to the extreme, it was impossible to achieve such hardness and toughness. The most important point was that the glass needed to be combined with bulletproof materials, sandwiching relevant materials in the interlayer of the glass. This meant that the glass would become very thick. However, the current car window glass, considering the vehicle's weight and aerodynamic coefficient, was designed to be extremely thin. How difficult was it to achieve this standard? Oh my goodness! Old John touched the car window glass in front of him, exclaiming, "This is simply a work of art." How did he manage to make it both hard and thin? Old John's face was filled with an incredulous expression. I can hardly imagine that such a complex work of art appears on a cost-effective car. Perhaps their team, after lengthy experiments, could develop similar bulletproof glass. However, the cost and expenses would be at least 10 times higher than this glass. With the technology they currently possessed, it was impossible to reduce costs. Mr. Liu. Just as the camera focused on Old John, he suddenly turned and called out to Liu Wei. "Mr. John, is there a problem?" Liu Wei approached, looking at Old John with a puzzled expression. Old John ran his hand through his silver hair, sighing, "I just carefully calculated it, and Director Tang's technical standards have already exceeded our understanding." Pointing to the material of the car window in front of him, he explained, "I don't want to deceive you. With our technology, perhaps we can develop an alternative, but the cost would be at least 10 times higher than this glass." 10 times? Upon hearing Old John's words, Liu Wei's expression changed instantly. 10 times the cost, then why should we even bother? Why not just buy Director Tang's patent directly? Even if we need to pay Director Tang double the patent fee now, the cost would still be lower than yours. Thinking this, Liu Wei asked in astonishment, "Mr. John, we are live now. Are you not joking with me, are you?" "Of course not." Old John said seriously, "Ms. Liu, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, I, John, never exaggerate." Pausing, he continued, "Just now, after calculations, I realized that Director Tang's technology has reached an unimaginable level. I dare to guarantee that, looking around the world, no one can compress costs to such a low level. Except for Director Tang, no one can do it." Hearing this, Liu Wei's regained confidence vanished instantly. She could not imagine that at this crucial moment, Old John would deal her such a blow. Old John's previous confidence stemmed from their scientific research technology. He had conducted a technical evaluation, believing that they could definitely develop something similar. However, he underestimated the cost of this glass. It was only when he saw the cost and expenses of Director Tang's that he realized how badly he had lost. At that moment, the camera happened to capture their entire conversation. The fans in the live broadcast room exploded upon seeing this scene. "Damn, is this the 70-year-old expert? He hasn't even started the research, and he's already admitting defeat? No pain without comparison. The reason we can afford to drive such cheap cars is all thanks to Director Tang. Who could have imagined that a simple piece of glass could stump the renowned old professor from the University of California? It can be imagined how high our President Tang has reached. I thought he was a king, but it turns out he's just a bronze. Miss Liu, isn't this like slapping her own face? Being able to achieve the technology but unable to control costs, isn't this a sign of inadequate technology? Really good at finding excuses for oneself. Liu Wei, give us back our President Tang." The barrage was already not very friendly towards the DK group, and now seeing this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but hold back even more.
Unfortunately, Lu Wei had no time to pay attention to the barrage now because she encountered an even more tricky situation. The board of directors, which she had already forgotten about, had come with great momentum. "General Lu, it's not good, the board members are here." Lin Xiaoli, who was beside her, saw the board members standing outside the door and hurriedly ran to Lu Wei's side, whispering, "What? The board of directors?" Lu Wei was startled and exclaimed, "How did they come here?" She was already feeling guilty for not bringing back Tang Fong. Now, hearing that the board of directors had come, she felt even more flustered. Obviously, the board of directors were here for her. This time, they wouldn't be easily fooled. "General Lu, what should we do?" Lin Xiaoli said with some concern. "The whole internet is focusing on DK now. The production team is live broadcasting the whole thing. We can't let this matter leak out." Lu Wei sighed and said thoughtfully, "Alright, you take the board members to the conference room at the DK Research Institute and have them wait for me there." She understood that avoiding the situation was not a solution. She had to come up with a way to resolve it. With the company's business continually shrinking and no progress from the old John's team, the board of directors would sooner or later come looking for her. This was unavoidable. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Xiaoli nodded and said, "Yes, General Lu, I'll go now." After saying that, she quickly ran outside and led the board members to the conference room. The board members had been standing outside the door for quite some time. If it weren't for the live broadcast going on inside, they probably would have lost their temper long ago. Bringing in an old professor is understandable because it's for the company's benefit, but it's been 2 or 3 days already, and there has been no progress at all. Isn't this embarrassing for DK? As members of the group's board of directors, they naturally didn't want to see DK Group's reputation tarnished. Now, the online public opinion is very unfavorable towards DK, and the stock price continues to decline. The board members couldn't sit still any longer. DK Research Institute. Conference room. The board members sat solemnly in their chairs, waiting for Lu Wei to arrive. The conference room at the Research Institute was not large. It was the temporary venue where Tang Fong usually held research meetings. However, there was also a wall of honor inside, filled with various banners and certificates of honor. Seeing the banners on the wall, the board members couldn't help but recall DK Group's past glorious moments. When President Tang was in charge, the whole DK was thriving. Every car they produced was breaking sales records. From the first new car released by DK until now, they had received unanimous praise from consumers. But now, ever since the chairman's daughter returned, the whole DK started to decline. More accurately, it was since the chairman's daughter dismissed President Tang that DK Group began to slide downhill. Now, even the excellent reputation they had built up in the beginning no longer existed. "Hello, everyone, sorry to keep you waiting." Just as everyone was reminiscing about DK's glorious moments, Lu Wei suddenly walked in from outside. Today, Lu Wei had changed her dressing style. She was wearing a well-fitted dark gray suit, the crisp lines outlining her elegant figure. Paired with a white shirt underneath and tailored black trousers that were neither too tight nor too loose, she appeared both competent and able to highlight her personal charm. "Lulu, it's really not easy to see you." Board member Su Lei stood up, staring at Lu Wei and asked, "Lulu, last time we asked you to invite President Tang back, did you do it?" "I did, but it wasn't successful." Lu Wei sat on a chair, explaining, "Dear board members, I believe you have seen the news. President Tang has already established Star Auto. He won't return to our DK. You are simply unreasonable. Lulu, you had many chances to bring him back, but you chose the dumbest way, just apologize to him. Is that so hard?" Wei, we were very supportive of you, but now you've turned things like this. How can we, as elders, trust you? You not only fired President Tang, but also brought in an old professor. Is he qualified to be compared with President Tang? Isn't this embarrassing for our DK? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, all the board members couldn't sit still, standing up and criticizing one after another. They had no objection to Chairman Lu wanting to groom a successor. After all, Miss Lu graduated from Tiffany Business School with dual MBA degrees. However, on your first day at work, you cut off the group's main support. How do you expect us to see you? Most importantly, that support has now been embraced by Lin Jun, dealing a devastating blow to DK. With $100 billion investment, plus the Red Bean Auto Factory, just with these initial conditions, they were already superior to DK. How can a company that relied on President Tang to become successful compete with him now? Dear board members, please give me some time. Lu Wei stood up, explaining, I will make up for the losses. I have decided that next quarter, I will personally develop the second generation of woong and compete head-to-head with President Tang's Star Auto. Enough, what competition? Director Su frowned and asked, what do you have to compare with President Tang? Just that old John? DK Group is not a company that specializes in vintage cars. Director Su is right. Lin Bingqi, a female board member who had originally supported Lu Wei, couldn't hold back anymore. Wei, we still have a chance to salvage this.
If you are really determined to compete with President Tang, our two companies will become enemies.
She continued, emphasizing, listen to Aunt Lin, go apologize to President Tang. Even though he has already established Star Auto, he is still one of us at DK. If he doesn't want to return to the company, we can collaborate and hand over the production plan of the second-generation woong to him.
What? The second-generation woong?
Lu Wei was shocked by her words. Aunt Lin, he has already established Star Auto, will he even consider us?
You are being too naive.
Wei, it's not that we are being naive, it's that you are overcomplicating things.
Lin Bingqi pointed outside to old John and others, look at who you have invited. You have made a mess of our DK.
If this continues, even if the old chairman returns, he probably won't favor you.
Exactly. Director Su nodded, do you know?
Just because you boastfully said you would crack President Tang's patent and did that live broadcast, the whole internet is now criticizing SDK.
Do you know how many fans President Tang has?
Upon hearing the board member's words, Lu Wei fell silent instantly.
Did she not know how many fans Tang Fong had?
She had witnessed it herself, gaining over 2 million followers in just one afternoon.
Among all the stars and internet celebrities online, who could match his rate of gaining followers? With so many loyal fans supporting him, how could their DK group not be criticized? But what could she do? This was the only way Lu Wei could think of to turn things around. The DK group is on the brink of collapse, and she must find a way to stand up. Everyone, please believe in me.
Lu Wei stood up, her face determined as she said, of course.
Now all the directors can only choose to believe in me. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. I will do my best to turn things around.
I believe I have the ability to lead DK to glory again. She still had confidence in herself, especially with the high online buzz. Even though everyone is currently criticizing DK, black publicity is still publicity.
What if the new car becomes a hit online? Believe in you?
Director Su said indignantly, President Lu, we believed in you once, but you have been persistently blind. After saying this, Director Su stood up and placed the documents in front of Lu Wei, reminding her, take a look for yourself.
Since you dismissed Director Tang, what has happened to DK?
In front of Lu Wei were all the events that had occurred in the company since she fired Director Tang Fong. Firstly, the company's stocks had been plummeting since Tang Fong left DK. In just a few days, DK's stock price had dropped by 10%. The losses for the group's directors were severe, or else they wouldn't have come all the way to DK Research Institute. Your Lu family is wealthy and losing some money is nothing. But for us shareholders, we have to bear the consequences with you. Apart from the stocks, there were losses from the shutdown of major production lines for a day, resulting in over 2,000 fewer cars produced by the end of the month. Of course, compared to the doubled patent fees, the losses from the production lines were just a drop in the ocean. Since Tang Fong left DK, all the patents he owned needed to be reauthorized. Although Tang Fong had agreed to authorize them out of respect for the former chairman, the prices had skyrocketed. It was a clause in the patent authorization agreement that they had to abide by. With this additional clause, the 100,000 woongs that Lu Wei had sold a few days ago meant giving away patent fees to Tang Fong for free. With 12 patents, each doubling in price, the total cost was unimaginable. Besides these, there were numerous resignation letters. Just in the DK Research Institute, over 100 engineers had submitted their resignations. President Lu, do you see it clearly now? This is the butterfly effect caused by your small mistake. Director Su pointed at the documents in front of Lu Wei, shouting. Lu Wei looked at the thick stack of documents in front of her, momentarily speechless. She understood that the directors were not nitpicking or intentionally causing trouble. What they were saying was the naked truth. Since her small mistake, DK Group had indeed entered a state of emergency, but she had never imagined that Tang Feng's influence would be this significant. If she had known earlier, she would never have taken this path. Just as the directors said, what's wrong with apologizing? Isn't it just losing a bit of face? At least it could ensure the normal operation of DK Group. But now, not only had DK Group suffered heavy losses, but she had unintentionally created a boss-level opponent for herself. On the day Star Auto goes public, any remaining nostalgia for DK among netizens will vanish. They don't love DK's new energy, but the surprises that Tang Fong always brought them. If Tang Fong personally enters the car manufacturing scene, would they still buy DK's cars? The answer was obviously no. Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed deeply, stood up, and said, Directors, it's not that I don't want to invite him back.
Director Tang clearly told me that he has established Star Auto and will not return to DK. Director Su nodded. You don't need to say it, we can guess. He paused and said, since the situation has already occurred, we need to figure out a way to remedy it. Director Su, do you have any good ideas? Lu Wei looked up at him and asked. She knew that whatever solutions the directors proposed must have already been thought through. There is a way, it just depends on whether you are willing to do it or not. Director Su sighed slightly and reminded her, what is most important for us at DK? It's the DK Research Institute. Continuing, he said, although President Tang has already started his own business, the position of the director of the DK Research Institute is still vacant. If you can persuade him to continue as the director of the institute, it will temporarily solve the current problem. The Research Institute? Lu Wei was taken aback upon hearing Director Su's words. In her opinion, these directors were being too presumptuous. President Tang didn't even want to return to DK. How could he agree to continue as the director of the Research Institute? That's impossible. Thinking this, Lu Wei shook her head and said, it's impossible. I just went to see President Tang yesterday, and he... Wei, you need to use your brain. At this moment, Lin Bingqi spoke up suddenly. The reason President Tang can't come back is because he has reached a cooperation agreement with Lin Jun to start his own car manufacturing business. She continued, however, we don't need to force him to come back. We just need him to agree to continue as the honorary director of the DK Research Institute. Honorary director? Lu Wei furrowed her brows. Is that feasible? Of course it is. Aunt Lin said, think about it carefully. Our previous DK consumers were all attracted by whom? They were all attracted by President Tang's reputation. Lin director is right. Director Su nodded beside her. If President Tang agrees to be the honorary director of the DK Research Institute, it will be the most satisfactory choice for both sides. Director Su explained earnestly, President Tang is originally from our DK Research Institute. Even if he takes on the role of honorary director again, it won't cause any loss to Starlight Motors and Lin Jun. Not only will President Tang not suffer any loss, but we at DK will pay him exactly the same salary and benefits he had when he worked for our company. We can promise President Tang that during his tenure as honorary director, he can freely participate in the research and design of the second generation of woong, fulfilling his promise to his fans. What? Lu Wei was astonished by these words. Director Su, President Tang's salary is not low, including various patent fees, vehicle design subsidies, and so on. How much money is that? Then, if you sell 100,000 woong vehicles, how much in patent fees would you have to pay? Director Su looked at Lu Wei in front of him and reminded her, now is not the time to worry about these things. Salvaging the group's reputation and losses is the most important. Yes, Wei. Aunt Lin nodded beside her. Do you know? If we continue like this, our company's stock will evaporate by at least 10 billion. As the president, Lu Wei naturally understood the stakes involved. She nodded and said, all right, Aunt Lin, I promise you all. I will visit President Tang again tonight, and this time, no matter what, I will bring President Tang back. Ah, that's more like it. Aunt Lin said with a relieved smile. Wei, don't blame Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin supports you, it's just that I can't bear to see you continue down the wrong path. Decisively, she added, here's the deal, when you negotiate with President Tang, you can add a condition. If he is willing to be our honorary director, our board of directors is willing to share a portion of the company's shares with him. What? Lu Wei was dumbfounded upon hearing this. She never expected that in the eyes of the board of directors, President Tang's position was so high. If she had known it would turn out like this, why did she insist on being so stubborn in the first place? Just by apologizing in front of the whole internet, DK Group suffered a loss of nearly 10 billion. It must be said, the price was indeed quite high. As the daughter of the chairman, she would eventually have to pay for her stubbornness. All right, Mr. Lu, we'll be waiting for your good news. This time, you must not be stubborn. Apologize sincerely and please Director Tang. Yes, Mr. Lu, Director Tang is a young genius who has funded 6 research centers on his own. He doesn't care about money at all, so if you want to impress him, you must be genuine. Vivi, remember, this must succeed. Failure is not an option. If you can't bring back Director Tang, DK won't be able to change its current situation. The directors, seeing Lu Wei finally relent, hurriedly comforted her with joyful expressions. In their hearts, however, there was an even more outrageous plan. If they couldn't bring Director Tang back this time, they would have to discuss with Chairman Lu and resort to using a seduction plan. To save the crumbling DK Tower, they were willing to sacrifice even the chairman's daughter without hesitation. After all, she caused the trouble and it was up to her to clean up the mess. Besides, one was a young genius with global acclaim,
and the other was beautiful and came from a privileged background. The match between these two outstanding and remarkable young individuals could indeed make for a great story. Vivi, Aunt Lin's words were a bit harsh just now, don't take them to heart. While Lu Wei was contemplating how to approach Tang Fong, Director Lin walked over.
Aunt Lin?
Lu Wei stood up from her seat when she saw Lin Bingqi approaching.
It's okay, please sit down.
Director Lin approached and asked meaningfully, Vivi, you're not young anymore, you've lived abroad for so many years, why haven't you found a partner?
Aunt Lin, I'm still young.
Lu Wei blushed and shook her head, saying, right now, I just want to focus on my career.
Oh, first build a family, then establish a career.
Director Lin smiled faintly and advised earnestly, in my opinion, Director Tang is a good young man. He's been full of honors since his teens, and before he turned 20, he was appointed as an honorary professor at Lonka University.
Where else can you find such talent? Director Tang? Lu Wei finally understood the implication behind Aunt Lin's words.
Aunt Lin was being sly, clearly trying to sell her off, suggesting that she should offer herself to get Director Tang back. Her thoughts were quite similar to Lin Xiuli's, and Lu Wei suddenly felt that these two were like a mother and daughter. Their ideologies were the same, and they both had the surname Lin.
Could there really be some connection between them?
Lin Xiaoli was appointed as the assistant to the CEO by Lu Dianfeng himself, and Lu Wei had long been suspicious of this matter.
Yes, Director Tang is around your age too.
Director Lin looked at her with a smile. If you two get together, DK will firmly establish itself in the field of new energy.
Lu Wei forced a bitter smile and shrugged. Aunt Lin, are you trying to sell me off? Look at you, how could you think like that?
Director Lin chuckled. I'm just saying this because I see you both as talented individuals.
Otherwise, why would Aunt Lin be matchmaking randomly? Alright, thank you. Lu Wei bowed to her and walked away. Hey, you child, I'm doing this for your own good.
Director Lin watched Lu Wei's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. After leaving the meeting room, Lu Wei rubbed her temples. The pressure of the morning was making it hard for her to catch her breath. First, the failure of the old John team's research, and then the board of directors coming to her. These two matters felt like a huge boulder pressing heavily on Lu Wei's chest.
Lulu,
Lin Xiuli and others waited outside the meeting room. When they saw Lu Wei, they hurriedly walked up to her.
Lulu, how did it go? It's okay. Although I was scolded by the board, I finally found a solution. Lu Wei glanced back at her and said, really? That's great.
Lin Xiuli jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. I was waiting outside, feeling anxious, afraid they would make things difficult for you.
Make things difficult for me?
Lu Wei gave a bitter smile, shook her head, and said, they did make things difficult for me. This time they presented me with a huge challenge. The idea proposed by the board actually had a very low success rate. Last time Lu Wei met with Tang Fong, he clearly stated that he would no longer be involved in the design and production of woong. Now the board wanted to use woong as a topic, which clearly did not meet the negotiation conditions. However, Lu Wei couldn't think of a better way and could only temporarily agree. Anyway, it was an idea, even if it didn't succeed, at least it was better than doing nothing.
Lulu, what's the idea? Lin Xiaoli asked curiously. Don't pry, just focus on your job. Lu Wei glanced at her and said, yes, Lulu. Lin Xiaoli nodded.
She was about to say something when the host Dong Qing walked over.
Lulu, can the live broadcast continue?
Dong Qing approached and said, the station manager just told me that today's live broadcast broke records again, with tens of millions of viewers pouring in during prime time.
Tens of millions of people? Lu Wei frowned and said self-deprecatingly, all here to criticize our DK, right?
No, they're just here for the show. Dong Chung hurriedly explained, today's program had a great effect. Although old John's research and development failed, it brought traffic to DK.
Don't mention it. Lu Wei remembered the big words she said in front of Tang Fong yesterday and instantly felt like a clown, dancing around and making a fool of herself. How should she face Tang Fong tonight? What kind of reason should she use to persuade him? Should she really, as Lin Dong said, offer herself to him? Lu Wei was helpless.
She always wanted face, but in the end, she lost face in front of Tang Fong.
If she had known, why bother in the first place? Seeing Lu Wei's gloomy expression, Dong Chang stepped forward to comfort her. Lulu, don't overthink it.
Since things have come to this, just let them develop naturally.
Lu Wei didn't understand what she meant. Dong Qing explained, what I mean is, netizens are criticizing DK, but for DK, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Pausing, she continued, negative attention is still attention. As long as fans are paying attention, it means DK has popularity, at least compared to other car companies, it still has inherent advantages.
Well, I can only think of it that way. Lu Wei nodded slightly and said to Dong Cheng, to be honest, I kind of regret joining this show. Why? Dong Cheng asked in confusion. Lulu, isn't this a good thing? Your current popularity is much higher than those celebrities and internet celebrities. What's the use? Lu Wei shrugged, it's just adding some gossip for everyone. If I hadn't joined this show, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. Dong Cheng understood Lu Wei's thoughts and said with a smile, Lulu, you can't think like that. Everything has its good side. With your current high popularity, it's also a help to the company. For example, if you were to participate in the research and development of the second generation woong in the future, it would definitely bring a lot of attention to woong. Hopefully. Lu Wei sighed bitterly, shaking her head and muttering to herself, perhaps I won't have the chance to be involved in the second generation of woong. The board had given her an ultimatum to bring Tang Fong back. Now, they could only play the emotional card with woong. So far, woong had been the most anticipated car among fans and the battleground for DK's reputation. It was this car that had propelled DK Group to the forefront of the new energy field. It was also this car that had enabled DK Group to successfully enter the overseas market, leading to a surge in stock prices and marking the beginning of their global dominance. Therefore, for both DK and Tang Fong, this car held extraordinary significance. President Lu, I have an idea, I don't know if it's feasible. Dong Cheng stood by, contemplating for a moment before speaking to Lu Wei. An idea? Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, questioning, what idea? Dong Cheng was a smart person and rarely spoke without substance. Therefore, Lu Wei was quite curious. Dong Cheng spoke up, the production team conducted a survey, and among all the programs, only 2 people garnered the highest attention. One is you, and the other is Director Tang. Director Tang? Lu Wei was taken aback. He didn't participate in this program, how could he be included? Perhaps that's just Director Tang's personal charm. Dong Cheng explained, so, President Lu, can we apply to visit Director Tang's Red Bean automobile factory with you? Dong Cheng, am I hearing you correctly? Lu Wei furrowed her brows, turning to ask, are you saying we should visit Director Tang's factory? Yes. Dong Cheng nodded, there's a lot of attention on Starlight Motors online. If we seize this opportunity, it will benefit both you and Director Tang. Pausing for a moment, she continued, think about it, what's most important in the new energy vehicle industry right now? It's popularity. If you and Director Tang appear together, it will generate a high level of attention. Starlight Motors and DK New Energy will both gain immense popularity. Lu Wei sighed and shook her head, if you want to go, you can, but I won't. With the current animosity towards DK on the internet, if I go to ride on the traffic now, won't I just be asking for trouble? After saying this, she turned and walked towards the CEO's office. Visiting the Red Bean automobile factory at this time would only stir up more controversy among netizens. With everything going on with the board, she was already overwhelmed and didn't want to invite more trouble. Back in the CEO's office, Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She sat on the sofa, took out her phone from her pocket, and the first call in her recent call history was from Tang Fong. Lu Wei hesitated for a while, unable to bring herself to dial his number. For some reason, what was usually a trivial matter had become a source of inner conflict for her today. Could it be because of Aunt Lin's words? Lu Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as Lu Wei was grappling with her thoughts, her phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down and was stunned in place. The call was from Tang Fong. Lu Wei had hesitated for so long with her own call, but here she was, receiving a call from Tang Fong. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, she answered the call. Hello, Director Tang? President Lu, how is your research and development going? Tang Feng's voice came through as soon as the call connected. He had visited the R&D department today but hadn't paid attention to John's research results. Well, about that. Lu Wei was at a loss for words at Tang Feng's inquiry. After a moment, she sighed and said, well, you win. Old John couldn't complete the research and development. He said, the R&D costs at least 10 times higher than yours. 10 times? Tang Fong chuckled and teased, that's much more expensive than my patent fees. Are you sure you want him to conduct on-site research and development? I'm not that foolish. I've already asked him to stop the R&D, Lu Wei said unwillingly. Tang Fong, are you happy now? You got to witness another joke. It's alright, slightly disappointing for me. Tang Fong responded, I thought old John would make some progress, but after all these years, he's still the same. You. Lu Wei sighed, President Tang, can you stop teasing me? She continued, I was already feeling bad, and now you're adding insult to injury. Besides, the board of directors contacted me again today. Oh, really? Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, I had some good news to tell you, but it seems unnecessary now. Why? Because you're already overwhelmed, and I don't need to add to your troubles.
Tang Fong said to her, "Today, my 6 research centers reported that the solid-state battery has been successfully developed. In the future, Star Auto will soon break through a range of 2,000 kilometers. What? Lu Wei was shocked, unable to contain her surprise as she sat up abruptly from the sofa. Solid-state battery? A range of 2,000 kilometers? This was like a bolt from the blue for her. Their DK Pure Electric New Energy could currently only reach a range of over 1,000 kilometers at most, which was already the limit. But Tang Feng's Star Auto was starting at 2,000 kilometers? How were they going to compete? Tang Fong, are you kidding me? Lu Wei hesitated, finding it hard to believe. News of the solid-state battery development has just surfaced in the market, and it can't be mass-produced in the short term. Has your research center really succeeded? What do you think? Tang Fong said calmly, "In fact, our solid-state battery was developed long ago, but we couldn't mass-produce it at the time. Just a couple of days ago, the research center finally overcame this hurdle. His investment in the research center was for this purpose." These 6 research centers not only contributed significantly to his research contribution points but also fully developed and helped him research all the latest technologies in the field of new energy. In the past few days, the research center had been delivering good news continuously. They not only developed a solid-state battery with longer endurance but also created the world's most advanced laser radar. Laser radar was the core of intelligent driving. For intelligent driving to achieve full coverage and ensure safety, it must rely on top-notch laser radar. Well, Lu Wei sighed with a hint of disappointment. The more successful Tang Fong became, the greater the mistake she had made. Arbitrarily dismissing such a genius would have a significant impact on the group. As Director Lin said, the current pressure from the board of directors was actually a good thing, at least reminding her to rectify her mistakes as soon as possible. If the old chairman returned to find the group in such a mess, it would be strange if he let her off the hook. Thinking of this, Lu Wei tentatively asked, "Tang Fong, are you going to install solid-state batteries in Star Auto?" "Of course," Tang Fong replied. "I went to the research center today for this matter. Otherwise, I would have been lounging on the sofa watching your live broadcast." "Thank goodness you didn't watch." Lu Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, if you had seen my embarrassing situation at that time, you would have probably burst out laughing. With courage, Lu Wei asked, "Tang Fong, considering your past role as the director of DK Research Institute, can you also reserve a solid-state battery for DK?" As she spoke, she seemed afraid that Tang Fong would not agree, so she hurriedly added, "After all, DK Woolong was developed with your personal involvement. If the second-generation Woolong can also use solid-state batteries, it will definitely promote this brand to new heights." "DK? Are you kidding me?" Hearing Lu Wei's words, Tang Fong sneered and said to her, "Promote Woolong? Woolong belongs to your DK, not my Starlight Motors." With that, Tang Fong said to her, "Solid-state batteries have just started production. Within half a year, they will definitely not reach the production capacity of ternary lithium batteries and lithium iron phosphate batteries. In this situation, even if you want to pay me double the patent fee, it's out of the question." Double the patent fee? This time, Lu Wei was completely dumbfounded. Double the patent fee was already giving them a headache, and now they wanted double for solid-state batteries? Who could bear that? After these few rounds of bargaining, Lu Wei's so-called dignity had long been trampled underfoot by others. How could she still act like a spoiled princess? Most importantly, she was now in need of help and could only adjust her attitude. She dared not easily lose her temper. Otherwise, losing the supply of solid-state batteries at the first opportunity would be equivalent to losing the entire market. Why did DK New Energy occupy most of the market before? It was because DK Research Institute had always been at the forefront of technology. They would have a breakthrough every few months, attracting countless consumers to stop and take notice. "What's the matter? Got nothing to say?" Tang Fong responded with a smile. "To be honest, in the entire new energy field, I was the first to mass-produce solid-state batteries." "How does that make you feel?" Lu Wei helplessly said. "Can't you do me a favor for the sake of my father's face?" Do you have any favors to ask for?" Tang Fong chuckled and teased, "Oh no, I should say, do you have any sense of favor at all?" "How do I not have any sense of favor?" Lu Wei became anxious. "Tang Fong, President Tang, do you even understand me?" "I don't understand, and I don't want to understand." "Then you say I have no sense of favor?" Lu Wei retorted. "You're the one without any sense of favor. DK Research Institute has so many engineers, can you bear to just abandon them like this?" "Abandon them?" Tang Fong chuckled lightly and reminded her, "Ms. Lu, please don't change the subject. You were the one who laid me off first. Now you can go online and search. The hot topic is about DK laying me off, not about me abandoning DK.
With that, Tang Fong glanced at the time and said to her, "Alright, Miss Lu, it's getting late. There's no need for us to argue over the phone. Goodbye." "Wait." Lu Wei heard Tang Fong about to hang up and quickly stopped him. Having finally seized the opportunity, how could she easily give up? Instead of not knowing how to approach him, it would be better for the two of them to set a time to talk properly. Thinking this, Lu Wei gathered her courage and asked, "Do you have time tonight? Can we talk?" "Talk about what?" Tang Fong asked in confusion. "Didn't we just finish talking? I have something important to discuss with you." Lu Wei pondered for a moment and said, "I noticed there's a nice Western restaurant near your place. How about we go there and talk? I'll treat you to dinner." "Treat me to dinner?" Tang Fong didn't know what she was up to, so he thought for a moment and asked, "Are you prepared to apologize? As long as you come, we can discuss anything, including apologies." Lu Wei was about to say something else when she suddenly heard silence on the other end. The call had been hung up. "Hello, did you hang up on me again?" Lu Wei sighed deeply, reminding herself to stay calm. No matter what, she was the one asking for help now, so she had to maintain her posture. Even if the other party made unreasonable demands, she had to accept them honestly. The board of directors is watching her like a hawk. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Bang, bang, bang. While Lu Wei was deep in thought, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Shortly after, Lin Xiuli's voice came from outside the door. "President Lu, Director Zhang from the Product Development Department is here. He says he has urgent matters to discuss with you." "Director Zhang?" Upon hearing the words Product Development Department, Lu Wei furrowed her brows instantly. The Product Development Department is responsible for new product development, including the second-generation DK Woolong and several other new vehicles produced on this assembly line. If Director Zhang is looking for her at this time, it must be because they encountered some issues in the development process. Could it be another butterfly effect caused by the dismissal of Director Tang? Lu Wei was already feeling overwhelmed by this matter. First, several major workshops stopped operating simultaneously, followed by the resignation of hundreds of engineers. And now, out of the blue, the Product Development Department is involved. What could this mean? Is it a gathering of all departments? Hasn't the backlash caused by cutting off the main artery ended yet? Thinking about this, Lu Wei quickly went to her desk and asked Lin Xiuli to bring Director Zhang into the office. "President Lu." Director Zhang from the Product Development Department pushed open the door and cautiously entered the office. Director Zhang, whose name is Zhang Song, is the director of the Product Development Department, mainly responsible for the research and design of new vehicles. He appeared to be around 50 years old, slightly overweight with a beer belly, and his head was already balding. After entering the office, Director Zhang hurriedly said, "President Lu, it's bad news. The R&D department just received information that 20 engineers involved in the development are planning to resign." "What?" Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Lu Wei immediately stood up from her chair. "Resignations again? How many waves of resignations have there been? It's one after another. It's like she can't catch a break." Lu Wei looked at Director Zhang in front of her and asked, "What positions do these 20 people hold?" "They hold various positions." Director Zhang explained with a sweaty forehead. "They are all involved in the development of the second-generation Woolong. After hearing that Director Tang's return is hopeless, they all want to resign. Are they trying to rebel?" Lu Wei said expressionlessly, "Do they think our DK is a public restroom? Come and go as they please?" "President Lu, please don't be angry." Director Zhang forced a smile and said, "Actually, they are also left with no choice." "Oh?" Lu Wei raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at him with some surprise. "Director Zhang, are you speaking up for them? The company has its rules. This is not child's play. By collectively resigning, they are challenging the authority of the group." Director Zhang wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief and took out a resignation letter. "President Lu, to be honest with you, I also want to resign." "Director Zhang, what do you mean?" Lu Wei was dumbfounded. If employees want to resign, it's understandable. But you are a high-ranking executive of the group, and you also want to resign? Do you still have respect for the company's prestige? What about me as the president? Thinking about this, Lu Wei asked with a serious expression, "Director Zhang, you have been with the group for over a decade. Rising from an ordinary employee to a high-ranking executive was not easy. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Has the group mistreated you?" "It's not that." Director Zhang forced a smile, lowered his head, and said, "President Lu, I can't continue with this job anymore. Since you dismissed Director Tang, the entire R&D department has been in a difficult situation. Now, it has reached a point where we can't move forward." "What did you say?" Lu Wei furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with anger. "It's been so many days. Why did you only come to me today?" Director Zhang scratched the back of his head, embarrassedly explained, I've been waiting for your message all this time, haven't I?
If you can bring President Tang back, our work wouldn't be so difficult.
President Tang again. Can't you survive without President Tang? Lu Wei said with a displeased expression.
Since she arrived at the company, she had heard countless employees mention these three words in front of her repeatedly.
Lu Wei was puzzled. How did they manage without President Tang in the past few years? Did they all rely on President Tang to get by?
Now, without President Tang, they were all crying and wanting to resign. It was understandable for the DK Research Institute to want to resign. After all, they were all brought up by President Tang.
But what was going on in the product development department? Were they also President Tang's people? Thinking about this, Lu Wei suppressed her anger and asked Zhang Song, Zhang, have you encountered any difficulties? Whatever the situation, you can come to me for advice.
There's no need to make such extreme decisions. Zhang sighed and explained, Lu, we are really at our wits' end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point of resigning. Pausing, he continued, we are responsible for the development of the second-generation woong. Before President Tang left the company, he had already set a development plan for the second-generation woong.
The vehicle structure uses the Xuanwu architecture, the body uses the aerospace-grade Titan alloy under development, and the appearance continues the style of the previous generation woong. However, since President Tang left the company, patent fees have doubled. The second-generation woong uses 16 of President Tang's patents. Even if we try to cut costs now, we can't achieve the originally planned price.
The R&D department was now in a headache, feeling like a stepchild.
They were asked to control costs while speeding up development. But with over a dozen of President Tang's patents, how could they control costs? Why don't you develop a new patent? You don't even have a substitute patent, how can we cut costs? Most importantly, the first-generation woong sold so well that it was hard to find one. Are you willing to compromise on the second-generation woong? DK Woong dominated the sales charts of their entire group. If the second-generation woong is not well developed, consumers will definitely criticize it. Hearing Zhang's explanation, Lu Wei couldn't help but cover her forehead.
She had actually guessed it right, it was the backlash of firing President Tang again. She never expected the repercussions of this incident to be so significant.
She didn't just fire an employee, she fired an ancestor. Firing him caused chaos in the DK Research Institute.
The production line stopped. The directors were fiercely criticizing her. Even the product development department was forced to submit resignation letters. These scenes were like boomerangs flying in front of her, constantly reminding her that she had to bring President Tang back. This was the price of growth. The mistakes you make, you must rectify them yourself. With that in mind, Lu Wei nodded thoughtfully. Alright, I understand.
Take me to the R&D department, I will handle this matter. Zhang hesitated for a moment, then asked, Lu, aren't you planning to bring back President Tang? If he doesn't come back, our entire DK will go downhill. Nonsense. Lu Wei snapped, is DK supported by one person alone? If we really can't do without this one person, what's the use of all of you employees?
After saying this, she glanced at the resignation letter. Take back your resignation letters.
I know you are all trying to pressure me. Ahem. Zhang coughed awkwardly, quickly retracting his resignation letter. He wasn't here to resign, just to pressure Lu Wei to bring back their beloved President Tang. For the product development department, they need Director Tang more than the DK Research Institute. The new car they are developing is filled with Tang's technical expertise and patents. Without Director Tang, the product development department cannot function properly. Not to mention the inability to make technological breakthroughs, just the doubled patent fees make it impossible for them to reduce production costs. You, a pampered lady, may not care about worldly matters, but you cannot ignore the livelihoods of us department employees. Let's go. Lu Wei picked up her phone and called out to General Zhang beside her. General Zhang, take me to the product development department. With a proud look on her face, she said, I refuse to believe that without Director Tang, we can't produce cars anymore. Although she also had thoughts of inviting back Tang Fong, she couldn't stand the work attitude of these employees. The company just laid off one Director Tang. Look at all of you, like a scene of desolation. Is this how a large enterprise should be? Yes, General Lu. General Zhang nodded and quickly walked ahead, leading Lu Wei towards the product development department. He knew Lu Wei was not convinced, but he understood that once she saw the development list, she wouldn't be so stubborn. Without Director Tang, the development department really couldn't operate. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. DK Group, Product Development Department. The development department was not far from the DK Research Institute, belonging to sister departments.
The DK Research Institute was responsible for various cutting-edge technology research, while the Product Development Department developed new cars, injecting fresh blood into the DK group. Normally, the Product Development Department was very busy, often needing to work day and night. But now, the department was unusually quiet, designers and engineers sitting slumped in their chairs, staring blankly at the project list in front of them. "Everyone, General Liu is here, come out to welcome her." Just as everyone was idle, General Zhang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Hello, General Liu." Everyone stood up and greeted half-heartedly. Lu Wei walked into the development workshop, looking around at the people with a questioning gaze. "Why is the development department at a standstill?" Lu Wei asked as she approached. "Report to General Liu, the development progress does not match the project schedule, we can no longer continue the development." Wang Chang, the leader of the development team, stood up and explained to Lu Wei. Lu Wei stared at project leader Wang Chang and asked, "I heard from General Zhang that you all want to resign?" "Yes, General Liu, to be honest, we can't continue this work." Wang Chang nodded. "If you don't bring back Director Tang, then find someone else." "What?" Lu Wei's face darkened. "Are you threatening me?" As the company's president, she naturally didn't want to be threatened. Even the board of directors wouldn't dare to easily threaten her, let alone these small employees in the departments. "General Liu, that's not what we mean." Wang Chang sighed, took out a project schedule from the table, and handed it to Lu Wei. "Take a look at this." This project schedule detailed the development of the new car, clearly indicating the costs and progress of the project. Lu Wei took the project schedule and frowned instantly. It clearly stated the current production costs of the second-generation woong, which would require at least 16 of Tang Feng's patents according to the original production plan. Now they needed to pay double the patent fees, making the development costs unimaginable. "General Liu, this is the third project report that has been rejected by the finance and production departments. What should we do?" Wang Chang looked aggrieved. "We in the development department are also human, not gods. We need to have top-notch equipment and save costs. Are we supposed to be like the DK Research Institute? How can we come up with technologies that can replace various patents?" Lu Wei looked at the project report in her hand, feeling half of her anger dissipate. Indeed, as Wang Chang had said, the situation in the project team was quite difficult now. The plan for the second-generation woong had been initiated a long time ago, with all the configurations and materials already predetermined. It was indeed challenging to ask the project team to cut costs now. With 16 patents, just the patent fees alone were already quite high, not to mention the need for top-notch industry technology and materials. Such conditions were extremely demanding for the project team. Seeing Lu Wei remain silent, Wang Chang continued to complain. "General Liu, if the finance and production departments really want us to cut costs, fine. Adding a shed and 2 pedals would cost less than 5,000 to set up, but is that our DK woong production plan?" Hearing Wang Chang's words, Lu Wei nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, you are right. This issue is indeed difficult to resolve." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "How about this, for now, you all stop the woong project and focus on other new cars first. As for the second-generation woong, I will discuss it with Director Tang." She had no other choice now, originally hoping that John's team could produce alternative patents. However, they couldn't even produce a piece of bulletproof glass now, let alone anything else. Therefore, she could only go to Tang Fong and see if he was willing to help her out. "Alright, General Liu, with your words, we can rest assured." Wang Chang nodded, looking expectantly. "So, when will Director Tang be back?" Lu Wei furrowed her brows, questioning. "When did I say I wanted to invite Director Tang back? Didn't you say you wanted to negotiate with him?" It's to negotiate cooperation." Lu Wei sighed, shaking her head. "Director Tang has already established Xingshan Motors and received Lin Jun's billion-dollar investment. Do you think he would come back to our DK again?" "Well." Wang Chang and Zhang exchanged a glance, both falling silent. "The former Director Tang, whom you once disregarded, is now someone you can't reach. Now, what can you do?" Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang stepped forward and said, "General Liu, whether or not we invite Director Tang back is not important. What's important is, Director Tang needs to be part of our DK family." "What do you mean?" Lu Wei didn't understand his words. Zhang chuckled meaningfully and said, "General Liu, Director Tang is still single." "Single?" Lu Wei furrowed her brows. "How is that relevant to me?" "Of course, it's relevant." Zhang said cheerfully, "Think about it, Director Tang has established Xingshan Motors. It would be difficult for him to come back to us at DK. But if you two become a couple, wouldn't that make things easier? As long as Director Tang is associated with our DK group, whether it's DK's reputation or the high patent fees, everything will return to normal."
Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Wei's expression changed. Do you still want to keep your position as the general manager?
Oh. Zhang didn't expect Lu Wei to get angry and quickly explained, I'm sorry, General Lu, I just saw some online rumors and brought up this matter.
Online rumors? Lu Wei was stunned. What did they say online? Zhang took out his phone and explained, haven't you seen it?
There are photos online of you and director Tang buying pancakes together, with captions saying that you two are pretending to be at odds on the surface but actually have feelings for each other.
What? Lu Wei's eyes widened at the news. What were these unscrupulous media trying to do? It's really entertaining to watch a commotion.
Thinking about the exaggerated photo online, Lu Wei snatched Zhang's phone and carefully examined it. Sure enough, it was a photo of the spicy pancake she bought that day.
At that time, Tang Fong teased her, Miss Lu, are you still wearing sunglasses? Do you feel like you're not eye-catching enough?
Unexpectedly, Tang Fong hit the nail on the head, and they were captured in the photo. Now, with the photo and text online, truth and lies are indistinguishable to the average person. These unscrupulous media are going too far. Clearly there's nothing going on, yet they fabricate stories out of thin air. Lu Wei angrily placed the phone in Zhang's arms. Zhang, focus on your work in the future and stop paying attention to this useless gossip.
Ahem. Zhang coughed awkwardly, not daring to say anything else, quickly agreeing with everything.
Yes, Lu is right. Zhang forced a smile and said, Lu, I am also concerned about the company's development.
Without President Tang, DK is really struggling. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, by the way, Lu, have you decided which car to showcase at the Mueri Auto Show next quarter? Auto show? Upon hearing Zhang's words, Lu Wei finally reacted.
The recent events at the company had kept her busy, causing her to forget about the auto show.
The Mueri Auto Show is the world's largest auto show and a crucial platform for new energy vehicles to go global. Now the DK Group has started expanding into overseas markets, seizing the opportunity of the Mueri Auto Show is essential. If DK's new car gains fame at the Mueri Auto Show, it will sell well worldwide in the future. Compared to ordinary auto shows, this is like the Oscars of the film industry, where a batch of star vehicles is born every year. Just like Tang Feng's creation, the DK Woong.
Back then, Woong made a name for itself at the ordinary Bali Auto Show and became a phenomenal new energy vehicle sold overseas.
Therefore, the impact of appearing at the Mueri Auto Show would be immense. Director Wang, is there still hope for the second-generation Woong? Lu Wei picked up the project sheet and carefully examined it. Can we develop the second-generation Woong in a month? A month? Project leader Wang Chang explained, the specifications and design of Woong have been approved long ago.
The only challenge now is the cost issue.
If you can negotiate successfully with President Tang, a month is definitely feasible. Alright, then 1 month it is. Lu Wei nodded, I'll handle the matter with President Tang. Yes, Lu, we await your good news.
Wang Chang nodded, unable to help but glance at Zhang beside him. For the product development department, developing a new car was not a challenge. The real challenge was obtaining Tang Feng's authorization.
As long as Lu Wei could bring President Tang back, their product development department could return to normal. After leaving the development department, Lu Wei had been pondering a question. Would Tang Feng's Star Auto also participate in the Mueri Auto Show? If he did, how should she respond? For the previous DK, showcasing a new car at the auto show would undoubtedly create a buzz. But in front of Tang Fong, she had no confidence. Tang Feng's car manufacturing inherently attracted attention. If he worked day and night to bring a new car to the Mueri Auto Show, could DK still lead the trend? No, I have to meet him.
After making up her mind, Lu Wei hurried towards the CEO's office. However, to her surprise, as she walked halfway, she bumped into the approaching old John.
Mr. John? Lu Wei frowned upon seeing old John. What are you doing here?
Lu, I'm really sorry about today's events. Old John stepped forward, looking helpless as he explained, it was my team and I being too reckless, not adequately prepared.
It's okay, Mr. John, it's not your fault.
Lu Wei forced a bitter smile, shaking her head, if we must blame someone, it's my blind overconfidence that led to letting the production team go live. She regretted it long ago, or else she wouldn't have easily yielded to the board.
When beaten, one must stand straight.
If you can't win, you must gracefully accept defeat. Learn from mistakes. She vowed never to do such a foolish thing again. Old John glanced at her and nodded. Ms.
Lu, this afternoon I studied Mr. Tang's patent thoroughly. It's truly outstanding, leaving us no chance.
With anticipation, he asked, if you have the opportunity to invite Mr.
Tang back, could you let us join his team?
I am now his loyal fan, willing to follow him and humbly learn.
What? Lu Wei was stunned by old John's words.
She never expected a renowned professor from Fournier University, a recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award, to willingly follow Tang Fong like a sidekick.
No, are you really going to be a follower just because you're asked to? Can't you have some dignity? Our DK group is counting on you to develop cutting-edge technology.
Thinking this, Lu Wei comforted, Mr. John, I understand how you feel now, but our DK Research Institute has the most advanced labs in the world.
I believe that with your efforts, there will be results.
She didn't want to see old John become a follower because she knew deep down that she couldn't bring Tang Fong back. She only had old John as a pawn now.
If even old John defected, how could she compete with Tang Fong? Oh my, Miss Lu, you're really overestimating me.
Old John explained, if I were at Fournier University or in the entire Western realm, maybe I could say this. But in front of Director Tang, I dare not make such a promise.
With a wry smile, old John helplessly said,
in the face of Director Tang's great research, I'm like a primary school student just entering the field of technology, barely understanding anything, completely immersed in my own blind spot of knowledge.
All right, Lu Wei was at a loss.
When someone is willing to be a follower, no matter how persuasively you speak, they won't change their mind. Old John was like an old scholar, fond of delving into details. When faced with a problem he couldn't solve, he always liked to humbly seek advice and learn from others. Take the previous academic exchange meeting, for example. Old John had already sought guidance once, but Tang Fong hadn't agreed.
Taking in a nearly 70-year-old professor as a disciple? What kind of international joke is this?
Seeing the expression on old John's face, Lu Wei knew it was pointless to say more inside. All right, Mr.
John, I will inform Director Tang about this matter, whether he wants to see you or not. That's not up to me to decide.
Good, that's great. Old John was ecstatic upon hearing this. Oh my, thank you, Miss
Lu, the Lord will surely bless you.
Seeing his reaction, Lu Wei shook her head helplessly and walked away. She was already beginning to regret. Why did she go through all the trouble to bring him from abroad in the first place? Was it to let him embarrass her? However, besides old John, Lu Wei couldn't think of anyone else.
If even the esteemed old John, who had won a Lifetime Achievement Award, couldn't stand up to Tang Fong, who else could she hire? Looking around the world, was there anyone who could rival him? Thinking this, Lu Wei couldn't help but sigh lightly, picked up her car keys, and drove her Kuranin towards Hufang Road.
Since she couldn't beat him, there was no need to continue fighting.
Seeking peace might not be a bad idea after all.
Tang Fong, Lu Wei, have been stubborn for so many days, but I finally couldn't hold on. It was a huge mistake to cut you off.
Hufang Road, Louis Western Restaurant.
After parking her car in the parking lot, Lu Wei, carrying her expensive handbag, walked into the reserved private room. In order to create a good negotiation environment, Lu Wei specifically chose this Michelin-starred restaurant. After all, there were important matters to discuss this time, and she couldn't be as careless as in the previous times. Since Tang Fong hadn't arrived yet, Lu Wei, with nothing to do, started browsing through the latest hot searches on her phone.
Fournier's famous professor fails to develop bulletproof car glass. Looking around the world, who else can rival Director Tang?
Solid-state battery achieves new breakthrough. Former DK Research Institute Director Tang Fong interviewed, announcing the official mass production of solid-state batteries.
Stocks drop by 10%. 100 engineers from DK Research Institute collectively resign. The backlash against Director Tang continues. How will DK President Lu Wei resolve this? Me again?
Seeing the hot searches on her phone, Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. She never expected that because of this matter, she, like Tang Fong, had become a regular on the hot searches. When she first took over as president upon returning to the country, she was just a nobody. No one paid attention to her. But since she got involved with Tang Fong, she became an internet sensation overnight, now a topic of conversation for others after dinner. Sigh, with fame comes trouble. I don't want to be in the spotlight. Lu Wei sighed heavily, shaking her head helplessly. The more she was mentioned online, the more she became a target for the shareholders.
Everyone bought DK stocks because the DK group had immense potential for growth. But what did you do? On your first day in office, you cut off the company's main artery. Are you going to let the shareholders down?
The shareholders waited eagerly for DK to go public, waited for DK Group's stocks to soar.
But what did you do?
Not even a week later, the group's stocks plummeted.
You're simply an expert at draining resources.
Thinking about these troubling matters, Lu Wei lost interest in the news. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she was shocked to see a line of text on the hot searches.
DK's female president secretly meets with former DK Research Institute director. Thousands of netizens kept in the dark. While we're busy gossiping online, you're meeting in secret?
The accompanying image was still of them buying jianbing, Chinese crepes. However, this time, in the image, they were chatting and laughing, not in a confrontational scene. What surprised Lu Wei the most was that at the end of the post, there was a small video attached. In the video, numerous people surrounded the vendor selling jianbing, turning the once ordinary stall into the hottest spot for internet celebrities. Even some entertainment reporters went to interview the jianbing vendor. "Hello, sir, may I ask, does the female president of DK and director Tang often come to your stall to buy jianbing?" "Oh yes, they come often." After the vendor's business boomed, he wore a constant smile on his face. "Let me tell you a little secret. This female president of DK can handle spicy food. Last time she came to my stall to buy jianbing, she kept asking me to make it spicier." The vendor exaggeratedly described. "I said add spice, right? She said add more, kept adding until half a bottle of hot sauce went in, really scared me. This lady can really handle spicy food." Put. Hearing the vendor's description, Lu Wei couldn't help it and showed a rare, flower-like smile. Since becoming president, it had been a long time since she had laughed like this. Now, thinking back to that day of adding spice, she felt like it was a world away. If she could have put aside her pride that day and had a good chat with him, would things have not escalated to this point now? Unfortunately, the deed is done, and even if she regrets it now, there's no turning back. "Hey, what are you smiling about over there?" Lost in her thoughts, Lu Wei was suddenly interrupted by Tang Feng's voice. Looking up, she saw Tang Fong standing in front of her, staring at her as if she were a fool. She had been so engrossed in watching a short video that she hadn't even noticed him coming in. "Who's smiling?" Lu Wei blushed and quickly lowered her head. "I was just watching some news and found it amusing." She didn't want Tang Fong to see her vulnerable side, she just wanted to portray herself as a strong woman every day. In reality, she was just a simple girl at heart. When emotions run deep, she cries. When she finds something funny, she laughs. She was a real, flesh-and-blood person. "News? What news?" Tang Fong glanced at her, curiosity written all over his face. "Forget it, you don't need to see it." Lu Wei discreetly hid her phone and shook her head. "It's nothing interesting." "Really?" Tang Feng's interest was piqued by her words. "The more you say that, the more curious I become." Lu Wei, feeling his gaze on her, smiled wryly. "Trust me, you wouldn't want to see it. If you don't show me, how would I know if I want to see it?" Tang Fong chuckled and reached out his hand. "Come on, let me see what video it is that made you chuckle secretly." With that, he lifted his head. "Weren't you here to apologize today? How can you still laugh?" Lu Wei pursed her lips, feeling a bit aggrieved. "I can still laugh. Can I cry in front of you?" "Well, I've cried enough." Tang Fong didn't dwell on her words but picked up the phone and started watching the short video on it. When he heard the pancake vendor say, "The female CEO can handle spicy food," he couldn't help but laugh. Tang Fong handed her the phone, smiling. "CEO Lu, can you handle spicy food yourself, or are you trying to trick me into it? Are you trying to set me up?" He vividly remembered Lu Wei insisting that the pancake was meant for him. Lu Wei was at a loss for words. "I just wanted to play a joke on you." "Alright, I can't be bothered to argue with you." Tang Fong stood up, hanging his coat on a nearby rack. "So, CEO Lu, you invited me to this fancy restaurant today. It must be more than just a meal, right?" Lu Wei glanced at him, puzzled. "This restaurant is not far from your place. Haven't you been here before?" "No," Tang Fong shrugged. "I'm not like you, living in luxury all the time. I have things to do." Instead of responding, Lu Wei was surprised by his behavior. "Tang Fong, after watching the short video for so long, are you only interested in what the vendor said? What else?" Tang Fong looked at her curiously. "What else could I be interested in?" "They said, we. Lu Wei stuttered for a while but couldn't bring herself to say the words. By now, her face was red. With more and more people mentioning this matter in front of her, she couldn't help but dwell on it. The more public opinion grew, the closer this matter came to reality. What should she do now? Lu Wei fell into silence. "What about us?" Tang Fong grinned at her. "Are we having secret rendezvous? You have quite an imagination. With your wooden personality, who would have a secret meeting with you?" You're the wooden one." Lu Wei glared at him indignantly. "Humph, it was a farce to begin with, why bother caring?" Tang Fong shrugged. "It's just a shame, I really liked those pancakes. Now I probably won't be able to get in line anymore." Ever since it became a hot topic online, the pancake stand has been in high demand, with many internet celebrities going there every day to check in and boost their online presence. Tang Fong and Lu Wei are now the focus of the entire internet. Even various celebrity artists have to make way for them when they trend. At a time like this, you still care about pancakes? Lu Wei was at a loss with him. "President Tang, you really have a big heart." Tang Fong saw her eager expression and asked with a smile, "What, are you really concerned about these rumors online? Don't forget, we are from different worlds, don't get too close to me." Of course, I care. Lu Wei nodded. I'm still single, just returned to the country to take over as CEO. If any gossip comes out at this time, how am I going to face the top executives of the group? Then why do you keep coming to me? Tang Fong shrugged, saying to her, I told you last time, when there's nothing going on, don't always bother me. With that, he raised his head to remind her, now you see the consequences, right? Lu Wei was about to retort, but then she saw the waiter walking in from the door. Hello, can I take your order? This is a Michelin-starred restaurant, where tipping the waitstaff is customary, so the service is very good. Lu Wei picked up the menu, ordered 2 Wellington steaks, followed by 2 tomahawk steaks. Finally, she also ordered a bottle of Phaeton Manor red wine, along with a table of vegetable salad and cream of mushroom soup. Seeing her order so much, Tang Fong furrowed his brows and asked her, alright, you're quite generous today, probably up to no good, right? Nonsense, I'm here with sincerity. If we can't finish it, we'll just pack it. Lu Wei put down the menu and said to him, besides, I'm treating you today, so don't worry about it. You're treating me? Tang Fong chuckled, shrugged, indeed, the daughter of Director Lu is generous. Just this bottle of Phaeton Manor must cost 20 to 30,000, right? Phaeton Manor is a world-renowned red wine, second only to the 1982 Lafite, and is highly recognized internationally. Lu Wei was somewhat surprised by Tang Feng's knowledge. I didn't expect you to know so much, I thought. You're usually so thrifty, you probably haven't even tasted this wine before. Ha, thrifty? Tang Fong was amused by her. Director Lu, you don't understand, do you? I may be thrifty, but the people who invite me to dinner are not. With a plain face, he asked, do you know the status of the people who usually invite me to dinner? What status? Lu Wei was puzzled. Are they employees of the DK Research Institute? They are heads of major car companies. Tang Feng's mouth curved into a smile, looking at her meaningfully. They go to great lengths to invite me to dinner for my patents. With that, he glanced at Lu Wei with a hint of implication, just like you now. Ha! Lu Wei was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to turn to her. Like everyone else, she also had thoughts about patents. Speak up, what's the big deal that you've gone to such lengths to invite me out? Tang Fong sized her up, staring at her. Lu Wei didn't know how to start for a moment. This matter was too difficult, to the point where she could only stammer as she poured wine for Tang Fong. After placing the red wine in front of Tang Fong, Lu Wei gathered her courage and said, President Tang, the DK Research Institute cannot be without a leader for a day. On behalf of all the shareholders of the board of directors, I sincerely invite you to return to DK and take over the DK Research Institute. Me? Tang Fong furrowed his brows. Return to the DK Research Institute? Looking at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression, he said, Director Lu, are you okay? Have you lost your memory, or have you traveled through time? I haven't lost my memory, nor have I traveled through time. Lu Wei said earnestly, Tang Fong, I'm speaking seriously to you. She paused and said, since you left DK, the whole DK group has become a mess, and I really can't clean up this mess. Oh? Tang Fong asked coldly, is DK in chaos now? You're asking knowingly. Lu Wei said, after you left, the company's stock price plummeted, department employees resigned collectively, even the development of the second generation of woong was hindered. She sighed, I really can't handle it anymore, please come back to DK. Lu, am I hearing you correctly? Tang Fong looked at her in surprise. At this point, you're still talking to me about this? You're already drunk before finishing your drink? You didn't say this when you fired me. Now that I've started my own business, you want me to come back? Why are you always thinking of good things? I know this is abrupt, but these are all my heartfelt words. Lu Wei explained, Tang Fong, President Tang, I was blind before, made a mistake unintentionally, please forgive me, can you? DK really can't be without you. Lu Wei looked genuinely sincere this time, her eyes devoid of any complex emotions. However, this sincerity came a bit too late. Even if it had come 2 days earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Seeing Lu Wei's distressed expression, Tang Fong shook his head and said seriously, Lu, you're sincere, and I see that, but it's indeed too late now. I gave you time, but you didn't cherish it. I know. Lu Wei was a bit agitated and couldn't help but grab Tang Feng's hand. President Tang, can you give us another chance? She said with emotion, I know you've partnered with Lin Jun to create Star Auto, but you don't have to return to DK, just be our honorary president at DK. Honorary president? Hearing Lu Wei's words, Tang Fong was stunned. What honorary president? Do you also want to give me an honorary professor title like at Dragon University? Although he was only an honorary professor at Dragon University, he had indeed taught the students practical skills at the research center. As an honorary professor, he had truly done things for Dragon University and nurtured many talents for them.
But, what kind of nonsense is this honorary president? Asking me to hang a meaningless title? What are the executives of your DK group thinking? Lu Wei saw Tang Fong looking puzzled and quickly explained, this honorary president is just asking you to lend your name to our DK Research Institute. She seemed afraid that Tang Fong would refuse, so she added hastily, as you know, since you left DK, there has been a lot of negative publicity online, many netizens are attacking our DK group. If you become the honorary president of the DK Research Institute again, the online criticism will surely decrease significantly. Tang Fong shook his head, but I've already started my own business, I can't go back to work at DK. What are you still fantasizing about? Seeing his lack of interest, Lu Wei became anxious. You don't need to come back to work, just lend your name. She explained carefully, you don't need to work for DK, you don't need to come to DK every day, just hang a name. We only need your name and patent. As for your compensation, the board has already discussed it, and it will remain the same as your salary before you left. And, if you have any requests, the board is also willing to offer you a certain amount of shares as a gift. Shares? Tang Fong was stunned when he heard Lu Wei's words. Now you remember about shares? Why didn't they offer me any before I developed the patent? Ah. Lu Wei sighed softly and said helplessly, lack of foresight leads to immediate worries. I believe the board has already learned their lesson and they want to find a way to make it up to you. Forget it, I don't need their compensation. Tang Fong smiled and said to her, the conditions you offered are indeed tempting, but it seems they haven't convinced me. With that, he thought for a moment and said, however, for the sake of this meal, I can refrain from scolding anyone. Tang Fong was brought back by Lu Chuanfeng after 3 invitations. Regarding the matter of shares, Lu Chuanfeng had mentioned it to him more than once, but Tang Fong had always refused. With 6 research and development centers under him, he couldn't fully commit to DK. Once he obtained shares and became a shareholder of DK, he would be tied to DK in the future, making it difficult for him to manage the research and development centers. This was also the reason why Tang Fong had never agreed to Lu Chuanfeng's proposal. He had to rely on his own research and development center to accumulate research contributions and overcome new technologies. However, he had no interest in shares, but outsiders thought differently. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if the company had initially failed to retain Director Tang with shares, so Director Tang was unwilling to accept their shares. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Lu Wei was suddenly overjoyed. So, did you agree? When did I agree? Tang Fong glanced at her and reminded her, did I say that? Have you had too much to drink? At this point, are you still thinking I will return to DK? Ah, Lu Wei was stunned for a moment and instantly dumbfounded. Although Tang Fong had not agreed, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Anyway, the meal had been paid for, so when she returned this time, she would at least have an excuse for the board, so they wouldn't pressure her so much. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Lu Wei suddenly remembered something and said to Tang Fong, the second generation woong is currently facing a development bottleneck. Are you interested in this car, Woolong? Tang Fong chuckled and waved his hand. You don't need to explain about Woolong, I already know. The second generation Woolong required the use of his 16 patents, and now patent fees were soaring, causing obstacles for DK Group in research and development. So, even if Lu Wei didn't say it, he understood it in his heart. Ah, Lu Wei sighed and looked up, asking, Director Tang, can we discuss another collaboration? Another one? Tang Fong chuckled lightly, shrugged, and said, it seems we'll need another meal for that. This meal is only enough for one business deal. How about splitting the profits 50-50? Lu Wei extended 5 fingers, seizing the opportunity and said, Woolong was originally created by you personally. How about we leave the development of the second generation Woolong to you? After the new car is launched, we split the profits 50-50, and we will also cover the patent fees. As long as they reached a collaboration, they wouldn't need to pay double the patent fees, and the second generation Woolong could easily be launched. Although after the collaboration, DK Group would have to pay patent fees and share half of the profits with him. At least this car wouldn't need to control production costs, fulfilling DK Group's promise to the fans. So, even though the profits might be lower, it was still a good opportunity to improve their reputation. Leave the development to me? Tang Fong locked eyes with her and asked, do you think I care? The Muerai Auto Show is about to begin, and our Shinshin Motors will definitely unveil a new car before you do. His mind had been focused on Shinshin Motors these past few days, with no time to spare for DK's trivial matters. However, Lu Wei didn't expect anything from him. The second generation of Woolong had already completed 80% of the research and development before Tang Fong left the company. What DK wanted was just to restore the normal patent fees. As long as the second generation of Woolong could successfully launch, they would surely make a big splash at the Mueri Auto Show and expand into overseas markets.
Thinking of this, Lu Wei hurriedly said, "It's okay, you don't need to be involved in the research and development. Just cooperate with us. Once the patent fees are reduced, the product development department can operate normally." Essentially, as long as they could bring back this little troublemaker, even if he did nothing, DK Group would be willing. Is there such a good thing? Tang Fong chuckled, questioning, "Why didn't you fire me earlier then? Director Tang, can we not bring up the past?" Lu Wei was already helpless. The matter of layoffs had become a psychological shadow for her, and she never wanted to hear those two words again. Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, "Let me make it clear. Since I left the group, Woong has nothing to do with me anymore. You guys handle it yourselves." "Why?" Lu Wei became anxious. "You can earn money without doing anything. Isn't that great?" She added, "DK is currently expanding into overseas markets. Once the second generation of Woong sells well overseas, you can earn a lot of money. Let's not talk about money first. Let's talk about the cars." Tang Fong locked eyes with her and said thoughtfully, "My new car will be at the Mueri Auto Show, and your DK's new car will also be there. If both cars compete on the same stage, wouldn't it be like I'm fighting against myself?" "Oh, I thought you were worried about something." Lu Wei felt relieved when she heard this. "Director Tang, you're overthinking. Think about it, if these two cars really compete on the same stage, wouldn't you be the ultimate winner?" She paused and continued, "If two globally acclaimed new energy vehicles come from the same person, what do you think will happen?" Lu Wei explained emotionally, "You, the father of new energy, will surely attract global attention and be renowned worldwide." "Oh?" Tang Fong laughed upon hearing her words. "That sounds promising." "Of course." Lu Wei nodded. "You are a veteran of our DK, a hero of our group. We will definitely treat you well. We can discuss any conditions, but I'm not interested. Let's talk about dinner instead." Tang Fong glanced at her and asked, "The dishes are here. Aren't you hungry?" He didn't want to discuss this topic for now, he needed to consider it carefully. Most importantly, the matter of benefiting without contributing had to be assessed based on the situation. Should DK Group lay him off and then expect him to come back? Who did they think he was? Was he that desperate for money? "Ha?" Lu Wei was taken aback and nodded, "Right, the food is getting cold." She raised a tall glass beside her and called out to Tang Fong, "Come on, Director Tang, I toast to you, hoping we can have a chance to cooperate." Tang Fong raised his wine glass and clinked it with hers. "Your son Shangxiang is already 0 to 10. Do we still have a chance to cooperate? I'm not talking about games." Lu Wei straightened her back. "Besides, I've consulted a master. Next time we play King of Glory, I might not necessarily be worse than you. With your skills, let's just forget about it." Tang Fong picked up the tomahawk steak on the side and started gnawing on it. He didn't like using knives and forks. Weren't their ancestors drinking and eating meat heartily? "Hey, what are you?" Lu Wei was stunned by his bold way of eating, not knowing what to say for a moment. But isn't a tomahawk steak supposed to be eaten like this? Otherwise, what's the point of the handle of the tomahawk steak? After a meal, the two of them left the Lewis Western restaurant at the same time. On the way back, Lu Wei specifically wrapped herself in a scarf, afraid of being photographed by passers-by again. Regardless, they had become the focus of the entire internet and needed to be careful. What if a few media outlets with an agenda showed up? It would be hard to clear things up. Lu Wei drove Kiranang on the road, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Tang Fong hadn't agreed after proposing these two collaborations today, which gave her a headache. She pondered in her heart, how should she explain to the board of directors when she returned? However, in her opinion, she had already made an effort. If President Tang didn't want to come back himself, what did it have to do with her, Lu Wei? Beep beep. While Lu Wei was focused on driving, she suddenly heard the phone ringing beside her. She glanced at the central control screen and saw that it was a call from her father, Lu Qifeng. Since Tang Fong was laid off, Lu Qifeng's phone had been off, and she couldn't reach him no matter how many times she tried. Now that she saw her dad calling her proactively, Lu Wei felt like she had caught a lifeline and quickly answered the call. "Hey, Wei Wei, how have you been lately?" Lu Qifeng's voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Dad, you finally decided to talk to me." Lu Wei let out all her grievances. "A few days ago, the group was in chaos, and I couldn't reach you." "Well, I've heard all the news about the company," Lu Qifeng said calmly. "Since I've decided to let you take over my position, I need to train you well. Even if it costs a lot, Dad is willing to do it." "Dad, Lu Wei heard this and tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Dad, I let you down." Since she entered the group, the company had been on a downward spiral. Lu Wei knew deep down that it was all her fault. "It's okay, people have to learn to grow up, Lu Qifeng seemed not to be angry but comforting. Wei, remember, in life, you will encounter many challenges, but, as long as you overcome them, work hard to get through, everything will be smooth sailing from then on. Okay, I'll remember, thank you, Dad. Lu Wei held back her tears and nodded vigorously. She knew this was a test from her father. However, the situation had escalated beyond control. Wei, have you talked to President Tang? Lu Qifeng said to her, I told you last time, DK can't function without him. If we lose President Tang, DK won't be able to operate normally. He had mentioned this clearly during their last conversation. However, Lu Wei was too impulsive at that time and didn't listen to her father's words. It wasn't until she hit a wall everywhere in DK Group that she understood Lu Qifeng's intentions. Growing up always involves a process, and Lu Qifeng knew that Lu Wei needed to be trained, but he didn't expect her to pay such a high price. These days, he had been paying attention to all the news about DK Group and was well aware of everything happening in the country. Whether it was the drop in DK's stock price or the internal affairs of the group, he knew it all. However, he didn't intervene because he knew he couldn't follow Lu Wei forever. Some things needed her to make decisions on her own. Even if the company's stock price plunges, even if the company is in a mess because of her, these are all things she will have to face. If she can't clean up this mess, how will she inherit the company in the future? As long as she doesn't cross the line, doesn't let DK Group fall into complete crisis, Lu Jianfeng will not intervene. Dad, I've already talked to him. We just finished dinner tonight. Lu Wei explained, I know I was wrong. I should have listened to you and brought him back earlier. It's okay, this is your own choice. Lu Jianfeng smiled and said generously, since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price for it. Whether it's the board of directors or the group employees, you have to be accountable to everyone. Yes, Dad, I understand. Lu Wei nodded vigorously. By the way, how was your conversation tonight? Lu Jianfeng seemed to remember something and asked, did you settle it? No, he hasn't agreed yet. Lu Wei sighed and said to Lu Jianfeng, but, Dad, rest assured, I will work hard to recover the losses. DK Group was created by you. I won't let it be ruined in my hands. Lu Jianfeng responded thoughtfully, then asked, by the way, Wei, why do I see people online saying that you and Tang Fong? Dad, it's not true, absolutely not. Before Lu Jianfeng could finish his sentence, Lu Wei decisively interrupted him. Lu Jianfeng was momentarily stunned by her reaction. What did I say? Why is Wei reacting so strongly? Thinking of this, Lu Jianfeng asked in confusion, Wei, do you know what I want to say? Are you so quick to deny it? Lu Wei anxiously said, Dad, I know, you must have seen those posts online, but, there's really nothing between me and Tang Fong, we just talked, nothing inappropriate happened. Oh? Lu Jianfeng, seeing her fervent explanation, became interested. I just wanted to advise you not to compete with Tang Fong on the same stage. Why such a strong reaction from you? Could it be that there's an unexpected discovery? With curiosity, Lu Jianfeng asked, Wei, what happened between you and President Tang? Can you tell Dad in detail? He had long admired Tang Feng's character, but couldn't force his daughter. After all, as parents, they couldn't meddle in matters of the heart. Now hearing about the rumors between his daughter and President Tang, Lu Jianfeng was overjoyed. This time, DK Group was saved. Hearing Lu Jianfeng's inquiry, Lu Wei evaded, Dad, please don't ask, it's nothing good. With a firm tone, she said, don't worry, I have found a way to remedy the situation. Soon, our DK's stock price will rise again. Lu Jianfeng was drawn in by her confident tone and curiously asked, Wei, what do you plan to do? Can you tell Dad? He was curious about his daughter's next steps. In the past, Lu Wei had made many resolutions, but each time ended in failure. So this time, he wanted to personally hear his daughter's thoughts. Hearing the former chairman's inquiry, Lu Wei explained, Dad, a few days ago I conducted market research with the marketing department. Although DK Woolong occupies a large share of the high-end market, there are still more emerging markets worth pursuing. She continued calmly, for example, the range from 80,000 to 150,000, and the range from 150,000 to 200,000. We don't have a new car that can tap into these market segments, we only dominate the high-end market. So, your next plan is to focus on these two market segments? Lu Jianfeng asked calmly. He was an old hand and had long understood his daughter's intentions. Lu Wei's current dilemma is that after dismissing Tang Fong, they are unable to afford the high patent fees. This means that DK Woolong, which used to dominate the sales charts, can no longer accelerate its production plans. If DK wants to smoothly navigate this period of downtime, they must focus on the mid to low-end market. In the field of new energy today, everyone is frantically piling up configurations, crazily stacking technologies, each one outdoing the other. However, the untapped market lies in the lower end, as there is still no new car that can instantly captivate consumers. Lu Wei dares not use patents on new cars now, so the focus shifts to the lower-end market segment. With the team of Old John in their hands, although Old John has become a defeated subordinate of Tang Fong, he is still a renowned professor at Furnia University, so developing technology for the lower-end market should pose no problem. Therefore, Lu Wei has already made detailed plans for the next year. In the high-end car market, they aim to collaborate with Tang Fong to jointly develop the second generation of woong. As for the low-end car market, Old John's team will take charge of development, with live broadcasts maintained as much as possible to keep DK Group's momentum in seizing the lower-end market. This way, they can not only maintain the good reputation accumulated by DK Woolong over the years but also utilize the sales in the lower-end market to stabilize DK Group's current development. This is why Lu Qifeng entrusted the group to her with confidence. He understands that although his daughter has just stepped into society and may not grasp social intricacies well, she is at least a high-achieving graduate of Tiffany Business School, quite adept at company operations and management. Lu Wei never expected him to instantly see through her plans, leaving her stunned.
Dad, how come nothing can escape your notice? I just proposed a simple idea, and you can figure out all my upcoming plans?
As the saying goes, a father knows his child best.
If Lu Qifeng lacks even this bit of wisdom, can he still turn DK Group into a publicly traded company?
Thinking this, Lu Wei tentatively asked, "Dad, do you think
my plan is feasible?"
After pondering for a moment, Lu Qifeng replied, "It sounds feasible, and it's a perfect plan, but..." Pausing, Lu Qifeng reminded her, "Tang Fong mentioned the plan to target the low-end market to me some time ago. He conducted market research, and currently, most users in the low-end market still use fuel cars. If new energy can capture this segment, it will definitely trigger a sales frenzy."
Ah!
Upon hearing Lu Qifeng's words, Lu Wei was instantly stunned. She never imagined that her so-called perfect plan was actually several months behind someone else. In other words, Tang Fong had long been considering capturing both the low-end and mid-range markets. Now that he has established Xingshan Motors, he might even release 3 new cars simultaneously, each targeting the high, mid, and low market segments. During a technology launch event, he once said, "We will build what the people need at Xingshan Motors, striving to meet everyone's demands as much as possible." In marketing, Tang Fong is actually more skilled than Lu Wei because behind Tang Fong stands the renowned entrepreneur Lin Jun.
They are sincere partners.
Once Xingshan Motors goes public, it will undoubtedly instantly ignite the entire market, becoming a phenomenal representative of new energy.
Thinking this, Lu Wei felt the pressure increase and asked, "Are you saying that President Tang will also focus on the low-end market?"
"No, he will conquer all markets."
Lu Qifeng chuckled and asked Lu Wei, "Do you know how many cutting-edge technologies President Tang has developed?"
"I don't know. How many?"
"Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand."
Lu Dianfeng reminded, "As you know, what we are aware of is only the new research and development that has already been patented.
However, he has not yet disclosed his other black technologies to the public. I speculate."
Continuing, Lu Jianfeng added, "He is likely to apply these technologies to mid-range and low-end car models, allowing all car enthusiasts to experience the charm brought by cutting-edge technology."
"What? What about our DK?"
Lu Wei exclaimed in shock, "Dad, I will focus on these 2 major markets next. If Tang Fong is also going to release new cars, then we can only compete head-to-head with him."
"Compete head-to-head?" Lu Jianfeng chuckled at his precious daughter. "Silly girl, can you really compete with him?"
"Even if I can't, I have to try,"
Lu Wei courageously declared. "Dad, I don't believe we will lose to him.
The high-end field is all his patents, we definitely can't beat him there, but in the mid to low-end field, that's where DK excels."
"Will we lose?"
Lu Wei firmly stated, "Absolutely not."
"Are you sure?"
Lu Dianfeng smiled, speaking calmly. "Do you know why Dad went to great lengths and shamelessly invited President Tang to our company? Because he is a young genius.
Since he entered the field of new energy, no one has been his match."
This. Upon hearing Lu Dianfeng's words, Lu Wei was left speechless.
Could it be that we can only admit defeat?
Feeling guilty for inadvertently creating a formidable enemy for DK, Lu Wei blamed herself. "I'm sorry, Dad, it's all my fault.
I was too stubborn.
If I had just admitted my mistake and apologized at the time, maybe
things wouldn't have escalated like this."
Lu Wei sighed, looking remorseful. The success of DK Group today was all thanks to her, turning a once thriving company into one struggling to survive. Hearing Lu Wei's apologetic tone, Lu Dianfeng was not angry but instead comforted her.
Wei, this matter can't be entirely blamed on you," Lu Dianfeng said thoughtfully. "In fact, this is our debt to President Tang."
Pausing, he continued, "Since President Tang took over the DK Research Institute, he has made many significant contributions to our DK Group. However, we have never been able to make him our shareholder, that's our debt to him. Lu Jianfeng had always known that with Tang Feng's talent and abilities, he would eventually leave DK. He had intended to matchmake him with Lu Wei, impressed by his character and skills. However, just as Tang Fong had left for abroad, Lu Wei had dismissed the potential suitor he had in mind. The matchmaking plan was thus abruptly halted. This was also why Lu Jianfeng appointed Lin Xiaoli as the assistant president. He wanted the mischievous Lin Xiaoli to help matchmake the two, but even Lin Xiaoli had not expected that Lu would immediately dismiss the potential suitor favored by the former chairman. By the time they realized their mistake, it was too late to salvage the situation. The two had become enemies, and to rebuild any relationship, they would first have to resolve their animosity. Lin Xiaoli was troubled daily by this matter, trying to persuade Lu Wei several times to no avail. The resolute Lu CEO was unyielding. Only when the situation had reached an irreparable point did she begin to regret. But, Dad. Lu Wei tried to say something more, but Lu Dianfeng interrupted her. Wei, since the matter is in the past, let's not dwell on it. It's more important to solve the current issues at hand. Lu Dianfeng reminded, you plan to conquer the mid to low-end market, right? Then go ahead and do it. The fate of DK Group is in your hands. Don't disappoint me. At this moment, he didn't want to push his daughter too hard. After all, Lu Wei was still just a child, and if he pushed her to the brink of collapse, Lu Jianfeng was afraid she might get into trouble. So, he could only encourage her from behind, hoping she could withstand wave after wave of pressure. Okay, please rest assured, Dad. Lu Wei nodded, I will work hard. In the next 2 days, I will organize a technical press conference to spread the news that DK wants to enter the mid to low-end market. For new energy vehicles, the key is to create a buzz. As long as the new car seizes the topic before it is launched, it will definitely achieve perfect sales. This is the traffic code that all car companies want to grasp. With DK's current popularity, it will definitely generate a huge amount of traffic, and their car manufacturing plan will also receive a lot of attention. Okay, you go ahead and get busy, drive slowly on the road. Lu Dianfeng reminded her and hung up the phone casually. Facing the suddenly quiet environment, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. She thought she had come up with a brilliant plan, but she couldn't escape the mountain that Tang Fong represented. If both their companies attacked the mid to low-end market at the same time, did they have a surefire chance of winning against DK? The answer was clearly no. The next morning, Lu Wei arrived at the DK Research Institute early in the morning. At this time, old John was leading his team to admire Tang Feng's Titan Alloy press conference, constantly exclaiming as they watched, "Oh my, how did he manage to do this in such a short time? Wow, this is simply the greatest invention in the field of new energy. With the Titan Alloy for new energy vehicles, we no longer have to worry about battery drain in winter. If we could develop this kind of technology, it would definitely cause a sensation in the West." Not only old John, but everyone in his team had become fans of Tang Fong. They were all in research and development, so why could others develop such amazing materials? Ahem. While everyone was cheering at the screen, they suddenly heard Lu Wei coughing twice outside the door. Oh, General Lu? Old John saw Lu Wei and quickly stood up from his chair. Mr. John, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Lu Wei walked up to old John and said to him, "What does General Lu want to talk about? Please go ahead." Old John stood up straight and said, "We are very sorry for the 2 failed research and development attempts. If your company is not willing to continue cooperating with us, we can return to our country immediately." Old John thought Lu Wei was going to talk to him about this, so he said quickly, "Return to the country?" Lu Wei was taken aback, waved her hand and said, "Mr. John, I didn't mean that. I want to capture the mid to low-end market of new energy. Can you and your team regain confidence and help our DK overcome this difficulty?" Oh, old John was startled, then he reacted. Capture the mid to low-end market? That's no problem. Old John assured, patting his chest, as long as it's not cracking Tang President's technology, we can do everything else. For old John, the most difficult part was cracking patents. Can easy research and development be called a patent? Every patent is unique. If you can easily develop it, why would others bother? Good, I've been waiting for this. Lu Wei smiled at old John's confident expression and said, "I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely create the hottest car." "Thank you for your trust, General Lu." Old John smiled bitterly, "We are very sorry for the previous 2 incidents. This time, we will do our best to give General Lu an explanation." "Okay, then I'll be waiting for your good news." Lu Wei nodded, "I will inform the R&D department later to come to the DK Research Institute together. Let's discuss the new car development plan together." Holding her fist tightly, she said, "This time, we must win in one stroke. we must beat Stellar Motors to become the sales champion in the mid to low-end market.
Alright. Old John, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. Oh my god, Stellar Motors? Are you talking about Mr. Tang's Stellar Motors? Yes, Lu Wei nodded. Is there a problem? Oh, my goodness.
Old John was taken aback and hurriedly asked, President Lu, do you still want to challenge Mr.
Tang?
We lost so miserably in the previous 2 times, I'm really afraid we will end up in complete defeat.
Afraid?
Lu Wei furrowed her brows, waved her hand, and said, I'm not afraid, so why should you be? With that, she glanced at everyone and reminded, don't boost others' morale and diminish your own prestige.
In the mid to low end market, no one is our opponent now, not even President Tang.
Okay. Old John had nothing more to say, so he just nodded.
He was only responsible for R&D, not the company's boss. Since there was someone fearless here, he might as well let her take charge. Thinking this, Old John responded, Yes, President Lu, please give your orders. This time, we will not embarrass you like the last 2 times. Good, I will call the R&D department people right away.
Lu Wei nodded and quickly walked out. This time, she was determined to speed up and bring out the design concept of the new car as soon as possible. After all, time waits for no one. Since everyone wants to develop the mid to low-end market, they must reveal the information about the new car as soon as possible. The earlier the release of the new car information, the sooner they can capture consumers' attention. Most importantly, due to the popularity of the Shogo, President DK Group's visibility has also reached its peak. By timely releasing a new car during this trend, it will surely attract the attention of all fans. Fans are biased towards whoever releases the new car first, so the one who does will receive more attention. Therefore, Lu Wei planned to take the initiative. Since they couldn't compete with Tang Feng's Stellar Motors in terms of configuration and technology, she decided to release it early to gather popularity in advance. With DK Motors' sales volume and reputation, their new car would surely not fall short. After making up her mind, Lu Wei immediately called the people from the product R&D department. The 2 departments gathered in the meeting room of the DK Research Institute. Zhang, the head of the R&D department, stood outside the meeting room, looking curiously at Lu Wei in front of him. President Lu, why did you call us here?
Does this mean President Tang is back? What are you thinking? Lu Wei glanced at him, frowned, and asked, Do you think President Tang would come back so easily?
I almost had to send a sedan chair to invite him, but he didn't agree.
Ah. Zhang was stunned for a moment, wiped his sweat, and said, President Lu, did the negotiations fail again?
The project leader Wang Chang next to him took over. President Lu, our R&D department is waiting for your good news.
If President Tang doesn't come back, we won't be able to start the entire production line. Seeing them constantly mentioning President Tang, Lu Wei fell silent. Ah, don't I want to invite President Tang back? If I could bring him back, who would take the risk to enter the mid to low-end market? Thinking this, Lu Wei sighed, Today, let's not mention President Tang. Let's mainly discuss the details of the new car development. The new car?
Zhang and Wang Chang looked at each other, both frowning. President Lu, without Tang Fong, how can we make a new car?
Without Tang Fong, can't we even make a car?
Lu Wei said angrily, This time we are going to produce low-end cars. We don't need Director Tang's patent.
Low-end cars?
Zhang, the general manager, was stunned and dumbfounded in an instant. Lu, our main focus is the high-end market. DK Wulong has always been leading in sales in the high-end market, carving a path of success. At this moment, we should consolidate our consumer base in the high-end market. It is well known that it is easy to move from high-end to low-end, but challenging to move from low-end to high-end. Lu Wei's intention to step out of her comfort zone and seize market share in the low-end segment was indeed a risky move. It was highly likely to end up losing more than gaining. Seeing Zhang's puzzled expression, Lu Wei furrowed her brows and asked, Zhang, as a senior executive in the R&D department, do I need to remind you of this principle? She then pointed out, our patent fees have doubled, and the company is currently unable to compete in the high-end market. We can only rely on the market share in the low-end segment to fill this gap.
Well, project team leader Wang Chang did not understand her point and questioned, Lu, isn't this issue easily solvable?
As long as you can bring Director Tang back, or appoint him as an honorary director, our company can operate normally.
Yes, what you both said is correct, but can we bring him back? Lu Wei asked firmly, It's already so late, are we still dreaming?
Pausing for a moment, Lu Wei continued, Let me be clear with you all. I met Director Tang last night, and he did not agree to our conditions, just said he would consider it temporarily.
So, we must be prepared for risks.
What? Zhang and Wang Chang were left speechless upon hearing this. When you could have invited him, you didn't,
and now that you can't bring him back, you start warning about risks. Why not anticipate it earlier? Although they thought so, Zhang and Wang Chang dared not speak out and obediently entered the meeting room. Lu Wei followed them, took the main seat in the meeting room, and began to explain her plan to everyone. Everyone, the reason I called you all here in such a hurry today is because we have a very challenging task ahead of us. Due to the temporary restrictions in the high-end car market, our DK group can only target the mid to low-end car market for now. So, to prevent our competitors from getting ahead of us, I plan to take the fastest and most optimal approach to quickly seize market share. To beat other car manufacturers and make the new car a hit quickly, they had to develop a plan for a new car within a week. Once the technical aspects and configurations of the new car were finalized, they could hold a pre-launch technical conference. Other details could be officially released after the car was built. What? 1 week? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the technical research and development team were all stunned. Lu, are you serious? Zhang was already dumbfounded. 1 week? You want us to create a new car within a week? A week is not even enough time to sketch a concept. Yes, Lu. The project team leader nodded beside him. Within a week, we need to have all the technical aspects and configurations of the new car ready. Even if it's just a concept, it's impossible to do it so quickly. We only have 1 week left. Lu Wei saw their expressions of difficulty and spoke, to be honest with you all, we need to compete with Xingchen Motors for market share. If Director Tang releases the new car before us, DK will be left with nothing. What? Director Tang is the one Lu Wei wants to compete with? Is she out of her mind? Zhang and project team leader Wang Chang looked at each other in astonishment, unsure of what to say next. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a hurried knocking sound came from outside the meeting room. Lin Xiuli's voice came from outside the door. Something bad is happening, General Lu. President Tang is holding a technical press conference, and it is said that he will announce 2 new cars targeting the middle and lower end market at the same time. What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Xiuli's words, Lu Wei was dumbfounded. Tang Fong is holding a technical press conference? Lu Wei frowned, her face looking unpleasant. Why didn't he mention it last night? He was eating and drinking heartily last night. How could he seem like he was going to hold a technical press conference? This guy is too good at disguising himself. But she never thought that just because someone is holding a press conference the next day, what does it have to do with eating and drinking? Can a bit of Filton Manor red wine really make someone drunk? Oh my, how could this happen? Old John's heart raced upon hearing this news. He never expected that their DK group, just starting out, would be beaten to the punch by someone else. What should they do now? Can General Lu withstand such pressure? Thinking this, Old John involuntarily looked at Lu Wei. At this moment, Lu Wei's face was pale, contemplating a strategy. After a moment of silence in the meeting room, Lu Wei looked up and called out to Lin Xiuli outside the meeting room. Xiuli, bring your phone in. Yes, General Lu. Lin Xiuli nodded and, following Lu Wei's instructions, projected the ongoing live technical press conference from her phone onto the projection screen in the meeting room. The people in the product development department couldn't help but exchange glances, all whispering to each other on the side. They couldn't understand what Lu Wei was up to. On the large screen at this moment, Tang Fong stood spiritedly in the center of the exhibition hall. He was explaining the upcoming new products to the media and fans below. The venue for this technical press conference was large, filled with a blend of technology and fashion. Behind Tang Fong, a huge LED screen flashed dazzling lights, showcasing various high-tech features of the new cars. The walls around projected patterns of streamlined designs, resembling a futuristic landscape, making people feel like they were in a sci-fi world. This was Starlight Automobile's first press conference. The splendor of it shocked everyone present. Since the establishment of Starlight Automobile, no one had expected that Tang Fong would hold a technical press conference in such a short time. Less than a month later, releasing 2 new cars simultaneously, how could other car companies survive this? Friends, ever since the establishment of our Starlight Automobile, there have always been comments on our official account asking if we will enter the low-end car market, if we can create a high-tech car for low-income groups. Tang Fong stood on the stage, addressing the cameras and audience below. Today, I bring you the answer. We can rumble. Tang Feng's words instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below the stage. Today's technical press conference was organized by Lin Jun, attracting all the top reporters, with many platforms live streaming the event. Even the most famous Xinhua Media and Yang Media started synchronous broadcasts. Starlight Automobile's popularity was so high that within half an hour of the conference starting, it had attracted tens of millions of viewers. The online buzz had already exceeded 1 billion. Seeing the audience's reaction, Tang Fong smiled and said,
I know everyone is very interested in DK's black technology. It has the world's safest high-density dragon scale steel, nano-level metal car paint, projection adaptive headlights, and so on. But it's undeniable that it's a high-end car, using over a dozen of my patents. However, many friends are interested in this car but are constrained by their budget. Therefore, considering our research and development philosophy at Starlight Automobile, I have decided to make black technology accessible to everyone, so that everyone can drive our Starlight Automobile. Clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience once again. This time, the spectators below the stage were even more excited, their faces filled with anticipation. The media rooms of major outlets were in a frenzy, with netizens engaging in intense discussions.
What? Star Auto is targeting a wider consumer base? Am I hearing this right? High-density dragon scale steel, is this black technology something even us common folks can have? Did you hear that, guys? President Tang is talking about black technology. He wants all of us to drive phenomenal vehicles like the DK Woong. This is amazing. I fully support President Tang. If we can't afford the DK Woong, can't we afford a Star Auto? Count me in. The people need it, and Star Auto will make it. Just for this statement, I'm a fan of President Tang for life. I used to give my youth to DK, but now that I've settled down, I choose Star Auto. The first new car from President Tang's venture, so worth looking forward to. Let's go for it. With hopeful hearts, fans sat in front of their screens, waiting. They wanted to see what surprises the most watched President Tang would bring them. Amidst all the attention, Tang Fong pressed the remote control. With a boom, the concept images of two new cars instantly appeared on the big screen. One was a B-class car named Star Neptune. The other was a C-class car named Star Uranus. These two cars seemed to come from the future, with the most advanced exterior design and forward-thinking concepts. Like two beacons filled with a technological aura, they had already surpassed the industry's car design standards. Wow! Seeing these two tech-filled new cars, the audience first gasped, then genuinely applauded. If Tang Fong hadn't revealed the positioning and price range of these two cars beforehand, everyone would have thought they were million-dollar luxury cars. Both in appearance and features, they were far ahead of other cars in the same price range. Facing the continuous applause from the audience, Tang Fong stood calmly in the center of the venue. He had already anticipated this reaction from the audience. With such luxurious features, they couldn't possibly be found in cars at this price point. Since everyone was excited about the features, might as well go all out. Tang Fong raised his head, pointing to the new cars behind him, and asked, "Who wants the world's safest high-density dragon scale steel?" "We do," came the uniform response from below the stage. "How about projection-grade adaptive headlights?" "We do." "What about nano-level metallic car paint? It won't fade even after 10 years of sun exposure, easily resisting acid rain and minor scratches." "We want it, we really want it." The audience below was ecstatic, their cheers echoing. No one had expected such high-tech features to be available in cars at this price point. President Tang, you are truly everyone's hero. At this moment, Lu Wei's gaze was fixed on the big screen, her hands clenched tightly, breathing a bit rapid. High-density dragon scale steel? Nano-level metallic car paint? Is this guy crazy? These are mid-range cars, piling up these features, is he trying to bankrupt others? Clearly, once this presentation ended, Neptune and Uranus would immediately cause a stir online, sparking a storm of cost-effectiveness. After this, their DK group would find it challenging to establish a foothold in the mid-range car market. Oh my goodness. Old John stared at the screen in front of him, continuously exclaiming, "It's unbelievable, hard to imagine, he actually managed to pack all these high-tech features into a low-end car." On the side, both director Zhang and manager Wang, watching the live broadcast, were momentarily stunned. They were from the product development department, the ones who knew best about the basic costs of these configurations. At this moment, when they heard about the two new cars, Neptune and Uranus, equipped with high-density dragon pattern steel and other high-tech configurations, they were all taken aback. You see, high-density dragon pattern steel used to only appear in high-end car models, rarely in lower-end ones. It's a bold attempt to use it for producing C-class and B-class cars. Of course, costs and budgets are just issues that ordinary car manufacturers like them need to consider. Director Tang has patents in hand, along with a well-established supply chain, so his costs are definitely lower than theirs. Now that Director Tang has started his own business, not only does he have Lin Jun's support but also Wei, the head of Longjing Motors, backing him up, making his supply chain much stronger than theirs. The new car they need 100,000 in costs to develop, Director Tang might only need 80,000 to solve. Not only that, his profits might be even higher than theirs. That's the charm of the supply chain. With patents and a mature supply chain, can you compete with others on costs? What do you have to compare with them? Mr. Zhang. Just as Mr. Zhang and Mr.
Wang were lost in thought, they suddenly heard Ms.
Lu Wei calling out to him. Ms.
Lu Wei's face was somewhat pale as she stared at Mr.
Zhang and asked, from the perspective of your research and development department, do Director Tang's 2 new cars bring profits? Profits? Mr. Zhang replied with a bitter smile, certainly, there are profits, otherwise, how could Director Tang make a profit instead of a loss? And what about us? Ms. Lu Wei asked thoughtfully, if we use this kind of material to make cars, how would the profits be? Us? Mr.
Zhang laughed upon hearing her words. Miss
Lu, are you joking with me? If we make cars with these configurations, do you still expect to make a profit? He then went on to calculate. Ms. Lu, let me calculate the costs for you. Director Tang owns the patent himself, so he doesn't need to calculate costs.
As for other components, with Longjing Motors behind him, with a complete supply chain, we can't compare.
Longjing Motors is a big player, who can match their scale? Ms. Lu Wei furrowed her brows and asked, don't we have a supply chain too?
Logically speaking, our DK's supply chain should be even more complete than theirs.
Ms. Lu, please don't joke. Mr.
Zhang smiled bitterly and explained, you are the chairman's daughter, living in a different world, of course, you don't know the situation in our research and development department. He continued, let me tell you the truth, at least half of our company's supply chain is related to Director Tang.
Director Tang again? Ms. Lu Wei was dumbfounded. What position does he hold in the company? Why has even the company's supply chain become his jurisdiction? There's nothing we can do, Ms. Lu. Mr.
Zhang wiped his sweat and explained, suppliers also play favorites, they need to use Director Tang's patents, so they give our DK group the best prices. He shrugged, now that Director Tang has no connection with DK anymore, naturally, they won't offer us the same prices as before.
What should we do now? Ms.
Lu Wei said anxiously, Director Tang is now releasing new cars with such advanced configurations, clearly trying to cut off the path for our DK group. After saying this, she looked up and continued, we can't afford the high patent fees for high-end cars, can't mass-produce them, and the mid to low-end market has already been seized by him.
Do we still have a chance for development at DK? This. Mr.
Zhang fell silent, not saying a word.
But deep down, he was thinking, isn't all of this caused by you? If Director Tang were still at DK, would the DK group be facing such difficulties? You have to take responsibility for this mess. Mr. Lu, it's useless to talk about this now. You need to make a new decision. At this moment, Wang Chang on the side asked, are we still going to produce these low-end cars? As he spoke, he remembered something and asked again, do we need to develop the car within a week? Director Tang is already holding a press conference. You are still in the state of creating a new folder. How can you compete with them? Do you really need to be in such a hurry?
Of course. Just when Wang Chang thought Lu Wei would change her mind, Lu Wei suddenly spoke up. We must develop it. Not only do we need to launch a new car within a week, but it must be more advanced than Star Auto.
What? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, everyone present was stunned. They looked at her in confusion, not knowing what she was thinking. You are part of a group that relies on Director Tang for development. It's one thing not to stay in your comfort zone, but now you want to compete with them? Do you even know what you're saying? Is there a problem? Lu Wei glanced at everyone, reminding them, this is the only way out for DK now. If we can't make a breakthrough in the mid to low-end market, we will face challenges ahead.
Last time she proposed conditions to Tang Fong, and Tang Fong did not agree, which made Lu Wei very uneasy. She was afraid that if Tang Fong rejected her, she would not be able to face the board siege. Since things have developed to this point, she can only go all in. In any case, she must take this step because it signifies the future direction of DK Group.
Mr. John, I know you have students working at the Tross factory. Can you help us introduce some new technologies? Lu Wei looked at old John, asking expectantly. Introduce new technologies? Old John asked in shock, oh my, Mr. Lu, you don't really want to confront Director Tang, do you? You should know that even foreigners know to avoid his edge. With Tang Feng's reputation in the new energy field, no one can be his opponent. This Mr. Lu in front of me really thinks highly of herself. She has no idea what she will face after taking this step. Obviously, the mid to low-end market has a more fixed customer base than the high-end market. Once consumers have decided on a particular car, another car won't make much of a splash. Yes, I have made up my mind. Lu Wei nodded firmly. Star Auto has many patents. I believe they will focus on the high-end market. Currently, the low-end market is a blank area, very suitable for us to enter forcefully. But, Mr. Lu, how do we control costs? Zhang raised a question. Director Tang's 2 new cars are equipped with the latest technology.
Looking at the entire new energy market, no one can compete with him. He understood that if Lu Wei continued to be so stubborn, she would soon be proven wrong.
No one can compete with him?
Lu Wei shook her head and said decisively, DK also has its own technology and patents.
We are the leader in the new energy field. Why can't we be his competitor?
With determination, Lu Wei said, this time, we must maximize the configuration and ignite the enthusiasm of the entire network as soon as it is released.
Mr. Lu, have you really made up your mind?
Just as everyone was talking, Lin Xioli suddenly walked in.
Mr. Lu, have you seen Director Tang's 2 new cars?
Lin Xioli reminded. He said at the press conference that the design concept of these 2 cars comes from Neptune and Uranus. The vehicles shine like stars and look like 2 cars from the future.
With a worried expression, she asked, can DK really produce cars of this level?
Lin Xiaoli was originally a supporter of the Tang faction. When she saw Neptune and Uranus just now, she almost couldn't resist placing an order. If this wasn't a tech conference but a new car launch, she would have readily chosen to be a traitor.
Who could resist the temptation of a new car in this price range?
A high-density dragon pattern steel maximized safety performance. The projection laser headlights changed the technological feel of cars in this price range.
And the nano-level metallic car paint is not only wear-resistant and sunproof but also eliminates the hassle of applying car wraps.
The car system built by Lin Jun's Red Bean technology is a standard feature throughout the vehicle. Most importantly, President Tang was the first to develop mass-producible solid-state batteries. The batteries originally used in high-end cars can now be directly applied to this batch of mid to low-end models.
In this scenario, how many new energy car companies can compete with them?
While others are still striving for an 800-kilometer range, Tang Feng's mid to low-end models have already achieved the miracle of a 1,000-kilometer range.
Consumers are not fools. With such a cost-effective new car available, who would consider other models? Just go for it without overthinking.
Therefore, before Lu Wei's new car plan even began, Lin Xioli seemed to have already foreseen the outcome.
I see it.
Lu Wei clasped her hands in front of her chest and said thoughtfully, his design concept is indeed very advanced, which impresses me a lot. She squinted and continued, but DK is not inferior either. We have the world's most famous designer leading the way, and we will not fall short of him. Moreover, I will personally participate in the design of our new car, striving to make a breakthrough in the mid to low-end market. She had made up her mind since last night. The current DK group indeed only has this path to follow. Although Tang Fong seems to have not openly opposed them, it's clear he is not willing to accept their requests. What honorary president? What partners? It's all nonsense. He's now holding high patent fees. Isn't that lucrative enough? Why bother wading back into the muddy waters of DK? He has made it clear that from the moment he founded Star Auto, he would never return to DK. Moreover, there will be no association with the DK group. From then on, the 2 companies will become competitors, standing on the same stage. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured, and one will eventually fall. Therefore, Lu Wei doesn't want to wait. She wants to face challenges head-on, relying on her own abilities to solve all the problems facing the DK group. However, ideals are full, but reality is stark. Everything she has planned is just that, a plan. Whether this plan can be realized depends on the entire DK group's capabilities. But what about the board of directors? Lin Xioli cautiously reminded, they only gave you 3 days, and if you haven't brought President Tang back within that time,
don't worry, I will convince them.
Lu Wei glanced at her and then turned to face old John. Mr.
John, can we incorporate the 3 configurations you just mentioned into our new car? The configurations you just mentioned?
Old John pondered, then shook his head. 2 of them are patents of Mr.
Tang, and we can't fully replicate them.
We can only try to develop a similar configuration. He gave an example. For instance, we can't develop nano-level metallic car paint, so we'll have to come up with a slightly better quality metallic car paint to substitute. In this urgent situation, this is the best we can do.
In essence, they can only come up with a gimmick.
If they were to research nano-level metal car paint, Tang Feng's new car would probably hit the market before they could even succeed in their research. So, in order to have something to talk about at the technology release conference, they decided to conduct a superficial study. At times like this, they could only deceive themselves. After all, they only had a week to develop so much cutting-edge technology.
Upon hearing old John's words, Lu Wei furrowed her brow. Is this really the only way?
If possible, I still hope you can develop a substitute product.
No.
Old John closed his eyes and shook his head. It's impossible.
Mr. Tang's every patent is extremely valuable.
If we could develop it in a short period, would Mr.
Tang still be considered a genius?
With a sigh, he continued, moreover, time is so tight, within 7 days, we won't even be able to find a starting point. In just 1 week, let alone developing a substitute product, they wouldn't even be able to analyze the composition of this patent. Seeing the troubled expression on old John's face, Lu Wei reluctantly nodded, in that case, let's do it your way. For Lu Wei and DK Group, building a car was simple, but creating a car that could dominate the internet was difficult. They had to grasp every element to capture the attention of their fans. Due to the dismissal of President Tang, the entire DK Group had become a target. They had to rely on a new car with outstanding sales to turn things around. But given DK's current situation, could they produce a qualified new car? Faced with Tang Feng's 2 stunning new cars, they couldn't even lift their heads. General Lu, it seems President Tang is starting to announce the prices. While Lu Wei was lost in thought, Lin Xiuli suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, everyone looked up at the projection screen in front. During their meeting, they had temporarily muted the sound of the projection. Now, they realized that Tang Fong and Lin Jun were standing on the stage, discussing the pricing of the first batch of Starlight cars. The popularity in the live broadcast room had soared to its peak. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Tang Fong to reveal the prices. It was a moment of great anticipation. Starlight Car Technology Release Conference. On the central stage, Tang Fong and Lin Jun were summarizing the technical highlights of the conference, joking about the additional features to be added to the new car. The atmosphere was filled with humor and laughter, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Some department heads and media friends sat in the audience, laughing heartily. President Tang, at Red Bean Technology, we will create a car home ecosystem and the car system providing the best service for fans and friends. Lin Jun said with a smile, I heard that many friends online are asking me if I could persuade executives overnight before. Can I persuade President Tang overnight this time to lower the prices and offer the best value for fans? He stirred up the audience's emotions and looked at Tang Fong with a smile. President Tang, what do you say?
Can I persuade you?
Yes, the audience below quickly shouted in unison. This new car technology release conference had given them too much shock and surprise. They all wanted to know in which price range these 2 new cars would fall. Although specific prices wouldn't be announced before the official release of the new car, they often hinted at the price range to give fans an idea. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, Tang Fong chuckled, Mr.
Lin, if you want to persuade me, I'm afraid just words won't be enough. You'll have to come up with something substantial.
Oh? Lin Jun chuckled and asked, what do you want me to bring? This was their improvisation on the spot, not a scripted act behind the scenes. In such a grand setting, there was no need for such gimmicks. They were simply swept up by the enthusiasm of the fans. Sales were the key. As long as Xingshan Motors could make a strong debut, there would be no worries about subsequent sales.
Tang Fong looked at Lin Jun with interest and teased, isn't there a saying in the industry?
New energy vehicles come with 3 major items, a refrigerator, a sofa, and a big TV.
It's well known that this is Red Bean Technology's expertise. Mr. Lin, can you offer some benefits to everyone in the first batch of cars we release?
Sure. Lin Jun readily agreed. With so many fans here today and millions watching online, it's no problem to give everyone some benefits at this moment. He then held up 5 fingers and said, how about 5,000 cars? For the first 5,000 new cars ordered at the next launch event, Red Bean Technology will equip them all with the 3 major items. For Lin Jun, this was nothing, as it was their expertise at Red Bean Technology.
Just a car fridge, a car tablet, and a massage seat. As long as it stimulated the market and made consumers flock to Xingshan Motors, everything would be worth it. 5,000 cars? Is that possible?
Tang Fong smiled and said, our first batch of orders will be set at least at 10,000 cars.
How about rounding it up?
The first 10,000 new cars will all come with the 3 major items.
Alright, since Director Tang has spoken, what else can I say?
Lin Jun said cheerfully, don't forget your promise to give everyone a discount.
Okay, let's do it. Tang Fong chuckled and pressed a button on the remote control in his hand.
Immediately, the LED screen behind him displayed the price range of the new cars. The price of Neptune was set between 80,000 and 150,000. The price of Uranus was between 150,000 and 200,000. These 2 cars all came with Tang Feng's 3 major patents, offering the best value for money.
Wow, amazing.
As soon as the prices were announced on the big screen, excited shouts erupted from the audience.
Fans clapped excitedly. How could fans not go crazy buying a car with the Xuanwu architecture at such prices?
Most importantly, the mid-range model Uranus had a battery that could last over 1,000 kilometers, enough to outshine many high-end models from other brands.
Friends, isn't this configuration awesome? Lin Jun was also caught up in the atmosphere, asking loudly, isn't it mind-blowing? Yes, absolutely mind-blowing. The crowd below burst into laughter, unanimously shouting in agreement. This price, this configuration, was definitely mind-blowing. Undoubtedly, the 2 new cars released by Tang Fong would change the entire landscape of the new energy vehicle industry.
Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were ecstatic, flooding the barrage with comments like amazing and awesome.
Amazing, so cool. Indeed, Director Tang is the real god. Who else in the new energy field can offer such high-value luxury cars? Only our Tang god. Brothers, let's thank the female CEO of DK Group together. It was her wise decision to dismiss our beloved Director Tang, otherwise, could we drive such powerful new cars? I may not be educated, but with this price, this configuration, it's unbeatable. This time, President Liu must be dumbfounded. She would never have expected Director Tang to release new cars so quickly. The barrage in the live stream scrolled rapidly, with everyone cheering for Tang Feng's new cars. At that moment, Lu Wei stood in the conference room with a grim expression. Just now when Lin Shelley was casting the screen, she forgot to turn off the barrage, and every single comment just now was seen by Lu Wei. Her chest heaved violently, her mood like a roller coaster, plummeting to the bottom of the valley. They were right, I let Director Tang go. I've set up a formidable enemy for myself. But what can I do? Lu, are you okay? Lin Shirley took the opportunity while she wasn't paying attention to quickly close the barrage in the live broadcast room. Phew, I'm fine. Lu Wei took a deep breath, pretending to be calm as she turned to look at old John and the others. Did you see that? Our opponents have taken the lead, we must follow closely behind. With that, she stared at old John and Zhang, questioning, can we hold a technical press conference in a week? Well. Zhang didn't know what to say for a moment. Their 2 new cars have already caused a sensation online, can we catch up? Not to mention their 3 patented standard features, just the refrigerator, TV, and sofa set gifted by Lin. How will you respond to that? What do we have to offer? Do we have partners like Lin's army? Seeing Zhang's troubled expression, Lu Wei asked, what's wrong? Lu, no problem, but... Zhang forced a smile, raised his head and asked, are you sure you want to challenge Director Tang? Our DK is not their match. Who said that? Lu Wei glanced at Zhang, retorting, our DK Group is the most outstanding new energy car company, how are we not a match for Director Tang? Although she was anxious inside, she didn't want to dampen the morale of the employees. We are an established company with multiple production lines, do we still have to admit defeat to a newly established car company? Newly established car company? Hearing Lu Wei's words, everyone looked at each other. The founder of Star Auto is the former DK Research Institute director Tang Fong, with Lin Jun, founder of Red Bean Technology, as a partner, and Longjing Auto as support. You're telling me this is a new car company? Lu, your way of thinking is truly unique. Thinking this, project team leader Wang Chang spoke first. Lu, our production line is no worse than others, but how do we control costs? Cost is our biggest challenge at the moment. For the R&D department, cost control is the greatest art. Anyone can pile on configurations, but how do we save costs? This is the most common issue for the R&D department. A car must be easy to drive, good-looking, well-equipped, and full of technology, which is a very difficult task. The R&D department is busy every day, considering these issues. Cost? Lu Wei frowned and asked, we can't control costs for high-end cars, can't we do the same for low-end cars? After all, low-end cars don't require many patents. With that, she looked meaningfully at everyone. Now, DK has encountered the biggest challenge. To break through, we need everyone's collective wisdom and effort. Yes, I agree with Lu's words. Old John spoke up. We failed in the last 2 R&D attempts. This time, we will do our best to recover from the losses. Good, thank you, Mr. John. Lu Wei nodded. We'll rely on your team for cutting-edge technology research, and leave the exterior design and configuration to our R&D department. She was impatient now, eager to release a new car immediately, because she knew that after the heated press conference just now, these 2 cars, Uranus and Neptune, would soon become popular on the internet. Within this week, all online discussions will surely revolve around these 2 cars. If they can't grasp the trend perfectly, their new products are likely to sink without a trace, without making a splash. Seeing Lu Wei's decisive demeanor, Director Zhang picked up the pen behind his ear and asked, General Lu, you've seen President Tang's configuration just now. What kind of new car are you planning to configure? For Director Zhang and Wang Chang, they were ultimately just small heads of the R&D department. As for how to make decisions, it still depended on Lu Wei's ideas. What configuration? Lu Wei pondered for a moment and said, at the very least, it has to surpass Uranus and Neptune. Pausing, she continued, if we can't surpass them in configuration, we won't make any waves. To establish a foothold in the mid to low end market, the first car is crucial. Even if it means losing money, we have to do it.
Ha! Hearing Lu Wei's words, everyone's faces showed incredulous expressions.
You want to compete with President Tang on configuration? Isn't that seeking a dead end?
Take high-density dragon steel, for example. For every car you produce, you have to pay President Tang double the patent fees.
Can you beat him? No matter how much you pile on the configuration, the ultimate winner will still be President Tang.
Just the patent fees alone can make him rich.
What, is it not possible? Lu Wei, seeing everyone's expressions, asked in confusion. It's not that it's not possible.
Director Zhang adjusted his glasses and said with a wry smile, General Lu, since you're prepared to incur losses, we have nothing to say.
Whatever configuration you need, our R&D department can handle it. Behaving without considering costs, where's the difficulty in that? As long as you don't require us to control costs, I can even build an aircraft carrier for you. Sacrificing oneself for a noble cause. Ahem.
Lin Xiaoli, on the side, hurriedly cleared her throat upon hearing this.
She carefully pulled Lu Wei aside and reminded her, General Lu, are you being too impulsive?
The board of directors issues haven't been resolved yet, and now you want to build cars without considering costs.
What if we lose to President Tang? We haven't even started yet, how do you know we'll lose? Lu Wei locked eyes with her and reminded, I've done my research. President Tang has been busy with the Muerai Auto Show recently. I firmly believe he will focus all his attention on that unreleased high-end model.
But, Lin Xiaoli, looking worried, reminded, President Tang is different from others, he's a genius, he does everything perfectly. Pausing, she continued, I believe that the new car at the Muerai Auto Show is definitely already in his plans.
Xiaoli, are you being too subjective? Lu Wei frowned and said, he's a genius, that's true, but he's also human. I don't believe he can release 3 new cars in such a short time.
For an ordinary car company, releasing 1 new car per quarter is already a burst of performance.
However, Tang Fong, who just left DK to start his own business, releasing 3 new cars in a quarter? Even if the sky falls, she wouldn't believe it.
Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Xiaoli quietly reminded, General Lu, we must not offend President Tang.
You just invited him to be our honorary president, and he hasn't agreed yet. Pausing, she continued, if you challenge him at this time, will he still agree? Can't worry about that now.
Lu Wei thought for a moment, sighed, and said, to save DK, this is the only way we have.
Pausing, she continued, Xiaoli, you don't understand.
In the high-end car sector, we no longer have a place to stand.
If DK Wolong doesn't have President Tang's involvement, can we still have sales? Without sales, what do we rely on to survive?
Looking at it now, they only have one way to go, and that is to impact the mid to low-end market.
If successful, they will secure DK's dominant position in the new energy sector.
But once they fail, the cost will be unbearable for them, dealing a fatal blow to the entire DK group.
Undoubtedly, this will be a high-stakes gamble.
And the bet is the ultimate market for mid to low-end car models.
It's a make-or-break situation. Mr. Lu, it seems that Director Tang's technology presentation hasn't ended yet.
Just as Lu Wei was passionately speaking, Lin Xiaoli suddenly pointed to the projector behind them and exclaimed, it seems he's announcing another latest technology.
What? Another new technology?
Hearing Lin Xiaoli's words, everyone was shocked and quickly turned to look at the screen beside them. On the stage of the presentation, Tang Fong stood straight in front of the camera, presenting the latest research and development achievements of the R&D Center to the audience below. On the large screen behind him were concept designs of Neptune and Uranus. These 2 new cars exuded a strong futuristic vibe, and their advanced design concepts were truly moving.
Friends, are you satisfied with the 2 new cars I just presented? Satisfied. A thunderous roar of approval came from the audience below. The enthusiasm at the scene was ignited.
Fans were already eager and couldn't wait to land on the official website to purchase these 2 explosively cost-effective new cars.
Seeing the anticipation on everyone's faces, Tang Fong smiled and said, I think we can do better. With that, he pointed to the large screen behind him and said, next, I have some good news to share with you all. Our R&D Center has recently achieved a breakthrough in a new technology, nano-level high-precision carbon steel fiber. We can call it nano-level carbon steel. The toughness of this carbon steel has reached 99.9%, and through testing, it does not crack or deform even under heavy pressure. If we use this material on the exterior of cars, it can not only reduce air resistance but also make our front and rear bumpers more robust. As Tang Feng's words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. This was why fans loved him. No matter when, Director Tang would always surprise everyone continuously.
The new energy sector, which had been progressing steadily, had already made leaps and bounds under his leadership. Clearly, his arrival had set the new energy industry on a new course. Once this industry picks up momentum, it is not far from reaching its peak. The more the industry thrives, the faster the progress. The new energy sector was no exception. When Tang Fong joined DK and integrated cutting-edge technology into new energy vehicles, China's new energy vehicles saw an explosive growth. Not only were various cutting-edge technologies constantly emerging, but the cost-effectiveness had also been maximized. Especially the DK woong, which had just been launched, completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. With over a dozen cutting-edge technologies and patents, who could resist the allure of this car? Stylish, smooth to drive, and safe, these were the greatest rewards a car could offer its users. Hearing the enthusiastic applause below, Tang Fong chuckled and said to them, "Friends, have you ever thought that one day I would step out of the new energy sector and add some cutting-edge technology to your daily lives?" With that, he pressed a button on his remote, and a beautiful fishing rod instantly appeared on the large screen. Wow! The people below saw the picture and exclaimed in surprise. They had just realized that this latest development was perfect for making fishing rods. Nano-level high-precision carbon steel, wasn't this the best material for fishing rods? This was truly a boon for fishing enthusiasts. Tang Fong pointed to the big screen behind him and smiled at everyone. When this nano-level carbon steel was successfully developed, Mr. Lin gave me a suggestion. He wanted to make fishing rods out of this nano-level carbon steel and give them to all the esteemed Starlight Auto owners. Looking at the users below, he asked, "Would you like that?" Yes, voices rose from the audience. At this moment, the fishermen were already eager. Even those who hadn't planned to buy a car couldn't help but consider it now. Just for this fishing rod, they would buy the car. It just happened to confirm the saying, "Just for this vinegar, we made these dumplings." Great! Tang Fong nodded at the enthusiastic response. "You can look forward to it. Our Starlight Auto's off-road model will soon debut at the Muriai Auto Show, and then, for each person who pre-orders this car, we will gift 2 high-tech fishing rods." Wow, an off-road vehicle? Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, the live broadcast room with over 100 million viewers exploded. Professor Tang is truly remarkable, even thinking about us fishermen. Once the Starlight Off-Road is out, I'm sold. This is a fisherman's dream come true, no more worries about breaking the rod. I speculate that this off-road is definitely extraordinary. With Professor Tang's character, there will be at least 10 outdoor high-tech features developed on the car. I can't wait, can this car come out sooner? My wallet is itching. The barrage of comments poured in like rain, covering the entire screen. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Lu Wei was dumbfounded. High-tech fishing rods? Is this for real? A research institute director not focusing on making cars but starting to research fishing rods. Isn't that neglecting the main business? TSK. Lu Wei looked at the projection screen in front of her and muttered, "What's so special about it? Just a fishing rod, right?" "Oh, Lu, you're mistaken." Zhang, who was beside her, hurriedly said, "Lu, you haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. Today's high-tech item was developed by Professor Tang's research center." Pausing, he reminded her, "Think carefully, how long has it been since Professor Tang left our DK? In such a short time, they've developed a new high-tech item, isn't that terrifying?" "Exactly." Wang Chang, the project leader, added, "Lu, don't forget, Professor Tang has a total of 6 research centers like this." Gasp. Hearing their words, everyone gasped. 6 research centers? If this pace continues, Starlight Auto will soon outshine other car companies. With 6 research centers, nurturing tens of thousands of high-tech talents. If every few days, one center achieves new results, how will the competitors keep up? On the other hand, their DK Research Institute, since Professor Tang left the company, has fallen into paralysis, unable to operate at all. Not only that, even the engineers who used to work under Professor Tang have thoughts of resigning. Now, the renowned DK Research Institute is already on shaky ground. Without its backbone, can DK Research Institute survive? In other words, if even the founding figure of DK Research Institute has been let go, does this company have a future? Lu, don't you like risk assessment? At this moment, Lin Shelley approached cautiously and asked, "Given the current situation, how do you want to assess it?" According to Professor Tang, it seems there will be another off-road vehicle behind Neptune and Uranus. Biting off more than we can chew. Lu Wei said somewhat nervously, "This might be a good thing for DK." A good thing? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, everyone stood still in shock. "President Lu, are you dumbfounded by fear?" Lin Xiuli's brain had already shut down at this point. He just released 3 new cars that are about to hit the market in succession, and you think that's a good thing? Miss Lu,
Are you okay? With courage, Lin Xiaoli asked, President Liu, is this considered a good thing? How do you interpret it?
Seeing her confusion, Lu Wei reminded her, Tang Fong released 3 new cars simultaneously, do you think
he can handle it? Pausing, she continued, his Star Auto Company was just established a few days ago?
Yet he managed to release 3 new cars in quick succession. With such a dense order, do you think
he can keep up with production?
Of course. Zhang, the executive from the side, nodded. President Tang has a car factory behind him. Just the Red Bean car factory alone can produce up to 100,000 cars per year. He added, not to mention, he also has Wei, the head of Longjing Motors, supporting him. Even if the orders exceed 200,000 cars, they can still produce smoothly. The Red Bean car factory is currently the most intelligent car assembly line in the industry. Even if Tang Fang's Star Auto sells like hotcakes, the production capacity is basically sufficient. Lu Wei had nothing to say and nodded. Yes, the Red Bean car factory is indeed not inferior to us, but we focus on one new car, and our dedication is no less than his. Continuing, she said, the key is that President Tang still needs to prepare for the Moore Black Car exhibition. He definitely doesn't have that much time to focus on new cars, so this is our opportunity. Zhang didn't want to speak anymore. As a senior executive in the R&D department, he had naturally witnessed President Tang's strength. In the second month of creating the DK Wulong, he had already planned for the second generation Wulong. With President Tang's experience and ability, not to mention creating 3 new cars, even creating 6 would be a piece of cake. Thinking this, Zhang didn't want to persuade her anymore and turned to ask, President Liu, since you've made a decision, give the order. As long as you provide a pricing range, I will immediately go to R&D with Director Wang. After all, they were just workers, they would just follow whatever the boss said. Yes, President Liu. Wang Chang nodded beside him, since it has come to this, please give the order. Okay. Lu Wei picked up the notes Lin Xiaoli had just made, looked up at everyone, and said, the prices President Tang set for these 2 cars are the same as the range I initially wanted, which happens to be our competitors. She then looked at Zhang beside her. Zhang, compare President Tang's new cars and see how much it will cost us based on the configurations he provided. Yes, President Liu, I will have someone calculate it immediately, Zhang said calmly. Since he couldn't persuade the big boss, he didn't want to waste words and would just do as she said. After all, even if this young lady lost everything, it had nothing to do with him. He had already thought about resigning, and he could just switch to work for President Tang. Lu Wei was unaware of Zhang's thoughts and instead turned her gaze to the elderly John beside her. Mr. John, we are counting on you for our latest R&D. Lu Wei pointed to the specification sheet and said, before the technology release conference, I hope we can have at least 3 new developments. The types of developments didn't need to be too complicated. As long as there was a gimmick that could stand out at the conference, it would be enough. After all, their target market was the mid to low-end market, and they didn't need too many high-tech highlights. Okay, President Liu, we will go to the lab soon. Old John nodded and suddenly remembered something. By the way, do we need to live stream the R&D this time? Forget it. Lu Wei thought for a moment and said to him, focus on the R&D, we only have 7 days. Live streaming the R&D? Wasn't it embarrassing enough from the last time? Thinking of DK Group losing face in front of millions of viewers, Lu Wei was furious. If she had known that old John's team didn't have this ace up their sleeve, she would never have taken on this delicate task. After arranging everything, Lu Wei took Lin Xiaoli back to the CEO's office. She lay on the sofa, reflecting on everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Lu Wei suddenly felt like she was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. Originally, she was supposed to invite Tang Fong to be the honorary dean following the board's instructions, but because of a phone call from her father, she changed her plans. Just now, she had to stick to her own ideas in front of everyone. Now that she had calmed down, she realized the importance of the situation. As President Zhang said, this was a high-stakes gamble that concerned the life and death of DK Group. Venturing into the mid to low-end market was a make-or-break decision. If they failed, the high-end market that DK had always relied on would gradually slip away. But what other choice did she have? If they didn't invite Tang as the dean, their second-generation Wulong couldn't go public, and how would they participate in the Near Black Car exhibition in the future? The configuration of the second-generation Wulong had been set a long time ago. Moreover, DK Group had conducted a survey specifically targeting the target users, with 99% of them being quite satisfied with the configuration. So, if the second-generation Wulong wasn't produced according to the original configuration, consumers would definitely not buy it. They might even face direct criticism leading to production stoppage. The fan base had already been cultivated, and they couldn't take such a risky move. For DK, they only had 2 choices now. Either grit their teeth and complete the configuration to satisfy the fans, or give up on the second-generation woong altogether. Both choices were difficult.
The first choice would make them lose the fans' support, while the second choice would make them lose DK's development direction.
Thinking about these troubles, Lu Wei was not in the mood to dwell on them and absent-mindedly opened her phone.
She wanted to see how much attention Tang Feng's Neptune and Uranus were getting. The higher the attention for these two new cars, the less likely their DK would break into new territory. For fans, both Neptune and Uranus were mid to low-end models, but they were personally crafted by Tang Fong.
Why should I buy your new DK car?
Give me a reason.
Mr. Tang Fong, there are rumors online that the 6 research and development centers you invested in have been constantly tackling the latest technologies, holding a technology conference every few days.
Is this true?
Lu Wei had just opened the hot search list and saw Tang Fong and Lin Jun being interviewed. Because the recent technology conference was a great success, dozens of media outlets were gathered backstage, interviewing the two founders of Xingchen Motors. These dozens of media outlets were almost all top tier, including reporters from Xinhua and Yang Media.
Research and development centers? Facing the multiple media outlets holding microphones, Tang Fong nodded and said, "This is indeed true."
With a smile, he continued, "Since I founded Xingchen Motors, almost all the talents who left our research and development centers have returned to their positions.
Now,
the scale of the research and development center is getting bigger and bigger. I have already discussed with President Lin, and in a few days, we will officially establish the Xingchen Research Institute."
Xingchen Research Institute? Upon hearing this news, Lu Wei's originally irritable mood became even more gloomy.
The talents from the 6 research and development centers joining forces to establish a technical research institute.
How powerful would that be? Coupled with President Tang overseeing it, wouldn't they soar to new heights? What to do now?
This time, our DK group would be even more unable to compare with them. The DK group is full of talent and is the largest research and development center in the new energy vehicle industry. Previously, a new research and development project would emerge almost every few months.
However, ever since Tang Fong left, the DK Research Institute has been in decline.
There have been no breakthroughs in projects, and even a fire broke out in the backyard, leading to over 100 engineers collectively submitting resignation letters.
Truly, there is no comparison without harm.
Lulu, something's not right. Director Tang has established the Star Research Institute. Just then, Lin Shelley rushed in from outside.
Ah, I saw that.
Lu Wei glanced at her, as if remembering something.
By the way, how is the DK Research Institute doing? Are there any more resignations today? Last time, due to that gambling incident, she managed to temporarily stabilize those engineers. Unfortunately, John's subsequent research failure led to the matter being unresolved. She wondered how those engineers were doing now. The DK Research Institute?
Lin Shili sighed helplessly and said, "Lulu, I haven't dared to tell you yet.
The DK Research Institute has completely shut down now. The engineers are all waiting at their posts, waiting for Director Tang to return." What? Who gave them the authority?
Lu Wei stood up from her chair in surprise.
We have so many research projects to do now, and they are actually abandoning the group? Lin Xiaoli reminded her, "Lulu, isn't that what you meant? My intention?"
"Yes, last time during John's research, you asked everyone to stop their current work and assist John's team."
Lin Xiaoli nodded. "That was to overcome Director Tang's patent."
"Of course, we had to stop our work then."
Lu Wei frowned.
"Now that the research projects have stopped, they can resume their work."
"But, you didn't win."
Lin Shili hesitated for a moment and reminded her, "Everyone is waiting for you to sign the resignation letters."
"Maybe. They have long wanted to go find Director Tang." "Find Director Tang?"
Lu Wei was almost furious. "Director Tang has a talented team under him.
Do they still need to follow him? You just heard that they are planning to establish the Star Research Institute.
For a car company, establishing a research institute is of great significance. Take the DK Group, for example.
Before establishing the DK Research Institute, the DK Group was mediocre, positioned in the middle of the new energy vehicle sector.
However, with Tang Feng's entry, the DK Group soared and became a leader in the new energy field.
This already says it all.
DK cannot be without a research institute, otherwise, they would lose their soul.
"Hello, Director Tang, we are reporters from Fengming Entertainment. Can we ask you a few questions?" While Lu Wei and Lin Xiaoli were talking, the sound of an interview came from the phone.
In front of the camera, a female host with short hair stood in front of Tang Fong, smiling brightly, and asked, "Director Tang, it is said the DK Group sold out 100,000 DK Woolong in just 10 minutes. What are your thoughts on this?"
"Me?"
Tang Fong chuckled and said to the camera, "I am very grateful to DK Group. I hope their woong sales continue to improve.
Oh, the female host was puzzled and asked, Director Tang, can you explain why?
The whole internet knew that DK Group had laid off a significant number of employees. Now that Director Tang has successfully established the Star Auto, the two car companies have become competitors.
But now, Director Tang is actually repaying kindness with enmity? What's going on?
As the host was puzzled, Tang Fong spoke up, because the woong has 12 of my patents, and now they need to pay me double the patent fees. For every woong they sell, I earn more income. So, if conditions allow, I hope they can sell another 100,000.
Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Tang Feng's response, laughter erupted intermittently in the venue.
The people present were all media reporters, more knowledgeable about online trends than the average person. For instance, phrases like DK's woong sold 100,000 units, the entire DK is now working for President Tang were circulating. Such news had crossed their paths more than once. In any case, the entire internet was now discussing the feud between DK Group and President Tang. Even celebrities and internet influencers had to make way for Tang Feng's hot searches. This was an era where traffic reigned supreme.
Tang Fong was currently at the forefront. Whatever type of car he produced instantly garnered attention across the internet.
Moreover, at the upcoming Muerai Auto Show, he would step onto the global stage, competing side by side with the top-selling Terrace.
At that moment, he would become the center of attention worldwide. By the way, Mr. Lin, can I ask you a few questions as well?
A Longjing TV reporter on the side held a microphone, turning to look at Lin Jun.
Of course. At that moment, Lin Jun sat there with a beaming smile, his face never losing its grin.
There was no way around it. This press conference was just too hot, attracting attention from all sectors nationwide, far beyond their expectations. Just a moment ago, the live broadcast headquarters sent backstage data, and when all the live platforms were combined, the total viewership had already exceeded 1 billion. Starlight Motors had not even hit the market yet, but it had already become an internet sensation, marking their first step towards success.
Lin Jun was very grateful that he could collaborate with this young genius at the earliest opportunity. Of course, he should also thank DK Group's president Lu Wei.
Without her, there wouldn't have been this 10 billion cooperation. He was well aware that this 10 billion investment would create infinite value. Red Bean Automobile Factory and Starlight Motors were about to step onto the global stage.
Mr.
Lin, we heard that there were over a dozen car companies extending an olive branch to President Tang.
How did you stand out from the crowd and reach a cooperation agreement with President Tang? A female reporter held up a microphone, asking Lin Jun. How did we reach a cooperation agreement? Lin Jun smiled and replied, I think it must have been sincerity. We used our sincerity to impress President Tang.
Pausing for a moment, he continued, at Red Bean Technology, we have always wanted to enter the new energy field, but we had been unable to find the relevant high-tech talent. Later, when we accidentally heard about President Tang leaving DK, we hurriedly and without stopping, quickly found President Tang, and with 100% sincerity, requested his cooperation to create the future together.
Fortunately,
with sincerity, a stone can be turned into gold. Red Bean Technology did not disappoint the fans. We brought in the king of the new energy field, fulfilling the fans' long-awaited Starlight Motors. The fact that he could collaborate with Tang Fong left Lin Jun so excited that he hadn't slept for several days. He was well aware that this would be another new milestone for Red Bean Technology. With the 10 billion investment and the Red Bean Automobile Factory, the impact was self-evident. Most importantly, President Tang was the guiding star in the new energy field. He had 6 research and development centers under him, each with different new research projects. Such a scale of research and development was quite rare in the industry. While others took half a year to come up with a new development, Tang Feng's 6 research and development centers held technical release conferences almost every month. Over the years, he had nurtured countless high-tech talents.
Upon hearing Lin Jun's response, the reporters nodded and asked, Mr. Lin, what are your and President Tang's plans for the future? Starlight Motors has just set sail. What direction do you see for your future? The future?
Lin Jun pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, that entirely depends on President Tang. I discussed with President Tang yesterday, and our current goal at Star Auto should be the renowned Muerai Auto Show.
As everyone knows, the Muerai Auto Show is one of the largest auto shows globally, the birthplace of new cars. Winning awards at the Muerai Auto Show can create a global sensation.
Some time ago, the overseas venture capitalists contacted us. They are interested in investing in us to establish a Star Auto factory overseas.
We are currently in negotiations, and the discussions are going well.
If Star Auto wins big at the Muerai Auto Show, we will immediately kick off the plan to build a factory overseas. Lin Jun spoke slowly and calmly, as if discussing something ordinary. However, to the media friends around him, his words left them dumbfounded.
Overseas venture capitalists? Are they serious? That's one of the largest investment firms globally. Their financial strength surpasses ordinary venture capitalists by far, and their company valuation ranks at the top globally.
What's most shocking is their accurate risk assessment. They never make losing investments. In recent years, overseas venture capitalists have been consistently winning top awards abroad, becoming a benchmark in the venture capital industry. Unexpectedly, they have now set their sights on the new energy sector, collaborating with Lin Jun and President Tang. This alliance of the three giants is bound to cause a huge stir and may even alter the global landscape of new energy.
Meanwhile, in the president's office, both Lu Wei and Lin Xiaoli, who were watching the live broadcast, were shocked.
Lu, did I hear that correctly?
Lin Xiaoli asked in a trembling voice. Did Lin just mention overseas venture capitalists?
Lu Wei's face turned slightly pale as she nodded. Yes, overseas venture capitalists. They are the top investment company globally. Lin Xiaoli's face was filled with worry. If they really invest in President Tang and establish a factory overseas, can our DK compete with them? Due to the overseas sales dominance in the past 2 months, DK Group had already decided to build a factory overseas. The reason Lu Chuanfeng went abroad this time was precisely for this matter. However, their overseas factory was not yet completed and relatively smaller in scale. After all, domestic sales were the main channel. Even if they dominated overseas sales, it would only be a tenth of the domestic market. But now, Star Auto has unexpectedly gained the favor of overseas venture capitalists? With the economic strength of overseas venture capitalists, once they set their sights on Star Auto, they would at least build a smart factory several times larger than the Red Bean Auto factory.
By then, would DK Group still have the qualifications to compete with them? They couldn't match their domestic sales, let alone lagging far behind in international markets. What would DK do then?
Originally, DK Group planned to enter the international market within 2 years and specifically had Lu Wei, a graduate from Tiffany Business School, return to take over as the president. Little did they know that while failing to expand into the overseas market, they almost lost their domestic market.
It was like one problem after another. This Tang Fong, how many more secrets does he have? How can he be so cunning against me?
Lu Wei sighed helplessly, pondering. Fortunately, President Lin only mentioned that the overseas venture capitalists have an intention to invest, and there is no concrete plan yet, so
we still have room to maneuver.
She was too preoccupied with the new car alone, causing her a lot of stress. She studied business management, focusing on how to manage a company, not the intricacies of car manufacturing. She was just gritting her teeth and working hard with determination. Lin Xiaoli saw her looking haggard inside. President Lu, I think.
Why don't you try the plan proposed by the board of directors? If you can bring back Director Tang as the honorary president, then we won't have to consider so much. Bring back Director Tang? Lu Wei gave a bitter smile, shaking her head. Haven't you figured it out yet? Although Director Tang hasn't responded to us, it's quite clear that we have no chance anymore.
Pausing, she continued, I used to think we had a chance because Director Tang was short of money and needed to support 6 research centers simultaneously, but now,
she stopped there.
After a while, she continued, now, these 6 research centers backed by Star Auto can already make profits.
He doesn't need to invest so much money in supporting research centers anymore. In this case, do you think the conditions we offered still tempt him?
They were already establishing that Star Research Institute.
Once the Star Research Institute was established, every cutting-edge technology they developed would earn them various bonuses and subsidies. Coupled with Star Auto's support, would they still worry about money? Obviously not. Since the Star Research Institute was about to be established, why would he become the honorary president of your DK Research Institute? Is your honorary presidency that valuable?
Clearly, the moment he announced the establishment of the Star Research Institute in front of the media, the DK Group had already lost its chance. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Xiaoli was dumbfounded.
Director Tang won't come back? What should we do? Lin Xiaoli asked in confusion. President Lu, how will you explain this to the board of directors? Most importantly, the Muriai Auto Show is coming up soon. If Director Tang doesn't come back, which car will you take to the exhibition? Without the second-generation Wulong to support them, what new car would they take to the auto show? The Muriai Auto Show was known as the Oscars of the automotive industry. If they couldn't present the second-generation Wulong, what car would they rely on for the awards? The only work the DK Group could present was the DK Wulong that Director Tang had worked on. Now that Director Tang had already founded Star Auto, would you still have the face to compete with the Wulong? Not to mention competing with the Wulong, how would others judge you?
Because the car was made by someone else, you were inherently at a disadvantage.
Hearing Lin Xiuli's words, Lu Wei fell into silence instantly.
She understood in her heart that what Lin Xiuli said was not wrong. After all, it was the reality in front of them.
If they didn't bring back Tang Fong, they could only produce a newly qualified car.
Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed deeply, then turned her gaze back to the phone beside her. At this moment, Tang Fong and Lin Jun were still being interviewed, chatting and laughing, creating a cheerful atmosphere that made Lu Wei even more frustrated.
What should they do? Should they continue to personally invite him back?
Although they knew that he had already established the Star Research Institute and it was impossible for him to come back, Lu Wei still held a glimmer of hope.
What if there was still a chance? Backstage after the press conference,
the media reporters interviewed for over an hour before gradually dispersing like a tide. Undoubtedly, once the reports were broadcasted, Star Auto would instantly become a sensation. In the streets, in the alleys, no matter which corner, discussions about Star Auto would spread. For young people, their first car must be a Star Auto. Stylish, easy to drive, and cost-effective. Who could compare to that? In the mid to low-end market, where there was no strong competitor, who could stand against Star Auto? Director Tang, well done. After the reporters left, Lin Jun casually poured a glass of water for Tang Fong. Today's press conference was a great success. The staff just counted, and we trended on over 10 hot searches today. It should be noted that this press conference had no preheating. After the new car took shape, they directly held a technical press conference without any preparation or plan. In this situation, being able to attract so many media reporters, achieve such results, and have such a promotional effect is already quite explosive.
There's no way around it. Tang Fong is undoubtedly the king of popularity now.
Apart from him, no one else can achieve this level of publicity. As some fans say, he is a man who thrives in hot searches. Hearing Lin Jun's words, Tang Fong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It's not hard at all. Back when I was at DK, every time we developed new technology, we always had to hold a technical press conference. I'm used to it." Ha ha. Lin Jun laughed heartily. To be honest, I used to watch every one of your technical press conferences as soon as they were released. Ever since our red beam technology decided to enter the new energy field, I've been following the news in the new energy industry.
Tang Fong is known as the guiding beacon of the new energy vehicle industry.
Lin Jun, as a new force in the emerging car companies, definitely needs to pay attention to Tang Feng's news.
His DK Research Institute represents the direction of the entire new energy vehicle industry. Every technological innovation brings new breakthroughs to new energy.
It is precisely because of this that Lin Jun decided to invest billions in this recently laid-off genius.
Starting a business for the last time in life is no small matter.
This indicates that he has placed all his trust in Tang Fong, because he knows that this young man in front of him will surely take him and his dreams to the pinnacle of the world. Hearing Lin Jun talk about watching press conferences regularly, Tang Fong asked him with a smile, "Mr.
Lin, how do you think about the R&D speed of DK Research Institute?" R&D speed?
Lin Jun took a sip of water and nodded. "It's quite fast, with a new R&D project coming out almost every 1 or 2 months.
How large is their R&D scale?" Hearing Lin Jun's words, Tang Fong smiled. The scale of DK Research Institute is indeed large, with hundreds of staff in the entire institute.
Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, the upcoming Star Research Institute that we are about to establish will have a grander scale, with 6 R&D centers and a total of over 1,000 people being transferred over."
Over 1,000 people? Lin Jun was taken aback. Initially, he only knew that Tang Fong was going to establish the Star Research Institute but did not know how many people he would transfer.
Now, upon hearing the specific number, he realized how terrifying it was. Over 1,000 people, all of whom were top-notch high-tech talents. With such a scale at the Star Research Institute, developing advanced technology will be a piece of cake. With parallel processing, it might even lead to a new breakthrough in just half a month. Obviously, under President Tang's leadership, the new energy field is bound to reach new heights. Of course, on the other hand, Tang Feng's ability to do so is entirely due to years of accumulation. If he hadn't been investing in those 6 R&D centers in recent years, he wouldn't have accumulated so many high-tech talents. Seeing Lin Jun's shocked expression, Tang Fong chuckled and said, "Mr.
Lin, do you know why I'm releasing 4 new cars all at once within a quarter?"
Pausing, he continued, "Because next, our new R&D will enter a period of rapid development. These latest developments, one car simply can't accommodate them all. We need several cars to support them in order to use all the new products."
Wow! Upon hearing this, Lin Jun couldn't help but gasp. He was secretly relieved. It's a good thing that our red bean technology has had the opportunity to cooperate with President Tang, otherwise, how big of a formidable opponent would we have to face? Not to mention $1 billion investment. If we couldn't cooperate with President Tang, even $1 trillion investment might not be able to surpass them. This time, he really wanted to thank President Liu Wei of the DK Group. Without President Liu's divine assistance, where would he have had this opportunity? Even if you have $100 billion in investment, it's still useless. 7 days later, DK Group. After intense preparations, DK Group finally developed their first car since director Tang left the DK Group. This car targets the mid to low-end market, focusing on cost-effectiveness, with only 2 cutting-edge technologies incorporated. These days, Liu Wei has been extremely busy, rushing around on the front line every day. She first calculates the cost of car production in the R&D department every day, then she has to keep an eye on their latest research results in old John's lab. In just a few days, she felt immense pressure and deeply understood the saying that different trades are like different worlds. You studied business management, why are you going to the front line to make cars? Isn't this asking for trouble? Is this your expertise? President Liu, the basic information of the new car is ready, please review it. In the R&D department's office, General Zhang handed a new car data sheet to Liu Wei. This is the information about the new car that they rushed to complete within a week. The exterior design was rushed, the configurations were rushed, and old John's research experiments were also rushed. This car is all about being abstract and rough. To the people in the R&D department, this is just a piece of industrial junk made to gain attention and fulfill a task, not a car worth mentioning alongside director Tang's Neptune and Uranus. This is not even in the same league. Obviously, President Liu is bound to stumble on this new car sooner or later. As a leading company in the car manufacturing industry like DK, what should be presented is a phenomenal work like DK's Crouching Dragon, not a qualified product made to save costs. Being qualified only means this car can hit the market, but it doesn't mean it will be popular everywhere. Liu Wei took a glance at the new car data and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. High-quality dragon steel? Liu Wei looked at the sheet in her hand, furrowing her brows and asking, why isn't it high-density dragon steel? Although the names are similar, the materials are worlds apart. High-density dragon steel is a new material developed jointly by Tang Fong and Long Steel, creating an extremely sturdy car body that can withstand immense impact. Tested by the EU and international standards, Dragon Steel has achieved a 5-star impact rating, making it the safest globally. Of course, excellent quality comes with a high cost. Currently, in the new energy vehicle industry, only high-quality cars like Crouching Dragon are equipped with this new material. Apart from the 2 new cars recently released by Tang Fong, hardly any mid to low-end models on the market dare to use it. Liu Wei has always wanted to compete in the mid to low-end market, so her demands for the new car are very high. Seeing the car body change from high-density dragon steel to high-quality dragon steel at this moment made her anxious. General Zhang knew she would ask something, so he scratched his head and said, President Liu, we also wanted to use high-density dragon steel, but the cost doesn't allow it. Cost? Liu Wei asked with a furrowed brow. Why can Director Tang do it, but we can't? Tang Feng's Neptune and Uranus are both made of high-density dragon steel. That's why they immediately went viral and were eagerly sought after by fans upon release. He's just too generous with materials. Hearing Liu Wei's questioning, General Zhang smiled bitterly and said, President Liu, can we really compare ourselves to Director Tang? First of all, this high-density dragon pattern steel was developed by him and the patent is in someone else's hands, and then, Zhang paused and continued, they have a complete supply chain, and the cost of manufacturing cars is much lower than our DK. So, can we deceive consumers with high-quality dragon pattern steel? Liu Wei sighed, consumers are not fools, they can see through our word games. She said somewhat dejectedly, with this kind of vehicle quality, how can we compete with President Tang? We might as well admit defeat. She had worked tirelessly for a week, shuttling between 2 departments, only to end up with a car like this. When deciding on the concept model, they clearly did not plan for this kind of configuration, but it turned out to be severely simplified in the production model. How can you compete with President Tang with such an average car? Isn't that asking for trouble? Thinking of this, Liu Wei sighed and asked, how much over budget are we? 30,000. Mr. Zhang replied, 30,000? Liu Wei was stunned. Wasn't our pricing similar to President Tang's? Why is the budget exceeding so much? Because we don't have a patent. Mr. Zhang explained, since you fired President Tang, we have to pay double the patent fees, and even though the new car only uses 2 patents, the fees have skyrocketed, no longer supporting our pursuit of cost-effectiveness. For a large company like DK, 30,000 is not much, it's just a drop in the bucket. But losing 30,000 on one new car, What about 10,000 cars? 100,000 cars? That's not a small amount. So, to ensure the smooth sale of the new car, the key is to control costs. Even if you don't make a profit, you can't afford to lose money. Lu Wei understood what Mr. Zhang said, but she couldn't get past her own doubts. She wanted to restore the company's reputation with this new car, to change the company's image. However, the manufacturing cost from the R&D department seemed unsustainable. It was no longer possible to match President Tang's standards in terms of configuration, they could only simplify. High-density dragon pattern steel was replaced with high-quality dragon pattern steel. The projector laser adaptive headlights were replaced with laser adaptive headlights. And the nano-level metallic car paint was replaced with the chrome-plated metallic car paint developed by Old John. This metallic paint added chrome elements, making the metallic paint appear brighter. In reality, it was just a change in color for the car paint. After all, with only 7 days, even if Old John's team was skilled, major breakthroughs were difficult. Could it be that out of these 3 major high-tech configurations, none of them can be unique? Lu Wei stared at the configuration list in her hand, frowning. The most prominent, eye-catching 3 configurations were all replaced by other products. Not a single one was a true high-tech feature. Did this level of car really have the qualifications to compete with Star Auto? Lu Wei began to feel anxious. Hearing Lu Wei's question, Mr. Zhang shook his head and said, Ms. Lu, none of them can be unique. They all need to be replaced, unless. Unless what? Lu Wei grasped at a lifeline. Mr. Zhang smiled bitterly and shook his head, unless you can bring back President Tang, otherwise, our costs can only go this far. Do you even need to say that? Lu Wei looked at him and sighed. Star Research Institute has been established, do you think we still have hope? Even if he were to be an honorary president, it's already impossible. Yes, MS. Lu is right. Mr. Zhang nodded beside her, so, let's honestly stick to the replacements, otherwise, we will end up losing everything. Although he didn't say it out loud, his heart was unsettled by the matter of President Tang. As the president of the group, wouldn't you assess the risks early on? Why wait until things get out of hand to regret it? Mr. Lu, oh Mr. Lu, you really are something. How do you plan to challenge Director Tang with such a mediocre new car in hand? Lu Wei was not aware of Mr. Zhang's thoughts but focused on promoting the vehicle. After pondering for a while, she looked up and asked, Mr. Zhang, are the videos and PPT for the new car ready? The launch event is tomorrow, and we must ensure everything goes smoothly. At the technical presentation, they needed videos and images to showcase the car's advantages and performance. So, this matter was crucial. The videos and PPT? Director Wang has already completed them. Mr. Zhang said thoughtfully, I'll have him send them to your email later. Tomorrow was a big day for DK Group. After working behind closed doors for so long, whether it was a mule or a horse, it had to be brought out for a walk. As the heiress of DK, Lu Wei, the group's president, would she rise to fame with this mediocre new car or face a crushing defeat? By the way, Mr. Lu, have you sent out the invitations for the technical presentation? Mr. Zhang seemed to remember something and asked Lu Wei. Invitations? Lu Wei nodded, they have been sent out. I have invited all our business partners and suppliers to the event. What about Director Tang? Mr. Zhang inquired. Director Tang? Lu Wei sighed. I have asked Lin Shelley to send invitations to him and Lin Jun, but they haven't responded yet. I'm not sure if they will come tomorrow. Sending invitations to business partners was a tradition at DK. To showcase technology and status, DK invited all industry peers to their events. Although Lu Wei had sent invitations this time, she didn't really want Tang Fong to come. After all, outsiders see the fun, insiders see the tricks. If Tang Fong and Lin Jun came, they could easily see through their setup. Every piece of black technology they had was just a substitute for others. How could they compete on the same stage? Don't worry, Mr. Lu, Director Tang will come. Mr. Zhang chuckled and reassured her, with such a grand event, all our business partners will surely come to see. He paused and added, everyone wants to see what DK has become after Director Tang's departure, right? Lu Wei. She knew that business partners would come to watch the show, not to support DK. At such a critical moment, who wouldn't want to join in the fun? After leaving the R&D department, Lu Wei went straight to the production team of Go, President. Tomorrow was the technical presentation, and she wanted the show to boost DK's popularity. Ever since the layoff incident, the show had been exceptionally popular. Tomorrow was the day DK Group would take a gamble, and they had to seize all opportunities for exposure. Mr. Lu, will Director Tang also be coming tomorrow? Host Dong Chang asked Lu Wei with anticipation written all over her face. Ha!
Lu Wei didn't expect Tang Feng's name to be brought up so quickly and was momentarily stunned.
After recording the show for so long, are you all focused on director Tang? With this in mind, she cleared her throat and replied, maybe. Anyway, the invitations have been sent out. That's great. Dongqing's hands trembled with excitement. Since the first episode aired, we haven't seen director Tang on our screens. Now, we finally have the chance to meet director Tang again.
Seeing Dongqing's excitement, Lu Wei shrugged, don't get your hopes up too high.
I'm not sure either. What if director Tang doesn't show up? Impossible.
Dongqing said firmly, Mr. Lu, I heard that the new car you are about to launch will be competing with President Tang's Neptune and Uranus.
In this situation, President Tang will definitely come to observe. If you dare to challenge, why wouldn't they come?
Most importantly, Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology has long expressed his desire to visit DK Group and DK Research Institute. Now that there is such a good opportunity, they will definitely not easily pass it up.
Alright, let's hope for the best.
Lu Wei nodded and said to Dongqing beside her, by the way, please showcase our technology launch event as much as possible tomorrow, help promote our new DK car. She was afraid that the attention of the program group would be drawn to Tang Fong and Lin Jun. If tomorrow's live broadcast focuses entirely on them, wouldn't DK Group be making a wedding dress for others? Originally, the cars were in the same price range.
If competitors create more buzz, DK's visibility will be completely overshadowed. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, you are our main focus,
Dongqing said with a smile. Although the program group agreed on the surface, they all understood it in their hearts.
In today's social media, who is the true king of traffic? Undoubtedly, it is President Tang.
If President Tang comes, the media will rush to give him all the coverage and attention, leaving little room for DK.
The president's counterattack also needs traffic and buzz. How could they miss this opportunity? So, it's easy to imagine what will happen tomorrow. The next morning, DK Group headquarters was surrounded by major media outlets early on.
Internet celebrities with their phones were occupying half the street for live streaming. They knew that today, friendly competitors from major car companies would come, all wanting to see some traffic. Whether it's future cars or chubby cars, they both have a lot of online buzz.
Most importantly, today two heavyweight figures will make an appearance. They are the explosive internet sensation, topping the traffic charts, Tang Fong, and the renowned entrepreneur Lin Jun.
Whether these two heavyweights will attend has become a hot topic across the internet. DK Group is hosting a technical launch event and inviting all competitors to attend, which is a double-edged sword behavior. On the surface, car companies are all friendly, moving forward together for mutual development. In reality, each car company has its own hidden agenda. When President Tang was with you, no one could beat you, so they had to come to observe and see if they could get priority patent rights. Now that President Tang has left DK and started his own business, will they still come with the same mentality? They will definitely come just to watch the show. Can DK survive without President Tang? Can they continue to dominate the market? This is the topic everyone is paying attention to. Regardless of the topic, the center of attention is always Tang Fong. No matter what DK's launch event is about, Tang Fong will ultimately steal all the limelight. Honk honk. As the sound of horns echoed, cars drove from outside the DK Group towards the inside. Under the eager anticipation of the crowd, today's guests finally all arrived. First was the CEO of Future Cars, followed by the CEO of Chubby Cars. Lastly, driving a DK Woong, the most eye-catching were Lin Jun and Tang Fong. Lin Jun had expressed his love for the DK Woong car multiple times during interviews. It was because of this car that he was determined to cooperate with Tang Fong. How skilled must the person be who created such a perfect car? Therefore, Lin Jun personally came to DK Group to thank Lu Wei for her generosity. Clap clap. As Tang Fong opened the car door and stepped out, he was greeted by a deafening round of applause. Tang Fong turned around and saw a crowd of people behind him on the square, clapping and waving enthusiastically. They were all employees from the DK Research Institute and other departments. They had heard about President Tang's visit to DK and had been waiting on the square since early morning. Welcome back, President Tang. The cheers on the square were deafening, drawing everyone's attention. Media reporters, upon hearing the loud cheers, immediately aimed their cameras at Tang Fong and Lin Jun, who had just gotten off the car. No one had expected such enthusiasm from the DK Group employees. Even when their chairman returned, they had never received such treatment. The scene was filled with the sound of drums and firecrackers, igniting the passion of the entire place. Lu Wei was walking forward, but upon seeing the sea of people, she was stunned. She tiptoed to get a better look, furrowing her brows and asking, "What's going on? Who asked them to gather here? Aren't they supposed to be at work?"
Lin Xiaoli also noticed the situation ahead and chuckled. President Liu, don't be angry.
It's been a long time since they last saw President Tang, so it's normal to come and greet him.
President Tang was once the backbone of DK, and everyone was looking forward to his return.
Although he wasn't coming back to take over the DK Research Institute this time, just seeing President Tang made them content.
Not angry? That's easy for you to say.
Lu Wei frowned. President Tang is now our competitor.
With employees being so enthusiastic towards him, where does that leave the reputation of the group?
Now, there were media reporters everywhere outside, and that scene had already been spread online. It wouldn't be long before online public opinion started to ferment. The rhythm of massive layoffs had passed, and online public opinion had calmed down a lot.
But now, the flames of public opinion that had just been extinguished were about to reignite. President Liu, are you being too sensitive?
Lin Xiaoli said with her head down. President Tang was originally the director of the DK Research Institute.
Isn't it normal for colleagues to be enthusiastic towards him?
Pausing for a moment, she continued, besides, many people in the Research Institute were once under President Tang's leadership, and they have deep feelings for him.
Lu Wei, unusually,
did not retort, just sighed softly. I know what you're saying, but
this is a crucial day for our DK group. It's not good to have the spotlight stolen at a time like this, right?
Lin Xiaoli hesitated, then asked with a wry smile,
President Liu, does President Tang really need to steal our spotlight? Standing next to him is Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology. They are both big shots wherever they go, right?
Alright, he's the focus, got it?
Lu Wei waved her hand. Xiaoli, you really are his little fangirl, aren't you?
Pointing to the dense crowd ahead, she added, disperse the crowd later and make sure they return to their positions.
Today is the day of the technical briefing, and we can't afford any mistakes.
Yes, President Liu.
Lin Xiaoli nodded quickly. Expressing opinions was one thing, but the CEO's orders had to be followed.
Seeing her nod in agreement, Lu Wei adjusted her appearance and walked towards the crowd. The heads of various major car companies had come to show their support, so she had to go and greet them. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the employees, Lu Wei made her way through the crowded people and approached Tang Fong and Lin Jun. President Tang, General Manager Lin, welcome to our humble abode.
Your presence here shines brightly on our DK group.
Oh, President Liu? Lin Jun's face lit up upon seeing Lu Wei, and he said with a smile, President Liu, you're too kind. I've been wanting to visit and learn from the DK group for a while now. Didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon.
He finally had the chance to properly thank Lu Wei.
If it weren't for her, the Hondo automobile factory would probably still lack top-notch high-tech talents.
President Lin, you're exaggerating.
Lu Wei smiled bitterly, shaking her head and said, now, we should be learning from you. You and President Tang are now starting a business together, and the new car you've created truly puts our DK to shame. She knew Lin Jun was just here to watch the excitement, so she spoke her mind directly. Now that they've poached President Tang, they've long become the big winners in this industry. Even if she felt unwilling in her heart, she had to swallow her pride. She was the one who pushed him out, not someone who schemed to poach him from her home, so she had no right to say anything. Lin Jun didn't expect Lu Wei to humble herself, and he responded with a smile, President Liu is being modest.
I heard you're holding a tech launch event today, and we are really looking forward to it.
Oh, not at all. Lu Wei exchanged pleasantries with him before having the executives lead the guests to the nearby venue. The press conference was about to begin, and they needed to get the guests inside before the audience arrived. However, as everyone went in, Lu Wei was the only one left standing there with Tang Fong.
President Tang, long time no see.
Lu Wei fell silent for a moment before looking up and speaking.
Is it really that long? Tang Fong chuckled, looking at her and asked, hasn't it only been a week? Isn't a week long enough?
Lu Wei lowered her head, sighed softly, and said, to me, it seems like a long time, long enough for us to work hard and create a new car during this time.
With that, she raised her head and asked, is there still hope for what I mentioned to you last time? She was referring to the honorary president position.
Although Tang Fong didn't give her a definite answer, she still held on to hope.
President Liu, what matter? Tang Fong looked at her with a puzzled expression. Have you forgotten?
Lu Wei gently reminded him, last time we had dinner, we talked about it,
Oh, that matter?
Tang Fong smiled, shrugged, and said, sorry, as you can see, I've established the Stellar Research Institute, so I no longer have the opportunity to be your honorary president.
Then he reminded Lu Wei, President Liu, don't you have Professor John now? He's a retired professor from Frenia University. Wouldn't he be a great fit as the director of your research institute?
Lu Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. She had invited Professor John just as a trial, and he hadn't agreed to be the director of the research institute at that time. She had thought she still had a chance to bring President Tang back. Unfortunately, her arrogance had ruined everything. Now there was no chance left. All it took was a few words for him to easily brush her off. By the way, I heard you're also launching a new car? What's the plan? Want to challenge my stellar automobiles? Tang Fong asked with a smile as he saw her standing there in a daze. He never expected Lu Wei to have such courage. His Neptune and Uranus models were deliberately priced low to establish the reputation of stellar automobiles. But he never expected Lu Wei to dare to challenge him at this time. These were the two most cost-effective new cars in the mid to low-end market. I did it for the brand's reputation. What about you? For your own pride? Are you sure you want to launch a new car at this time? This time, even the old chairman, no matter how steady he is, won't be able to sit still. Hearing Tang Feng's words, a hint of helplessness flashed across Lu Wei's face. We at DK can no longer sustain the high-end market, so I want to focus on the mid to low-end market. Oh? Tang Fong looked at her somewhat puzzled. Does the old chairman know about this? No, some. Lu Wei bit her lower lip and said, but what he doesn't know is that we just finished our call, and the next day you released Neptune and Uranus. So, is this still my fault? Tang Fong looked at her with a smile. President Lu, do you know how much effort DK Group has put in from top to bottom to establish a foothold in the high-end market? He shrugged, but you, in just 1 week, decided to enter the mid to low-end market. Do you really think the board of directors doesn't exist? Since Lu Wei promised to bring back Tang Fong last time, the board of directors hadn't contacted her for a week. During this week, she was immersed in the research institute and the R&D department every day, with no time for anything else. President Tang, do you really not know why? Lu Wei sighed lightly, shaking her head. Since you left DK, we haven't been able to compete in the high-end car market unless we give up all your patents. The high patent fees made DK Group hesitate. However, they couldn't easily give up these patents because they were their foundation. If DK Cars dared not to use President Tang's patents, who would buy their cars? Consumers are not fools, they want high-end technology, not ordinary cars that everyone has. With so many car manufacturers, if you don't have the advantage of cutting-edge technology, why would anyone buy DK cars? Isn't it better to choose another option? Moreover, Starlight Motors emerged out of nowhere, and fans were already drawn to the combination of Tang Fong and Lin Jun. Already losing its key figure, DK now had even less sales advantage. Apart from DK's hidden dragon that could still keep fans attached, DK had already lost its original appeal. So, leaving DK was still my fault? Tang Fong chuckled, shrugged, and said, President Lu, stop blaming others all the time, try to find reasons within yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the venue. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Wei bit her lip hard. At this moment, she was praying to the gods, but the only response she received was from her past self who had fired President Tang. Firing someone felt good at the time, right? What do you regret now? Inside the DK exhibition hall, at the press conference. For today's upcoming new car launch, Lu Wei specifically instructed the sales department to decorate the magnificent venue. Upon entering the venue, the first thing that caught the eye was rows of carefully arranged LED light strips. They resembled shooting stars streaking across the sky, winding and twisting, casting a dreamlike glow over the entire exhibition hall. The central stage of the venue was brightly lit by several large spotlights. On the side walls hung high-definition screens playing DK's new car promotional videos in a loop. This new car was designed in just 1 week. The car's lines were sleek and dynamic, but compared to Tang Feng's Neptune and Uranus, it lacked a bit of technological and futuristic appeal. Neptune and Uranus were the kind of cars that left a lasting impression. The car that Lu Wei was about to launch seemed more conventional. Perhaps due to rushing the work, the appearance of the entire car didn't feel particularly stunning. Friends, we are now at the scene of DK's new product launch event. Host Dongqing stood in the center of the venue, facing the camera, and said, Today, many heavyweight guests have arrived, such as the CEO of Future Motors, and our long-awaited President Tang. Oh my, President Tang is here too? As Dongqing's words fell, the barrage in the live chat instantly became lively. No enemies at the reunion, today's going to be a good show. Who in the family understands? DK actually made a new car, targeting Tang President's Neptune and Uranus. Don't they know how to spell failure? President Lu has won over the fans. If she doesn't bankrupt DK Group, she won't stop. Has the board of directors been hypnotized? Allowing her to do as she pleases. Her dad is the chairman, he must have given the green light. In the end, it's a family business, outsiders have no right to interfere with her. What family business nonsense? If she continues like this, DK Group will be doomed sooner or later. Brothers, is this the new car DK is about to release? This car is so ugly, not even in the same league as Neptune and Uranus.
If you hadn't said, I wouldn't have known this was DK's new car. Does this thing have any highlights? Where are the highlights?
With Dongqing's warm-up, over 10 million people flooded into the live broadcast room.
Barrages kept coming, everyone came to watch the show. After all this time, it's the first time someone dared to challenge President Tang. Holding consecutive press conferences, unveiling new cars in the same price range, isn't this seeking trouble? Everyone wants to see how this newly appointed female CEO will bankrupt DK Group.
On the other side, several automotive industry leaders sat there, whispering to each other while looking at the new car on the big screen.
Future Cars Li Zong frowned, staring at the screen and asked, is this DK's new car? Wait, I remember their designers were high-paid foreigners, right? Founder of Chubby Cars nodded, it's quite average. With a new car like this, there's no need for us to come and admire, right?
In the field of new energy, everyone learns from each other every day to make up for their shortcomings. Every time DK held a press conference in the past, they were invited to watch and learn. And each conference left them greatly benefited and full of emotions. But this time, before the conference even started, they were already embarrassed by this somewhat mediocre new car.
Is this really DK's new energy car? What kind of international joke is this?
When President Tang was at DK, every technical conference held by DK Group brought different surprises.
But now, you actually brought this thing? Who are you trying to fool?
Thinking this, Li Zong from Future Cars and the founder of Chubby Cars began discussing in whispers. In their eyes, this car doesn't belong to the legitimate DK New Energy line. It could even be said that this car shouldn't be called a DK car. The true DK New Energy is a dream car that captures hearts at first sight. Like the DK woong created by Tang Fong, once released, it instantly became popular nationwide. Even heads of major car companies placed orders on the spot, praising the car endlessly. This includes Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology, who still drives the DK woong every time he travels. If it weren't for this DK woong, Lin Jun wouldn't have decided to invest billions and start a business with Tang Fong. He is a renowned entrepreneur and venture capital expert, and without 100% trust and certainty, he wouldn't risk his lifelong honor and wealth.
President Tang, is this DK's new car?
Lin Jun sat next to Tang Fong, also staring at the big screen. He came with a learning mindset this time, but this new car left him without any ripples inside. This time, he didn't feel the excitement and amazement he felt when he first saw the woong. When he saw the woong, he was eager to place an order and experience it. But now, this new car didn't give him any visual impact or attraction. It seems that the DK Group was not too strong before, it was just that the person she fired was strong. Now, without President Tang, DK has returned to mediocrity and can no longer find that once dazzling feeling. Hearing Lin Jun's question, Tang Fong nodded thoughtfully, probably. Tang Fong could only see the appearance of this car now, but he didn't know the interior configuration. He was curious, what kind of technology would Lu Wei match with this car? Would she also include her 3 black technologies? If that's the case, DK will only lose money. Those 3 black technologies are almost all his patents, and now Lu Wei faces 2 choices. If she chooses to use these 3 configurations, she will have to give Tang Fong a share of the money for each car sold. But if she chooses not to use them, her new car will not be cost-effective, and fans will not buy it. Lin Jun turned to look at Tang Fong, shook his head and said, with this new car, can it compete with our Neptune and Uranus? What are their highlights? I'm still looking. Tang Fong chuckled and shrugged, but unfortunately, I haven't found any yet. He paused and continued, however, let's wait and see at the press conference later, maybe they will reveal the highlights there. Lin Jun nodded with a smile, about to say something but suddenly saw the host Dongqing leading the production team over.
President Tang, hello. Dongqing held the microphone and approached, can I ask you a few questions? Oh, Tang Fong glanced at Dongqing, asking, are you from the variety show that Lu participated in? He clearly remembered that when he was laid off by Lu Wei, this production team was filming alongside. Of course, thanks to them, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to create Starlight Motors, nor would he have dominated the headlines and hot searches. Hearing Tang Feng's question, Dongqing nodded, yes, we are from the Go, President, Show production team. We are very sorry for the mishap during the recording of the first episode. We didn't want that to happen. It's okay, that's between me and Lu, it has nothing to do with you. Tang Fong shrugged and asked, aren't you specialized in filming, Lu? Why suddenly want to interview me? Well, Dongqing hesitated, smiling bitterly, there are many viewers in the live broadcast room now. Everyone wants to know the latest news about President Tang, so, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Tang Fong smiled slightly and said to her, today is DK's press conference, I think. We don't need to steal someone else's limelight, right?
He didn't want to appear on this variety show, after all, it was the one Lu Wei participated in.
Appearing on camera at this time would only increase DK's popularity. Moreover, it could easily lead to rumors and disputes. Why wade into this mess? Dong Cheng hesitated, nodded, and said, President Tang is right, it was our oversight. We hope President Tang can understand. Dong Cheng was a smart person, of course, she understood Tang Feng's implication. When others accept media interviews, they talk about matters related to Starlight Motors. And their variety show documents the daily life of the DK group, so of course, they don't want to appear in their footage. After all, their production team is not neutral enough, it's an entertainment show. Ding ding ding. Just then, a countdown sound appeared on the big screen. Following that, with the sound of music, Dong Cheng, with a sexy stride, walked towards the center of the stage. The DK's new car launch event had officially begun. Seeing this, Dong Cheng quickly led the production team to the center of the venue, aiming the camera at the stage ahead. Since they couldn't ride on President Tang's popularity, they could only record the entire process of the press conference. Hello everyone, welcome to the DK New Quarter car launch event. I am Lu Wei, the president of DK Group. Lu Wei stood under the spotlight in the center of the stage, shouting out to the audience below and the cameras. This was her first time participating in a DK launch event and her first time giving a speech in front of so many people. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was the most crucial event for DK Group, determining the future direction of the company. As Lu Wei's voice fell, a round of applause erupted from the audience below. It was a genuine applause, as they had not yet seen the new car's features and still held some expectations for DK Group. Deep down, everyone had a question: what would DK become after President Tang's departure? Would this new car, targeted at the mid to low-end market, be as competitive as Star Auto's vehicles? Star Auto's two new cars had caused a sensation online as soon as they were launched. From the elderly in their 70s to children as young as 7 or 8, everyone knew about the Neptune and Uranus cars. After the event last week that generated over 100 million views, Star Auto had already gained massive popularity. It had become the undisputed king of cost-effective cars. Lu Wei held a remote control, standing elegantly on the stage, and shouted to the cameras, "Friends, as you all know, DK used to focus on the high-end market. For example, our DK Dragon, once launched, became a phenomenal vehicle, consistently topping the sales charts on major websites." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Just recently, Dragon set a record by selling 100,000 units in just 10 minutes. Oh." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lin Jun in the audience was stunned. He turned to look at President Tang with a smile and asked, "President Tang, if I remember correctly, DK Dragon has 12 patents under your name, right?" "Yes," Tang Fong nodded, "the first generation Dragon had 12, and the second generation has 16. "What?" Lin Jun was taken aback. "Do they still make money?" "As far as I know, their patent fees have doubled, so isn't the entire DK Group working for you now?" Previously focused on Red Bean Auto Factory, he had no time to pay attention to external matters. Today, upon hearing about Dragon's sales, he realized the extent of the situation. It had to be said, President Tang was truly formidable. Only he could have such a strong appeal. Lin Jun had always felt honored to be able to work with Tang Fong. Until now, he realized how accurate his decision to join forces with President Tang was. If he hadn't chosen to start a business with President Tang back then, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. With a pensive expression, Lin Jun said, "Let's see how their new car performs. This event is crucial for DK, as it determines the company's direction after your departure, the soul of the enterprise." After Tang Feng's departure, would DK, which had been thriving, continue to grow? This question would soon be answered. Friends, following the success of DK Dragon, we have brought you another new car. This new car is specially designed to reward our fans, truly the king of cost-effectiveness in DK. Lu Wei stood in the center of the stage, introducing the new car enthusiastically to the fans. This new car is called DK Guardian, built using our Xuanwu architecture. The body is made of high-quality dragon pattern steel, cast using integrated die-casting technology, significantly enhancing the stability of the car body. Our car lights feature the most advanced adaptive laser headlight technology on the market. Lastly, let me emphasize our car paint. The car paint was developed by the Old John team, a chrome metal paint that has never been seen on the market before, with a bright and shimmering surface, displaying a dreamlike color under the sunlight. With Lu Wei's introduction, one after another so-called cutting-edge technologies appeared on the big screen. The two bosses of future cars and little fatty cars, however, shook their heads in disbelief. What kind of damn cutting-edge technology is this? Isn't this just our most common trick of rebranding?
A common material, given a new name, becomes the latest technology. This kind of thing can only deceive the layman. True fans and corporate executives who understand the core can see through it at a glance. You called us all the way here to watch the launch event, just to show me this kind of thing? Our company can produce several of these new cars in a quarter. Not only the bosses of major car companies, even the netizens in the live broadcast room, are not buying it. DK Overwatch? What is this? I was still waiting for DK Phoenix to be born. Why show us this kind of thing? Haha, high-quality dragon pattern steel? Playing word games with us? Do you think we don't know that director Tang developed high-density dragon pattern steel? Do you understand the meaning of density in those two words? I'm laughing so hard, Lou. If we don't have a new car, we don't need to release anything. Why bother trying to imitate director Tang? Starlight Automobile focuses on the mid to low-end market. That's real quality. Even high-end cars can't compare. But what about you? Playing word games here? Shamelessly comparing your configuration to Starlight Automobile. This time, DK Group is really done for. After holding back for so long, they come up with this thing. No appearance, no configuration, a quick glance, this new car is a waste. High-quality dragon pattern steel equals imitation. Adaptive laser headlights equals imitation. Chrome metal car paint, still imitating. Lou, do you really not know your own weight? The netizens in the live broadcast room were fiercely discussing. The barrage was full of mockery and insults. Unfortunately, Neptune and Uranus had long become the unattainable objects of affection for the fans. Now, DK Group jumping out to play these little tricks was naturally unacceptable. If you earnestly make a car, fans won't say anything. On the contrary, they will support you. But if you want to imitate all their high-tech features, then it becomes a futile effort. If you can't even understand high-tech, what qualifications do you have to imitate director Tang? Just changing the name makes it so-called high-tech? You don't think this generation of netizens are all fools, do you? At this moment, Lu Wei on stage was unaware of the audience's thoughts, still talking incessantly on stage. She introduced the vehicle's appearance with the most professional terms, such as hiring the world's most famous designers to meticulously craft and polish it, using certain design elements, ultimately creating such a vehicle, and so on. Unfortunately, the audience had long stopped listening. No matter which designer you hire, fans simply don't care. Everyone is concerned about whether this car looks good, whether it will pique their interest. If it doesn't meet the psychological expectations of the fans, then even if you hire the world's #1 designer, it's all in vain. What kind of hook-8 shape is this? Isn't this the most ordinary vehicle appearance? Is this also considered a famous designer? No exaggeration, my roommate's design sketch drawn with his foot is much better looking than this car. This can also be compared to director Tang? His Neptune and Uranus are so handsome, both good-looking and with high-tech. What is this car? Alas, the era of the sleeping dragon is gone and won't return. I reckon DK is going downhill from now on. Seeing the vehicle's appearance on the big screen, the fans in the live broadcast room erupted once again. Lin Xiaoli sat not far from the stage, and when she saw these barrage messages on her phone, she was instantly dumbfounded. No one expected that netizens would be so averse to this car. She knew in her heart that the appearance of this car was indeed not stunning enough, and the configuration was not eye-catching either. But appearing in this price range, it was still acceptable. However, Mr. Lu made a huge mistake by forcibly comparing this car to President Tang's Star Auto. Neptune and Uranus had already maxed out all their configurations, greatly loved and anticipated by everyone. When you introduce a plain new car at a time like this, aren't you just asking for trouble? Fans had already formed their opinions and would compare them in their minds. Obviously, the work DK presented this time did not satisfy the fans. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh deeply, thinking to herself, Mr. Lu, why bother? Wouldn't it be better for us to honestly invite President Tang back? Why make trouble? She glanced at Lu Wei, took a screenshot of a barrage from the live broadcast, and casually sent it to the chairman. With things developing this way, it was time for the chairman to step in. If the chairman didn't come back soon, DK's empire might not be able to hold on. Assistant Lin. While Lin Xiaoli was staring blankly at her phone, the host Dongqing suddenly ran over. It's not good, the live broadcast is full of criticism now. Public opinion is not favorable to DK Group. Should we temporarily shut down the live stream? Dongqing asked anxiously. They had signed a new agreement with Lu Wei, giving her the right to cancel the program recording if it was unfavorable to DK Group. Therefore, the production team was afraid that Lu Wei would get angry, especially since netizens were overwhelmingly criticizing. Who could have imagined? The always rebellious Mr. Lu was now starting to discredit himself. Shut down the live stream? Upon hearing Dongqing's words, Lin Xiaoli was stunned. They were currently holding a technical press conference. Shutting down the broadcast at this critical moment was clearly not a good idea. Anyway, DK Group had already become a target of public criticism, and they didn't care much about public opinion. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoli waved her hand and said, "Forget it, let's wait until the press conference is over, then listen to what Mr. Lu has to say." "All right." Dong Cheng nodded, then turned back to the production team. For their production team, the more controversial the better. Despite the continuous criticism in the livestream, criticism also generated interest. At least new viewers were constantly joining the livestream. Amidst the huge online public opinion, DK's press conference was finally coming to an end. At the end of the show, Lu Wei revealed the price range of the new car, $9.99 million to $15.99 million. This price was lower than Uranus but more expensive than Neptune. Overall, the price was relatively reasonable, but compared to its unremarkable configuration, there were no highlights. As a new car, DK Watch was a complete failure compared to Neptune and Uranus. Firstly, the appearance was too mediocre, lacking any appeal to fans. Secondly, there were configuration issues. Almost all were standard, without any real cutting-edge technology. What about the high-end technology that DK used to be proud of? Where were all the patents and cutting-edge technology? Without President Tang, is DK really unable to keep up? At this moment, everyone present had a puzzled expression on their faces. The highly anticipated DK Technology press conference turned out to be a huge disappointment for everyone. No one had expected that after leaving the high-end market, DK's car production would be so rushed, lacking any appeal. "Friends, are you satisfied with this price?" Lu Wei asked the audience below while holding the remote control. The room fell silent. Only a few scattered satisfied broke the awkward silence. Clearly, everyone seemed dissatisfied with this price. As a leading company in the field of new energy, how could anyone be satisfied with the performance you've just delivered? Sigh, the 3-item substitution. Li, the future car executive, sighed. Who wouldn't be able to make such a new car? Can this even challenge Director Tang? Who knows? The boss of the little fat car company sighed, shaking his head. It seems the backlash of cutting off the main artery has appeared. DK clearly can't sustain these high patent fees anymore. If they could use Director Tang's patent normally, DK Group wouldn't need to seek change. Ha ha. Li from Future Cars nodded upon hearing this. DK Woolong has a total of 12 patents, and the second generation Woolong has as many as 16. Pausing for a moment, he continued, rise and fall are two sides of the same coin. Without Director Tang, DK Group has lost its former dominance. If DK Group could afford the patent fees, they wouldn't have to halt the development of the second generation Woolong. With the terrifying sales of Woolong, do they still need the so-called DK Guardian? Just one car is enough to make a fortune. Clearly, the side effects of cutting off Director Tang have already surfaced, and DK is completely unable to cope. A press conference came to an end amidst the discussions of the audience. When Lu Wei composed herself and walked out from backstage, the online world had already stirred up quite a commotion. The phrase aping the actions of Dongshi quietly trended. Everyone was deciphering the various configurations of the DK Guardian. These configurations, which sounded impressive, were actually just a pile of substitutions turned upside down. Furthermore, DK's new car and Tang Feng's new car were depicted in cartoons, describing the clownish behavior of the DK Guardian. In short, DK's new car had caused quite a stir online, once again propelling Tang Fong into the limelight. No pain, no gain. With the contrast provided by the DK Guardian, Neptune and Uranus were instantly elevated to godlike status. The most cost-effective new car globally, bar none. Lu, it's not good. The internet is full of criticism, accusing us of aping the actions of Dongshi. Lin Xiaoli hurried to meet Lu Wei as she descended from the stage, reminding her. Aping the actions of Dongshi? Lu Wei furrowed her brow, seemingly unfazed. Let them criticize, it's better than being ignored. She had been mentally prepared upon seeing the configuration list of the new car. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Ha! Lin Xiaoli didn't expect her to be so composed, and asked with a wry smile, Lu, what should we do now? This is the first time DK has faced such a situation. In the past, Tang Fong was in charge of DK's press conferences. At the end of each event, various media outlets would come for interviews. But now, the media who were supposed to be here had already fled with their cameras overnight. Only a few entertainment-oriented media outlets remained, probably sticking around to ride on Lu Wei's popularity. Where's Director Tang? Lu Wei looked around and then turned to Lin Xiaoli, asking, Director Tang? Lin Xiaoli hesitated for a moment and replied, Lu, Director Tang took Mr. Lin to visit the DK Research Institute. What? Lu Wei was taken aback, quickly setting down the remote control and grabbing Lin Xiaoli. Let's go, to the DK Research Institute.
Ah, Lu, is it really necessary to rush like this?
Lin Xiaoli was at a loss.
What do you know? Lu Wei glanced back at her, reminding, the engineers at the DK Research Institute were already considering resigning. Director Tang going back at this time will only strengthen their resolve, isn't that obvious?
I didn't think of that. Lin Xiaoli hadn't considered this at all. After all, Director Tang was the former head of the DK Research Institute, so it seemed normal for him to visit.
Moreover, today, Lin, the CEO of Red Bean Technology, is here.
It's his first time at DK, so he'll definitely want to look around. Although she thought so, Lin surely didn't dare to object and hurriedly followed Lu Wei towards the DK Research Institute.
DK Research Institute. Perhaps it's been too long since they've seen Tang Fong. The engineers at DK seemed unusually excited.
Seeing Tang Fong and Lin Jun return to the DK Research Institute, everyone was thrilled, surrounding Tang Fong in the center.
President Tang, are you really not coming back to DK? President Tang, we heard you're going to establish the Star Research Institute. Can we join you? We can't stay a moment longer at this DK Research Institute. President Tang, you are our guiding star. Wherever you go, we will follow. Hundreds of engineers surrounded Tang Fong and Lin Jun. Each person expressed their grievances and thoughts all at once.
Lin Jun looked at the sea of people in front of him, momentarily stunned. He never expected Tang Fong to have such a strong appeal. The old saying is true, indeed, he who wins the people's hearts, wins the world. Brothers, let's not get too excited. Tang Fong felt the fiery enthusiasm of the crowd and reminded them, today, I brought Lin here to visit our DK Research Institute. Let's first show our hospitality, and as for the rest, we can discuss it another day. Yes, President Tang. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly and orderly moved aside. In this institute, only Tang Feng's words held weight, and everyone looked up to him.
Wow, is this the legendary DK Wall of Honor?
Lin Jun saw the wall filled with honors and quickly walked over. He had only heard about it before but had never truly seen it. Seeing the wall full of banners and trophies, Lin Jun felt his blood boil. Various patents, various awards, dazzling the eyes. For a moment, the wall full of honors made people feel dazzled. No one could believe that all these honors and trophies on the wall were achieved by this young man leading a team of 100 people. Achieving such honors at such a young age was truly astonishing.
Amazing, truly amazing.
Lin Jun turned around, giving a thumbs up to Tang Fong. President Tang, before. We had only heard about your reputation but had never seen the honors you've received.
He paused and continued, seeing the scene before me today, I realize how right my decision was. I swear, this is absolutely the most accurate decision I've made since starting my business. Wow.
Upon hearing Lin Jun's passionate words, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The people present were all followers of Tang Fong, and they knew how sincere Lin Jun's words were.
Oh my, has President Tang returned?
As everyone applauded, suddenly, Old John pushed through the crowd and ran over excitedly.
T-Stars, my teacher.
Old John, full of excitement, hugged Tang Fong.
Mr. John, long time no see. Tang Fong straightened him up, smiling and asking, how have you been? I've been good, it's just, I've missed you so much.
Old John, in his excitement, said incoherently, oh my, I can't believe that in my lifetime, I can see you again.
This is truly my honor.
He had dreamed of seeing Tang Fong again for a long time, but never had the chance. Now, seeing Tang Feng's various patents and cutting-edge inventions, Old John became even more admiring of him, eager to join his Star Research Institute immediately. Tang Fong saw him dancing around and said with a smile, Mr. John, I've watched your live broadcast at DK before, on-site research and development, still as sharp as ever. Old John paused, looking apologetic, Teacher Tang, your words really make me feel ashamed. He paused and continued, I regret that live broadcast, I overestimated myself, daring to challenge you shamelessly. It was truly ignorant of me.
Haha, Mr. John, you're being too harsh. Tang Fong chuckled and said, in the realm of knowledge, there's no absolute superiority in research and development. Everyone has their own understanding. There's no, I'm better than you in this.
For Old John, his research and development skills were not weak.
Otherwise, his students wouldn't have received Traz's invitation.
However, compared to Tang Fong, his technical skills were a bit lacking.
Teacher Tang, oh no, Mr. Tang. Old John remembered that Tang Fong didn't want to be called teacher and quickly corrected himself. Can I apply to join your Star Research Institute?
Your research and development skills make me feel inferior.
I'm willing to be your student and learn from you. As the saying goes, you're never too old to learn.
Old John's visit to DK Research Institute wasn't for a high-paying job but merely to challenge himself. Now that he had failed the challenge, he would rather be a captive and honestly become Tang Feng's disciple. After all, for an old research expert, the thirst for knowledge far surpassed the desire for money. Over the years, honor and money no longer moved him. He sought to pursue higher technology.
Ha! Join the Star Research Institute?
Hearing Old John's request, Tang Fong chuckled and shook his head. You're a renowned professor at Furnia University, while our Star Research Institute is a breeding ground for newcomers, not suitable for your status.
Besides,
he paused and continued, you were hired by DK Group with a high salary.
How could I take away what others value?
But, Old John was about to say something when he heard Lu Wei's voice from outside.
Mr. John.
Lu Wei, in high heels, walked through the crowd, making her way to Old John.
Ms. Lu.
Old John was momentarily stunned when he saw Lu Wei.
Mr.
John, our DK Group has the world's leading laboratories that will surely yield more research and development results for you.
Lu Wei wore a professional smile, not showing any anger or annoyance, but gently persuaded, and, do you know? Director Tang has 6 research centers, each filled with talents. He truly doesn't lack skilled individuals.
Old John came to DK by invitation and hadn't signed a long-term contract with them. Therefore, Lu Wei couldn't restrict his freedom and could only advise him in this manner. Of course, Lu Wei had no idea that her concerns were completely unnecessary. The team that she treasured so much, Old John's team, was not valued by Tang Fong at all.
Because in Tang Feng's principles, his research center couldn't have Western faces.
Even if Old John knelt down and called him father, it would be impossible.
Director Tang, can we talk?
Lu Wei approached Tang Fong and asked in a consultative tone. This time, she didn't have her previous lofty demeanor but appeared particularly calm.
Talk? Tang Fong glanced at her, furrowing his brows. What is there to talk about between us? I'd like to discuss the situation at DK Research Institute with you.
Lu Wei glanced behind her, seeing hundreds of people staring intently at them. Obviously, the engineers at DK Research Institute had strong opinions about her, eager to follow Director Tang in changing jobs.
DK Research Institute? Tang Fong shrugged. That's a matter for your DK group. What's there to talk to me about?
Lu Wei sighed. Ever since you left DK, over 100 engineers have been thinking of resigning every day.
I think they probably want to follow you. Follow me? Tang Fong chuckled, asking, Miss Lu, if you can't retain your employees, that's your problem, not mine.
Besides, whether they want to follow me or not is their business, not mine. I'm not your father. I can't help you solve this kind of problem.
Lu Wei defended, but they are resigning because you left DK. I left DK?
Tang Fong found it amusing.
Ms. Lu, did I leave DK, or did DK's management lay me off?
Lu Wei was momentarily speechless. She had laid off the people, and the engineers were resigning because of that. She understood this well but was unwilling to believe it.
Who wants to admit their mistakes?
Seeing Lu Wei at a loss for words, Tang Fong said seriously, Ms.
Lu, I'll say it again, those who can stay are DK's employees, and those who leave DK, I have the right to offer them a position. After all, I can't just watch them starve.
Lu Wei was stunned, momentarily speechless.
Clearly, Tang Fong had blocked her way out directly, leaving her no choice. Unfortunately, they had become opponents now, each prioritizing their own interests.
The engineers at the DK Research Institute resigned voluntarily. There was no poaching involved. If Lu Wei couldn't retain her employees, she could only blame herself, as these were truly valuable talents for the company.
Adults must learn to take responsibility for their mistakes.
Lu Wei's face paled, hesitating in place for a long time before asking, Tang Fong, can I ask you a question? When do you plan to launch the new car?
Why so suddenly? Wasn't your move sudden too? Tang Fong chuckled and shrugged. Do I need to seek your approval before launching a new car? That's not what I meant. Lu Wei shook her head. I mean, for such a big launch event, don't you need to build anticipation? Why hold the event so suddenly? I'm not as free as you are.
Tang Fong met her gaze, shrugged, and said, since founding Starlight Motors, I have at least 4 new cars to launch.
Do I have time to build anticipation? 4?
Hearing Tang Feng's words, Lu Wei was instantly stunned. She never expected Tang Fong to develop 4 new cars in such a short time. What's more, each car he developed was remarkable, capturing everyone's attention upon release.
How did this formidable guy manage it? Lu Wei's mind was filled with question marks. After leaving Tang Fong, they struggled even to develop a single new car. In fact, right after their launch event, negative reviews flooded online. Could it be that without this young genius, DK was really going to decline? Thinking this, Lu Wei raised her head and tentatively asked, are the other 2 new cars going to be unveiled at the Muriai Auto Show? What do you think? Tang Fong countered. Lu Wei's question was clearly redundant. Everyone knew that the Muriai Auto Show was crucial for all car manufacturers. Apart from Starlight Motors and DK Group, car companies worldwide were striving for success at the Muriai Auto Show. It was the pinnacle of new car releases, with hundreds of countries' car manufacturers participating. Winning an award at the show held immense prestige. Therefore, all car companies were putting in their utmost effort to shine at the auto show. Seeing Lu Wei speechless, Tang Fong stared at her and asked, "Could it be that your DK team is planning to give up this opportunity? Judging by DK's current level of car manufacturing, it's hard for them to make a mark at the Muariai car show. Unless they bring the second-generation Woong onto the international stage." However, the second-generation Woong incorporates at least 16 patents owned by Tang Fong. If DK Group wants to promote this car, it's undoubtedly for Tang Feng's benefit. Perhaps you can use this car to open up overseas markets, maybe sell hundreds of thousands abroad. But President Tang will never lose out. For every Woong sold, I will receive additional patent fees. Isn't that a good deal? Hearing Tang Feng's words, Lu Wei quickly shook her head and said, "Of course not. The Muariai car show is the largest global auto show, and our DK is one of the world's largest new energy companies. Can we afford to miss this opportunity?" Tang Fong nodded, looking at her, and asked, "So, which car do you plan to exhibit? It's not that DK Sentinel from earlier, is it? The DK Sentinel, it's not to say it's mediocre, but it lacks any standout features. On a stage as grand as the Muariai car show, presenting this car would be like shooting oneself in the foot." Ah. Mentioning the DK Sentinel, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. "As you saw, I intended to challenge you with this car, but who knew?" Seeing her disappointed expression, Tang Fong sneered, "President Lu, you may have forgotten one thing. Fooling fans is fooling yourself. Don't treat all fans online as fools." Frowning, he continued, "Are you planning to compare this car to my Neptune and Uranus? Tell me, can you even identify the strengths of your own car?" Lu Wei hesitated. She thought for a while but couldn't figure out what to compare it with. Body quality? Laser headlights? Metallic paint? Regardless of the feature, they were all outperformed by others. Even the exterior design was surpassed by a mile. Undoubtedly, this new car left her defeated. Her meager self-confidence was instantly shattered by reality. Clearly, she hadn't yet grasped what awaited her. When the directors reminisce, when the old chairman returns from abroad, what awaits her will be the board's judgment. "President Tang, I admit, I may have been hasty this time, but this is the only path for our DK Group." Lu Wei looked up at Tang Fong, biting her lip. "Without using your patents, we can't compete in the high-end car market, so we can only try to break into the mid to low-end sector." "Oh, so it's my fault then?" Tang Fong chuckled, shaking his head. "I won't take the blame for this." After speaking, he didn't care about Lu Wei's expression and walked away. At that moment, Lin Jun and Old John were discussing something while holding medals and certificates. It seemed they were recalling the incident at the Furnia University Academic Exchange. The exchange left a deep impression on Old John. Now, as he brought it up to Lin Jun, he recounted the story vividly. Mr. Lin Jun, over 100 countries, hundreds of top-notch tech talents, yet only Mr. Tang emerged victorious, winning the highest award at Furnia University. Old John said admiringly to Lin Jun, "Isn't it shocking?" Lin Jun smiled, about to speak, when suddenly the president's assistant, Lin Shelley, rushed in from outside. "President Lu, something's wrong, the directors are at the research institute." Lin Shelley gasped as she ran up to Lu Wei, shouting, "What?" Lu Wei was stunned, frozen in place. "The directors? How did they come here? Could it be that they've come to hold me accountable again?" In Lu Wei's impression, the board of directors rarely made rounds. Although they had visited the DK Research Institute last time, it was because of an emergency. After the last board meeting, the storm had passed, so logically, they shouldn't have come knocking again. Why were they here? Was it because of the failed new car launch? Lu Wei furrowed her brows and quickly turned to walk outside. She wanted to stop the directors at the door, considering over 100 engineers at the DK Research Institute were planning to resign. Letting the board in at this moment would undoubtedly escalate the situation. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was a step too slow. Just as she was about to intercept the board members at the door, she saw the board's representative, Su Lei, leading the group inside. "Director Su, why are you here?" Lu Wei hurriedly approached upon seeing Su Lei's figure. "What, can't I come?" Su Lei glanced back at Lu Wei, frowning, and asked, "President Tang is back. Why wasn't anyone sent to inform us?" "Ah, well." Upon hearing Su Lei's words, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. She hadn't planned to inform the board about this matter yet,
as she wasn't certain about persuading President Tang to return. If the board found out that Tang Fong was coming back for the launch event at this time, it would only add to her troubles. General Liu, you really disappoint us. Su Lei glared at her. If I hadn't seen the news online, I wouldn't have known that President Tang had returned. Director Su, please don't misunderstand. President Tang is just back for the launch event. Lu Wei explained hastily upon seeing the situation. What launch event? Su Lei and Deng Yi beside him asked in unison. Is this what you call a new car launch event? Do you know that the whole internet is mocking us at DK now? The proposal for DK Group to enter the mid to low-end market had been approved by the board of directors, as making cars couldn't be limited to a specific consumer segment. However, what surprised all the directors was Lu Wei's rush to produce a new car within a week, and she shamelessly aimed to compete with President Tang's Star Auto. This had greatly angered the board. Engaging in a direct confrontation with President Tang, wasn't she cutting off her own path? If a big conflict broke out, how could she negotiate future collaborations? How could she invite him back as an honorary president? Lu Wei hadn't expected the two directors to confront her, and she hurriedly explained, Director Su, Director Deng, we did apply to the board before launching the new car, and you all approved it. Yes, we did approve it, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Su Lei's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows. Tell me, how long did you take to design this DK Sentinel? He sighed, Wei, we all support you being the CEO, but you can't keep disappointing us time and time again. Deng Yi nodded beside him. Exactly, we've given you more than enough trust, but you haven't been able to get things done even once. The matter they referred to naturally involved bringing back Tang Fong. In the eyes of the board, Lu Wei was the daughter of Lu Dong, so no matter how much she stirred things up, the group could tolerate her. But at the very least, she had to uphold the company's bottom line. On her first day at the company, she had cut off the company's main artery. Who could endure that? Most importantly, not only did she mistakenly dismiss people, but she also failed to bring them back. The board had already held 2 collective meetings, and she still hadn't managed to bring anyone back. Moreover, the situation seemed to be escalating. How could the board tolerate this? Therefore, upon learning that Tang Fong had arrived at the DK Research Institute, the directors mobilized collectively, intending to bring Tang Fong back to DK Group. Well, forget it, we'll talk about your matter later. Su Lei looked at Lu Wei beside him and reminded, we came here today to talk to President Tang and see if there is a chance to reconcile. Ha! Upon hearing the director's words, Lu Wei was instantly stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. The directors had mobilized collectively just to bring back a laid-off employee. This embarrassed her deeply because it was her stubbornness and ignorance that led the board to resort to such measures. Thinking about this, Lu Wei lowered her head, looking guilty, and said, I'm sorry, directors, Alright, now is not the time for this. Su Lei waved his hand and said, Lu, tidy up the meeting room, we will invite President Tang in for a chat. With over 100 people gathered in the DK Research Institute now, it was not suitable for a conversation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei nodded quickly, okay, I'll go tidy up now. After saying that, she hurriedly led Lin Xiaoli towards the meeting room. In Lu Wei's heart, she also hoped that the directors could bring President Tang back. After all, President Tang held the power over DK's life and death decisions. Without President Tang's patents, DK would be at a standstill. The exorbitant patent fees made them hesitant. Both the DK Research Institute and the Product Development Department were eagerly waiting for President Tang's return. Of course, this had become an impossible dream. The president they relied on had already founded his own Star Auto company, with his partner Lin Jun standing proudly next to all the accolades. With billions in investments and the Red Bean Auto Factory, why would he return to their crumbling company? It was a beautiful thought. President Tang, long time no see. Su Dong walked quickly to Tang Fong with Deng Yi and others, extending his hand apologetically. Oh, Su Dong? Tang Fong shook his hand and smiled. I can't believe a small press conference would stir up the directors like this. In the past, the directors rarely attended press conferences, usually monitoring from behind the scenes. But this time, they all came together and even took the initiative to shake hands with him. Ah, Mr. Tang, we owe you an apology. Su Dong smiled bitterly, looking guilty. Since you left the company, we have been hoping for your return every day, but unfortunately. He sighed and looked up, asking, President Tang, can we have a chat? A chat? Tang Fong glanced at him, furrowing his brows. Su Dong, is that really necessary? Yes, it's very necessary. Su Dong smiled bitterly, reaching out to invite, President Tang, please give face to all of us directors and let's catch up. Su Dong's attitude was sincere, his tone full of pleading. It was evident that the board was truly desperate this time. They all understood that DK Group was on the brink, and if they didn't bring back this troublemaker soon, they wouldn't hold on for much longer. But did they still have a chance? Obviously, even if the former chairman returned, it would be impossible to bring back this vital part of the group. DK Research Institute. Meeting room. The directors sat in their chairs, eagerly watching Tang Fong seated in front of them. This was not their first time in such a scenario. They used to attend meetings at the DK Research Institute frequently. Just like now, the former President Tang used to sit in front of the meeting table. However, things had changed drastically. The once thriving DK group was now in turmoil. President Tang, the board would like to apologize to you for your dismissal. Su Don, as the representative of the board, stepped forward to speak. Ever since Tang Fong was laid off, the board of directors was extremely anxious. Unfortunately, they couldn't openly intervene and could only pin their hopes on Lu Wei. However, they didn't expect the new CEO to mess things up. Upon hearing Director Su's words, Tang Fong chuckled and replied, "Director Su, you're part of the board, while I'm just a laid-off employee. There's no need to apologize to me." Ah. Director Su sighed deeply, saying helplessly, "President Tang, please stop joking. It's well known that in the entire DK group, your status and position are higher than us directors." Pausing, he continued, "You were in charge of the entire company's production line. Now that you've left DK, the whole company can't function." "Yes, President Tang." Deng Yi beside him nodded, "It was a mistake to dismiss you, and we will find a way to compensate you." "No need." Tang Fong shook his head, "I'm no longer the president of DK's Research Institute. The HR department has taken care of what needs to be compensated and settled for me." "Oh, President Tang, you say that?" Director Su smiled bitterly, feeling guilty. "You've been at DK for so many years, leading its steady growth. You deserve compensation for your hard work and dedication. How can we not offer it?" "Exactly." The other directors chimed in, "President Tang, we have discussed it. The group must allocate you some shares." They had previously discussed in the board meeting that regardless of whether President Tang would return, he must be compensated. Even if President Tang left DK, he was still a king in the new energy field. If they offended him, could DK Group still stand firm in the industry? Therefore, whether President Tang was willing to return or not, they had to come up with some remedial measures. As long as they could still use President Tang's patents, DK would not cease to operate. Tang Fong didn't expect this move from them and furrowed his brows. "Allocate me shares? I've already left the company, is this necessary? As the saying goes, no work, no pay. I've left the company, and you're giving me shares now. What's the meaning of this? When I was shedding blood and sweat for the company, why didn't you think of this? This milk is coming too late." With that in mind, Tang Fong waved his hand and said to them, "Gentlemen, as you must have seen, I have already established Xingqian Motors. From today onwards, I have no connection with DK Group." Well. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, the directors looked at each other, wearing bewildered expressions. They had already heard about this news and even watched the press conferences for Uranus and Neptune. As they watched the press conferences, they were amazed. The more they saw the new cars launched by Tang Fong causing a sensation online, the more they blamed Lu Wei. If it weren't for Miss Lu firing President Tang, Uranus and Neptune would have been our new cars at DK now. Lu Wei, oh Lu Wei, look at the mistake you've made. Thinking about this, the directors began to persuade him one by one. "President Tang, we know you founded Xingqian Motors and secured $1 billion investment from Red Bean Group, but this doesn't hinder our cooperation. We can appoint you as an honorary president." "Yes, President Tang, the DK Research Institute was built by you. Are you willing to hand it over to someone else? You don't need to return to DK, just be the honorary president of the DK Research Institute. We will pay you the same salary as before in the group, plus the shares we're giving up from the board, as your honorary president's salary. In the past, we neglected this matter and caused President Tang grievances. Please rest assured, this time, we will definitely compensate you. President Tang, please come back, even if just to leave your name at DK Group. Out of our past relationship, save DK." The directors were in a state of urgency, wishing they could tie Tang Fong to a chair right now. As long as he stayed at DK, there was hope for DK to regain its glory. At this critical moment, who would dare to act recklessly? Only General Tang. Seeing the desperate look in the director's eyes, Tang Fong shrugged helplessly. "Thank you for the sincere invitation, but I just finished a press conference yesterday, announcing the upcoming establishment of the Stellar Research Institute." He paused and continued, "So, I am now the president of the Stellar Research Institute. I'm sorry, I can't accept your invitation." "What? Stellar Research Institute? What should we do now? President Tang, you can't abandon DK. If this continues, DK will be doomed sooner or later." The directors panicked upon hearing this. They whispered to each other, looking flustered. They had always thought they could persuade President Tang to return with sincerity. It wasn't until they heard Tang Feng's refusal that they realized the truth. President Tang had already established his own brand and wouldn't return to DK. Moreover, DK had openly competed with him in the market, becoming rivals. Even if they offered him a position as chairman, Tang Fong might not agree. What should they do? DK Group couldn't cut off its own path. If they couldn't use President Tang's patents in the future, how could DK survive? The directors looked at each other, then turned to Sule. Sule was their backbone, so they threw this difficult problem to him. Sule felt pressured as everyone's eyes were on him. Why are you all pushing this problem onto me? Just because you can't solve it, you think I can? With a sigh, he raised his head and said, President Tang, if our conditions are not satisfactory to you, please feel free to propose. He pointed to the people outside and continued, you see, without you, even DK's engineers can't stay still. They are resigning one after another. Now, DK is on the verge of collapse. Sule, your offer is tempting, but it's too late. Tang Fong glanced at Sule and reminded him, you know, I already gave DK a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Yes, President Tang, you're right. Sule smiled bitterly and said, in 2 days, it's the last chance you gave to DK. It's our own fault for not seizing the opportunity. This led to the discussion of Chairman Lu's beloved daughter. If it weren't for Lu Wei and Chairman Lu's manipulative actions, DK Group wouldn't have developed to this extent. It seemed there was no room for negotiation now. They had cut off their own path, and President Tang would not return. Sule thought for a moment and tentatively asked, President Tang, if you don't want to be an honorary president, we understand, but could you be an advisor to the R&D department? He carefully explained, as you know, our DK Group conducted a survey, and 99% of users online are looking forward to DK's second-generation woong. This is your masterpiece. You can't just watch it fall, right? The second-generation woong? Tang Fong chuckled and asked, don't you have Chairman Lu? Let her design it. Chairman Lu? Sule was dumbfounded. President Tang, didn't you see today's press conference? Can that new car be called a new car? It's been heavily criticized. Su Dong looked at Tang Fong with a troubled expression, saying, if she is allowed to make the announcement again, I'm afraid she will ruin the Woolong brand. Oh, then there's no way. Tang Fong shrugged and said, Woolong is DK's brand. My current brand is called Xingchen. Pausing, he stared at Su Dong in front of him and asked, Su Dong, do you think it's fair for me to return to DK as a consultant for the R&D department, to my partner? If you were my partner, would you be willing for me to do this? Well, Su Dong was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After all, his current partner was Lin Jun. Lin Jun was the founder of Red Bean Technology, making billion-dollar investments. Could their DK Group afford to offend him? Why would President Tang give up a platform with billion-dollar investments to become their insignificant consultant? Unless he had gone mad. However, Su Dong had no other choice now. This was the only way to extend the invitation. If they couldn't even offer the opportunity to be an honorary president and consultant, how could DK continue to grow? If the high patent fees couldn't be restored to their previous levels, DK would never have a chance to return to its peak. President Tang, considering our years of collaboration, can't you give DK a chance? Yes, President Tang, for the sake of the former chairman, please give us a chance. No matter what conditions you propose, we will try to meet them. President Tang, DK can't do without you, can't you reconsider? Seeing Tang Feng's refusal, the board members quickly played the emotional card. No! Before they could finish, Tang Fong stood up from his chair. I have repaid what I owed, and what you owe me, I'm not interested in. Tang Fong stood up from his chair, shrugged, and said, from now on, I have no relationship with DK. After saying this, he ignored the expressions of the board members and walked out of the meeting room. What time was it? Still using the former chairman to play emotional cards? He had some relationship with the former chairman, but after giving DK the last bit of kindness during those 2 days, that relationship had ended. Now, he owed nothing to DK. Each goes their separate ways. From then on, when the two brands met again, they were already rivals. Ah! Su Dong sighed deeply as he watched Tang Feng's back. They dared not have any complaints against President Tang. Since entering DK, he had been pushing DK forward, making significant contributions. But what about these board members? They were clueless. Instead of offering appropriate shares to retain him, they were self-satisfied, thinking he was still young and naive, not needing so much glory and wealth. But they never considered that Tang Fong, single-handedly, invested in 6 R&D centers, consuming nearly 60 million in funds annually. Did they think he didn't need money? By the time they realized who their lifeline was, it was already too late.
If you don't understand my importance, I'll make you lose everything. Honorary president? New car consultant? What do you take me for?
Outside the meeting room, everyone waited quietly. Only Lin Jun and Old John were chatting happily. Old John seemed to still be telling the story of his time with Tang Fong, holding an honorary certificate and chatting with Lin Jun. I didn't know at all that Tang teacher's cutting-edge technology proposal was so amazing. We had never touched upon this field. Emotionally, Old John said, I was one of the judges back then, but even as a judge, I couldn't understand his ideas at all, so I had to seek his advice privately. When three walk together, one of them is my teacher.
T-Stars taught me so much.
If it weren't for him, I would have made a fool of myself at the academic exchange meeting back then.
Is that so?
Lin Jun exclaimed, I never imagined that you and President Tang had such past experiences.
It's truly amazing. Communicating with foreigners, he almost blurted out the phrase, "Are you okay, Mr. Lu? Look, President Tang is coming out."
While Lu Wei stood still in a daze, she suddenly heard Lin Xiuli shouting from beside her.
Lu Wei was startled, quickly raised her head, and looked ahead.
Indeed, Tang Fong had already opened the door and walked out of the meeting room.
However, there were no board members following him.
Obviously, as Lu Wei had anticipated, the board had not reached an agreement in the end. President Tang, who she now regretted, had not returned to DK. He extinguished the last hope in Lu Wei's heart.
If even the board couldn't bring him back, who else could?
Through this press conference, she deeply understood that without President Tang, their DK was in chaos and couldn't function properly.
Now, fans all over the internet were criticizing them, and the new car launch event was a mess.
This dealt another heavy blow to the already struggling DK.
What should I do now?
A hint of loss and regret flashed in Lu Wei's eyes, her expression constantly changing.
Mr. Lu, it's the chairman on the phone.
While Lu Wei stood still lost in thought, she suddenly heard Lin Xiuli calling her from behind.
The chairman? Lu Wei was stunned at the mention. My dad? Lu Wei frowned, thinking to herself, why would he call me? Could it be that the board has contacted him? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Wei quickly answered Lu Dianfeng's call. Hello, Dad, it's Wei Wei. Lu Wei said cautiously on the phone.
Wei Wei, did you hold a press conference today? Lu Dianfeng's voice came through the phone. It didn't sound friendly, mixed with a hint of disappointment.
Dad, did the board call you? Lu Wei explained, I told you before that I wanted to target the mid-low-end market, so don't worry about the board for now. I'm asking you, what's going on between you and President Tang? Lu Dianfeng pressed on. Ha? What do you mean by me and President Tang? Lu Wei was puzzled. What's going on between me and President Tang? She didn't understand Lu Dianfeng's point and thought he wanted her to bring President Tang back.
Seeing her confused, Lu Dianfeng questioned, you clearly know that President Tang just launched 2 new cars, why are you going against him?
Don't you know your own capabilities? Ha? Lu Wei was stunned by his scolding, explaining blankly, Dad, didn't we discuss this before? You agreed to let me go after the mid-low-end market.
Lu Dianfeng's voice turned serious. Yes, we did discuss this, but that was under the premise of President Tang attacking the high-end market.
He continued meaningfully, didn't I warn you? President Tang might also target the mid-low-end market.
Since he has already launched new cars, we can't just follow suit.
Don't you understand? Dad,
Lu Wei knew she had made a wrong decision, sighed, and said, Dad, wasn't this also for the sake of our group? We've hit a bottleneck in the high-end car market, so we can only rely on mid-low-end cars to open up the market. Last time she talked to Lu Dianfeng on the phone, they had already discussed this matter. At that time, Lu Dianfeng was very supportive of her idea. What she didn't expect was to be reprimanded right after the press conference. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Dianfeng responded, yes, your idea is not wrong, but you need to seize the moment, know when to do what.
He paused and continued, who is Director Tang?
He is the king in our new energy field.
If he releases a new car, what reason do you have to compete with him in the market? Can we be his opponent? Lu Wei was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say.
Chairman Lao was right, her new car was indeed rushed to release, basically without any media recognition. Now, there is a wave of criticism online, and no one is willing to give DK a good review.
Everyone is laughing at DK.
Wei Wei, I have already seen your press conference. Lu Dianfeng sighed, reminding her, compared to Director Tang's press conference, your new car has no advantages or highlights, it's like a rushed-out product without any cost-effectiveness. Lu Wei knew it was her fault and could only nod, saying, Dad, I understand everything you said.
I didn't handle this well.
Lu Wei had nothing to argue about regarding the new car. After all, fans' feedback is the most real,
there is a wave of criticism online, so what else is there to say? When you make a mistake, you must admit it. Even if the group wants to remove her as the president, Lu Wei has nothing to say. Lu Dianfeng on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment and said to her, "Alright, since the press conference is over, it's too late to say anything now. We must think of a way to remedy this." He paused and continued, "I am on my way back to the country now. I will be back at DK by tomorrow at the latest." "Ah, Dad, you're coming back so soon?" Lu Wei was surprised. She never expected Lu Dianfeng, who had planned to travel for a few months, to return to the country tomorrow. Obviously, it was because of her that her father's travel plans were cut short. Thinking about this, Lu Wei sighed and guiltily said, "Dad, I'm sorry for disrupting your plans." Lu Dianfeng sighed heavily and said to her, "It's useless to talk about this now. You should think about how to appease the board of directors first." "The board of directors?" Lu Wei frowned and asked, "Dad, did they complain to you? You caused so much trouble, can others tolerate it?" Lu Dianfeng's tone was serious. "Resolve the current issues, admit your mistakes to the board of directors properly, don't disappoint me." "Yes, I understand, Dad." Lu Wei dared not say more and just obediently agreed. Lu Dianfeng was angry now, and if she dared to argue or refute, the consequences would be dire. "Alright, that's it for now. Your mom and I are boarding the plane. We'll talk about the rest when we get back," Lu Dianfeng said thoughtfully and hung up the phone. Phew. Listening to the fading voice on the phone, Lu Wei let out a long sigh. She knew this was just the beginning, and what she was about to face was the bombardment from the board members. Director Tang. After putting away her phone, Lu Wei fell silent for a while, then turned and walked towards Tang Fong. "Oh, President Lu?" Tang Fong looked her over, pointing to the phone in her hand. "Chairman Lau called you?" He saw Lu Wei's expression and already guessed everything. At times like this, only Chairman Lau could make her feel so frustrated. "How did you know?" Lu Wei glanced at him, as if remembering something, sighed and said, It seems like you already know that the board of directors is going to contact my dad." "President Tang, can't even the board of directors keep you? I was laid off a long time ago, how could they keep me?" Tang Fong chuckled lightly, shrugged indifferently, and said, "The board of directors is too high level, I'm just a small employee, how can I negotiate terms with them?" With a pause, he continued, "So, I'd better just focus on my own career." Lu Wei stood silently for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Tang Fong, I admit defeat. I indeed don't have the qualification to compete with you." Tang Fong shook his head, saying to her, "President Lu, it's too early to say that. Your new car hasn't even been launched yet. What if it becomes an instant hit all over the internet?" "I already guessed whether it will be a hit or not." Lu Wei shrugged, "But, even if I lose, I won't fall into despair. I will gather my spirits and prove myself with another new car." "Oh, really?" Tang Fong instantly brightened up at her words. "President Lu, you must gather your spirits, don't give up easily. Me and thousands of fans are eagerly awaiting your new car." He was really looking forward to Lu Wei's second new car. The first new car was already so explosive, how amazing would the second one be? Lu Wei knew he wasn't sincere, and was momentarily speechless. "Waiting to see my new car? I bet you're just waiting to see me fail, right?" President Lu. Just as Lu Wei was talking to Tang Fong, Director Su suddenly walked out of the meeting room. "President Lu, please come in first, we need to talk to you about something." "Director Su?" Lu Wei glanced back at Director Su, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be right there." After saying that, Lu Wei, under the watchful eyes of everyone, turned and walked towards the meeting room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Everyone was staring at this newly appointed female CEO. Ever since Tang Fong completely shattered their hopes, they were now trying to figure out Lu Wei's intentions. "President Lu, please explain to everyone why you need to launch a new car within 7 days?" Director Su sat back in his seat, staring at Lu Wei in front of him. At this moment, all the directors were glaring at Lu Wei, their eyes filled with anger. In their minds, Tang Fong was the backbone of the company. If they couldn't bring President Tang back, DK Group was on the verge of collapse. At least for the next 5 years, they would continue to decline and soon be surpassed by other competitors. Lu Wei felt the gaze of everyone, and explained, "Gentlemen, I'm sure you already understand that without President Tang, we can't use high-value patents, we can't continue to dominate the high-end market, so, we must change our strategy, seize the mid to low-end market." Upon hearing her words, Director Su nodded, "Yes, this matter was proposed and approved by the board of directors, we all support it." He then furrowed his brows and asked, "But why did you choose to hold a new car launch event at such a time? Are you trying to offend President Tang even more thoroughly?" "I had no choice." Lu Wei defended, "When we were making initial plans, President Tang hadn't launched a new car yet, at that time.
Our company's future looked bright. We could have made a breakthrough in the mid to low end market, who knew? She sighed. Who could have imagined that the next day President Tang would start launching new cars, completely disrupting our plans, catching me off guard. I was afraid he would steal all the attention, afraid of more troubles at night, so Alright, we don't want to hear about your emotional journey. Chairman Su waved his hand and said, to develop a new car within a week, President Liu, you really have some ideas. Standing up, he continued, are you fooling the fans or fooling us? Exactly, building a car in 7 days. Do you really think you are Director Tang? Director Tang's Neptune and Uranus have both appearance and technology. What do we have? We are just embarrassing ourselves. This is definitely the most embarrassing moment since the establishment of our DK. The internet is already criticizing us. Before, they called us the DK retirement home, but now, we've become a garbage factory directly. In the fans' eyes, our DK is no longer the same as before. Now we are just a pile of waste. President Liu, all of this is because of you. If you hadn't participated in that variety show, if you hadn't fired Director Tang, would DK have developed into what it is now? The directors stood up one after another, expressing their dissatisfaction. When making money, everyone is all smiles, no matter what. But once the company starts going downhill, with the stock price plummeting, can the directors still endure it? Seeing the shareholders showing their claws, Lu Wei sighed and said, uncles and aunties, I admit, all of this is my fault. She raised her head and continued, I promised that I would do my best to save everything. I won't stand by and watch our DK fall step by step. You save? Chairman Su asked with a frown, how do you plan to save it? Pointing outside, he said, initially, we all thought you would bring Director Tang back to limit the damage to the group in time, but what did you do? Disappointed, Chairman Su said, not only did you not bring Director Tang back, but you repeatedly offended him. Do you know that young geniuses like Director Tang are rare in our entire new energy field? Exactly. Deng Yi nodded beside him. Do you know the impact Director Tang's Starlight Motors had on our DK? From now on, we will face an unbeatable opponent. Everyone knew that Director Tang was the core of their DK group. He held a crucial position in the new energy field. In the past, during board meetings, everyone tried their best to keep him, fearing that Director Tang would leave DK one day. Now, without needing anyone to poach him, the chairman's daughter herself dismissed him. It's simply a huge mistake. Seeing the directors pressuring her, Lu Wei asked with a furrowed brow, so, tell me, what do you want me to do to satisfy you? Since her promises were useless now, she had to pass this difficult problem to the board members. Did they want her to make amends? Or did they want her to resign? She wanted to hear the directors' opinions. Well, Chairman Su glanced at Deng Yi, and they both shook their heads. Regardless, Lu Wei was Chairman Lu's daughter. Even if she made a mistake, she couldn't be easily kicked out of the company. Therefore, they could only use a warning tone. Wei, you've just arrived at the company, making mistakes is inevitable, but you need to learn to remedy them, to show us your sincerity. Pausing, he continued, take the matter with Director Tang, for example. You clearly made a mistake, fired the wrong person, and failed to rectify your mistake in time. You're going further down this path, which makes us directors very anxious. Chairman Su is right. Director Deng nodded. Now that Director Tang's return is hopeless, we need to think of other solutions, such as your press conference today. Deng reminded her, although our new car has faced criticism and backlash, there is still a chance to salvage it. Next time when the new car is officially released, upgrade all the configurations to what the fans want. Maybe we can still maintain the reputation of our DK. Upgrade? Upon hearing Mr. Deng's words, Lu Wei was instantly stunned on the spot. You speak so lightly, but without President Tang, where do I go to upgrade? The 3 core technologies are all in Tang Feng's hands. In the end, if they want to change the current situation, they still have to seek President Tang. If Tang Fong doesn't agree, DK still has no chance of rising. In this rapidly changing industry, without President Tang in your DK Research Institute, how will you survive in the industry in the future? This is a huge problem for all the senior executives of DK. Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed deeply. Round and round, the topic changes, but in the end, it always comes back to President Tang. In short, 1,000 words come down to one sentence, that is, massive layoffs. This is the consequence of her willfulness. What's wrong? Can't do it? Mr. Deng and MS. Su frowned as they saw Lu Wei's expression. It can be done, Lu Wei said thoughtfully, but have any of the directors thought about what configurations we should change to? What configurations? Mr. Deng waved his hand. Isn't that up to the R&D department? It's their job. The R&D department also has to consider President Tang's opinion. Lu Wei lowered her head, helplessly saying, the three black technologies of Neptune and Uranus are all President Tang's patents.
If we want to upgrade the new car, DK Research Institute must have a breakthrough. Then make a breakthrough. Mr. Deng said puzzled, didn't you hire the best team in the world? Let them develop it. He reminded, anyway, don't think about President Tang anymore, he won't come back to DK. Mr.
Deng's words were spoken lightly, but he also understood that even if old John's team was powerful, they couldn't break through President Tang's patents. He said this out of frustration in his heart. You clearly have the right path to take, but you insist on choosing the wrong one. Isn't this self-inflicted? Lu Wei's expression changed upon hearing Mr. Deng's words. Alright, let's talk about something practical. Ms. Su, seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, stepped forward and said, Wei, the chairman will be back tomorrow, leave some things for him to handle, we shouldn't say much. Upon hearing Ms. Su's words, the other directors nodded in agreement. Yes, let Lu handle it. Anyway, now that it's like this, the only way is to wait for the chairman to come back. Lu, in the future, when making decisions, you must be extremely careful, you can't act recklessly anymore. With President Tang, try to mend the relationship, don't let it get too strained. The directors advised one after another. Lu Wei looked at everyone, nodded thoughtfully, please rest assured, I will definitely come up with a new plan regarding the new car. The members of the board side stood up, exchanged glances, and walked out of the meeting room. Since they had decided to wait for the chairman to return, there was nothing more to say. They called Lu Wei in just to give her a warning, hoping she would use her head when handling things. Managing a company isn't just about having a master's degree, you also need to understand human relationships. Seeing the directors leave the meeting room one by one, Lu Wei sighed deeply as she lay on the conference table. From childhood to adulthood, she had never experienced such humiliation. In school, she was a top student. After graduation, she became a senior executive in the company. No matter what the situation, she could handle it, but this matter with Tang Fong completely stumped her. Lu Wei lay on the table to calm herself down. It wasn't until the directors had left that she turned around and walked out of the meeting room slowly. At that moment, Tang Fong was chatting happily with Lin Jun and old John. As they reached a joyful point in their conversation, the three of them burst into laughter. Seeing this cheerful atmosphere, Lu Wei felt even more pressure weighing on her heart. She couldn't believe that old John, this captive, was chatting so happily with the others. You are someone else's defeated underling, do you remember that? Thinking about this, Lu Wei sighed and turned to walk away. President Tang, are you really determined to make a flying car? Old John, recalling the discussions he had seen online, looked at Tang Fong in shock. A flying car? Upon hearing old John's words, Tang Fong chuckled and said, originally, I didn't have this opportunity, but since our carbon fiber steel came out, I suddenly changed my mind. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in the future, we might focus on flying cars, establishing a separate research and development center dedicated to serving the flying car. Oh my goodness. Old John's face was full of astonishment. This is truly unbelievable, almost beyond belief. Clearly, Tang Fang's research and development work was about to shock the world. His team had developed the most resilient carbon fiber element. This material was both tough and lightweight, perfect for use in the development of flying cars. The current concept of a flying car had various forms, but the most likely to be mass-produced was one similar to a drone. With 4 carbon fiber flying supports on top, equipped with 4 propellers, and a car compartment below, it was essentially an enlarged drone. Although this form was not highly innovative, it was one of the few possibilities for mass production. With the nano-level carbon fiber steel material, long flights could be ensured without overheating or damage to the aircraft. Hearing their conversation, Lin Jun smiled and said, President Tang, I have already contacted the best domestic aviation organization to help us develop a flying plan. Lin Jun was already ecstatic. Before cooperating with Tang Fong, he had been troubled all day about making cars and had never even thought about flying cars. But now, not only had Neptune and Uranus caused a sensation online as soon as they were released, even the other 2 cars had search information available. Once the concept version of the flying car was successfully developed, its impact would be immense. Their Star Auto would no longer be just a car company. It would be a revolution in the new energy vehicle industry, taking new energy vehicles to a higher level. Currently, domestic new energy vehicles were already at the world's top level. In a few years, they would reach even greater heights. Mr. Lin Jun, President Tang. Lu Wei walked up to Lin Jun and Tang Fong, showing a polite smile. General Manager Lu? Lin Jun turned to look at Lu Wei and extended his hand, saying, I was looking for you earlier. I must thank you sincerely. Oh, why? Lu Wei looked puzzled. Lin Jun pointed to the wall of honors in front of them and said, "Seeing all these honors on the wall, I feel deeply moved. If it weren't for General Manager Lu's painful decision, our Red Beam technology wouldn't have been able to cooperate with President Tang."
He then sincerely said, "I truly want to thank you." Ha!
Upon hearing Lin Jun's words, Lu Wei's expression changed multiple times, her face showing a vivid range of emotions.
You stole my person and now you want to thank me to my face? Unbelievable. This is outrageous. Mr.
Lin, I'm already distressed enough. Please spare me some dignity.
Lu Wei cursed inwardly but couldn't say much out loud. Well, isn't this just proving that saying? Business is business.
Lin Jun's face flashed a hint of apologetic smile at the words, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to express my gratitude." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "By the way, congratulations on the new car launch today.
In a few months, we can enter the mid to low-end market together." Mr. Lin, thank you. Lu Wei forced a bitter smile and responded through gritted teeth. Enter the mid to low-end market together? Do we still have a chance at DK?
We haven't even launched yet, and the fans have already criticized us harshly.
How can we officially enter the market in the future?
After speaking, Lu Wei turned her gaze to Tang Fong beside her. "Director Tang, the board of directors has proposed to give you shares."
You don't want these free shares? No, thank you. Tang Fong chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Don't joke around, Mr. Lu."
But,
alright, Mr.
Lu, I have something else to attend to, so I won't keep you company any longer. Tang Fong didn't have time to chat with her, so after greeting the others, he turned and walked out with Lin Jun. There was an important matter waiting for him tomorrow. Lin Jun had already made an appointment with the head of Overseas Venture Capital, and they had an important meeting to attend the next day. Overseas Venture Capital was the most extravagant investment company in the world. Their business was extensive, and almost all industries ranked in the top few in the world were related to Overseas Venture Capital. For Star Auto to go global, they had to rely on them to build factories overseas. Judging from the sales of DK Wulong, overseas markets were already flocking to domestic new energy vehicles. Nowadays, domestic new energy high-tech was a blow to overseas markets, and all foreigners were dreaming of buying a new energy luxury car. The next morning, following the invitation, Tang Fong arrived at a 5-star hotel. The hotel was luxuriously decorated, exuding a strong business atmosphere both inside and out. The meeting place was in the hotel lobby. What puzzled Tang Fong was that Lin Jun was unusually late. Normally, Lin Jun was very punctual and rarely arrived late in such situations. He sent a message to Lin Jun, but received the following reply, "Director Tang, I'd been delayed by something.
The person in charge of Overseas Venture Capital happens to be alone.
You can temporarily negotiate with them first, and I'll come find you after I'm done."
Ha! What's going on? Tang Fong was puzzled by Lin Jun's reply.
Overseas Venture Capital was an investment Lin Jun had brought in and had always been in charge of.
Now suddenly throwing this matter to me, how am I supposed to handle it? How the hell do I know this person? With this in mind, Tang Fong quickly sent him a message. How old is the client? Male or female, any preferences?
Unfortunately, this message was like a drop in the ocean, and he didn't receive a reply for a long time. With no other choice, Tang Fong ordered a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa, waiting quietly.
In his impression, the person in charge of Overseas Venture Capital should be a middle-aged foreigner with a big belly.
But to his surprise, not long after he sat down, a young lady in her 20s approached. She was a Chinese woman, looking dignified and beautiful, with a lively youthfulness. Dressed in a blue and white casual outfit, she didn't look like she was here for a business negotiation.
"Hello, can I sit across from you?"
The young lady stood in front of Tang Fong, smiling and asking. Her smile was bright, with shallow dimples on her cheeks, and her big eyes seemed to speak as they stared at him intently.
"Ha!"
Tang Fong looked up at her, questioning, "Are you
the person in charge of Overseas Venture Capital?" "Oh, no, I'm not."
The young lady shook her head and reached out her hand, saying, "My name is Lin Shuyao, nice to meet you."
Lin Shuyao?
Tang Fong was taken aback, extending his hand to shake hers.
He originally thought that this woman was sent by overseas venture capitalists, but he didn't expect her to outright reject it. "Aren't you here to discuss cooperation?"
Tang Fong looked up at her, his face filled with a puzzled expression. It wasn't until now that he fully saw the appearance of this girl. Lin Shuyao's appearance was outstanding, her features delicate and vivid, her skin fair as jade, and her temperament quite extraordinary. Her straight nose and the sweet smile always hanging on her lips made people want to get closer involuntarily. Tang Fong found it hard to associate her with the words Overseas Venture Capital.
First of all, Overseas Venture Capital was a globally renowned international investment company.
Secondly, the business they were supposed to discuss involved billions of dollars, so it was impossible to send a young girl over. Obviously, Lin Shuyao had little to do with overseas venture capital. No, I'm here for a blind date. Indeed, Tang Fong guessed correctly. When Lin Shuyao heard his words, she quickly shook her head.
A blind date?
Tang Fong chuckled and shook his head. Then you must have got the wrong table.
We are here for a business meeting. Is that so? Lin Shuyao looked around, furrowing her brows. Isn't this table 16? It is table 16. Tang Fong looked at the number displayed on the corner of the table, then looked at her. Could it be that you remembered the wrong table? He was certain that he and Lin Jun had agreed on table 16. They were supposed to discuss a large investment, so mixing up the tables was out of the question. Oh, maybe. Lin Shuyao stuck out her tongue, turned around, and sat on the nearby sofa. Can I sit here for a while? The person I'm meeting doesn't seem to have arrived yet, and I'm not sure where to sit for now.
Sure, go ahead. Tang Fong nodded, took out his tablet from his bag, and started studying the flying car. The Moore Auto Show was getting closer, and he wanted to have a flying car ready before the show. After all, the Moore Auto Show was one of the largest auto shows in the world, and he needed to make a mark there. Leading domestic new energy to the top of the world, the first concept flying car of Xingchen Motors also had to stand at the pinnacle of the world. He became famous at 15, known as a teenage genius, hired as an honorary professor at Lunka University at 19, invited to join the DK Research Institute at 20, and received numerous honors. While Tang Fong was looking at the tablet, considering how to incorporate nanoscale carbon fiber into the flying car, he suddenly heard a small video playing on Lin Shuyao's phone. Lin Shuyao saw Tang Fong looking at her, blushed, and quickly explained, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? I'll turn off the sound right away.
It's okay.
Tang Fong saw her polite gaze and shook his head. Don't believe that. What those marketing accounts say is unreliable. I was hired as an honorary professor at Lunka University when I was 18, not 19.
Ha!
Lin Shuyao was stunned, completely taken aback.
She looked at Tang Fong in front of her, her face full of shock, and asked, Tang Fong, you became a professor at 18? Do you know me?
Tang Fong glanced at her, seeming to realize something. It seemed that this girl really came for him. Could it be that he was misled by Mr.
Lin? Today was not about negotiating with overseas venture capitalists at all, but about a blind date?
Thinking of this, Tang Fong stared at Lin Shuyao in front of him and asked, Are you really here for a blind date?
Yes.
Lin Shuyao nodded. My dad asked me to come, saying that we should meet and have a good chat.
Dad? Tang Fong was taken aback. Lin Jun is your dad?
Lin Shuyao's surname was Lin, and so was Lin Jun's. This was too much of a coincidence.
Not at all.
Lin Shuyao shook her head hastily at the words, Uncle Lin has no relation to my dad. They are just business partners.
My dad has always been abroad.
Oh,
you scared me. Tang Fong chuckled bitterly, relieved. I thought Lin Jun was considering me as his future father-in-law. My dad is in business with you, and you want to be my dad? Thank goodness it's not true, or I'd really be out of my league.
Thinking this, Tang Fong set the tablet aside, sat up straight, and said, It seems you are the client I'm meeting today. He then looked Lin Shuyao up and down, asking, What did Lin Jun tell you?
Uncle Lin?
Lin Shuyao hesitated, shook her head. He didn't say anything, just asked us to meet and chat. After saying this, she looked at Tang Fong with admiration, puzzled. Tang Fong, how did you do it?
Becoming a professor at Lunka University at 18? When I was 18, I was still in school.
Seeing Lin Shuyao's admiring expression, he shook his head. It's nothing special, just won a few awards back then. Lunka University thought it would be beneficial to them, so they hired me as an honorary professor, that's all.
That's still impressive.
Lin Shuyao propped her chin with her hands, smiling. In foreign countries, there are many young geniuses, but none as outstanding as you. Then, she seemed to remember something, curiously asked, By the way, all these years, have you never had a girlfriend?
Girlfriend?
Tang Fong chuckled lightly, shook his head. I'm always in the lab, no time for a girlfriend.
Then, how about me being your girlfriend?
Lin Shuyao asked expectantly. Her eyes were full of admiration, as if she had already set Tang Fong as her goal.
You? Tang Fong looked her up and down, frowned. Are you capable?
Of course.
Why wouldn't I be?
Tang Fong thought for a moment, shook his head. No, you're too young.
Am I young? I'm not young. Where am I young?
Lin Shuyao blushed instantly at his words. She quickly straightened her back, raised her head high. Indeed, seen from the side, she had impressive curves. However, she misunderstood. What Tang Fong meant by young was not about her physical appearance.
Tang Fong knew she misunderstood, quickly explained, I meant your age. Our ages are similar though.
Lin Shuyao smiled, explaining, I just have a baby face, but I already hold a position in the company.
Oh, hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong suddenly understood.
He felt something was off earlier, as Lin Jun rarely did unreliable things.
Now, hearing Lin Shuyao's words, he finally realized.
Although Lin Shuyao came for a blind date, the company she worked for should be Overseas Venture Capital.
Thinking this, Tang Fong tentatively asked, "Is your company Overseas Venture Capital?"
Yes. Lin Shuyao smiled. I am the Greater China Regional Manager at Overseas Venture Capital, mainly responsible for investment operations in the entire Asia-Pacific region.
Greater China Regional Manager? Tang Fong was completely puzzled. A young girl in her 20s, dressed youthfully and beautifully, was actually in charge at Overseas Venture Capital? It seemed too unlikely. How could such a large company like Overseas Venture Capital entrust such a heavy responsibility to a young girl who was just starting out? Lin Shuyao seemed to notice Tang Feng's skeptical look and hurriedly said, "What, you don't believe me?" She defended herself. "You also became the director of the DK Research Institute at a young age, didn't you?" In comparison to Lin Shuyao's identity, Tang Feng's is even more exaggerated.
At the age of 19, he took over the DK Research Institute and within 2 years, he obtained numerous patents and awards.
Until now, the entire internet is amazed by his legendary career.
Compared to his growth experience, Lin Shuyao can only be considered ordinary at best.
Hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong leaned back on the sofa, shaking his head, and said, "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that when I asked if you were in charge of Overseas Venture Capital, why did you deny it?" "Oh, you mean that?"
Lin Shuyao revealed a cute smile, "Because I really am not in charge."
She explained, "My dad is the one in charge of Overseas Venture Capital.
His name is Lin Yaowen, the chairman of the Asia-Pacific Business Association. I'm just the manager of the Greater China region, responsible for overseas investment planning."
"Lin Yaowen is your dad?" Hearing Lin Shuyao's casual words, Tang Fong was taken aback.
After all, the seemingly naive girl in front of him turned out to be the princess of Overseas Venture Capital, a true super-rich second generation.
Tang Fong had once thoroughly researched the funding structure of Overseas Venture Capital. There were 3 major shareholders, besides 2 Caucasian shareholders. There was also a Chinese shareholder, namely Lin Shuyao's Lin Yaowen.
Lin Yaowen, the chairman of the Asia-Pacific Business Association, had assets worldwide, with investments in a wide range of projects such as overseas transportation logistics routes, cutting-edge technology, and the food and beverage industry. Undoubtedly, he was a globally renowned investment leader. Even Lin Jun, who was well-versed in investment strategies, had once considered Lin Yaowen as his role model. He wanted his investment projects to spread across the country, hoping to become an investment expert like Lin Yaowen. "Tang Fong, look, I'm really your fan." Just as Tang Fong was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Lin Shuyao place a car key in front of him. The unique-shaped car key sparkled with a golden light, bearing his signature on it. It was clearly the first batch of keys for the DK Dragon.
Dragon?
Seeing the familiar car key in front of him, Tang Fong was momentarily stunned. "This is the limited first edition, sold out in less than a minute."
"Aren't you abroad? How did you manage to get it?" "Ha ha."
Seeing Tang Feng's reaction, Lin Shuyao instantly showed a happy smile. "I told you, I'm your loyal fan.
Although I'm not in the country, money talks, I can buy it."
She paused and continued, "Both my dad and I are your fans. We really like driving this DK Dragon. It's precisely because of this that my dad has decided to invest in your Starlight Motors." He said, "Now Starlight Motors has the world's most advanced black technology. As long as we build factories overseas together, it's guaranteed to sell well globally."
"Is that so? Are you that confident?"
Tang Fong glanced at Lin Shuyao and said, "I have to remind you, Starlight Motors has just started production. The first batch of cars hasn't been released yet. It still needs to pass market testing." Although obtaining funding from Overseas Venture Capital was no easy task, some things had to be clarified in advance. After all, this was a project worth billions of dollars.
"No problem, we're not worried,"
Lin Shuyao said confidently. "We are interested in you as a person." Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "By the way, you haven't answered me yet about earlier.
Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" "Ha?" Tang Fong was amused by her. "Are all you foreigners this open?" "I'm not a foreigner,"
Lin Shuyao explained earnestly. "Tang Fong, I've had a crush on you for a long time.
I've been watching your press conferences and interviews online. Today, I'm so happy to meet you." Tang Fong, seeing her sincere gaze, nodded and said, "Let's talk about cooperation first. I think these 2 matters shouldn't be mixed up." "2 matters?"
Lin Shuyao replied with a smile. "I think it's all one matter. If I become your girlfriend, then
won't setting up a factory overseas fall into place?"
Pausing for a moment, she continued, "By then, I'll ask my dad to invest more money for you, and we can build the drone factory together."
Ahem. As the two were talking, a dry cough was suddenly heard nearby. Tang Fong looked up to see Lin Jun walking in from outside. Sorry for being late. Uncle Lin? Lin Shuyao stood up from the sofa upon seeing Lin Jun, politely greeting him. Shuyao, you're here so early? Lin Jun pretended not to know and asked, how's your conversation going? Is it going well? We're having a good chat. Lin Shuyao said happily, meeting President Tang for the first time. I didn't expect him to be so approachable, which surprised me. Ha ha. Lin Jun responded with a smile. Do you think all researchers are as serious as some old professors? President Tang is easy to talk to. As he spoke, he walked over to Tang Fong and sat on the nearby sofa. President Lin. Tang Fong looked at Lin Jun in confusion and asked, didn't we agree to meet with a client? How did it turn into a blind date? Matters of a lifetime are also important. Lin Jun said with a smile. Shuyao is Lin Yaowen's daughter and also one of the heads of overseas venture capital. Meeting her is like discussing business, right? Besides, you two are of similar age, both talented and good-looking, and Shuyao has a liking for you. Who knows? You two might really make a match. With that, he handed a contract to Tang Fong, saying with a smile, in fact, Mr. Lin has already sealed the deal for the overseas venture capital project. Shuyao came today not only to visit our car factory but also to meet you. Already sealed the deal? Tang Fong was somewhat surprised by his words. After all, it was a project worth billions. To seal the deal so easily? Truly the mark of a big shot in overseas venture capital. Of course, these big shots don't invest casually, they see his talent. Take Lin Jun from Red Bean Technology, for example. In their initial cooperation, he invested 10 billion. There will be an additional 10 billion later, showing their sincerity. Moreover, Lin Yaowen specifically sent his daughter to visit the car factory. From this, it can be seen that Lin Shuyao's capabilities should not be underestimated. At least in terms of manners, she is much better than Lu Wei. Speaking of Lu Wei, Tang Fong remembered something. Today, the old chairman should be returning. How will Lu Wei be treated? Will she be pampered by the old chairman, or will she be scolded? DK Group is already in turmoil, and even if the old chairman returns, it's probably difficult to turn the situation around. After lunch at the 5-star hotel, Tang Fong, Lin Jun, and the others went straight back to the car factory. On the way back, Lin Shuyao invited Tang Fong into her car under the pretext of seeking advice on DK's woong. Lin Shuyao had a strong interest in this car. Whether it was the sturdy dragon pattern steel or the advanced design of bulletproof glass, Lin Shuyao was full of interest and anticipation for this car. For foreigners, bulletproof glass is simply the most useful high-tech feature. Especially for rich second-generation individuals like Lin Shuyao, vehicle safety is of utmost importance. This best-selling DK Woolong overseas is undoubtedly her dream car. Tang Fong, how did you come up with the idea of developing bulletproof glass? Lin Shuyao looked at him with curiosity. I heard that even old John from California University couldn't develop bulletproof glass that could replace yours. It was a coincidence. Tang Fong touched the passenger side window and said to her, as a car designer, if all other components' safety features are maximized, would you give up the only remaining feature? I wouldn't, Lin Shuyao shook her head. I would strive to develop it at all costs to make up for this imperfection. Isn't that it? Tang Fong chuckled. For the domestic market, bulletproof glass is not a necessity. After all, we don't have the zero-cost shopping spree like abroad, but... He paused and continued, in the domestic car circle, there is a saying, I may not need it, but you can't be without it. Although bulletproof glass may not be needed temporarily, it can be a life-saving feature in critical moments. Yes, that's what I admire most about you. Lin Shuyao said unabashedly, you are a person with comprehensive ideas, always surprising people no matter when. After saying this, she suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, is there any hidden feature in this DK Woolong? She knew that many car manufacturers like to leave Easter eggs in their cars. She was curious about what Easter egg Tang Fong had reserved in this Woolong because she had been driving it for a long time and hadn't found the Easter egg yet. Easter egg? Tang Fong sat up straight upon hearing her words. I didn't expect you to know so much. Do you want to know where the Easter egg in Woolong is? Of course. Lin Shuyao turned and smiled, her eyes full of anticipation. Alright, hold on. Tang Fong chuckled and casually entered a line of code on the central screen. Lin Shuyao, on the side, was already amazed. What is this? You'll find out soon. Tang Feng's lips curved into a smile. Step on the accelerator, and you'll experience what speed really means. Ha! Lin Shuyao was startled and quickly pressed the gas pedal. Vroom! As the accelerator was pushed to the floor, the sound system instantly simulated the engine's roar. The car, like a long-awaited cheetah, shot out like lightning. Lin Shuyao felt a rush of wind outside the window,
her whole body leaning back against the seat. The intense acceleration made her almost feel dizzy. Hormones surged in her body, allowing her to fully experience the speed and excitement of racing. This. After coming back to her senses, Lin Shuyao, with an unbelieving expression, asked, "The acceleration to 100 km per hour must be less than 2 seconds, easily surpassing all new energy vehicles on the market. Even million-dollar race cars on the track couldn't achieve such results." The instant acceleration felt like riding a roller coaster. Seeing Lin Shuyao's excited expression, Tang Fong responded with a smile, "The performance of Woong is far beyond this, but we are afraid that Woong's acceleration is too fast, which could lead to safety issues, so we have limited its performance." Pointing to the front compartment, he continued, "In fact, it uses our self-developed dual motors, with even more rapid and stable rotation speed, reducing the acceleration time to less than 100 km per hour. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable." Lin Shuyao, looking shocked, said, "Tang Fong, I finally understand why you are adored by fans worldwide now. Your research and creation truly amaze all of us." After finishing her words, she still looked excited. "I have raced on the tracks in Europe, even with cars worth millions. It's just like that. The potential of the Woong is too strong. If those car enthusiasts could unlock this kind of performance, then Woong sales would definitely soar to new heights." She had racing experience, so she knew the value of 0 to 100 acceleration. Many cars strive for 0 to 100 acceleration by reducing weight and lowering the drag coefficient, just to shave off those few decimal points. However, the Woong created by Tang Fong not only did not heavily promote 0 to 100 acceleration, but even restricted its speed, which was truly puzzling. Seeing Lin Shuyao's puzzled expression, Tang Fong responded, "Our new energy vehicles focus more on safety rather than track performance." Pausing, he continued, "Currently, in the domestic new energy market, most users pursue daily commuting and road trips. Violent driving is not suitable for them, so we must limit the vehicle's performance. If you really want to use this car on the track, you would first need to change to more professional tires, followed by brake pads and the like. A family car is not suitable for racing, as it will only increase its load." "Oh, I see." Lin Shuyao nodded thoughtfully, curiously asking, "Then, why didn't you release a professional version, specifically designed for track enthusiasts?" "Originally, we were going to release a batch." Tang Fong shrugged, smiling, "But it got cancelled, didn't it?" "The plan was shelved." "Ah, that despicable female CEO, she really leaves one at a loss for words." Lin Shuyao gripped the steering wheel in anger. "I was actually planning to wait to buy the racing version of Woong, but her interference ruined the plan." She then laughed happily, "But we should also thank her. If she hadn't laid you off, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to collaborate with you, right?" Recently, while surfing the internet, Lin Shuyao had been following all the movements of Tang Fong and Lu Wei. She was well aware of the conflicts between Tang Fong and Lu Wei. It was precisely this point that strengthened her determination to pursue Tang Fong. A gentlemanly genius like him, laid off by his former employer, yet still showing kindness in his final days. Where else could she find such a man? Most importantly, he earned nearly $1 billion annually, yet lived a very simple life. He invested most of his income in research and development, nurturing a large number of research talents for the country. Both in character and appearance, he was impeccable. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyao curiously asked, "Tang Fong, in the past, have no girls ever pursued you?" "They have." Tang Fong met her gaze, shrugged, and said, "But they were all secret admirers. Even when helping me order milk tea, they didn't dare to use their real names. Maybe they felt a distance. When he was at DK Research Institute, he once received hundreds of takeout orders in a day, but none were signed. The group's young ladies only dared to admire from afar. Who would dare to confess their love to this young genius? Not only was he handsome, but also laden with honors. Could these young ladies climb up to him? So, they could only admire from a distance, not daring to easily express their feelings. Just like Lu Wei's assistant, Lin Shelley. She was already the CEO's assistant, but still didn't dare to express her feelings, only keeping this deep affection hidden in her heart. This was also the reason why Tang Fong was surprised by Lin Shuyao's straightforwardness. It must be said, the returning princess from overseas was truly incomparable to ordinary women. Asking to be your girlfriend at first sight, who could handle that? Straight to the point, without any preamble. Perhaps she had been holding back this sentence in her heart for a long time, and after meeting, she didn't want to hide it anymore. Coming across the ocean, one must be straightforward. Keeping love hidden in one's heart every day will drive a person crazy. Squeak. As the two chatted and walked, it wasn't long before the car entered the red bean car factory. Lin Shuyao was stunned by the enormous scale. Whether it was the factory building or the production line, it was basically all automated workshops. Various robotic arms worked continuously, and every 60 seconds, a new car would be assembled from the production line.
Wow, is this the production line for Neptune and Uranus?
Lin Shuyao was instantly captivated by the new cars coming off the production line in the factory. Although targeting the mid to low-end market, the appearance of Neptune and Uranus exuded a futuristic technological feel, making it hard for people to look away. Especially for car enthusiasts like Lin Shuyao, every time she saw a car she liked, she couldn't wait to place an order immediately.
Oh my, these are so beautiful, aren't they? Lin Shuyao touched the exterior of the vehicle, her face filled with admiration. How did you do it?
Every car is so stunning, like futuristic space warships, magnificent and dreamy. It's like they were made for my aesthetic taste.
Is it really that exaggerated?
Tang Fong chuckled and shrugged, saying, "These are just 2 new mid to low-end cars. My ace in the hole hasn't been revealed yet."
With that, he pointed to a poster on the wall and said, "Murai Auto Show, we will make a name for ourselves." Murai Auto Show?
Lin Shuyao looked at the poster on the wall and was instantly stunned.
The Murai Auto Show was one of the largest auto shows globally.
In previous years, Lin Shuyao would go to the Murai Auto Show to see cars, and the sight of those exciting new cars would make her blood boil. This year, their outstanding achievements had finally come to light.
With the young genius Tang Fong leading the way, who could compete with him?
Obviously, this year's competition for the Murai Award would be extremely fierce, and besides him, no one else could claim the title of the best new car of the year. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyao sighed, "It's unbelievable, Tang Fong, your Star Auto has only been established for a short time, and you're already releasing 3 new cars?
To be precise, it's 5. Tang Fong glanced at her and said, "In addition to these 3 new cars, there's also an off-road vehicle and a flying car." A flying car?
This time, Lin Shuyao was completely dumbfounded. She knew Tang Fong was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong.
In such a short time, he had even created a flying car?
While others were still learning to walk, you were already flying. However, as the heiress of overseas venture capital, Lin Shuyao naturally knew that flying cars were not something new. Creating a conceptual flying car was not difficult, the challenge lay in mass production. Tang Fong being able to bring the flying car to the Murai Auto Show indicated that he had mastered the latest technology to ensure the mass production of this flying car. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyao, with a look of astonishment, asked, "The most difficult part of a flying car is the use of materials. It must ensure both durability and lightweight. Have you found the key to wealth?"
"More or less." Tang Fong nodded and asked her, "Did you watch my last new product launch? The one for Neptune and Uranus?"
Lin Shuyao nodded solemnly, "I haven't missed any of your launches."
"Yes."
Tang Fong nodded and pulled out a fishing rod made of nanometer carbon fiber from the side, placing it in front of her. "This is the new material I launched last time, nanometer carbon fiber."
"Ah, why didn't I think of that?"
Lin Shuyao slapped her forehead, suddenly enlightened. "The most common material for drones is carbon fiber, and now you've developed nanometer carbon fiber, which can solve the material problem for flying cars."
Speaking, she asked with curiosity, "How strong is this nanometer-level carbon fiber?"
"Corrosion resistant, heat resistant, cold resistant, unbreakable by a knife, with a certain elasticity when falling from high altitude, extremely tough,"
Tang Fong said calmly, holding the nanometer-level carbon fiber in his hand. "So amazing?" Lin Shuyao asked in shock, "Can we do an experiment? I am really interested in the flying car you mentioned."
If not for her own identity, she would have wanted to be the first test passenger. Of course, Tang Fong nodded. These carbon fibers have been through rigorous testing before being introduced. After saying that, he called the quality inspection team over for a demonstration. Not long after, a quality inspector came over with a high-pressure fire gun. Roasting this nanometer-level carbon fiber with the high-pressure fire gun showed no signs of melting. Next, they tested it with a mechanical steel knife and freezing. The nanometer-level carbon fiber remained intact, just with some scratches and charcoal marks on the surface.
Lin Shuyao was dumbfounded. Is there really such a resilient material in this world? Tang Fong, how did you do it?
You are too amazing. Lin Shuyao's eyes were full of admiration, and her gaze towards Tang Fong changed.
Tang Fong, do you still need investment for the flying car project? I have my own little treasury. I can invest for you. Any amount is fine. I, Lin Shuyao, will invest in this project. Invest in what? Tang Fong chuckled at her expression. My project is almost complete, and you want to invest now? Pointing to the closed workshop nearby, he said, have you seen that secret laboratory? My flying car has already been produced, undergoing testing now. It won't be long before it's unveiled to everyone. At the moment when the nanometer-level high carbon fiber was introduced, Tang Fong had already set the plan for the flying car through the 6th Research Center. Now, the plan was already 80% successful.
Just need to test the stability of the flying car in extreme weather conditions and the smooth landing mode of the parachute in case of a drop, then it can officially debut.
Secret experiment? Lin Shuyao sighed with a bitter smile. It seems I won't have the chance to see this car today. No worries, you will see it at the Muerai Auto Show,
Tang Fong assured her. Although Overseas Venture Capital was planning to assist him in building a factory overseas, the two sides were only in a cooperative relationship.
He wouldn't disclose any information about the car company's research and development.
Overseas Venture Capital was only responsible for investing in building the factory, while Tang Fong was responsible for releasing the new car, producing and selling overseas, sharing the profits earned, without any technical cooperation involved. Therefore, even if Lin Shuyao was very interested in the flying car, she could only wait patiently for the Muerai Auto Show.
When it came to technical secrets, she definitely wouldn't have an easy chance to access them. Tang Fong, although I won't have the chance to see this flying car now, if you start mass production, sell the first one to me, okay?
Lin Shuyao said expectantly, I can't wait to experience the latest technology.
Sure, that can be arranged.
Tang Fong nodded, pointing to the workshop ahead. Let's go, visit other workshops. Since you represent the Overseas Venture Capital, you should have a good look at our production line. The capital of Overseas Venture Capital was naturally stronger than Lin Jun's. Therefore, in the future, the overseas factory of Xingshan Motors would undoubtedly be a leading new technology factory globally. Their land area would be tens of times larger than that of Red Bean Technology, with more intelligent equipment in the workshops. When Xingshan Motors sells well globally, the annual output of this intelligent factory will be enough to supply the whole world. Not only that, Tang Fong is now expanding his ways to suppliers. Once the new car research and development reaches a certain quantity in the future, he will start producing his own patented parts and become a supplier to global new energy vehicle companies. Anyone who wants to use the latest technology will have to buy from him. In this way, he will become a pioneer in global new energy. He will control the direction of new energy vehicles and become the helmsman of the new energy field.
Lin Shuyao walked behind Tang Fong, chatting as they walked.
Soon, they arrived at the workshop where the integrated car body was being cast. They were using a 10,000-ton large die-casting machine now, which was 1,000 tons more than the 9,000-ton integrated die-casting machine used by the DK Group.
Every time the large die-casting machine worked, a new high-density dragon pattern steel vehicle frame was born.
This integrated die-cast dragon pattern steel is extremely sturdy. Even in a collision with a truck weighing several tons, it will not deform or dent. In the latest EU impact test standards, vehicles made of high-density dragon pattern steel still lead by far, surpassing other vehicles.
Wow, such a large die-casting machine?
Lin Shuyao's eyes widened at the sight of the 10,000-ton die-casting machine in front of her. They had invested in many car companies overseas, but it was the first time they had seen a die-casting machine exceeding 10,000 tons. It had to be said that visiting the Starlight Automobile factory had broadened her horizons. She couldn't help but take out her phone and casually took a picture to send to her father, Lin Yaowen. Dad, have you ever seen such a large die-casting machine?
High-density dragon pattern steel, integrated molding, no wonder it's so sturdy.
In the car factory, these workshops were not secrets and could be shared. However, Neptune and Uranus had not officially launched yet, so as long as the photos of these two cars were not posted online, it was fine. Although Lin Shuyao appeared to be naive on the surface, in the business field, she was more shrewd than anyone else. Take the flying car just now. If she couldn't control herself, she would have pestered Tang Fong to take her for a visit long ago. But she didn't. She only requested to reserve one when it was launched, because she understood that only a woman who could restrain her desires could succeed in the business world. Lin Shuyao, trusted by Overseas Venture Capital, clearly had not lost her edge.
Shuyao, how was the tour?
Just as Lin Shuyao was talking to Tang Fong, Lin Jun suddenly walked in from outside.
Uncle Lin.
Lin Shuyao smiled at him and sighed. Your factory is really huge. It takes a shuttle to get from one workshop to another.
Is this considered big?
Lin Jun chuckled and waved his hand. When your Overseas Venture Capital's car factory lands, it will be at least 10 times bigger than this.
I can't wait.
Lin Shuyao said with a smile. Thinking about Starlight automobiles being sold all over the world makes me very excited.
She paused and continued. Do you know how much overseas fans are looking forward to Starlight automobiles? Since the establishment of Starlight automobiles, it has been famous overseas.
Really?
Lin Jun was surprised. Do we have such a big influence overseas?
He used to focus all his attention on the domestic market and didn't pay much attention to foreign forums. However, from the resolute intention of the Overseas Venture Capital, Lin Jun had already guessed. If it weren't for President Tang's influence internationally, Overseas Venture Capital would not invest so decisively. Several $1 billion is not a small amount. Obviously, after careful consideration, overseas venture capital still believed in Tang Feng's enormous business potential. In today's new energy field, no one is more charismatic than him. In the future automotive industry, he is the king, and no one can replace his position. Lin Shuyao looked at Tang Fong beside her and said with emotion, "The influence you have in the country is truly astonishing.
Gaining 20 million followers in just one afternoon, it's simply insane." She then smiled cutely. "There must be many people like me, loyal fans of President Tang."
Ever since she wrote in the DK Wulong, Lin Shuyao had developed an obsession with Tang Fong. She dreamt of working with Tang Fong to build cars, loving the sense of awe brought by cutting-edge technology. So, even before overseas venture capitalists noticed the new energy field, Lin Shuyao took the initiative and, through her father's connections, submitted her proposal to the other two shareholders. Through precise analysis of various data, she strongly recommended that overseas venture capitalists invest in Tang Fong, this young genius. They knew very well that Tang Fong was about to become the industry's focus, and his commercial value and significance were unmatched by any other company. Therefore, upon learning about Tang Feng's collaboration with Lin Jun, overseas venture capitalists immediately contacted them and expressed their intention to invest. This was a first in the history of the world's largest investment company. It was the first time since they established the investment company that they actively sought to invest in someone else. Fortunately, they succeeded. Although they didn't obtain Tang Feng's new technology, as long as they could cooperate and win together, they were satisfied. After all, this was the future trend, and as long as they established a cooperative relationship, they had already won. Hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Lin Jun smiled at Tang Fong and said, "President Tang, you must thank Shuyao. If she hadn't proposed to the headquarters, our investment project wouldn't have been approved so quickly."
Oh, Tang Fong was surprised and looked at Lin Shuyao. This lively young girl in front of him actually held such an important position in overseas venture capital? Although Lin Yaowen was an investment genius with industries worldwide, Lin Shuyao's investment instincts were no less than her father's. Everyone knew that Tang Fong was at the top of the industry. With new energy vehicles booming globally and being sought after by millions, choosing to cooperate with him now was like picking up money. It was like carrying a sack of money. "Impressive. You have a good eye." Tang Fong looked at Lin Shuyao and smiled. "When I first saw you, I thought you were a student. I didn't expect you to have such strong business acumen. Hee hee, I just love cars." Lin Shuyao giggled. "I can't guarantee the success of the investment, but I believe that as long as it's a new car you create, it will definitely be a hit worldwide." She was a hardcore car enthusiast, with 3 full garages at home filled with all kinds of luxury cars, especially the latest purchase, the DK Wulong. Since buying this car, Lin Shuyao had almost abandoned all the other cars at home and only wanted to drive this one every day. It was both stylish and safe, perfect for car enthusiasts like them. In order to get the Wulong on the track, she had replaced all the tires and brake pads. Today, with Tang Feng's help, she discovered the Wulong's Easter egg. This time, she was about to become the most eye-catching racer on the track. No matter how others modified their cars, they wouldn't be as fast as hers, because she had successfully mastered the ultimate mode of the Wulong car. "Alright, I'll take your word for it." Hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, "Based on what you just said, when the flying car is launched, I'll give you one for free." "Really?" Lin Shuyao's face lit up with joy. However, she quickly regained her composure. "How can I accept this? Flying cars are very expensive." "Expensive, so what? Is it expensive to invest in overseas venture capital?" Tang Fong chuckled and shrugged, saying, "Compared to investments of hundreds of billions of dollars, a flying car is nothing." After speaking, he walked up and personally demonstrated the solidity of the integrated large die casting for Lin Shuyao. In the past, ordinary car manufacturers had to assemble the vehicle structure and chassis step by step, which would take a lot of time. However, the integrated large die casting in front of them could instantly shape the vehicle and make it even more sturdy. Seeing the incredibly solid body in front of her, Lin Shuyao was amazed. She was a professional car enthusiast and had collected many world-famous cars, but she had never seen such a sturdy vehicle structure before. No wonder Tang Feng's new car scored the highest in the European Union's crash test. With just the vehicle base and materials, he had already outperformed his competitors. Lin Shuyao was deeply impressed by the car factory, feeling like a country bumpkin entering a grand mansion. New energy vehicle companies were indeed different from traditional car manufacturers. They had the most advanced workshops and assembly lines. In terms of both car quality and production efficiency, they far surpassed traditional veteran car companies. Of course, besides these workshops, what interested Lin Shuyao the most was Tang Feng's Stellar Research Institute. Thinking of the fascinating Stellar Research Institute, Lin Shuyao eagerly asked, Tang Fong, can you show me around your research institute? Pausing for a moment, she added, I heard it's the most advanced research institute in the world, with the best researchers from around the globe. Sure. Tang Fong glanced at her and nodded. However, the Stellar Research Institute is still under construction, so you can only visit the construction site for now. Oh, brand new construction? Lin Shuyao's face lit up with surprise. Does that mean I'll be the first visitor? She had only heard of the DK Research Institute before and greatly admired the awards it had received. Now, hearing that the Stellar Research Institute was even grander than the DK Research Institute, she couldn't contain her excitement. Even though the Stellar Research Institute was still under construction, she wanted to see it first. Ah, Shuyao, you have a good eye. Lin Jun beside her chuckled. Do you know? The Stellar Research Institute is the most important place for our stellar motors. It will be the world's top new energy research and development center. With pride, he continued, this time, President Tang specially selected 100 top-notch researchers from his 6 research centers, raising the value of the Stellar Research Institute to an unprecedented level. It was worth noting that the once prestigious DK Research Institute had just over 200 researchers. In contrast, Tang Feng's Stellar Research Institute had initially recruited 600 experts. And this was just the beginning. In the future, the Stellar Research Institute would continue to attract talent from research centers to supplement its own research team. By then, even the world's top laboratories would find it hard to match the Stellar Research Institute. Phew! Thinking about this, Lin Shuyao let out a long sigh of relief. She silently thanked her company for having the foresight to cooperate with Tang Feng's team early on. What kind of storms and turmoil would overseas venture capital face if they had chosen other car companies? She didn't dare to imagine. Looking at DK now, one could see the situation of the DK group. After massive layoffs, the entire company experienced a sharp decline. Not only did the company's stock evaporate billions, but even the production scale of the workshops kept decreasing. Without patents, they couldn't sustain production in the high-end car sector. While the low-end car market faced encirclement and interception, the entire DK group was in chaos. In the current situation, even if the chairman himself were to return, it seems unlikely that he could clean up this mess. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyao suddenly remembered something and turned to Tang Fong beside her. By the way, Tang Fong, I heard that DK's chairman is about to return to the country. Do you know about this news? The chairman? Tang Fong furrowed his brows, staring at her and asked, why do you care about that? It's just that. Worried about potential rivals, right? Lin Shuyao blushed, lowering her head and said, I heard that the chairman is very dissatisfied with Lu Wei's performance. Initially, he intended to matchmake between you two. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk Lin Jun, who was beside them, couldn't help but cough at her words. He couldn't believe that Lin Shuyao would be so straightforward. Weren't they just talking about cars earlier? How did they end up talking about relationships now? Young people these days are indeed different from them old fogies. Thinking of this, Lin Jun didn't want to be a third wheel, so he quickly said, oh, I just remembered I have something to deal with at Hongdo Technology. Shuyao, I won't accompany you guys for now. After saying that, he turned to Tang Fong and gave him a meaningful look before swiftly making his exit. Clearly, Lin Jun was playing matchmaker this time. After all, Lin Shuyao was the princess of overseas venture capital, a top-tier global elite. If she could be paired with Tang Fong, it would be a great thing for Lin Jun. Uncle Lin is really busy. Lin Shuyao watched Lin Jun's back with a knowing smile. She was clever and could easily see through Lin Jun's intentions. It was obvious that he deliberately left to give them some alone time. He is indeed busy. Tang Fong shrugged, a successful entrepreneur now busy playing matchmaker. He's not just playing matchmaker. Lin Shuyao chuckled, without him, we wouldn't have closed this multi-billion-dollar deal. Of course, although I have ulterior motives, hoping to have the chance to meet you. Seeing her acting infatuated, Tang Fong raised his shoulders. You, the princess of overseas venture capital, willing to invest billions just to meet me, isn't that a bit too much? What's wrong with that? Lin Shuyao explained with a smile, I am very clear-headed. I never mix business and personal matters. I'm not a love-struck fool. Just look at DK Group's president Lu, you can tell from her pitiful performance. This cooperation representing overseas venture capital is the best decision I've ever made in my life. On the other hand, DK's situation was truly pitiful. Presumably, after the chairman's return, there would definitely be a storm waiting for Lu Wei, the instigator. DK Group. President's office. Lu Wei sat in her chair, worrying as she held the new car configuration sheet in her hand. The board had given her a task to completely change the technology in the next new car launch, replacing the current platform technology. Wasn't this making things difficult? How could they control the cost of manufacturing if they replaced all the platform technology with Director Tang's cutting-edge patented technology? This was clearly an impossible task. Asterisk knock knock knock. Asterisk just as Lu Wei fell into silence, a knocking sound came from outside the president's office. Come in. Without hesitation, Lu Wei called out. Normally, it would be Lin Xiuli coming to discuss meeting details at this time. However, to her surprise, the person who walked in was none other than the chairman, Lu Jianfeng. Dad? Lu Wei was dumbfounded at the sight before her, the configuration sheet slipping from her hand to the floor. Standing in front of her was a man around 60 years old. Although Lu Jianfeng was not young anymore, he still maintained an upright posture and vigorous energy, as if time had not left any traces on him. His eyes were deep and bright, seemingly able to perceive every subtle change in the market. With every move he made, he exuded a calm and dignified aura. Dad, why didn't you let me know? I could have sent someone to pick you up, Lu Wei said, surprised, as she hurried forward. No need, don't let it affect your work. Lu Jianfeng bent down to pick up the list on the ground, furrowing his brows as he asked, Wei, is this the new car you designed? Yes, Dad. Lu Wei nodded. Due to the increase in patent fees, I had to temporarily use substitute configurations. Lu Jianfeng furrowed his brows and shook his head. Confusing, Wei, aren't you deceiving consumers with this? Look at Director Tang's Neptune and Uranus, are they in the same league as yours? What qualifications do you have to compete in the market? But, Dad, Lu Wei tried to explain, I didn't expect Director Tang to release new cars so quickly, and two at once. She sighed, it disrupted all my plans at once, and I don't know what to do. If they released theirs first, you shouldn't have been so stubborn. Lu Jianfeng observed Lu Wei in front of him, sighing. Wei, I can accept all your mistakes, but the board of directors can't, do you understand? You need to realize this. Yes, Dad, I understand. Lu Wei lowered her head, nodding. I know I was wrong. From the beginning, she hadn't faced her mistakes head-on, always thinking she could make amends. But the situation at DK Group was far more complex than she had imagined. Director Tang's influence had already deeply rooted itself within DK Group. He was like the lifeblood of the towering tree that was DK. Without Director Tang, the tree would wither and decay rapidly. Initially, she had no idea of the domino effect. By the time she realized, it was too late. I informed you right away to bring back Director Tang. Why didn't you listen to me? Lu Jianfeng looked disappointed at Lu Wei. He had given her a chance, believing his precious daughter could handle the situation well. But to his surprise, Lu Wei not only failed to resolve the issue but also worsened DK's situation. It had reached a point where even the board of directors couldn't sit still. If the company hadn't been on the brink of collapse, the board members wouldn't have disrespected Lu Jianfeng like this. It was understandable to support your daughter, but on her first day at work, she severed the company's main artery. Wasn't that going too far? In just a week, the company's market value evaporated by tens of billions. Where could they reason with that? Dad, I did go to see Tang Fong. Lu Wei felt guilty, speaking with her head down. But at that time, before Lu Wei could finish her sentence, Lu Jianfeng interjected, not only did you fail to bring back Director Tang, but you also brought in an old John, didn't you? Lu Wei was at a loss for words, unable to respond to Lu Jianfeng's accusations. Wei, even if you're willful, there should be a limit. Do you know how much hope I had placed in you? Lu Jianfeng spoke with deep concern. I thought that once you joined the company, you and Director Tang could lead DK Group to greater heights together. But what did you do? The group's market value evaporated by tens of billions, patent fees doubled, and DK's second-generation woong fell into a development crisis. He knew all these facts, he just hadn't spoken about them until now. Lu Jianfeng knew that when he was abroad, Lu Wei must have been under a lot of pressure alone in DK. So, he didn't blame Lu Wei too much over the phone. But now, seeing Lu Wei getting deeper into the wrong path, Lu Jianfeng couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to scold Lu Wei awake, to make her stop indulging in the wrong beliefs. If things continued like this, DK Group would sooner or later be ruined by her. Dad, I know I was wrong. Lu Wei sighed, her face filled with guilt. If I knew the company would come to this, I definitely wouldn't have been so willful. Alright, it's too late for regrets now. President Tang won't come back. Lu Jianfeng met her gaze, shaking his head. Let's think about how to solve the current problem first. Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Wei suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Dad, I heard that you have a good relationship with Tang Fong. Now that you're back, if you personally go and ask, what, you want me to swallow my pride and beg President Tang? Lu Jianfeng's eyes turned cold, his gaze sharp. Lu Wei was taken aback, seeing her father this angry for the first time.
She quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, Dad, I overstepped.
Wei, do you know what face means? Lu Dianfeng's tone was firm.
One must leave themselves a way out, not go too far. Pausing, he continued, I do have a relationship with President Tang, but that's not a reason to put him in a difficult position.
If I were to go and beg President Tang to come back, wouldn't that be forcing him? Even if he gives me face, can I accept it?
Lu Wei's face turned pale upon hearing this, knowing her father was speaking the truth. After all, it was her mess to begin with, and with her series of reckless actions, President Tang's return seemed hopeless. If Lu Dianfeng went to ask him back at this point, it would not only be pressuring President Tang but also himself.
Seeing Lu Wei standing there in silence, Lu Dianfeng sighed. Wei, do you know?
You've caused a big trouble for our DK. I heard that the head of overseas venture capital is negotiating with President Tang, possibly investing billions of dollars for him.
What? Billions? Lu Wei was dumbfounded upon hearing Lu Dianfeng's words.
She never imagined that the person she had inadvertently let go would attract billions in investment.
What kind of concept was this?
If Lin Jun's billion-dollar investment was already a big deal in the new energy field, then the overseas venture capital bringing in investments several times larger would shake the world.
Undoubtedly, he would lead the era officially.
DK was currently developing its overseas plans and had already built factories abroad. However, compared to the investment from overseas venture capital, their scale was insignificant. There was no comparison.
Once Tang Fong partnered with overseas venture capital, they would easily dominate the global market in the new energy sector. One was a best-selling new energy giant overseas, the other a top global investment company. How could their small DK group compete with them?
In this precarious moment, just surviving would be an achievement for them.
Realizing this, Lu Wei asked in shock, Dad, am I hearing correctly? Is it really billions of dollars? What do you think?
Lu Dianfeng squinted, sighing. From today onwards, the entire global new energy landscape is about to change. Then, he refocused and stared at Lu Wei, saying, Wei, you brought all this upon yourself.
What?
Lu Wei forced a smile, lowering her head.
Dad, I know I was wrong, please don't scold me anymore.
She gathered her courage and said, Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. I will change everything DK is facing now and lead DK towards the future.
Well, having dreams is a good thing, but you need to find a way to make them come true. Lu Dianfeng knew that young people couldn't change their lofty ambitions.
He stared at her and asked, Why don't you talk to Dad and tell him how you plan to change DK's predicament?
Lu Wei fell silent instantly.
After a while, she raised her head and said, We have just opened up the overseas market. If we focus on the international market, it will definitely bring a significant market share to DK. We will focus on international markets this year, and we will definitely solve the current predicament. Although DK's reputation in the domestic market had plummeted, they still had a presence in the foreign market. Since the launch of the woong in overseas markets, it quickly broke the latest record. With the popularity of woong overseas, opening up international markets wouldn't be difficult. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Dianfeng's mouth curved into a faintly unpredictable smile. Well, your idea is not bad, but, in the end, won't you still have to rely on Director Tang to stand firm?
Woong was the last glory left to DK by Tang Fong.
It was also the only new car they could boast about now.
As long as they couldn't get rid of Woong, they couldn't turn the situation around with other vehicles, which meant they could never do without Director Tang.
Lu Wei had nothing to say. Lu Dianfeng shook his head in disappointment and sighed. Wei, I thought with your 2 master's degrees, you would be more mature than your peers, but
you can't even compare to Director Tang.
He paused and continued, I thought you could develop something with Director Tang, even dreamed of having Director Tang as the helmsman of our DK, but it was just wishful thinking on my part.
Dad, how could you think like that?
Lu Wei blushed and quickly waved her hand. We are simply not suitable for each other.
That's right,
Lu Dianfeng said decisively, our Lu family is simply not on par with Director Tang.
Lu Wei was dumbfounded, saying with a bitter face, Dad, you don't need to belittle yourself, right?
Although,
what do you mean belittle? This is a fact.
Lu Dianfeng coldly snorted and said to her, haven't you realized it yet? The reason why our DK group is where it is today is entirely because of Director Tang. He shook his head and added, but now, it's too late for anything. The Princess of Overseas Venture Capital has probably already met with Director Tang.
The Princess of Overseas Venture Capital?
Lu Wei was stunned, momentarily frozen.
Dad, what do you mean? She seemed to have understood something.
From today on, she no longer had the qualifications to play games with others or meddle in their affairs.
Obviously, the scale of overseas venture capital was beyond what their DK could compare to.
If they had to compare, they were like a princess in a royal palace, while she, Lu Wei, was just a rural landlord.
The gap was too wide.
Most importantly, although she wasn't a princess, she had a princess syndrome. Not only did she dismiss people in a grand manner, but she also acted high and mighty all the time without recognizing herself.
What else could this be if not a typical princess syndrome?
Lu Dianfeng sighed, furrowing his brows. What I mean is, can you compare yourself to the princess of overseas venture capital? She took the initiative to meet director Tang.
Do you still think you are belittling yourself?
Lu Wei felt a sudden sense of powerlessness upon hearing this.
This time, she was completely defeated. The collaboration between overseas venture capital and Xingshan Automobile, what did it signify?
It meant that their DK group would never have a chance to turn things around again.
Xingshan Research Institute.
Lin Shuyao, under Tang Feng's guidance, was visiting the laboratory that was still under construction.
Although the Star Research Institute was not yet completed, the laboratories and other facilities were all finished.
Currently, the researchers were busy in the laboratory, not delaying their work at all.
Oh, have the engineers already started working?
Lin Shuyao was amazed at the scene before her.
Research and development have never stopped. Tang Fong nodded. These R&D personnel were transferred from my 6 R&D centers.
They have been involved in projects like nano-level carbon fiber and solid-state batteries.
Wow, that's amazing. Lin Shuyao turned back, looking at Tang Fong with admiration. Tang Fong, have you been preparing for this for years? Donating 60 million annually, this is not something an ordinary person can achieve. But in the future, you will reap the rewards.
These 6 R&D centers will continuously provide you with high-tech talents. Lin Shuyao had been following the situation of the R&D centers. She had heard the news. The talents cultivated by the R&D centers heard that President Tang was going to establish Star Auto, so they returned to the centers, ready to repay President Tang's kindness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many talents in the R&D centers.
This was precisely why Tang Fong was eager to establish the Star Research Institute. Too many top scientific talents had returned to join Tang Fong, and the R&D centers were overflowing.
This was the charisma of President Tang, truly influential.
Reaping the rewards? Hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong smiled, more or less.
Actually, the R&D centers have already started making profits. I not only don't need to invest for free anymore, but I am already making money. With the current achievements of the R&D centers, they were already generating substantial profits. Take the solid-state battery, for example. It was an extraordinary R&D project. Once the solid-state battery was mass-produced, the R&D centers would receive a profit for every car sold. This was a long-term and considerable income, enough to sustain the R&D expenses of the entire center. Currently, the development speed of the R&D centers was extremely fast. During the time of Star Auto's establishment alone, they had successively achieved 2 significant R&D breakthroughs. Moreover, the 6 R&D centers were advancing side by side. Upon receiving Tang Feng's tasks, they were all actively engaged in research and development. It was estimated that before long, Tang Feng's Star Research Institute would become a supplier in the entire new energy field. His R&D had always been at the industry's forefront, and other competitors would have to purchase patents from Tang Fong to innovate their technologies early.
Solid-state batteries, this is an industry revolution.
Lin Shuyao thought of the commonly used lithium iron phosphate and ternary lithium batteries, filled with doubts. I heard you plan to increase the mileage of Neptune and Uranus to 1,000 kilometers? She had seen that news. In the future, Neptune and Uranus would undoubtedly change the direction of the new energy market. Once the solid-state battery was officially put into use, these ordinary batteries would eventually be used in mid to low-end vehicles. Other high-end cars had a maximum range of only 1,000 kilometers.
Tang Feng's mid to low-end models could also achieve a 1,000-kilometer range. In comparison, how would consumers choose between the two? The outcome was predictable. It would definitely be the cost-effective Star Auto. It was evident that Tang Feng's Star Auto had just emerged and was already at the industry's peak. When Neptune and Uranus were officially launched, they would quickly seize the global market. Their overseas venture capital investment of several $billion would also be officially launched. In order to sell Star Auto globally, a high production rate must be achieved, and the overseas venture capital for building factories abroad happens to meet this requirement. With an investment of tens of billions of Hua currency, it is enough to establish a groundbreaking intelligent automobile factory that will shake the world. Upon hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong nodded thoughtfully. Currently, Neptune and Uranus have already been announced, and the highest configuration model will have a pure electric range of over 1,000 kilometers. It's important to note that these 2 cars are considered mid-range models. Even DK's Dragon series, the highest range is only 1,000 kilometers. Oh my, 1,000 kilometers.
Lin Shuyao looked at him in shock. You are truly a trendsetter in this industry.
If you release a new model, other competitors will have to follow suit.
Pausing for a moment, she continued, it seems that the future of the new energy sector is going to be even more exciting.
Is it bad to be exciting?
Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, the more competitive the car companies are, the more it will drive the industry forward, which is also a good thing for consumers.
You're right.
Lin Shuyao giggled happily, thank you, Tang Fong.
It's because of you that I gained recognition from overseas venture capital.
This project might make me famous in one fell swoop. It was her initiative to invest in Star Auto.
Therefore, after conducting market research internally, the company was quite satisfied with Lin Shuyao's proposal.
If they could reach an agreement with Star Auto this time and make new energy vehicles sell well globally, Lin Shuyao might truly become famous. Through this clever investment, she would gain the complete trust of the headquarters. From then on, her position within the company would only rise. Compared to Lu Wei's choices, Lin Shuyao was incredibly smart. She could clearly distinguish right from wrong and knew who was the most crucial link in the chain.
Thank me?
Tang Fong shrugged when he noticed her staring at him.
Thank me for what? Our project hasn't even officially started yet. Are you that confident?
Of course,
don't forget, I'm your crazy fan.
Lin Shuyao smiled and said lightly, the new car you've created is so irresistible, even I can't resist, let alone ordinary consumers.
She then asked curiously, by the way, can I see the new car you've prepared for the Muerai Auto Show?
Lin Shuyao was very curious, especially since Neptune and Uranus had caused such a sensation.
What would the upcoming latest model be like?
She wanted to be the first to experience it, to see this highly anticipated new car before anyone else.
The new car?
Tang Fong furrowed his brows upon hearing her question.
Is it not possible?
Lin Shuyao looked at him with big, pleading eyes and said pitifully, if it's not possible, then forget it.
I don't mind. There's no problem.
Tang Fong glanced at her and reminded her, after all, you are an investor in Star Auto, so it's perfectly fine to see the new car. Pausing for a moment, he added, but
I have to remind you, even if you fall in love with this car, you won't be able to buy it before the Muerai Auto Show, you'll have to wait.
Tang Fong was truly afraid that Lin Shuyao's love for cars would be uncontrollable.
Because the Polaris he had newly created almost encompassed all his research and creativity since he entered the industry. It was the most sincere work he had ever done. Even the previously globally popular DK Dragon couldn't compare to it. Polaris was like a new car from the future. It was the most meticulous and well-equipped car Tang Fong had worked on in the Star series. His goal was to win the crown at the Muerai Auto Show and make Polaris the most dazzling star of the entire exhibition. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Lin Shuyao was momentarily dumbfounded. Really?
She looked at Tang Fong with a face full of surprise, couldn't help but grab his hand. Is this new car really that amazing? The more you say, the more excited I get. I can't wait to go see it right away.
With that, Lin Shuyao raised her head, curiously asked, Tang Fong, how does its performance compare to DK Woolong? Is it stronger? DK Woolong?
Tang Fong was amused by her, chuckled lightly, there's simply no comparison. Beijing is the core brand of our Star Auto, specially crafted for the Muerai Auto Show. As long as it appears, it will surely lead the trend of the entire Muerai Auto Show. Although DK Woolong has strong performance, it is already a product of the previous generation. And the latest Beijing created by Tang Fong far surpasses Woolong, it is already far ahead.
After hearing Tang Feng's description, Lin Shuyao couldn't contain her excitement. She quickly pulled Tang Fong along, persuading him to visit the production workshop of Beijing. The production workshop of Beijing is the most advanced workshop in the entire automobile factory. Tang Fong and Lin Shuyao took a shuttle to the destination and walked towards the workshop together. In the vast workshop, robotic arms were constantly in motion. Parked next to the platform was a brand new car. The car's body lines were sleek and elegant, flowing like liquid metal under the lights, exuding a deep and mysterious blue luster. The surface of the car was covered with a layer of intelligent nano-coating. It could not only automatically adjust its color according to environmental temperature and light changes but also effectively absorb solar energy to provide additional energy supply for the vehicle. This was Tang Feng's new direction in research and development, solar energy light energy recovery. Many new energy electric vehicles nowadays come equipped with regenerative braking function. Through the vehicle's braking, additional energy supply is extracted for the battery. Of course, the performance of regenerative braking is still lacking, unable to compensate for the energy consumption of the vehicle, just slightly increasing the range. But solar energy supply is different. As long as the vehicle is parked outdoors, it can charge the battery anytime, anywhere under sunlight.
Although it cannot compare with fast charging in terms of charging speed, it significantly increases the vehicle's range. This. Lin Shuyao was completely dumbfounded when she saw Beijing in front of her, unable to even utter a complete sentence. The car in front of her seemed to come from the future. Its unique design and cutting-edge technology instantly immersed people in fantasies of the future world. In addition to the elegant body lines, the front of the car was particularly stunning. Embedded on the engine hood was a Beijing logo crafted from artificial zirconia, comparable to genuine moissanite. From a distance, it added a touch of luxury, elevating the car's sense of extravagance. Furthermore, Beijing also had a pair of slender LED headlights, resembling the eyes of stars, flashing with deep and bright light. These headlights not only had a high illumination effect but also could adjust light brightness and angle in real time through built-in sensors and cameras to ensure driving safety. Most importantly, they had a projection effect, providing the car owner with a visual feast at night. Is this Beijing? Lin Shuyao looked at the new car in front of her in shock, couldn't help but want to reach out and touch its front. This car was simply too stunning, both in terms of body and technology, leaving DK Woolong far behind. Especially the Beijing logo made of moissanite on the front, it was dazzling. In today's rapidly evolving new energy era, the speed of vehicle updates is extremely fast. If DK Woolong was once a phenomenal car, then this North Star will become the most fashionable guiding light of today. It's so beautiful, it's like my dream car. Lin Shuyao turned to look at Tang Fong, her eyes filled with admiration. Tang Fong, you're amazing. Just Neptune and Uranus alone are already impressive enough, and now, you have a North Star hidden away. She could hardly imagine the sensation it would cause if this North Star were brought to the Manhwa Auto Show. It would surely make waves throughout the automotive industry. While others were still struggling to match Woolong's new car, Tang Fong had already reached the pinnacle of new energy with the North Star. It was a real blow. So, can this North Star hold its own? Tang Fong asked Lin Shuyao with a smile. Absolutely, it's more than capable. Lin Shuyao exclaimed, pounding her chest. I can guarantee you, this North Star will definitely take the throne at the Manhwa Auto Show, no one can rival it. Seeing Lin Shuyao's serious expression, Tang Fong shrugged and said, I haven't even introduced its performance yet, and you're already so confident? Of course. Lin Shuyao nodded emphatically, even without mentioning the performance, just the high-tech appearance is enough to captivate fans. Pausing for a moment, she continued, after all, as the beloved President Tang, the only one who can defeat you is probably yourself. So far, no one had been able to break Woolong's sales myth. The only one capable of surpassing Woolong and crushing it into the ground would be Tang Feng's North Star. This North Star, in terms of both appearance and performance, was a killer compared to Woolong. Without a doubt, DK's last fig leaf was about to fall. Even if the second generation of Woolong could successfully launch, it would be no match for Starlight Motors. Hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong smiled and said to her, Woolong uses nano-level metal paint, which is a generation behind this car. This car uses intelligent nano coating. Pointing to the surface of the North Star's paint, he explained, this nano coating is the latest research achievement of our R&D center. It can effectively collect sunlight and convert it into electricity to increase the solid-state battery's range. Ah, solar power generation? Lin Shuyao was so astonished by Tang Feng's words that her mouth hung open. She had only heard of solar panels that generate electricity by absorbing sunlight, but it was the first time she had heard of paint coating that could generate electricity. If an electric car could also harness solar energy, wouldn't it mean a qualitative leap in its range? Most importantly, this car didn't need to carry a heavy solar panel or endure radiation to generate electricity. By using nano-level paint coating, it could recycle solar energy. This would surely cause a sensation. Undoubtedly, this North Star would change the direction of the entire new energy field. In the near future, all new energy sources might have to adopt this technology. Of course, the condition was that they had to purchase Tang Feng's patent. With this patent, Tang Fong could sit at home and collect royalties, making a fortune. It's unbelievable. Lin Shuyao sighed, it looks like I need to have my dad advance our investment plan. We must start our overseas factory construction plan early. Looking up, she added, I believe that as soon as this North Star is unveiled at the Manhwa Auto Show, it will immediately become a global sensation. By then, we must have a sufficiently large car factory to keep up with the production capacity. Compared to global sales, the production capacity of Red Bean Auto Factory was still insufficient, barely able to support domestic sales. If you want to kick off the overseas plan, you must have a car factory that is at least 10 times larger. Therefore, the construction plan for overseas venture capital must be carried out immediately. Of course, this is also Lin Yaowen's intention. The reason he sent Lin Shuyao over was to check Tang Feng's production plan. As long as Xingshan Motors is strong enough and has already started formal production, their overseas investment will fall into place immediately. However, there was one thing that Lin Yaowen didn't expect. His beloved daughter had long become someone else's little fan and had already fallen for him in advance. Buzz. While Tang Fong was showing Lin Shuyao around the North Star, he suddenly heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He took out his phone and glanced at it, only to find that it was Lin Jun calling.
Mr. Lin? Tang Fong answered the phone casually. President Tang, have you finished your visit?
Lin Jun's voice came through the phone. I've booked a table at the hotel for tonight.
How about having dinner with Shuyao? Sure, that's fine. Tang Fong nodded and asked, Mr. Lin, following your routine, it's like a blind date during the day, are we meeting the parents at night? Ha!
Lin Jun chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. Don't worry, President Lin is still abroad. It will take a few days before he returns.
Lowering his voice, he asked, President Tang, what do you think of Shuyao?
I'm not just randomly suggesting, this girl is nice, knowledgeable, and your #1 fan.
If you develop it well, it might lead to a good relationship. Hearing Lin Jun's words, Tang Fong couldn't help but smile. Mr. Lin, when did you start working as a matchmaker? Is Red Bean Technology going to be renamed Matchmaker Technology? Ha, look at what you're saying. I just think you two are a good match, right?
Lin Jun laughed. Shuyao is the princess of overseas venture capital, and you are a well-known young genius both at home and abroad. If you two get together, it would be a great story in terms of business and fate. Tang Fong chuckled and said meaningfully, at first, I thought since both of your surnames are Lin, you were planning to become my father-in-law.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Jun laughed heartily, as if remembering something, and quickly said, by the way, I heard that DK's chairman is back.
Have you heard about it? The chairman?
Tang Fong furrowed his brow and nodded.
It seems like there's something like that. I heard about it from Mr. Lu before.
Lin Jun pondered and said, I think, after Chairman Lu returns, the first thing he should do is catch up with you.
After all, his daughter quietly fired you.
As the chairman of the company, he should apologize to you in some way. Pausing, he continued, so, if Chairman Lu wants to visit our car factory, I have no objections. Lin Jun understood the bitterness of the chairman. Just imagine, a successful chairman who only went abroad for a trip and returned home to find his house stolen. Who could bear that? And the worst part is, the thief was his own daughter. Who could he reason with? It was truly a bitter pill to swallow. Hearing Lin Jun's words, Tang Fong nodded thoughtfully. Okay, Mr. Lin, you handle the negotiations with overseas venture capital.
Now that North Star has the concept funds, the plan for overseas factory construction can be officially implemented.
For Tang Fong, his friendship with DK had already ended. However, his past private relationship with the chairman still existed.
If he came knocking, having a drink and reminiscing wouldn't be a problem, of course, as long as the DK matter wasn't brought up.
After all, the chairman was a respectable person who knew his boundaries. Since Lu Wei had escalated the situation to this extent, he would never mention a word about it. Alright, I'll take care of the overseas matters. Lin Jun chuckled and said to Tang Fong, investing in overseas venture capital has long been a sure thing.
Have you noticed Shu Yao's gaze ever leaving you since she saw you?
With a meaningful tone, he added, Tang Fong, if Lin Yaowen didn't understand you, he wouldn't have sent his daughter to contact you. Upon hearing Lin Jun's words, Tang Fong was stunned. He never expected that Lin Jun, a science and engineering guy, would have insights into matters of the heart. It must be said that successful big shots have a well-rounded development in morality, intelligence, and physical fitness.
Both emotional intelligence and intellectual quotient must be at their peak. Tang Fong, who is it?
Just as Tang Fong finished talking with Lin Jun, Lin Shuyao approached with a curious expression. She had been completely captivated by the North Star just now and had no idea what Tang Fong and Lin Jun had discussed.
It's General Lin.
Tang Fong glanced at her and reminded, General Lin has booked a hotel for tonight, inviting us to dinner together.
Great.
Lin Shuyao's face lit up with a happy smile. We didn't have a chance to have a proper meal at noon, so it's perfect to have a drink together tonight.
Oh, seeing her so enthusiastic, Tang Fong asked curiously, can you hold your liquor well?
It's okay, a glass of red wine is no problem.
Just one glass, really? Tang Fong teased.
Lin Shuyao giggled and stuck out her tongue. I rarely drink, unless.
Unless what? Unless I'm drinking with you.
You're quite flattering. Of course, Lin Shuyao nodded, I have to thank you. If you hadn't arranged for the privilege, I wouldn't have had the chance to see this North Star today.
She sighed. Tang Fong, do you know?
Among so many car companies worldwide, only you can continuously surprise your fans.
I believe that after seeing this North Star, other fans will be even more excited than me. As a devoted fan of Tang Fong, Lin Shuyao was overjoyed by the North Star. As the head of overseas venture capital and a partner of Star Automobile, she was proud of her business acumen. With this North Star, their overseas venture capital would surely benefit greatly from this project. From then on, her title as the investment witch was firmly established. With this successful investment, she would instantly become famous in the investment world. Seeing Lin Shuyao's excited expression, Tang Fong asked with a smile, "Is this also a surprise to you? What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg of the North Star. It's still a concept model, and when it goes into production, it will showcase even more cutting-edge technology." Ah, more surprises? Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Lin Shuyao was instantly dumbfounded. Concept models from others usually feature the most advanced technology, while Tang Feng's concept model was just the initial version. His research and development center were constantly breaking through the latest technology, and when the model was officially produced, more achievements would be developed. By then, it would bring even more and bigger surprises to the fans. "It's unbelievable," Lin Shuyao said in shock. "Tang Fong, I increasingly realize that my vision is amazing. If we hadn't invested in Star Automobile for our overseas venture this time, I can't imagine how big an opportunity we would have missed." She never expected Tang Fong to bring her so many surprises. Initially, she had come out of curiosity, but after meeting, they unexpectedly hit it off. At least in Lin Shuyao's eyes, although Tang Fong was a highly awarded young man, there was no sense of distance between them. They got along quite well, chatting and laughing together. Upon hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong shrugged and said, "Indeed, without overseas venture capital, we would only delay entering the overseas market by a year at most. As long as the first few new cars are released, we won't lack funds." He was speaking the truth. Even without overseas venture capital, he could still dominate the overseas market. It's just that the scale of the factory would be relatively smaller. With the current popularity of Neptune and Uranus, selling well both domestically and internationally is not a problem. After the Moore Black Car exhibition, the North Star's rise to fame will firmly establish Star Auto in the global market. With Lin Shuyao's intelligence, she naturally understood this principle. So she quickly nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's why I said we are so lucky with our overseas venture capital, seizing this crucial opportunity directly." As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Tang Fong, do you still keep in touch with that Lu Wei?" "Lu Wei?" Tang Fong didn't expect her to suddenly mention Lu Wei's name and shook his head. "We haven't been in touch for a long time. Why?" Lin Shuyao lowered her head and murmured, "I saw someone online saying that you two seem to be in a romantic relationship." "Online?" Tang Fong found her amusing. "You believe in online gossip too? If we were in a romantic relationship, would I have left DK? So, you're really not?" Lin Shuyao, instantly alert, said, "Do you know? I was jealous for a long time because of this." Tang Fong looked at her amusedly. "Jealous? We haven't even met before. What's there to be jealous about? Because I've always liked you." Lin Shuyao bit her lip and said, "You said it yourself, with so many girls secretly admiring you, can't I be one of them? But you are the heiress of overseas venture capital." Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, "You grew up with a silver spoon, would you pay attention to us ordinary people?" "Tang Fong, you are not an ordinary person," Lin Shuyao said earnestly. "Do you know? You are the recipient of the highest award at Fornia University. Do you know what that means?" "What does it mean?" "It means no one in the world is your match. Even now, your award records are still displayed on Fornia University's honor wall. So, have you been to Fornia University?" Tang Fong, seeing her so knowledgeable, asked curiously. He hadn't really looked into this heiress in front of him. It seemed like it was time to gather some information about her. As the heiress of overseas venture capital, she must have already become the focus of the entire internet. There must be plenty of information and data about her online. Lin Shuyao explained, "Although I am not a student at Fornia University, I have participated in academic exchanges there, and all the legends about you were heard there." Pausing, she continued, "But, your name there seems to be T-stars, right?" "Yes." Tang Fong nodded somewhat surprised. "It seems you indeed know a lot about me. Few people know my foreign name, only old John and them know my English name." He, didn't expect that, right?" Lin Shuyao said smugly, "As I told you, I am your #1 fan. If I didn't understand you, would I dare to propose a multi-billion investment application to the headquarters?" She had a sentimental side, appearing like a starstruck lover. But she also had a rational side, never making mistakes in her work. Even regarding investment intentions in Star Auto, it was after careful research and risk assessment that she applied to the headquarters. After all, being Lin Yaowen's daughter, like father like daughter, they have never stumbled in business. Buzz. While the two were talking,
Tang Feng's phone in his pocket rang again.
He thought it was Lin Jun calling, but the caller ID displayed Lu Dianfeng, the old chairman.
Seeing the 3 words Lu Dianfeng, Tang Fong immediately furrowed his brows.
Obviously, Lin Jun's guess was correct.
Lu Dianfeng had returned and called him first thing.
"Hello, President Tang, long time no see." The familiar voice of Lu Dianfeng came through as soon as the call connected. "Chairman Lu, long time no see." Tang Fong smiled and asked, "How was your overseas trip? Was it smooth?" "Ah, don't mention it." Lu Dianfeng sighed and said, "What trip? It's nothing but trouble and suffering."
"President Tang, I really didn't expect that my precious daughter would mistakenly dismiss you. My old face is almost completely lost because of her."
"It's okay, Chairman." Tang Fong chuckled, "Isn't everything fine now?"
DK has old John in charge, and a few days ago, General Lu held a new car technology launch event.
"Ah, that launch event. Let's not talk about it."
Lu Dianfeng sighed, "The internet is going crazy now. DK has never been so embarrassed in all these years." Pausing, he continued, "I'm sorry, President Tang, I sincerely apologize to you." Lu Dianfeng helplessly said, "We've caused trouble for you at DK. There has been a lot of public opinion online about this matter recently, and I see it and feel it deeply. I really don't know how to resolve it." Every time he saw the public opinion online, it pained him. But the issue was caused by Lu Wei, and she was needed to solve it as the one who started it. So, Lu Dianfeng could only hope that Lu Wei would demonstrate her outstanding public relations skills. Unfortunately, to his surprise, Lu Wei not only failed to resolve the matter but also made it worse. For the sake of her fragile pride, she dragged the entire DK group into a quagmire. Now, President Tang has established Xingshan Motors and even founded the Xingshan Research Institute, completely bidding farewell to DK.
Meanwhile, DK can only lick its wounds and seek solace on its own.
Hearing Lu Dianfeng's apologetic tone, Tang Fong responded, "Chairman Lu, that matter is in the past, you don't need to apologize to me." Pausing, he added, "Now, I have established Xingshan Motors, and you have hired a new director for the Research Institute.
Isn't that good?"
"Ha?
Good?" Lu Dianfeng was dumbfounded. DK hired a new director for the Research Institute? That old-fashioned John, who always called you teacher, is he worthy of being compared to you? He's not qualified to sit in your former position as the institute's director. Back then, Lu Dianfeng went to great lengths to bring back the young genius Tang Fong. But now, they want to replace him with an old John? How is that possible? If others really had that ability, he wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. Thinking this, Lu Dianfeng sighed and said to Tang Fong, "President Tang, speaking of Xingshan Motors, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. After establishing Xingshan Motors, you will definitely bring new hope to our new energy sector. From now on, the new energy sector will have a leader." With emotion, he continued, "I believe you will surely lead our new energy industry to new heights." "Chairman Lu, you're too kind." Tang Fong laughed and shook his head. "Xingshan Motors has just been established. We don't have that much capability yet."
Lu Dianfeng smiled, "President Tang, don't be modest in front of me, I'm speaking from the heart." Pausing, he added, "In the entire new energy industry, no one can match you. Take the example of the old John you just mentioned earlier. I will never acknowledge his position. He is not qualified to be the director of the DK Research Institute. For me, the director of the DK Research Institute can only be Director Tang, and it will only be Director Tang." Lu Dianfeng expressed his true thoughts passionately. Although he knew that Tang Fong would not return to DK or be the director of the DK Research Institute again. However, the DK Research Institute will always reserve the position of director, because besides Director Tang, no one else has the ability to serve as the director of the institute. Perhaps in the future, DK will hire some technical experts at high salaries to be DK's research consultants, but none of them will be able to sit in the director's seat. Tang Fong did not expect Lu Dianfeng to say such words and asked meaningfully, "Chairman, are you trying to push me out?" "No, absolutely not." Lu Dianfeng smiled bitterly, "Director Tang, the troubles we caused must be borne by us." Pausing, he continued, "DK has done so many things that have disappointed you. How can I face you and ask you to come back? Even if you give me this face and agree to return to DK, I can't accept it." Lu Dianfeng knew his boundaries and understood the concept of leaving a way out for oneself. If he were to beg at a time like this, he might not even have friends in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Dianfeng sighed, "Let's not dwell on the past. Director Tang, I heard that Lin invested billions for you? If there's a chance, can I visit your car factory?" He was still very interested in Tang Feng's new company. After all these years, he had always considered Tang Fong as his future son-in-law and had even thought about matching Lu Wei and Tang Fong. However, after the recent events at DK, Lu Dianfeng had given up completely.
Especially after hearing that the heiress of overseas venture capital had arrived, he abandoned his thoughts even more. In terms of family background, talent, emotional intelligence, and character, do you have anything that can compare to her?
In terms of family background, Lin Yaowen is the president of the Asia-Pacific Business Association and the wealthiest Chinese investor globally, easily surpassing Lu Dianfeng. In terms of talent, Lin Shuyao became the head of overseas venture capital in the Asia-Pacific region at a young age, a position that Lu Wei could not match. As for emotional intelligence and character, there was no need to elaborate further. Lu Wei had long been trampled underfoot by her. Compared to her, she couldn't find a single advantage. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Dianfeng compromised with himself. Since he couldn't be a son-in-law, he would settle for being a friend. After all, he couldn't be an enemy, could he? Hearing Lu Dianfeng's request, Tang Fong was not surprised, as even Lin Jun could have guessed this. Thinking about it, Tang Fong nodded with a smile. Of course, Director Lu, Starlight Motors always welcomes your visit. Lu Dianfeng had no ill intentions, he just wanted to see the scale of Starlight Motors. For Tang Fong, this was not a big deal. After all, soon the overseas car factory would officially start operating, and within 3 months, Starlight Motors would go global. By then, even the former industry leader, DK Group, would have to look up to Starlight Motors. Without Director Tang, DK New Energy would gradually decline and never regain its former glory. Good, thank you, Director Tang. Lu Dianfeng smiled meaningfully and said, I hope that our two companies can work together in the future and contribute to the development of new energy vehicles together. As the chairman of the DK Group, he was now uncertain. There was no other way, he had to clean up the mess caused by his beloved daughter. Today, the DK Group is in a sorry state, already on a downward spiral. If the chairman doesn't step up, DK might collapse.
Dad, what's going on?
Just as Lu Dianfeng hung up the phone, Lu Wei walked in from the door.
What's going on? Lu Dianfeng put down his phone and stared at Lu Wei. He was getting angrier the more he looked at his daughter. A high-achieving graduate from Tiffany Business School with dual master's degrees, and she managed the company like this? It was truly disappointing. Lu Wei looked at Lu Dianfeng and asked curiously, is there a chance for President Tang to come back?
She was under immense pressure, pinning all her hopes on her father.
What do you think?
Lu Dianfeng's face turned cold as he stared at her.
Wei, have you forgotten what I told you last time? Because of your recklessness, I can't even face President Tang on the phone.
Tang Feng's probing reply had embarrassed Lu Dianfeng for a long time.
Invite him back? Could he swallow his pride? With the chance of having President Tang as a son-in-law gone, DK was now in a dilemma. Dad, I know I was wrong. Lu Wei lowered her voice, sighed, and said, is there a way to fix this now?
The board is watching me closely. I need to give them an explanation. Although the old chairman had returned, the company's crisis was far from over. If they couldn't resolve this matter, the board would come knocking sooner or later.
All right, I'll handle this.
Lu Dianfeng looked at her with disappointment, about to scold her, when a knock on the door interrupted.
Chairman Lu, board members are here.
The chairman's secretary stood at the door, calling out to Lu Dianfeng.
What? The board?
Upon hearing the secretary's words, Lu Dianfeng furrowed his brow instantly.
Why were the board members here? Those in the know understood.
For the board members, the last thing they wanted was their interests compromised. Despite Lu Dianfeng being the largest shareholder of DK Group, when it came to company development issues, the board would voice their opinions. Clearly, they were here at this critical moment because of President Tang. Shareholders cared little for appearances or substance, they only wanted to protect their interests.
With this in mind, Lu Dianfeng gestured to the secretary, let them in. Yes, Chairman Lu.
The secretary acknowledged and hurried outside. Before long, Directors Su and Dang, among others, walked in together.
Chairman, you're back? How have you been? After entering the office, Su Lei and Director Dang greeted Lu Dianfeng with smiles.
I'm fine, with so much happening in the group recently, I appreciate the board's concern.
Lu Dianfeng glanced at everyone, responding with a smile. Oh, not at all.
Su sighed, Chairman, you're getting older, wanting to support Wei, we all understand. He continued, Wei is a graduate of Tiffany Business School, with dual master's degrees in management.
We all highly regard her, but... Su didn't finish his sentence, instead turning to Lu Dianfeng.
No matter how wrong the young lady was, they couldn't criticize her, especially with her father present. Well, I understand your thoughts, Lu Dianfeng nodded calmly. During my absence, Wei indeed caused some trouble.
I apologize for her mistakes to everyone. Oh, you're too kind, Chairman. Chairman, you've overwhelmed us.
Exactly, Chairman, this is not your fault.
Upon hearing Lu Dianfeng's words, the shareholders all chimed in.
Regardless, Lu Jianfeng was ultimately the chairman of the company and also its largest shareholder. As members of the board of directors, they could only obediently follow Lu's lead. Everyone, as the chairman of the group, I will be accountable to all of you. Lu Jianfeng stood up, gazing at the crowd and said, if you have any thoughts or requests, feel free to speak up, and we will solve them together. Well, Su Dong and Deng Dong exchanged a glance, wearing grim expressions as Su Dong spoke up, Chairman, actually, it's not a big deal. Su Dong stood to the side and continued, the group has been established for so many years, and we've weathered many storms. Whatever difficulties arise, we can work together to find solutions. There's no need to blame General Manager Lu. That's right, Chairman Lu. Lin Bingqi interjected, Vivi has just taken over the company's affairs, a small mistake is inevitable, as long as we find a way to remedy it. For the board members, creating conflicts and stirring up disputes held no benefits. What they wanted was to solve the problem. As long as the group could overcome the current difficulties, they would be fine, ensuring they wouldn't cause trouble again. However, how should the problem be solved? Obviously, they couldn't avoid the initial topic, please bring back Director Tang. In their view, if Lu Wei couldn't solve the problem, then it was up to the chairman to do so. In any case, either the father or daughter had to bring Director Tang back. Both being sly old foxes, how could Lu Jianfeng not understand their intentions? He furrowed his brow, staring at the crowd and asked, why don't you all share your thoughts on how to remedy this situation? Su Dong turned to look at Lin Bingqi beside him, then raised his head and said, Chairman, as you know, the core of DK lies in the DK Research Institute. And the key figure in the DK Research Institute is Director Tang. Now that Director Tang has been dismissed, our group is like a body without a soul. Yes, Chairman Lu. Lin Bingqi nodded, since Director Tang left DK, our group has completely collapsed and reached a point of no return. Now that you've returned from abroad, we need to find a way to save our group. Clearly, the board members' goal was unanimous, to bring back Director Tang. Even though they knew Tang Fong had founded Starlight Motors and the Starlight Research Institute, they still had confidence in the chairman. In their view, just as the former chairman had persuaded Director Tang with sincerity, now he could atone for his daughter's mistakes and bring Director Tang back once more. However, they had not considered one thing at all. The chairman also had his reputation to uphold, not just his own but also that of DK. Director Tang had clearly stated he would not return to DK. Going to trouble him further would be a disgrace. As a chairman known for his righteousness, he would never do such a thing. Hearing Su Dong and Lu Dong's words, Lu Jianfeng's face turned grim, and he frowned, saying, I understand what you're saying, but Director Tang has already started his own business and won't come back to DK. We have to accept this fact. But Su Dong opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. He had much to say but feared offending the chairman. Therefore, he swallowed his words and remained silent. Lin Bingqi, noticing Su Dong's despondent expression, reminded, Old Lu, we may not bring Director Tang back, but we must maintain this relationship. As she spoke, she turned to look at Lu Wei. In my opinion, why don't you just become a matchmaker? Wei Wei is not young anymore, so why not try to match her with Director Tang? If they become a family, wouldn't this issue be resolved? A family? Lu Qifeng turned to look at her, furrowing his brows and shouting, you sure have a vivid imagination. Do you think I haven't considered this matter? I've long wanted Director Tang to be my son-in-law, but do I have the qualifications for that? What? Upon hearing Lu Qifeng's words, everyone present was stunned. You don't have the qualifications? But you are the chairman of DK Group. If even you don't have the qualifications, then who does? Lu Qifeng saw the looks on everyone's faces and knew they simply didn't understand. He sighed and said, let me tell you the truth, overseas venture capital is already planning to invest in Director Tang. The one who came to discuss cooperation with him is none other than Lin Yaowen's daughter. Lin Yaowen's daughter? The shareholders looked at each other in disbelief. Who was Lin Yaowen? He was the most famous Chinese entrepreneur, the president of the Asia-Pacific Business Association, a name known to all. If his daughter teamed up with Director Tang, wouldn't that be a powerful alliance? Who could compete with them then? Compared to Lin Yaowen, Lu Qifeng was clearly not on the same level. The directors instantly understood the implications of Lu Qifeng's words. Could an ordinary group chairman compare to the president of a business association? He was the wealthiest figure in the Chinese community, and just in terms of status, he could outshine Lu Qifeng by miles. Originally, Lu Qifeng had hoped his daughter and Director Tang would fall in love freely. After all, they were of similar age and background. But what he didn't expect was that on her first day at work, Lu Wei would have a falling out with Director Tang. Although Director Tang was known for his good character, he couldn't withstand Lu Wei's antics. What could have been resolved with a simple apology, she had to complicate. Now, not only did she drive director Tang to start his own business, but she also shattered Lu Chifeng's dream of a son-in-law.
The entire DK group was now in crisis. Chairman Lu, am I hearing this right?
Lin Bingqi, who was standing on the side, was completely bewildered and asked, "You mean
the president of the Asia-Pacific Business Association?"
Lu Chifeng turned to look at her, furrowing his brows, and asked, "How many overseas venture capitals are there in the world?" Any entrepreneur would be familiar with those 4 words. Investment groups were closely tied to the interests of major companies. Therefore, the directors knew what those 4 words meant.
What? Lin Bingqi was shocked, looking flustered as she asked, "What should we do?" Chairman Lu, you have to come up with a solution. We can't afford to lose Director Tang at DK.
Yes,
Chairman Lu. Director Su nodded and said, "It's almost impossible to bring Director Tang back now, unless what?"
Lu Chifeng turned to look at them, furrowing his brows. At this point, are you still dreaming? They knew deep down that the directors were holding on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that Lu Wei and Tang Fong would develop something. But even after he had spoken to this extent, they still didn't understand. Upon hearing Lu Chifeng's words, the directors exchanged glances and began discussing among themselves, each offering their thoughts on the matter.
Chairman Lu, we understand what you're saying, but we have to find a way to make it work. Yes, if we don't have Director Tang, DK won't last long. Let's put it this way, we are completely reliant on Director Tang's technology. Without his authorization, we can't even produce a new car. Chairman Lu, where can we find such a talented young person like Director Tang?
For Vivian's happiness, you have to create opportunities and fight to win him back.
The directors looked up at Lu Jianfeng and made the proposal. Lu Jianfeng frowned as he saw their enthusiastic faces and asked, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Setting aside the interference of the overseas venture capitalist's daughter, even if I were to propose to Director Tang on my own, would she agree?"
Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I know everyone is anxious because of Director Tang's situation.
But have any of you thought that if you had approved my proposal back then at the board meeting, would DK Group be facing this crisis now?" Upon hearing Lu Jianfeng's words, everyone fell silent instantly.
They all felt guilty in their hearts. The former chairman had offered some shares to Tang Fong to retain the young genius and suggested his inclusion in the board. The shareholders pitted the company's shares and believed Tang Fong was too young to enter the company's top management. Therefore, they did not approve the proposal. Later, when Tang Fong achieved numerous honors and patents, the shareholders regretted their decision. Tang Fong refused their shares and devoted all his energy to the 6 research and development centers.
It was precisely because of Tang Feng's foresight back then that the Star Research Institute exists today.
The 6 research and development centers that once needed support are now all profitable, continuously providing high-tech talents to Tang Fong.
Why is everyone silent now?
Lu Jianfeng looked at the people in front of him and reminded, "Yes, it's true that Vivian mishandled this matter, we have to admit.
But," pausing, he continued, "everyone, think carefully, where does the real problem lie? If you hadn't been so short-sighted back then, would today's situation have occurred?"
After saying this, he gave a meaningful reminder, from top to bottom, we at DK Group are all at fault for Director Tang.
Now, you want me to go and invite Director Tang back with this old face of mine? Do you think Director Tang will come back?
Well, the directors were momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say.
Indeed, as Lu Jianfeng pointed out, they had been short-sighted.
For the sake of a few shares back then, they lost a young genius and pushed DK Group to the edge of a cliff.
This matter couldn't be solely blamed on Lu Wei. All the shareholders had their share of responsibility.
If they hadn't been so myopic back then, if they had included Tang Fong in the board, given him shares and rights, he wouldn't have been dismissed by the new CEO Lu Wei.
The entire DK Group had a problem with this matter. Ah, Director Lu, it was indeed our fault back then.
Lin Bingqi sighed deeply, looking up and saying, "But we have to think of a solution, we can't just watch DK fall like this."
She added, "Now, we can't compete in the high-end car sector, we have to pay high patent fees, and the mid to low-end models are being criticized so harshly, we can't just stop operations, can we?"
"Yes, Director Lu." Another director nodded, "The current situation requires us to find a way to get through this crisis. DK must maintain its position." Hearing their words, Lu Jianfeng said thoughtfully, "There are indeed ways. Since we have done wrong by Director Tang, we have to bear the consequences." Raising his voice, he declared, "Starting now, immediately resume the production plans for all high-end cars, and DK Woolong must go into full production. Even if we have to pay more patent fees, we cannot stop operations."
What? Everyone was stunned by Lu Jianfeng's words.
They looked at each other in disbelief, wearing expressions of incredulity.
Resume production for all high-end cars? Doesn't that mean DK Group is now working for Director Tang?
If they have to pay double the patent fees, the profit margin of all models of the DK group would almost become zero. As long as it doesn't turn negative, it's considered a victory for them. With this production plan, will DK still make a profit? Even if they work day and night without stopping production, there might not be any profit. According to DK Group's annual financial reports from previous years, these dozen production lines need to create dozens of small targets for Tang Fong every year. This isn't just patent fees, it's a real money-making machine. However, although the shareholders are shocked on the surface and feel sorry for the company's net profit, they have to agree with Lu Chifeng's point of view. For the DK Group, it's not about how much profit to create now, but how to survive. Although producing high-end cars means high patent fees, the production line cannot stop. They have only this path. If they don't work for Chairman Tang for free, at least half of DK's production lines would have to be idle. Seeing the directors silent, Lu Chifeng stared at them and asked, "Do any of you have any objections to this matter?" "No objections." Director Su smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "Chairman Lu, you are the chairman, we all follow your lead, but these patent fees are really high. Since you have such a good relationship with Chairman Tang, can't you?" "No." Before Director Su could finish speaking, Lu Chifeng interrupted. "No matter how good my relationship with Chairman Tang is, it doesn't involve money. I have a good relationship with you. Would you be willing to give your shares to Chairman Tang for free?" Looking at Director Su, he said, "If you are willing, I will go and negotiate." "Well," Director Su smiled bitterly, embarrassed. "Chairman Lu, to be honest with you, we mentioned the share issue with Chairman Tang a few days ago, but unfortunately, Chairman Tang didn't even consider it." "Of course not, Lin Jun gave Chairman Tang $1 billion. Do you think Chairman Tang would care about your small amount of money?" Lu Chifeng glanced at him, reminding, "Besides, if you give your shares now, everyone will know what your intentions are." After saying this, he said meaningfully, "At this point, don't try to take shortcuts, work steadily, and focus on getting things done first." Yes, that's what the chairman said. This time, Director Su and the others were all speechless, no one dared to say anything else. Lu Chifeng's words were clear: if there was a chance to salvage the situation, he would definitely try his best. However, Chairman Tang has already established a new brand and received investments from overseas venture capital. What chance does DK have now? Alright, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, directors, please go back first. Lu Chifeng looked at the time and reminded, "We can discuss the remaining matters at the board meeting later." "Okay, Chairman Lu, you just returned to the country, take a good rest first. We won't disturb you for now." The directors nodded and hurriedly left. In front of Lu Wei, they dared to speak up, but in front of Lu Chifeng, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There was no way, the old chairman still had a certain authority, otherwise, DK Group wouldn't have reached its current position. "Dad, thank you for helping me out." Lu Wei, seeing the office finally calm down, walked up to Lu Chifeng and said, "Thank me for what?" Lu Chifeng self-deprecatingly smiled, shook his head and said, "To be honest, this isn't your fault, it's mine." He sighed, "If I hadn't called you back from Wall Street, perhaps DK Group wouldn't have encountered so many problems." "Dad, please don't say that." Lu Wei knew that Lu Dianfeng was very disappointed in her. She lowered her head and said, "I know I have let you down. I will work hard to make sure you won't be disappointed anymore." "Alright, you don't need to thank me, nor apologize to me," Lu Dianfeng said thoughtfully. "The person you really need to apologize to is President Tang." "Dad, I have already apologized to him." Lu Wei explained, "During the last meal we had together, I sincerely expressed my apologies to him." "Not enough." Lu Dianfeng glanced at her, his words carrying deep meaning. "I want to see you apologize to him in person." With that, Lu Dianfeng reminded her, "Next time I visit the Star Auto Factory, you will come with me." "What? I'm going too?" Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Star Auto Factory. Under Tang Feng's guidance, Lin Shuyao explored all the workshops with great excitement. It wasn't until they entered the office that Lin Shuyao still couldn't get enough of the North Star. North Star, what a great name. Lin Shuyao looked at Tang Fong with admiration. "Tang Fong, do you know? The diamond emblem of the North Star is one of the most beautiful emblems I have ever seen, no doubt. Although the moissanite diamond was artificially synthesized, it was still quite expensive. More importantly, it had a high cost-performance ratio. Using moissanite for the emblem was both luxurious and elegant, creating a visually striking impact. Especially for a beautiful girl like Lin Shuyao, it was irresistible." "Is that so?" Hearing Lin Shuyao's praise, Tang Fong chuckled, "To earn your approval is not easy." It seems. The development of this emblem was quite successful. To highlight the theme of the North Star, Tang Fong specifically chose the sparkling moissanite. Under the sun's rays, the moissanite emitted a dazzling light like the North Star, perfectly matching the car's name. Lin Shuyao was a renowned car collection expert, having seen countless cars, so her high praise for the North Star was not easy to come by. Unfortunately, the North Star was crafted using the latest technology. Many of its features were cutting-edge technologies not yet officially announced. Not only Lin Shuyao, even the world's top car critics would give it a thumbs up. By the way, was the car's infotainment system co-developed with Hongdo technology? Lin Shuyao suddenly remembered the vehicle's infotainment system and asked curiously.
In terms of software interaction, Lin Jun's Hongdo technology was undoubtedly top tier.
For them to develop the North Star's infotainment system would be a blow to other car manufacturers.
Yes, Lin is in charge of the infotainment system.
Tang Fong nodded, pulling out a promotional brochure and handing it to Lin Shuyao. As Lin Shuyao looked at it, her eyes widened in astonishment.
Vehicle home connectivity, L6 intelligent driving assistance? My goodness, am I seeing this right?
As far as she knew, most car manufacturers' intelligent driving systems were still at L2 and L3 levels, and full autonomous driving had not yet been fully implemented.
But Tang Feng's North Star had reached the level of L6?
Lin Shuyao had no idea about the scope of L6 intelligent driving, as it was completely unheard of to her. However, she was familiar with L3 level intelligent driving. The whole world was developing L3 level intelligent driving, and here you were, leaping to L6. How could others keep up? While others were still learning to walk, you were already flying? Thinking about this, Lin Shuyao looked at Tang Fong in bewilderment and asked, Tang Fong, what's the deal with this L6 intelligent driving?
Can your car drive itself?
She had only seen true autonomous driving in movies, like Batman's Batmobile, and now it seemed like she was about to witness real autonomous driving.
Tang Feng's development of this North Star vehicle has really reached this level?
Seeing Lin Shuyao's surprised expression, Tang Fong chuckled and said to her, cars driving themselves, isn't that very normal? We mastered this technology a year ago. Pausing for a moment, he continued, now what we have developed is the L6 fully automatic driving system. In the future, new energy vehicles won't need manual control at all.
With just a light tap on your phone, the vehicle can drive automatically.
You can use it for deliveries, takeout, fetching documents at the office, no need for anyone to supervise in the car.
Ha!
Lin Shuyao was completely dumbfounded at his words.
Fully automatic driverless? Does that mean entering the world of cyberpunk? Does it mean that from now on, new energy vehicles are going to change the world's landscape?
Seeing Lin Shuyao's astonished expression, Tang Fong shrugged and said, of course, current regulations still do not allow for driverless vehicles, it will require the technology to mature completely before obtaining approval. After saying this, he took out an authorization letter and said, however, we have already applied in advance, and I believe it won't be long before this technology can be fully realized. The reason why driverless vehicles are temporarily not allowed is that the technology has not reached that level yet. When the new technology jointly developed by Tang Fong and Lin Jun is launched, it will completely change the current situation. The development of new energy in the country is progressing rapidly. Obviously, with the launch of the North Star, it will lead domestic new energy towards higher realms.
Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Lin Shuyao's face was full of admiration. She looked at Tang Fong in front of her with an exaggerated expression. How did you do it?
Everyone else is researching intelligent driving, and you went straight to developing driverless technology.
Do you know how big the gap between the two is? These are completely different fields.
Only when intelligent driving is fully breakthrough, will there be time to develop driverless technology.
Undoubtedly, Tang Fong has already overcome the current difficulties.
Otherwise, he wouldn't focus on driverless technology. The so-called driverless technology is actually the new direction for all new energy vehicle companies to research in the future. Intelligent driving is already very mature now. It can already achieve full city driving assistance, effectively reducing the driver's fatigue.
And after intelligent driving reaches its peak, the future research direction will inevitably be driverless.
But who would have thought that while major car companies are still striving to develop intelligent driving and know nothing about driverless technology, Tang Fong has already made some progress in this field.
How can others compare to this? It's simply a knockout blow.
Thinking of this, Lin Shuyao raised her head, looking curious, and asked, Tang Fong, can you talk about your research and development achievements?
How far has your L6 intelligent driving reached? Well, Tang Fong smiled at her and reminded, specific data will be officially announced at the Muriai Auto Show, but,
pausing, he continued, since you are our Starlight Auto's overseas investor, I can disclose some information to you in advance.
Really? That's great.
Lin Shuyao, upon hearing this, immediately showed a happy smile, her big watery eyes forming a crescent moon. Seeing Lin Shuyao smiling at him, Tang Fong asked her, "Do you remember the laser radar on the roof of the North Star?"
I do.
Other radars integrate 128 independent lasers, while our laser radar has reached 360.
What? 360?
Lin Shuyao was startled. Has the North Star's radar reached this level already? Having bought many new energy vehicles, she naturally knew what this meant. The typical LiDAR has a long-range detection capability of only 200 meters, outputting massive three-dimensional real-time data at an ultra-high point frequency of 153 million per second. However, the latest LiDAR on the Polaris has already reached a long range of over 300 meters, with real-time output of three-dimensional data reaching a staggering 3.8 million. This is Tang Feng's latest breakthrough in the field of intelligent driving, as he has developed the industry's top-notch intelligent chip. With this intelligent chip, his achievements in the field of intelligent driving have far surpassed those of other competitors. Even looking worldwide, no one can reach his level.
My goodness, I can't even imagine.
Lin Shuyao's eyes were full of admiration as she turned to Tang Fong beside her, her face filled with disbelief as she asked, "Tang Fong, a question has been lingering in my mind for a long time.
I can't fathom what kind of female CEO would actually bring a super genius like you in front of us. What could she possibly be thinking?" She now, like Lin Jun, had the idea of presenting a banner to Lu Wei. If it weren't for the legendary female CEO Lu Wei, she would never have had the chance to meet Tang Fong, let alone collaborate with Star Auto. If Lu Wei were standing in front of her now, she would definitely show her utmost respect. Ha! Tang Fong didn't expect her to mention Lu Wei. Furrowing his brows he asked, "Why, are you curious?"
Of course. Lin Shuyao couldn't help but chuckle. "I watched that live broadcast and know what happened between you two, but
I really can't understand why she didn't bring you back."
Pausing, she continued, "If it were me, even if I had to kneel, I would bring you back."
Isn't that exaggerating?
Tang Fong chuckled lightly, shrugging at her. Lin Shu shook her head. "I'm not exaggerating, I'm stating facts." She explained earnestly, "Because of the investment in Star Auto, I conducted a detailed investigation on DK Group.
I found
that since you left DK, the company's stocks evaporated by billions, and the company was in chaos, a serious corporate crisis. But even with such a serious crisis in the company, she, as the new CEO, remained indifferent. Not only did she not bring you back, but she also brought in an old expert from abroad, which is truly incomprehensible." Lin Shuyao also graduated from a prestigious university and, like her father's arrangement, entered overseas venture capital. However, her experience with Lu Wei was completely different. She was not only very meticulous in her work but also very rational.
Since joining overseas venture capital, she has been highly valued by senior management.
Just looking at the investment proposal for Star Auto, this visionary investment project alone has made all the senior executives look at her with admiration. Tang Fong didn't expect her to know so much about him. Looking at her with interest, he said, "Well,
why don't you tell me, if you were Lu Wei, what would you do?"
"Ha? Me?" Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Lin Shuyao was instantly stunned. What would I do? Lin Shuyao had never really considered this question. But for her, could this even be considered a problem? She was very clear that if she were Lu Wei, such layoffs would never happen. Even if they did, she would quickly realize her mistake. So what if there's a mistake? Maybe by apologizing to President Tang, she could even gain some public favor. After all, with the new CEO taking office in such circumstances, she would have more credibility. DK Group is not a small entity, they hold the major arteries. What qualifications do you have to challenge them? At this moment, not only do you need to humble yourself, but you also have to do everything possible to keep him. Otherwise, you will definitely become the scapegoat of the company. With this in mind, Lin Shuyao raised her head and said, "If I were her, I would come to you first and explain everything clearly. What if I ask you to apologize in public?" Tang Fong looked at her and asked tentatively, "Then I'll apologize, what's the big deal?" Lin Shuyao chuckled, "Even if you ask me to offer myself, I would agree." "Offer yourself?" Tang Fong was amused by her. "So, are you waiting for me here?" Lin Shuyao and Lu Wei are completely different in character. She always does what she says, never engaging in useless idealism. Since she said she would apologize proactively, she would definitely do so. Moreover, she would persistently try to bring herself back at all costs. There's no way around it. This girl grew up abroad since she was young and knows very well how to express her emotions. Although Lu Wei also studied abroad and even holds 2 master's degrees, these sisters have become foolishly bookish, with Lin Shuyao's personality being like night and day compared to Lu Wei's. Lin Shuyao smiled faintly and approached, asking, "Speaking of offering myself, I almost forgot. I came to see you this time to be your girlfriend." Tang Fong glanced at her, about to speak, but then Lin Jun walked in from outside.
Shuyao, how was the tour?
Lin Jun walked up with a smile, staring at Lin Shuyao.
Oh, Uncle Lin, why did you come at this time?
I was discussing business with Tang Fong. Lin Shuyao looked at Lin Jun helplessly, pouting. She had just wanted to hear Tang Feng's response but unexpectedly got interrupted by Lin Jun.
Ha ha. Lin Jun laughed, instantly understanding something. How about I leave first?
No, we're just joking with you. Lin Shuyao giggled, looking up and saying, Uncle Lin, Tang Fong just showed me the latest car you developed, the Polaris. She exclaimed, wow, that car is truly amazing. I believe at the upcoming Muerai Auto Show, you will definitely attract the world's attention.
Ha, not bad, right?
Lin Jun's face showed a proud expression. Since cooperating with President Tang, I've learned a lot from him, and our red bean technology has also made significant breakthroughs. After saying this, he pointed to the manual on the table. I can guarantee you've never seen such advanced intelligent driving. Our self-developed L6 level smart driving system is leading globally. Lin Shuyao nodded. Tang Fong already introduced it earlier. I can't believe you've actually developed the latest standard top-tier chip. It's worth noting that chips have always been a sore point for domestic new energy vehicles. Up to now, domestic manufacturers still use foreign chips. While these chips perform well, they come at a high price, which is why new energy prices have always been unable to reach the lowest point.
However, after years of hard work and research, Tang Feng Star Research Institute has developed an intelligent chip that leads globally. This is the result of the joint efforts of 6 research centers.
It didn't take long to break through this latest technology. From now on, whether it's the domestic new energy industry or the digital technology industry, they will reach new heights. Among them, Lin Jun is the happiest. Whether it's his red bean technology or the Star Auto created with Tang Fong, they have solved the chip problem. From now on, the next wrangling chip technology from abroad will no longer be a constraint. For car systems and smart driving, the most important things are chips and algorithms. Lin Jun said to Lin Shuyao, the technology we have now has long surpassed the scope of intelligent driving.
In the future, Director Tang and I might pre-research unmanned driving technology. Too advanced.
Lin Shuyao exclaimed, Uncle Lin, I am so fortunate to cooperate with you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that Star New Energy has developed to this extent. For someone like her who frequently buys new energy vehicles, these technologies are so impressive.
But what about the traditional car companies specializing in fuel vehicles? Isn't this a blow to them?
While they are still developing outdated car systems, they don't even have a grasp of intelligent driving technology. Just the smooth interaction of the new energy vehicle system alone makes them fall behind.
Today's new energy has surpassed their understanding of vehicles.
Refrigerators, TVs, large sofas, intelligent driving, acceleration of 0.2 seconds per 100 kilometers, these are all challenges they find difficult to solve. To learn these new technologies, they not only need to solve technical problems but also cost issues. Once, a famous car company from an island nation, in disbelief, bought a domestically produced new energy vehicle to disassemble it. After dismantling all the vehicle parts and estimating the costs, they found that if they were to use their supply chain to build this car, the production cost alone would be 3,000 to 4,000 higher than the selling price. Just from the production line, they were already at a disadvantage.
Compared to domestically produced new energy vehicles, the supply chain of traditional car companies is in disarray.
With high costs, they have no way to compete with new energy in the market.
Ah, I am also embarrassed.
Lin Jun heard Lin Shuyao's words and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the opportunity to cooperate with Director Tang, I would still be in the dark. Saying this, Lin Jun suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his phone. Pointing at the phone screen, he said to Tang Fong, right, Director Tang, I just received news that DK Group is going to restart the production line of high-end cars.
Starting today, the second generation of Woolong's plan will also be restarted. The second generation of Woolong? Tang Fong was stunned when he saw the news on his phone.
Lin Jun's smile could no longer be concealed, and he said with a smile, congratulations, Director Tang.
From today on, the entire DK will work for you for free. With double the patent fees, you are guaranteed to make a fortune. DK is really restarting the high-end car plan? Tang Fong looked at Lin Jun with some confusion.
He never expected the old chairman to have such courage. If DK restarts the high-end car plan, there will be no profits in the short term, but it can temporarily stabilize the group's development.
Most importantly, Tang Fong will be the ultimate beneficiary.
Judging by the production volume of these DK workshops, this time, Tang Fong is really going to make a lot of money.
My goodness, the price paid by DK Group is too high, isn't it?
Lin Shuyao widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Miss Lu caused trouble, and in the end, the old chairman had to foot the bill.
She knows everything about DK and what this represents.
For the old chairman, this was the only way out. Unable to bring back Director Tang and having to pay for his daughter's mistakes, he had no choice but to adopt this method. Only by temporarily stabilizing DK Group's production volume can the development of DK be ensured. Even if there is no profit in the short term, at least the stock market will not rapidly decline. There was no choice but to bear the consequences of dismissing Director Tang. Lin Jun glanced at Lin Shuyao and nodded. Shuyao, do you now realize how correct your choice was?
Cooperating with Director Tang is our fortune. Do you know how many people in the industry are eager for this moment? Of course I know.
Lin Shuyao giggled and turned to Lin Jun, saying, Uncle Lin, I am President Tang's #1 diehard fan. I've buttered him up so much, he will definitely cherish this hard-earned opportunity for cooperation.
Everyone witnessed the plight of Lu Wei in DK Group. With her as a cautionary tale, who would dare to follow in her footsteps?
Lin Jun chuckled and waved his hand. Alright, it's getting late, let's go eat first. He had already booked a restaurant, the overseas venture capital cooperation had been settled, and a celebration banquet must be held tonight.
Okay, let Uncle Lin treat us. Lin Shuyao nodded and quickly stood up.
Just now, her mind was filled with the North Star car, but now looking up, she realized it was already late.
Shuyao, why be so polite with us?
Lin Jun smiled and said, from now on, we are partners in cooperation. He suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, President Tang, should we bring Shuyao to the Technology Expo tomorrow?
Technology Expo? Tang Fong remembered the official event for tomorrow.
In order to globalize new energy, and New Energy Technology Expo was specially held by the authorities.
This expo was global, with many foreign media and car manufacturers coming to participate.
The main purpose of this expo was to showcase advanced technologies of new energy vehicles to the world, drawing attention to the development of new energy technologies. Under Tang Feng's instructions, Lin Jun specifically submitted 3 technology categories: car-machine interaction, vehicle structure, and cutting-edge technology configuration, totaling 3 major exhibition areas. The car-machine interaction category included software for car machines, intelligent driving, etc., to introduce their breakthrough technologies to the media and the public. The vehicle structure category introduced their latest vehicle body structures, among others. Different types of cars come from different types of vehicle body structures. For example, Tang Feng's Neptune and Uranus were built using his latest stellar architecture. Additionally, he had his own Xuanwu architecture. Xuanwu architecture was a very mature platform because it had already produced best-selling vehicles like the DK Dragon, achieving tremendous success. Therefore, fans were eagerly anticipating the birth of a new car surpassing the Dragon.
Tang Fong glanced at Lin Shuyao and asked her, Miss Lin, you just arrived here, should you rest for a couple of days? Do you have time to visit the expo?
Of course, I have time. Lin Shuyao rallied and decisively said, I am now the overall head of the Asia-Pacific region, mainly responsible for liaising with the Stellar Automobile project.
I must broaden my horizons with you, right?
Pausing, she continued, besides, you are currently the most high-profile figure. I need to bask in your glory a bit to increase the visibility of our overseas venture capital.
Haha, you.
Lin Jun naturally understood what she was thinking and gave her a knowing look. This girl was very clever, just wanting to create more opportunities to interact with Tang Fong. Alright, come to Hufang Road tomorrow, I'll take you to the expo.
Tang Fong locked eyes with her and nodded.
Since there would be many media present at the expo tomorrow, taking Lin Shuyao to the booth might not be a bad idea. If the media caught him with the heiress of overseas venture capital, news of the cooperation between overseas venture capital and Stellar Automobile would spread rapidly worldwide.
For the global layout of Stellar Automobile, this would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. The next morning, the morning sunlight spread across the earth, awakening the entire city.
Hufang Road was as bustling as usual. The crowd came and went on the street, with customers flocking to the roadside snack stalls. Tang Fong habitually walked to the fried pancake and fruit stall. Just as he was about to ask the boss for a pancake, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing next to him. Hey!
Lin Shuyao?
Tang Fong looked at the girl in front of him who was waving at him and was instantly stunned. Lin Shuyao today was wearing a simple yet stylish dress, bright and lively in color, showcasing her youthful vitality to the fullest. Although she was the princess of overseas venture capital, her dressing was not extravagant at all, making her look like a pretty and cute girl next door.
Tang Fong looked her up and down, asking, how did you find this stall?
He only told her to wait for him on Hufang Road yesterday, but he didn't expect Lin Shuyao to find his lair directly.
Haha, what's so difficult about it?
Lin Shuyao smiled and explained, this is a popular check-in spot.
Everyone comes here to check in, right? I saw a post online and came over. An online post?
At these words, Tang Fong instantly remembered the news that Lu Wei had mentioned before.
You mean, it's not the post about me and Lu Wei, right?
Yes, that one.
Lin Shuyao handed her phone to Tang Fong, showing the photo of him and Lu Wei. Look, the love-hate relationship between the female CEO and President Tang.
What love-hate relationship? Tang Fong chuckled and waved his hand. It's just the fabrication of unscrupulous media. With that, he pointed to the nearby stall and said, "Do you believe that if the two of us stand here and take a picture, it will also trend tomorrow?"
Really?
Lin Shuyao's eyes lit up, pretending to shake her head nonchalantly. "I don't believe it.
How about we give it a try?"
Lin Shuyao grabbed Tang Feng's hand and pulled him to the stall.
"Let's experience it and see if it will trend tomorrow." Ha! Tang Fong was completely stunned by this overseas ventures young lady. Could she really be serious about this?
If their scandal really trended, it might cause a seismic shift in the new energy field.
Other car companies hearing about this news would be sweating profusely. President Tang teaming up with overseas venture capital, what kind of impact would that have? It might dominate the global new energy market. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shuyao pulled Tang Fong over, all the surrounding gazes were drawn to them. "Oh, President Tang, you're here?"
The pancake stall owner saw Tang Fong and instantly showed a look of surprise. "Boss, 2 sets of pancakes, the usual, with 2 eggs.
Tang Fong nodded and held out 2 fingers to him. "All right, it must be the usual."
The stall owner was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, pointing to a sign nearby and said, "President Tang, look. Ever since you went viral on the internet, many of your fans come to my stall to eat pancakes. Later, I had no choice but to introduce a president's combo just like yours."
President's combo? Lin Shuyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Boss, you should pay President Tang royalties."
"Since the president's combo was introduced, your little stall can't keep up with the demand." She often surfed the internet and had seen this pancake stall with a long line more than once. Therefore, seeing the boss's happy expression, she couldn't help but make a joke to defend Tang Feng's interests.
"Ah, that's right."
The stall owner nodded with a smile. "I've mentioned this to President Tang a long time ago, but President Tang is generous and never bothers with us small stall owners, often taking care of our business." He pointed to the surrounding stalls and said, "So, all the stall owners around here have discussed it.
From now on, we will provide President Tang with free breakfast every day." "That's about right."
Lin Shuyao turned to look at Tang Fong and praised, "Tang Fong, you're really amazing.
Just by coming out for breakfast, you can feed a whole street."
She had never seen someone as charismatic as Tang Fong before. His popularity on the internet far surpassed that of internet celebrities and stars, making him a unique presence.
Opening the phone now, Tang Feng's figure dominated the hot searches.
Even the breakfast stall he frequented had become a popular spot for fans to flock to. It had to be said that Tang Feng's commercial value had reached its peak. Anything he touched would surely be a hit. Seeing Lin Shuyao's admiring gaze, Tang Fong chuckled and teased, "Miss Lin, such a good project, would you like to invest a bit?"
It's a sure win.
The Lin family was a renowned investment family, with countless investments made by Lin Yaowen and Lin Shuyao. During their chat yesterday, Lin Shuyao had mentioned that she couldn't find a coffee shop she liked after returning to the country. So, she had the idea to invest in a Mickey Duo coffee shop. Unexpectedly, within just a year, this coffee shop had expanded to dozens of chain stores and had become the hottest brand.
Upon hearing this, Tang Fong was taken aback.
He had only been joking, but Lin Shuyao had indeed invested in the catering industry. Puzzled, he asked, "The catering industry is different from other industries.
Have you done detailed research?"
"Of course." Lin Shuyao took the pancake handed to her by the stall owner and smiled sweetly. "This investment is much easier than others. I only need to do one research."
"One research?"
"Yes." Lin Shuyao nodded. "I just need to research which restaurant you often eat at." With that, she shook the pancake in her hand and said, "Here, I never owe anyone favors. You treat me to a pancake, so I'll treat you to a feast."
"What do you mean?" Tang Fong was puzzled. "Are you planning to create a special set menu like the pancake stall owner?"
"No, I specifically invested in a restaurant for you." Lin Shuyao cut to the chase. "I heard that you're busy and often order takeout, not eating well. So, I invested in a Chinese restaurant near your home."
"Invested in a restaurant for me?" Tang Fong was stunned on the spot.
This girl was too straightforward.
Just because he often ordered takeout, she opened a restaurant for him?
It was mind-boggling. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Seeing Tang Feng's furrowed brow, Lin Shuyao asked with some concern, "What's wrong, Tang Fong? Are you unhappy?"
"Are you a bit impulsive?" Tang Fong shrugged. "Your gift caught me off guard."
Lin Shuyao grinned, took out her phone, and explained, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not plotting against you." Pointing at the phone screen, she said, "Look, I've done detailed research. There's only one Michelin-starred Western restaurant near your home, no decent Chinese restaurant. But, with such high foot traffic on Hufang Road, isn't it the best location? So, after our Chinese restaurant opens, it will definitely be bustling with guests. By then, I will follow the example of the pancake stall owner and introduce a Dean's set menu. I guarantee it will attract the attention and support of all fans. With these conditions in place, how can the restaurant not be popular?" Tang Fong nodded thoughtfully as he looked at Lin Shuyao's detailed research report. "Miss Lin, are you trying to take advantage of me?" No, I'm just looking out for you. Can't I give you shares?" Lin Shuyao stuck out her tongue and explained, "Tang Fong, you are such an outstanding high-tech talent, yet you live simply and eat simply. Who wouldn't feel sorry for you?" Looking up, Lin Shuyao continued, "Anyway, I don't care about others, I just can't bear to see you suffer." Buzz. As Lin Shuyao spoke, Tang Feng's phone in his pocket rang. Taking a look, he was surprised to see it was Lin Jun calling. It seemed they had already arrived at the expo venue. Thinking this, Tang Fong answered the call. "President Tang, have you and Shuyao arrived?" Lin Jun's voice came through the phone. "I'm already at the venue, there are many media outlets waiting for you to be interviewed." It was very noisy where he was, indicating that there were many enthusiastic fans wanting to take photos with him and interview him. Lin Jun was considered one of the most down-to-earth entrepreneurs today and was well loved by fans. "All right, Mr. Lin, we'll be there soon." Tang Fong replied and chatted with Lin Jun for a few moments before hanging up. "Is that Uncle Lin?" Lin Shuyao approached, looking curious. "Yes, Mr. Lin is already there, waiting for us at the expo." Tang Fong glanced at her and nodded. "Oh, then let's go, we've already got our jianbing wuzi." Lin Shuyao smiled charmingly, shaking the jianbing in her hand. "Tang Fong, thank you for breakfast." "Don't mention it." Tang Fong shrugged, trading a set of jianbing wuzi for a Chinese restaurant. This kind of exchange can only be beneficial in the future. He understood Lin Shuyao's intentions. Although Lin Shuyao claimed not to engage in losing deals, she had actually invested in a restaurant solely for him. This way, even when Tang Fong was busy, he wouldn't need to order takeout and could enjoy balanced Chinese cuisine without leaving home. It had to be said, this girl was truly considerate. On the way to the expo, they ate breakfast and discussed matters related to setting up factories overseas. Currently, the funds for overseas venture capital were in place, waiting for the factories to be built quickly. Lin Shuyao remembered the email from the headquarters and turned to Tang Fong. "Oh, Tang Fong, I almost forgot to tell you about the main issue." Pausing, she continued, "The headquarters has entrusted Sophia Heavy Industries overseas to be in charge of building the overseas car factory." Sophia Heavy Industries? Upon hearing Lin Shuyao's words, Tang Fong remembered the renowned construction company. Great, only Sophia Heavy Industries can handle such fully automated intelligent factories. Sophia Heavy Industries was one of the largest construction companies globally. They once set a record by completing a large factory in just half a month. They possessed the most advanced construction technology globally, and their construction machinery and engineers were top-notch worldwide. Entrusting them with such a large project was the most suitable choice. Lin Shuyao nodded. "Yes, ever since seeing the North Star, I can't wait for them to start working and aim to have the overseas factory built before the Manhwa car show." For overseas car factories, the core is not just building the factory but also large die-casting machines and fully automated mechanical arms, and so on. The large die-casting machine and automated workshop had been planned well in advance by Tang Fong. Once the factory was built, these mechanical groups could be put into use. Seeing Lin Shuyao's excited expression, Tang Fong smiled and asked, "If we were to put the latest North Star and Crouching Dragon together, how would you rate them?" "North Star and Crouching Dragon?" Lin Shuyao thought for a moment, then looked up and said, "I feel they are incomparable, right? After all, they both come from your genius hands." Continuing, she said, "If I had to rate these two cars, I think Crouching Dragon should get a full score of 10 because in today's new energy market, no one can rival it. As for the North Star, it is undoubtedly my NO.1. Whether it's the diamond car emblem or its visually striking appearance, it really captivates me. I would give it 100 points. 100 points, is that too exaggerated?" Tang Fong was surprised by her rating. He never expected Lin Shuyao to have such a high opinion of the North Star. After all, the North Star was currently only on static display, without showcasing its dynamic performance. Of course, girls are bound to prefer appearance a bit more. Lin Shuyao chuckled, "The North Star is simply tailored to my aesthetics. I've never fallen in love with a car at first sight before." When she pre-ordered the DK Crouching Dragon before, she was completely drawn to its performance. But this time, she was enchanted by the North Star's looks. With Lin Shuyao's understanding and love for vehicles, she dared to assert that once the North Star was released, it would quickly become popular worldwide.
It would surely catch everyone's attention.
Even she, a racing enthusiast, could fall in love at first sight with the North Star, let alone ordinary consumers. Alright, since you like the North Star so much, when its prototype is ready, I'll let you be the first to participate in the road test, how about that? Tang Fong looked at her with interest, smiling.
Really? That's great.
Lin Shuyao danced with excitement. Thank you, Tang Fong.
Don't get too excited, just drive well. Beep.
While the two were talking, a notification sound came from the front parking lot. The DK Crouching Dragon, guided by intelligent driving, had already entered the exhibition hall.
Wow, so many people?
Lin Shuyao looked at the crowded scene in front of her, momentarily stunned.
She never expected that a new energy technology expo would attract so many people.
The venue of the expo was a convention center, with a very large area, usually accommodating hundreds of thousands of people during car shows. However, it was now packed with people. Besides a group of media journalists holding cameras, there were various exhibitors. Most of them were fans and self-media creators from home and abroad. It seems that new energy vehicles are quite popular. Tang Fong chuckled, opened the passenger door, and got out of the car.
Hey, look, isn't that President Tang?
It really is President Tang, and he seems to be driving his self-developed DK Crouching Dragon. Great, I've been hearing about President Tang online all the time, and today I finally get to see him in person. Hurry, go interview President Tang, don't miss this opportunity. The nearby media journalists saw Tang Fong and hurried over. Lin Shuyao, seeing the scene in front of her, was taken aback. Although she was the heiress of overseas venture capital and usually received a lot of attention, she had never seen such a bustling scene before. It could be described as being surrounded by thousands of people. The media and onlookers who were originally watching the latest technology in the exhibition hall all rushed over, attracting everyone's attention.
President Tang, can we interview you for a moment?
Several media outlets held microphones in their hands, surrounding Tang Fong. Tang Fong looked at the microphones in front of him, all of which were adorned with the logos of Young Media and various local stations.
Surprisingly, they were all major media outlets.
There was no way around it. The last press conference was too successful, leading all media outlets to reap the benefits of increased traffic.
This time, how could they miss this opportunity?
Lin Shuyao stood by, completely stunned. She never expected Tang Fong to be this popular.
The journalists surrounding him were all from New Jingnet and Young Media.
For ordinary people, there was no chance of being interviewed.
But now, they were all swarming around Tang Fong?
What kind of social status did he have to receive such treatment? This time, she truly broadened her horizons.
President Tang, may I ask, at this technology expo, how much new technology will your Starlight Motors bring? Could you share some insights in advance?
A journalist from New Jingnet asked with a smile.
Tang Fong smiled and said to the camera, how much new technology? I can only say, it will definitely exceed everyone's expectations. As long as you visit Starlight Motors' 3 booths, you are guaranteed to be pleasantly surprised. The New Energy Technology Expo was meant to attract attention to their booth. Tang Fong deliberately kept the information vague to build anticipation, encouraging everyone to visit the booth themselves.
Only then could they increase the popularity of Starlight Motors.
Oh, are there more surprises? The female hostess beamed a smile like a flower and said to the camera, did everyone hear that? President Tang has already said that this expo will definitely bring different surprises to everyone.
Pointing to the nearby exhibition hall, she continued, everyone, please stay tuned.
Later, we will take you on a first-person tour of Starlight Motors' booth. After the journalist from New Jingnet finished asking questions, a reporter from Young Media raised the microphone. President Tang, I heard that you and Lin Jun have jointly developed the L6 level of intelligent driving assistance system, is that true? The female host from Young Media asked cautiously in front of the camera.
Yes, it's true. Tang Fong nodded. Our Starlight Research Institute has developed the latest nanochip, which can increase the effectiveness of laser radar by 2 to 3 times. The level of intelligent driving has reached L6. He continued, for specific details, everyone can visit our in-car interactive booth, where the intelligent driving technology is showcased. This technology expo was meant to showcase the latest new energy technologies, with booths for future cars and small fat cars, among others. Almost all domestic new energy competitors participated in this expo. Of course, there was also the highly anticipated DK New Energy. DK Group participated in this expo, led by the chairman and Lu Wei personally. DK Group had always been a leading enterprise in the industry.
Their absence from this technology expo would cause a stir. After all, they were currently the focus of the entire network. Everyone wanted to see what new technologies DK would develop after leaving President Tang. Would they just be resting on their laurels? President Tang, may I ask you a question?
At this moment, a reporter from Yang Media raised the microphone and asked cautiously, "There are rumors circulating that Starlight Motors has officially partnered with the largest overseas investment company, Overseas Venture Capital, to build a factory abroad.
Is this true?"
"That's right." Tang Fong nodded and smiled. "Overseas Venture Capital has indeed reached a cooperation agreement with us, planning to invest billions of dollars. Since this matter has just been finalized, we have not yet made an official announcement." Regarding the news of these billions of dollars, it had long been buzzing on the internet.
Some fans of Xingshan Motors considered themselves spiritual shareholders.
Upon hearing the news that Tang Fong was going to build a factory overseas, the fans were all spiritually uplifted, feeling a sense of pride welling up inside them. In the near future, our domestically produced new energy vehicles will go global, replacing the dominant position that gasoline cars have held for so long.
This is a revolutionary victory. If Xingshan Motors sells well globally, it will undoubtedly lead the entire era.
Lin Shuyao stood not far away, her bright, watery eyes fixed tightly on Tang Fong. For so long, she had finally tasted what it was like to be in the background. In the past, wherever she went, she would always be the center of attention. But today, her halo had been completely overshadowed. In front of President Tang, no one would pay attention to anyone else. In everyone's eyes, there was only President Tang's figure. Watching Tang Fong surrounded by spotlights, Lin Shuyao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration rising in her heart. This was the scene she had always fantasized about, wanting to see Tang Fong being surrounded, wanting to see him being watched by millions of people, because she knew that a true genius should stand under the spotlight, admired by all. Without a doubt, Tang Fong is the vein of new energy. Only under his leadership will new energy vehicles become popular worldwide. "Oh, look, the leader of DK Group is here." While Lin Shuyao was lost in thought, someone in the crowd shouted.
In an instant, everyone looked up ahead.
Sure enough, in the crowded front, Chairman Lu Dianfeng, accompanied by Lu Wei and others, was walking grandly forward. Their DK booth was also in the front exhibition hall.
"Ha! Is that the CEO of DK Group?
This time, it's going to be interesting. Enemies meeting must be quite a sight.
DK foolishly fired President Tang before, they must regret it now, right?
I heard DK Group's financial report for this quarter is terrible, forcing the chairman back from overseas. After cutting off the main artery, DK Group has already plunged into crisis.
Can the chairman turn the situation around?"
Seeing Lu Dianfeng and Lu Wei, the onlookers immediately started discussing among themselves. They were all very interested in the situation of DK Group.
At this moment, everyone had one question in mind: when will DK Group go bankrupt after leaving President Tang? Can a new energy car company that relies on President Tang as its core survive normally after losing its core? Since the release of DK's Vigilance car, fans had long been disappointed with DK. What they were curious about was whether the chairman could turn the tide after returning to the country. As for whether DK Group could survive, no one cared.
"Hooker?
Dad, it seems to be President Tang."
Lu Wei saw the scene in front of her, her face pale with shock. Only he can attract so many people outside the exhibition hall. Lu Dianfeng turned his head and gave her a sideways glance, frowning. "Now,
do you understand President Tang's influence?"
"I do now."
Lu Wei nodded obediently. You really don't know what's good for you."
Lu Dianfeng pointed at the media group in front of them and said, "See, even the media are here to interview, it seems."
Our DK booth will be deserted. Without President Tang, what new technology did they have at DK?
Obviously, the people who could visit their booth were just there to see a joke. No one cared if they had new technology.
Upon hearing Lu Dianfeng's words, Lu Wei was instantly dumbfounded.
She never expected Tang Fong to be so popular. They hadn't even entered the exhibition hall yet, and the crowd had already blocked the way outside. If they did enter the exhibition hall, would there be a chance for other car companies to showcase their vehicles? Without a doubt, the overwhelming traffic will all converge at the booth of Xingshan Motors. This technology expo has attracted global attention, with many overseas media and short video influencers eagerly awaiting the latest new energy technologies. On a global scale, domestic new energy development is the fastest. Whichever car company stands out at this expo will immediately gain worldwide fame.
Lu Wei really wants to seize this opportunity to help DK make a comeback.
However, relying solely on old John's team, they simply don't have any impressive new technologies to showcase. In contrast, Xingshan Motors has set up 3 large booths this time, showcasing countless cutting-edge technologies.
Compared to Shingshan Motors, their DK New Energy is truly lacking. Dad, this time I brought 3 new technologies, I believe. We will definitely make a mark at the expo. Seeing Lu Dianfeng furrow his brows, Lu Wei stepped forward to comfort him. 3 new technologies? Lu Dianfeng turned to look at Lu Wei, questioning, which 3? Lu Dianfeng had entrusted Lu Wei with handling this expo, as he didn't have much hope for DK himself. After losing Director Tang, what new technologies could DK possibly have? Moreover, Director Tang Shingshan Motors is also participating in the expo. Even if you have new technologies, can you compete with Director Tang? Therefore, Lu Dianfeng had long adopted a defeatist attitude. For this technology expo, DK New Energy couldn't afford to be absent, as all eyes were on them. They had no choice but to bravely participate. Lu Wei confidently explained, through the joint efforts of Old John's team and the software engineering department, we have made a breakthrough in autonomous driving. With that, she took out promotional materials from her bag and said, Dad, aren't current driving assistance systems mostly at level 2? We at DK have already surpassed level 3. I believe we will definitely take the lead at this expo. Take the lead? Lu Dianfeng furrowed his brows and asked her, with our current technological influence, do you think we can surpass Director Tang? Of course. Lu Wei said confidently, I have investigated, and currently, no one in the market can surpass our autonomous driving technology, including Director Tang Shingshan Motors. Oh? Lu Dianfeng looked at her skeptically, why are you so sure? What if Director Tang's technology is better than ours? Impossible. Lu Wei said firmly, Director Tang has reported at least 10 new technologies this time. With so many things to handle every day, he definitely doesn't have time to improve the autonomous driving system. Before participating in the expo, Lu Wei did conduct research and found that no one in the market had declared more advanced autonomous driving technology than them. However, she overlooked a crucial point, not announcing externally doesn't mean there haven't been breakthroughs. Important technologies are usually announced on significant occasions. And this globally anticipated New Energy Expo is the perfect occasion. Are you sure? Lu Dianfeng pondered and said to her, if what you say is true, then this could be an opportunity for our DK. As long as we don't compete directly with Director Tang, we might still have a chance. Director Tang was someone he had personally invited back, so he knew Director Tang's strength well. If Director Tang intervened, no car company would be his match at the entire expo. The latest technologies he possessed always led the industry, with others only able to look up to him. For their DK group, there was only one way out now, to avoid his edge. As long as they could steer clear of Director Tang's new technologies, they could leverage their own advantages. At least, they wouldn't be embarrassed by being outshone. Thinking about this, Lu Jianfeng said thoughtfully, alright, since you have already conducted the investigation, let's use intelligent driving as our promotional strategy. Now, besides President Tang's patent, what else do we have to show? Okay, Dad, don't worry. Lu Wei nodded and said, this time, DK will definitely win back its reputation, making L3 intelligent driving the synonym of our DK. While Lu Jianfeng and Lu Wei were talking, the media on the periphery quickly surrounded them. These were all small media outlets who didn't have the chance to interview Tang Fong, so they shifted their focus to DK. As the elusive chairman who had never appeared in public, the media had long wanted to know his thoughts. Hello, Chairman Lu, we are reporters from Car Review, can we have a brief interview with you? A media outlet named Car Review surrounded Lu Jianfeng, smiling as they asked. Sure, no problem. Lu Jianfeng was quite amiable and didn't immediately refuse their request. Thank you, Chairman Lu. The female host quickly handed over the microphone and cautiously asked, Chairman Lu, regarding the new CEO's decision to dismiss President Tang, what are your thoughts on this matter? Or rather, how do you feel about it? It was a sharp question that left Lu Jianfeng momentarily silent. What do I feel? How can I feel? My own daughter, whom I entrusted with great responsibility, has done something so foolish, how do you expect me to respond? Facing the camera, Lu Jianfeng suppressed his impatience, sighed, and said, dismissing President Tang is the biggest loss for our DK group. Although it was just a misunderstanding, it has cost our DK a great deal. Pausing, he continued, as the chairman of DK Group, I sincerely apologize to President Tang in front of the camera. The female host nodded and asked again, Chairman Lu, today is the New Energy Technology Expo. We all know that DK Group was once a leading company in the new energy field. Can you reveal to us the new technologies that DK will showcase? Well, Lu Jianfeng pondered for a moment, then nodded, of course. Turning to Lu Wei beside him, he gestured, General Manager Lu, why don't you answer their questions? For DK, this was a great opportunity. If the L3 intelligent driving system could take the lead, DK might be able to turn the tables. Me?
Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. She was afraid to face the camera now, fearing that the media would ask about President Tang. However, with Lu Jianfeng's command, she dared not refuse and had to step forward, saying, "Hello, everyone, today, DK Group brings you the industry's top intelligent driving system, surpassing the industry's L2 driving assistance and reaching the standard of L3.
L3 intelligent driving system?
Everyone fell silent upon hearing her words.
The female host picked up the microphone, looking surprised, and asked, "Chairman Lu, am I hearing correctly?
Did you say L3 level?"
"Yes, that's right." Lu Wei nodded.
"But," the female host smiled wryly and explained, "just now, President Tang also announced an intelligent driving system that has reached the standard of L6.
"What?" Lu Wei was instantly shocked. "An L6 level driving assistance? Could that still be called driving assistance? It should be directly referred to as an automatic driving system."
Currently, due to limitations in LiDAR, high-precision cameras, and chips, most of the driving assistance systems on the market are at the L2 level. Lu Wei had originally thought that DK developing an L3 level driving assistance was already at the industry's peak. Unexpectedly, the StarDrive system jointly developed by Tang Fong and Lin Jun has reached the level of L6. This can't be called a qualitative leap, it can only be said to be far ahead.
"Impossible, this is impossible." Lu Wei's face was full of disbelief.
In order to develop a driving assistance system to the L3 standard, they specially purchased chips from abroad at a high price. They thought they could turn the tide in the intelligent driving system with the advantage of the chips, but they didn't expect to be completely surpassed. An L6 level intelligent driving system requires powerful chips to support it.
How did President Tang achieve this? Could it be that they also purchased chips at a high price from overseas? But where on the market now can you find chips that can support L6 intelligent driving?
Just as Lu Wei was puzzled, she suddenly saw the host next to her take out a brochure and put it in Lu Wei's hands.
"MS.
Lu, this is a brochure from Star Auto. Today, they will officially announce the self-developed high-end nano chip Shining at the expo."
"What? Shining?"
Lu Wei, holding the brochure in her hand, began to tremble.
"A high-end nano chip, is this something that can be developed domestically?"
It is well known that our chips have always been restricted by foreigners because our lithography machines and chip technology started later than others. It is precisely because of this that the high-tech industry has been unable to make a breakthrough.
But now, President Tang has actually developed chips as well? Is this still letting people live? It's one thing to dominate everything in the new energy industry, but to be far ahead even in chips, is this to break the pride of foreigners?
Thinking of this, Lu Wei turned to look at Lu Jianfeng beside her. At this moment, Lu Jianfeng stood there with a grim face, looking at her sternly.
Wei, what's going on?" Lu Jianfeng stared at Lu Wei, lowering his voice and asked, "Didn't you say that President Tang wouldn't develop an intelligent driving system?"
Lu Wei was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what to say. She did conduct an investigation, but who could have thought that President Tang could develop a chip called Shining?
Useless.
Lu Jianfeng, rarely angry, said, "You developed the L3 assisted driving. How many foreign chips did you purchase?"
"This."
Lu Wei helplessly said, "Dad, I really didn't expect President Tang to develop a nanochip, otherwise."
"Enough, be quiet."
Lu Jianfeng turned around and glanced at the media reporters behind him, saying to her, "We'll talk about the company's matters later, come with me to see President Tang first."
See President Tang?
Upon hearing this, Lu Wei suddenly panicked. Lu Jianfeng had said that she had to apologize to President Tang in front of him. With so many media reporters present today, it was really not a good time. However, Lu Wei had no choice in this matter. Under Lu Jianfeng's angry gaze, she could only obediently follow him. On the other side, Tang Fong was being interviewed by reporters. After the commotion just now, the reporters from Young Media and New Jing Network had finished their interviews, and now it was the turn of the local station reporters. These were all official reporters, so one can imagine the extent of their publicity. On the surface, they were riding on Tang Feng's popularity, but inadvertently, they were also doing a good promotion for Star Auto.
"President Tang, may I ask, who is this person next to you?" It wasn't until now that everyone noticed Lin Shuyao standing beside Tang Fong.
Lin Shuyao was youthful and lovely, standing silently next to Tang Fong, like a well-behaved female bodyguard. Hearing the female reporter's question, Tang Fong smiled and introduced, "This is the Princess of Overseas Venture Capital, and also the overall head of Overseas Venture Capital in the Asia-Pacific region."
Wow! Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, everyone was shocked. The Princess of Overseas Venture Capital? Isn't that the legendary investment family? This is a super wealthy family.
I heard the eldest princess inherited her father's investment talent.
Since graduating, she has never made a wrong move. I didn't expect that. This eldest princess is much more outstanding than the Miss DK.
I have to say, the eldest princess and President Tang are a perfect match. They are destined for each other.
I bet there are many fans shipping them online. The crowd looked at Lin Shuyao in front of them, whispering and discussing.
Obviously, compared to Lu Wei, Lin Shuyao had more appeal to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Lin Shuyao flashed a charming smile, waved at the camera, and said, I'm very happy to cooperate with President Tang. I believe that in the near future, Star Auto will definitely go global and create an amazing sales myth. Lin Shuyao was very camera-friendly, with a lot of charisma, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Even Lu Wei couldn't help but look at Lin Shuyao. The head of overseas venture capital? Lu Wei thought to herself, is she the wealthy heiress her father mentioned?
From appearances, she did look younger and more lively. No one could have imagined that she was actually an investment genius who never failed.
Investing in cafes became popular nationwide.
Investing in nail salons, from domestic success to international fame, attracting a large following of foreigners. Now, she proposed that overseas venture capital invest in Tang Fong's Star Auto. Before even starting overseas production, the project had gained immense popularity and caught the world's attention.
Undoubtedly, she was a genius in the investment world.
On the other hand, Lu Wei, since returning to DK as the CEO, had made one mistake after another, turning the group's management into a mess. If it weren't for her father, Lu Dianfeng, tolerating and nurturing her, she would have been ousted by the board long ago. Thinking about this, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat for the first time in her life. From childhood to adulthood, whether in academics or life, she had never lost.
But since joining DK, she had never won.
She was constantly facing endless setbacks.
Even the L3 assistant that had given her a glimmer of hope earlier was crushed by Tang Fong.
Their L6 level autonomous driving system was 3 levels ahead of hers.
How could she compete?
She had no chance to fight back, being skillfully subdued.
Look, it's Lin, the CEO of Red Bean Technology.
While Lu Wei was lost in thought, she heard someone call out beside her. Immediately after, the doors of the exhibition hall opened, and the crowded people streamed out. Lin Jun walked at the forefront, surrounded by media reporters, heading towards Tang Fong in a grand manner. This time, the 3 giants of new energy were about to meet, and the traffic was about to peak.
Tang Fong and Lin Jun were already the center of attention in the crowd.
Wherever they went, they would be adored by fans.
Add to that the return of Lu Dianfeng, who is currently the talk of the internet.
At this moment, the entire convention center became lively.
Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Jun made his way through and stood beside Tang Fong.
President Tang, our 3 booths are ready for unveiling.
We're just waiting for you. Lin Jun greeted the camera and then turned to Tang Fong.
Due to the nature of the Technology Expo, to create some mystery on site, all technologies were kept confidential until the official unveiling. After all, facing a global expo, all car manufacturers had developed their own new technologies. A little surprise had to be preserved.
Unveiling? Is it time already?
Tang Fong glanced at Lin Jun and asked, staring at him. The scene was indeed too bustling. When he and Lin Shuyao had arrived earlier, it was still early. Unexpectedly, just after accepting interviews from over a dozen media outlets, the unveiling time was already approaching. It was no wonder Lin Jun ran out from the exhibition hall to find him from afar, with the crowd gathered outside while the personnel inside the hall were few.
They needed to gather the crowd and lead them to the Star Auto exhibition hall.
Faced with such a bustling scene, it was a perfect opportunity to promote the latest technology of Star Auto. Lin Jun glanced at the red bean watch on his wrist, nodded, and smiled. Time is almost up, and since we have so many media friends here, why not
invite everyone to the Star Auto booth together? With an amiable smile, he addressed the media present. Friends, today President Tang will bring you numerous new technologies. As long as you head to the Star Auto booth, I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
Lin Jun was a phenomenal marketing master who knew best how to promote his products. Just 2 sentences elicited cheers from the entire audience. The reason this year's Technology Expo was so hot was because everyone was anticipating Tang Fong's new technology. Since its inception, Star Auto had always been at the top of the popularity charts. Everyone wanted to see what surprises President Tang would bring after starting his own business. The previous generation's Crouching Dragon had already amazed everyone. What kind of wave would this new technology bring? In the field of new energy, all car companies were following in Tang Fong's footsteps. Previously, new energy vehicles were trying to catch up with traditional fuel vehicles. Outdated car systems, cheap interiors, and ordinary exteriors. Faced with fuel cars, new energy vehicles had no advantages and were constantly criticized by consumers.
However, since Tang Fong joined DK, this phenomenon had completely changed.
He developed one new technology after another, completely igniting the entire new energy field. With him as the benchmark, car companies had to frantically keep up with his pace to avoid being eliminated from the industry. In a short time, the development of new energy vehicles was rapid and intense. Not only were new technologies emerging constantly, with upgrades every 6 months, even the cost-effectiveness of new energy vehicles was continuously increasing. All configurations were maxed out without increasing prices. In just a few years, fuel cars had fallen behind by an entire era. While new energy vehicles were already working on human-machine interaction systems and continuously improving intelligent driving standards, fuel cars were still figuring out how to install larger screens in the car. Even those long-standing best-selling car companies were feeling insecure. If they couldn't keep up with the trend, they would be engulfed by the tide of the times. In order to catch up with Tang Fong, they had invested heavily in building research institutes, hiring various experts from abroad, hoping to develop a blockbuster like Crouching Dragon. Unfortunately, faced with Tang Feng's latest technology, they were completely clueless. They didn't even have the qualifications to imitate. In the field of new energy, traditional car companies were completely in a closed loop. "President Tang, can we follow you to the booth?" The media nearby heard Lin Jun's words and inquired one after another. They all wanted to get the latest news as soon as possible. After all, there were too many people in the exhibition hall, and if they weren't invited to the unveiling ceremony, they would likely have to wait in line outside for a long time. At such times, time equaled traffic. Whoever could report on Star Auto's latest technology first would garner the most attention. After all, fans across the internet were eagerly waiting to see the news. Of course, Tang Fong stood up, nodded with a smile, and said, "Welcome everyone to the Star Auto booth. We have prepared ice cream, small gifts, and more for everyone." He waved to his media friends. "For those interested in Star Auto, please come with us to the Star Auto booth." He couldn't wait for all the media reporters in front of him to follow him. From Yangmei to Xinjiang.net, the influence could be imagined. If car review websites and hot searches could make fans pay attention to Xinjiang Motors, then Yangmei and Xinjiang.net target all platforms. Perhaps some groups who don't usually surf the internet or pay much attention to new energy vehicles will also learn about Xinjiang Motors through them. This is what they call going beyond the circle. As long as the car gains attention beyond its usual audience, the level of attention will increase, and the fans' approval will also grow. Next, surrounded by fans and the media, Tang Fong and Lin Jun walked towards the exhibition hall chatting and laughing. Today's expo undoubtedly revolves around him and Lin Jun. Everyone is curious about what surprises President Tang and General Manager Lin's collaboration will bring. Although Neptune and Uranus have garnered much attention, they are still considered mid-range models. What fans are most interested in is actually Tang Feng's latest development, the Polaris. Unfortunately, due to the upcoming Muerai Auto Show, the secrecy surrounding Polaris has been well maintained. Fans have only heard that Xinjiang Motors' high-end model is called Polaris, but have not heard any rumors about its specifications. Therefore, fans with overflowing curiosity have set their sights on this expo. They want to speculate on what kind of latest technology Polaris will incorporate through this technical expo. While Tang Fong and Lin Jun were chatting and laughing, the chairman and Lu Wei beside them looked uneasy. Lu Dianfeng originally wanted to make his way through the crowd with Lu Wei to greet Tang Fong, but the crowd was too dense. Even until Tang Fong and Lin Jun walked towards the exhibition hall together, they couldn't squeeze in. Ah, times have changed. Lu Dianfeng turned to look at his daughter Lu Wei, his face filled with a helpless expression. There was a time when he, as the chairman of DK, had also been adored by thousands like Lin Jun, alongside President Tang. But now, all the huge advantages he had accumulated earlier had been squandered by Lu Wei in one fell swoop. "Ah, I didn't raise a daughter, I raised an ancestor."